Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 1383 to Chapter 1435. While they were talking, the group arrived at Feng Beiming's cave. Feng Beiming was the profound clear sect's great elder. Naturally, his cave was located in a place with the densest spiritual qi. Upon arriving here, Zhao Hai understood what it meant to have dense spiritual qi. The density of spiritual qi in Clear Jade Mountain exceeded his imagination. It was so dense that it even formed a mist. This made Clear Jade Mountain look like a fairyland. Feng Beiming's cave was very big. There was a refining room, a meditation room, and a lounge. This cave was bigger and more beautiful than the one in the Six Realms battlefield. Upon seeing Feng Beiming's cave, Zhao Hai couldn't help but curse inwardly. Who said that cultivators must have a pure heart and few desires? Only fools would say that to comfort themselves. The group sat in the lounge of Feng Beiming's cave. Zhao Hai took out some wine as well as some side dishes. After the dishes were placed on the table, Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming couldn't wait to eat. Feng Beiming and Huang Daoran really wanted to eat Zhao Hai's side dishes. Not only were they delicious, they also didn't contain any toxins. Eating these dishes was like absorbing spiritual qi. Most importantly, the taste was very good. After the two drank a few mouthfuls of wine, Huang Daoran turned to Feng Beiming and said, "Blacksmith, what's going on? From what I've heard, it seems like you're dissatisfied with those fellows." Feng Beiming looked at Huang Daoran and said, "You can see it? I'm dissatisfied. The profound clear sect is becoming more and more arrogant. However, each of them has their eyes high but their strength low. They think that no one would dare to provoke them just because of the profound clear sect's reputation. This is especially true for the core disciples. Each and every one of them is too arrogant." Huang Daoran looked at Feng Beiming and smiled. The profound clear sect is an orthodox sect in the cultivation realm. It's understandable for them to be arrogant. Also, with the strength of the profound clear sect, they have the qualifications to be arrogant. Feng Beiming coldly snorted and said, "What orthodox sect? That's just for the sake of outsiders. The profound clear sect's status today isn't because of its reputation. It's because of strength and fists. If people like us didn't go all out, who would take the profound clear sect seriously? Look at those guys. I can't stand it." Zhao Hai looked at Feng Beiming and said, "Martial Uncle Feng, if I make a move against someone from your sect, then I would have an enmity with the profound clear sect. It would be hard for us to talk in the future." Feng Beiming waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, little Hai. Actually, I've already told the sect master about this matter. The sect master also thinks that we should suppress them. He agreed with you, but you should be lenient. Don't go too far." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Then I'll offend the core disciples of the profound clear sect. I'm afraid some of the elders wouldn't be able to stand it. But since Martial Uncle has spoken, then this nephew will naturally do his best." Feng Beiming smiled faintly and said, "All right, you should suppress them. Let those guys know that there's always someone stronger. Also, do you think that you're afraid of them?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't speak. Huang Daoran looked at Feng Beiming and then at Zhao Hai. Then he said, "Blacksmith, with Zhao Hai's current strength, I'm worried that those people will look for him." Feng Beiming stared and said, "Who? You mean those people?" Huang Daoran nodded. Feng Beiming's expression couldn't help but change. Then he turned to Huang Daoran and said, "You haven't told Zhao Hai about this yet?" Huang Daoran nodded. Then he sighed and said, "I don't know if I should tell Zhao Hai about this. This matter might not be a good thing for him." Feng Beiming suddenly laughed and said, "That's not necessarily true. This isn't a good thing for you, but for Zhao Hai, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Zhao Hai hasn't reached the transcending tribulation stage yet, but he's already very strong. It can be said that he has reached a bottleneck. He needs to go to a bigger stage to gain experience. Isn't that a suitable place? Don't be like those old fellows in the sect. If you don't let them go out to gain experience, then they won't be able to grow." When Huang Daoran heard Feng Beiming, he stared for a moment. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Blacksmith, you're right. We should let Zhao Hai gain experience." After he said that, Huang Daoran looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly as he said, "Little Hai, you should know about this with your current strength. The place we're talking about is actually called the 10,000 Realm Battlefield. It's a place similar to the Six Realms Battlefield. However, it's much bigger and more complex than the Six Realms Battlefield. Zhao Hai's body shook. His eyes were filled with shock. He didn't know what Huang Daoran meant. Perhaps Huang Daoran thought that Zhao Hai was frightened by the name of the 10,000 Realm Battlefield. But in fact, Zhao Hai was frightened by the name. What kind of place was the Six Realms Battlefield? Nobody knew it better than Zhao Hai. The Six Realms Battlefield was an independent space created by someone else. In other words, the space had a master. And now there was a 10,000 Realm Battlefield that was bigger than the Six Realms Battlefield? Does this mean that the 10,000 Realm Battlefield was also a space created by someone else? Did it also have a master? If this was the case, then who was behind the 10,000 Realm Battlefield? Did the 10,000 Realm Battlefield and the Six Realms Battlefield belong to the same person? What was the purpose of this person making this thing? Zhao Hai's mind turned. He thought of this in an instant, but he couldn't show it. Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming thought that Zhao Hai was startled by the news, so they didn't think too much about it. Feng Beiming looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, don't think that the world of cultivation is the entirety of the universe. In the universe, there are countless forces like the world of cultivation. Our world of cultivation can only be regarded as a medium-sized force. On the other hand, the 10,000 Realm Battlefield has tens of thousands of forces like the world of cultivation. That place is much more chaotic compared to the Six Realms Battlefield. In the past, your master was summoned to the 10,000 Realm Battlefield right after his transcending tribulation. In less than 3 months, he was seriously injured. However, it was good for him to gain experience there. I've also been there and my situation was similar to your master's. I was also sent out after 3 months. Kid, if you go there, you have to fight for us. Zhao Hai said, the weakest people in the 10,000 Realm Battlefield are at least at the nascent soul stage. Moreover, everyone has their own unique skills. Even transcending tribulation experts wouldn't be a problem. Zhao Hai, if you're summoned, you must remember not to underestimate anyone. Otherwise, you'll suffer a big loss. Zhao Hai nodded, then Feng Beiming smiled bitterly and said, it's really shameful. In the 10,000 Realm Battlefield, the world of cultivation's strongest forces aren't the profound sect or the devil realm, but the Buddhists. It's precisely because the Buddhists are the main force in the 10,000 Realm Battlefield that their status in the cultivation realm is high. Zhao Hai, you're strong, but you need to remember that when you go to the 10,000 Realm Battlefield, you need to have a good relationship with the Buddhists. The 10,000 Realm Battlefield isn't like the Six Realms Battlefield. In the Six Realms Battlefield, you only need to kill your enemies and you don't need to worry about your comrades plotting against you. But in the 10,000 Realm Battlefield, if you offend the Buddhists, they would certainly plot against you. Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, plotting against me? Why? Aren't we people from the world of cultivation? What benefits do they get from plotting against me? Huang Daoran looked at Zhao Hai, then he sighed and said, what other benefits are there? The 10,000 Realm Battlefield is the biggest benefit. There are more resources there compared to the Six Realms Battlefield. It must be said that our profound sect was the main force of the 10,000 Realm Battlefield. But later on, we were betrayed and besieged by other realms. In the end, all of our main forces were killed, allowing the Buddhists to rise. We suspect that the Buddhists were behind this. It's very likely that they betrayed the profound sect in order to obtain resources in the 10,000 Realm Battlefield. Therefore, Zhao Hai, you must be careful of those monks. Zhao Hai knit his brows. To be honest, he didn't like infighting. But as the saying goes, where there are people, there will be rivers and lakes. It seems like the cultivation realm wasn't as calm as it seems on the surface. Huang Daoran looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, don't think too much about it. The 10,000 Realm Battlefield is indeed a good place. There are a lot of precious materials and ores in the Six Realms Battlefield that aren't worth much in the 10,000 Realm Battlefield. Feng Beiming nodded and said, right, you should go to the 10,000 Realm Battlefield. It'll be good for you. Zhao Hai nodded and said, don't worry, master and martial uncle. If they summon me, I won't refuse. I really want to go to the 10,000 Realm Battlefield and see what the people from the other realms are like. When Feng Beiming heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, I knew that you would be able to do it. Ha ha ha. Good. Good. Remember, you must be careful. I heard that the 10,000 realm battlefield hasn't been peaceful recently. I heard that the Void Temple brought the 10,000 transformation staff with them. Huang Daoran stared, then he said, the 10,000 transformation staff? How is that possible? That's a Buddhist treasure, the treasure of the Void Temple. What happened in the 10,000 realm battlefield? Why did they use the 10,000 transformation staff? Feng Beiming shook his head and said, I don't know yet. I just received the news. I don't know if it's true or not. But it shouldn't be that bad. After all, the 10,000 transformation staff isn't an ordinary treasure. Huang Daoran nodded and said, it seems like something happened in the 10,000 realm battlefield. But I think Zhao Hai would be summoned to the 10,000 realm battlefield soon. They need to replenish their manpower. Feng Beiming nodded and said, those monks are really unreasonable. They don't recruit old people like us into the 10,000 realm battlefield. They only recruit newcomers. I think those fellows are reluctant to give up on the 10,000 realm battlefield. Huang Daoran sighed and didn't say anything. The situation was stronger than the people. Nobody could do anything about it. Seeing that Huang Daoran was silent, Feng Beiming took a big gulp of wine and smiled bitterly. It must be said that in recent years, the profound sect has been suppressed by the Buddhists. Moreover, the disciples of the profound sect are becoming more and more arrogant. Compared to the new disciples of the Buddhist sect, they're much worse. This is all because of the 10,000 realm battlefield. Every few years, the Buddhists would send a group of disciples to the 10,000 realm battlefield to test the waters. This way, the disciples of the Buddhist sect would lose their arrogance. On the other hand, if the disciples of the profound sect want to enter the 10,000 realm battlefield, they would have to look at the faces of the Buddhists. On the other hand, the 6 realms battlefield isn't enough for the core disciples to understand that there are people above them. Huang Daoran looked at Feng Beiming and said, so you want Zhao Hai to be the bad guy, right? In any case, Zhao Hai has already agreed. He can be the bad guy this time. Feng Beiming smiled bitterly and said, I don't have a choice. To be honest, I really envy you. Although you don't have a backer, you live a carefree life. You don't have to worry about things like me. Forget it, let's not talk about that. Come, let's drink some wine and rest for 2 days before we go see the sect master. Huang Daoran knit his brows and said, this isn't good, right? Wouldn't the sect master think that we're too arrogant? Feng Beiming shook his head and said, it doesn't matter. I've already told the sect master. I don't want to provoke those kids. Huang Daoran smiled bitterly as he shook his head and said, this time, I've been tricked by you, old brat. With you provoking them like this, those brats would get angry. When the time comes, they won't know how to control their strength. Even if little Hai wants to hold back, it would be hard for him to do so. Feng Beiming coldly snorted and said, I want to teach those brats an unforgettable lesson. I don't want to see them act like kings every day. Come, little Hai, let's have a drink. When the time comes, teach them a lesson for me. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly as he raised his glass and took a sip from Feng Beiming's glass. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly felt someone outside the cave. Feng Beiming also felt it, so he said, Mo Xing, are you here? Come in. A voice came from outside and a person walked in. When this person came in, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This person was too strong. There were very few cultivators as strong as him. He was 5 meters tall and had steel-like muscles that had a metallic luster to them. His hair was short and straight. His clothes were also very special. It wasn't an ordinary cultivator's robe but an iron vest. He had iron wrist guards on his hands, black leather pants, iron knee pads, and a pair of scaled boots. He looked like an ancient god of war, exuding a wild aura. However, Zhao Hai quickly noticed this person's eyes. His eyes were very special. Normally, people like him should have murderous intent. However, this person's eyes didn't have any murderous intent. Instead, they had a trace of innocence. This aura was completely inconsistent with his stature. Besides this pure aura, his expression also had a trace of dullness. When he saw Feng Beiming, he smiled foolishly and said, "Master, I'm here." Feng Beiming looked at Mo Xing, then he sighed and said, "Have a seat." "Are you done practicing today?" Mo Xing nodded. However, his eyes were still looking at the wine jug on the ground. His face was filled with greed. Zhao Hai looked at Mo Xing and smiled. Then he took out a jug of wine and handed it to Mo Xing. "I'll treat you to a drink." Mo Xing looked at Zhao Hai, then he turned his head to Feng Beiming. Feng Beiming smiled and said, "Drink. This is your senior brother. Listen to him in the future." Mo Xing nodded and took the jug from Zhao Hai. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Senior brother, you're treating me to a drink. You're a good person. If someone bullies you in the future, you can tell this Mo Xing and I'll help you beat them up." Then he ignored Zhao Hai and drank from the jug. Huang Daoran looked at Feng Beiming and said, "Blacksmith, who is this?" Feng Beiming sighed and said, "His name is Mo Xing. I picked him up a few years ago in a barren mountain. This kid is a bit silly, but he's a heavenly thief. His skin is as tough as iron, and his strength is extraordinary. After he followed me, I made him practice the sex body transformation technique. I didn't expect him to practice it. His progress was very fast. I had him practice in other places for a few years, but he just came back recently." Mo Xing didn't seem to hear Feng Beiming's words as he continued to drink his wine. Before long, the jug of wine had been emptied by him. However, he still looked as if he wanted more. Seeing Mo Xing's appearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Then he took out another jug of wine as well as a fat chicken. This chicken was raised by the space. Its spiritual chi was stronger than ordinary beasts. Eating this chicken would only benefit one's cultivation, there would be no harm done to it. Zhao Hai took the roasted chicken and handed it over to Mo Xing. Mo Xing stared, he didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. In Mo Xing's memory, he had never eaten anything before. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he tore off a chicken leg and ate it. When Mo Xing saw Zhao Hai's expression, he understood that the chicken leg was for eating. He didn't hold back as he picked up the chicken leg and took a bite. After taking a bite, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He immediately began to chew on the chicken leg, even forgetting to drink his wine. Zhao Hai looked at Mo Xing's appearance and couldn't help but laugh. Then he immediately felt that something was wrong. It was too quiet. Besides Zhao Hai's laughter and the sound of Mo Xing eating, there was no other sound. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw Feng Beiming and Huang Daoran staring at Mo Xing. To be exact, they were staring at the fat chicken in Mo Xing's hand. Their expressions weren't good. Zhao Hai immediately understood what the two were thinking. He smiled faintly as he took out another fat chicken. Then he turned to Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming and said, "Master, martial uncle, I used a special method to raise this fat chicken. Have a taste." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming stared. Then they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. The two didn't hold back as they tore off a chicken wing and ate it. As soon as the chicken wing entered their mouths, their eyes lit up. Not only did the chicken wing taste good, it also didn't contain any toxins. It was just like the vegetables that Zhao Hai took out. Zhao Hai looked at the two and smiled faintly. "Master, martial uncle, what do you think? Is it okay?" Feng Beiming and Huang Daoran nodded. Then they quickly ate the chicken wing. Huang Daoran let out a long breath and said, "It's been a long time since I've eaten these things." "Ha ha ha. Little Hai, you're really good. You actually prepared so many delicious things." Feng Beiming looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, how did you feed these chickens? If the entire cultivation realm had chickens like this, then people wouldn't need to eat pills. They could just eat." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Yes, but these chickens aren't easy to feed. First of all, we need to find a place with an environment similar to Clear Jade Mountain. Then we need to feed them with rice and water that contains spiritual chi. Ordinary rice and water won't do. Therefore, it's almost impossible to mass-produce them. I can only make some for myself to eat." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "But these chickens aren't easy to feed." Feng Beiming and Huang Daoran sighed. However, their hands weren't idle. They tore open the fat chicken and stuffed it into their mouths. Before long, the fat chicken was eaten by the two. After drinking the fat chicken, the two took a big gulp of wine. Then they looked at each other's oily faces and laughed. At this time, Emotion also finished eating the chicken. This fellow had a tiger's appetite. He even ate the chicken bones, leaving nothing behind. Zhao Hai liked Emotion's character. Emotion's world was very simple. If someone was good to him, he would be good to them. If someone wasn't good to him, he would kill them. This kind of person was very simple. Naturally, this kind of person was also the most likely to become a tool in the hands of others. But whether it was Feng Beiming or Zhao Hai, they weren't such people. Feng Beiming looked at Zhao Hai's gaze towards Emotion and couldn't help but smile. He wanted Emotion to go out and explore the world. But with Emotion's intelligence, it was impossible for him to go out alone. He needed someone to take him. And whether it was his disciple or the other people of the profound clear sect, they wouldn't take Emotion with them. They thought that Emotion would bring shame to them. But to be honest, Emotion's strength wasn't bad. He was gifted and cultivated a body transformation technique. Because of this, his fighting strength was very formidable. Moreover, Emotion's mind was very simple. His cultivation speed was very fast. At this point, he was already a nascent soul expert. Moreover, a nascent soul expert simply couldn't be Emotion's opponent. But even so, no one was willing to take him. Feng Beiming was having a headache about this matter. But then he thought of Zhao Hai. He wanted Zhao Hai to take Emotion. He had been in contact with Zhao Hai. Although their time wasn't long, Feng Beiming discovered that Zhao Hai was much stronger than the core disciples of the profound clear sect. If Zhao Hai was willing to take Emotion with him, then it would be much better than the core disciples of the profound clear sect. After thinking about this, Feng Beiming couldn't help but turn to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, I want to ask you something. Do you think you can do it?" Zhao Hai was puzzled as he looked at Feng Beiming and said, "Martial uncle, please tell me." Feng Beiming looked at Emotion, then he sighed and said, "Little Hai, you can see Emotion's situation. I can't always keep him by my side. If something bad happens to me, then this kid would be finished. Therefore, I want him to go out and explore the world. But with his situation, it's impossible for him to go out alone. Therefore, I want you to take him with you. Rest assured, I'll make sure that he listens to you. What do you think? What do you think?" Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled and said, "So it's about that. Martial uncle can rest assured, I'll take care of Emotion. I like Emotion's personality. It's easier to get along with him." "Right, Martial uncle, is there something special about Emotion's clothes? You should know that I might go to the 10,000 realm battlefield in the future. I don't want Emotion to be in danger." Zhao Hai had already noticed that Emotion's clothes seemed to be a set of magic artifacts. Therefore, he asked about it. Feng Beiming turned his head to look at Emotion. His eyes were full of affection as he said, "This kid is a body cultivator. It can be said that he's a replica of an ancient body cultivator. Although this kid's strength is good, I'm still worried. Therefore, I gave him these clothes. Although they look ordinary, their defensive strength is very strong." Emotion nodded and said, "Don't worry." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled and said, "All right, then there's no problem. Martial uncle can rest assured, I'll make sure that Emotion doesn't get into trouble." At this time, Emotion drank another jug of wine. Then he lay down and began to snore. Zhao Hai looked at Emotion and couldn't help but smile. Feng Beiming looked at Emotion and shook his head. Then he smiled bitterly and turned to Huang Daoran and said, "Musclehead, I heard that some people are eyeing the spirit wine. You should tell Zhen girl to be careful." Huang Daoran nodded and said, "Don't worry." Huang Daoran raised his eyebrows and said, "What? Someone's eyeing it already? I say, the profound clear sect can't just take the money and not do anything. Shouldn't you come out and take care of it?" Feng Beiming looked at Huang Daoran and said, "What do you mean someone's eyeing it already? People have been eyeing it for a long time. It's just that with the profound clear sect holding down the fort, they didn't dare to act recklessly. But the people who are about to make a move are all outlaws. Because of this, I told little girl Zhen to be careful. Moreover, we have some clues about the background of these people. As long as we find out who they are, I'll immediately deal with them. Huang Daoran asked, who are they? Feng Beiming smiled bitterly and said, from the clues we have, it should be the people from the Pink Clouds Pavilion. Little girl Zhen's appearance has forced them into a dead end. They had no choice but to be ruthless. Huang Daoran stared for a moment, then he sighed and said, evil can be done, but evil can't be done. This is what they brought upon themselves. In the beginning, they wanted to drive little girl Zhen out. Now that little girl Zhen is out, they're finished. Feng Beiming smiled and said, you can't blame them. That Zhen girl was ruthless this time. She poached all the people in their shop. It would be strange if they didn't have a headache. Huang Daoran coldly snorted and said, the Pink Clouds Pavilion was built by the Zhen family and a few other families. Although little Ling is the only girl in her generation, she isn't the best in terms of management or other aspects. She's also fair. Although little Ling has been the pavilion master for many years, she didn't receive a single cent more. But if those fellows want to drive her out, then little Ling would be a fool if she doesn't make preparations. If it isn't them, then it's fine, but if it's them, then I won't let them off. Feng Beiming smiled faintly and said, don't worry, the profound clear sex dividends aren't in vain. I'll take care of this matter. Seeing that the two didn't have anything to say, Zhao Hai bowed and said, Master, Martial Uncle, please continue chatting. I'll take emotion to rest. After he said that, Zhao Hai took out 2 jugs of wine as well as some dishes. Then he carried emotion to the lounge. Feng Beiming looked at Zhao Hai's back and sighed, old friend, you've really profited from a disaster. You should be happy to have a disciple like Zhao Hai. Huang Daoran smiled faintly. He was very happy to have a disciple like Zhao Hai. It was indeed a good thing. Feng Beiming looked at Huang Daoran and said, if Zhao Hai is really summoned to the 10,000 realm battlefield, shouldn't you prepare something for him? You should know that the monks don't have a good impression of people from the profound clear sex. Zhao Hai might be plotted against by them. Huang Daoran smiled faintly and said, I don't think so. You might not know, but Zhao Hai recently obtained some Buddhist cultivation methods. He went into seclusion to practice these cultivation methods. If Zhao Hai uses Buddhist cultivation methods against his enemies, then some monks might even treat him as one of their own. Moreover, Zhao Hai's artifact isn't any worse than the Buddhist sect's 10,000 transformation staff. With such an artifact, what do I have to worry about? Even if I figure it out, it's impossible for it to be stronger than the 10,000 transformation staff, right? So let's forget about it. Feng Beiming stared, then he asked, what kind of artifact is little Hai using? How can it be so strong? Huang Daoran smiled and said, it's the machine field's legendary most useless artifact. That artifact was activated by Zhao Hai. Who would have thought that it would be so strong? Forget it, I don't need to worry about Zhao Hai. Let's think about Zhao Hai's fight with your core disciples. Did your sect master really agree? Feng Beiming looked at Huang Daoran and said, why would I lie to you about this? You should rest for a few days. I guarantee that nothing will happen. Huang Daoran nodded and no longer spoke. Naturally, the conversation between the two was heard by Zhao Hai. However, he didn't care. As long as the two weren't plotting against him, he didn't care about anything else. Zhao Hai and Huang Daoran rested in Feng Beiming's cave residence for 3 days. In these 3 days, Zhao Hai was with Emotion. Feng Beiming had already told Emotion to listen to Zhao Hai in the future. And with how well Zhao Hai treated Emotion, Zhao Hai was already on Emotion's side. After 3 days, Feng Beiming took Zhao Hai and Huang Daoran to the main peak of Jade Clear Mountain, where the Profound Clear Temple was located. The Profound Clear Temple was the sect master's residence. The Profound Clear Palace wasn't just a simple hall. It referred to all the buildings on the mountain peak. The entire Profound Clear Palace peak had more than 1,000 large and small rooms. There was also a huge square. This square was called the Martial Arts Practice Field. It was used by the core disciples of the sect to practice martial arts. In addition to the residence of the sect master, there were also the residences of the elders and the core disciples. Because of this, there were a lot of rooms. Every day, besides the core disciples who went out to do missions, the core disciples would come to the martial stage to practice their magic arts and artifacts. At the same time, every few days, an elder would come to preach the Tao. Naturally, these elders weren't supreme elders like Feng Beiming. However, they were still powerful elders. Aside from the core disciples, no one else could enjoy this kind of treatment. For a great sect like the Profound Clear sect, core disciples were the most important existences in the sect. But don't think that becoming a core disciple meant that everything would be fine. The core disciple competition was held every 3 years. Once a core disciple reached the bottom 10, they would have to accept challenges from inner disciples. If they lose, they would be demoted to inner disciple while the one who defeated them would become a core disciple. However, it was rare for a core disciple to lose to an inner disciple. The cultivation materials that inner disciples get were only half of what core disciples get. Moreover, the inner disciples only get to listen to the teachings of the elders once a month while the core disciples don't get more than 7 days. The gap between the two was very big. Fei was one of those amazing inner disciples, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to defeat a core disciple. In other words, if an inner disciple was really amazing to such an extent, then there was no need for him to challenge, he could also become a core disciple. As for the outer sect disciples, there was no need to talk about them. The cultivation resources that outer sect disciples received were only 1/3 of what inner sect disciples received. They could only listen to an elder's lecture once every half a year. Therefore, it was even more difficult for outer sect disciples to stand out. Only core disciples and elders lived on the Profound Clear Temple's peak. As long as you become a core disciple and enter the top 10 3 times in a row, you would be accepted as a disciple by a great elder. This was also the reason why Feng Beiming had several disciples. Great elders had to take on the responsibility of nurturing successors for the sect. When Feng Beiming arrived at the Profound Clear Temple's peak with Huang Daoran, Zhao Hai, and Amo Xing, the sect master of the Profound Clear sect was already waiting for them. The sect master wasn't necessarily the strongest person in the sect. The strongest person in the sect was generally the great elder. But the great elder generally didn't care about the matters of the sect. The management of the sect was in the hands of the sect master. Because of this, the sect master's cultivation wasn't important. What was important was management. The sect master of the Profound Clear sect was a nascent soul expert. He looked very refined on the outside. He wore a navy blue robe and just by standing there, he gave people a sense of righteousness. Moreover, don't look at his refined appearance, his aura was very oppressive. Even when he stood in front of Feng Beiming, he didn't look weak. After Feng Beiming and the others landed, the Profound Clear sect's sect master led the elders to greet them. The sect master bowed and said, Xianxia has seen Supreme Elder Feng and Huang Zhen. The elders behind him also gave a salute. Feng Beiming nodded and said, Xianxia, you don't need to be so polite. Huang Zhen is a good friend of mine. You've met him before, so I won't introduce you. You also know Amo Xing. This is Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai immediately took a step forward and bowed to Xianxia. Zhao Hai has seen the Profound Clear sect's sect master. Greetings to the sect master. Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai. He had heard of Zhao Hai's name before. He thought that a genius like Zhao Hai would be very arrogant. But now, it seems like this wasn't the case. Zhao Hai had a gentle smile on his face. This smile made people want to get close to him. Xianxia knew that this smile couldn't be faked. Although Xianxia was looking at Zhao Hai, he didn't forget to return the salute. However, this was already very good. It must be known that Xianxia was the sect master of the Profound Clear sect. Although he wasn't strong, he represented the Profound Clear sect. It would be too much for him to return the full salute. After the two sides exchanged greetings, Xianxia led Zhao Hai and the others to the Great Hall. The elders looked at Zhao Hai with unfriendly eyes. It was obvious that they were dissatisfied with Zhao Hai. Not only did he not visit the sect master, he even went to Feng Beiming's place to hide for 3 days. Zhao Hai also noticed the look in the eyes of the elders. He could only smile bitterly. Can he tell these elders that this was the idea of the sect master and Supreme Elder Feng? He was afraid that even if he said it, these elders would not believe him. The group quickly entered the Profound Clear Hall. In the middle of the hall was a large profound character. It was said that this character was left behind by the founder of the Profound Clear sect. It was very precious. After entering the Great Hall, Feng Beiming led everyone to give the character a salute. Then Xianxia led the group to the back of the hall. The back of the hall was a large living room. It was used to receive important people. With Zhao Hai's status, it was impossible for him to be invited to the profound clear hall. However, with Huang Daoran present, it was a different story. Although Huang Daoran was a rogue cultivator, he was still a transcending tribulation expert. In any sect, he would receive the respect he deserved. After everyone sat down, a person served tea. Xianxia sat at the head while Feng Beiming and Huang Daoran sat on the side. Zhao Hai and the others sat behind. Xianxia raised her teacup and smiled at Zhao Hai. It's an honor for Mr. Zhao Hai to come to the Profound Clear sect. Mister, please taste our Profound Clear sect's green pine flower. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Sect Master is too polite. It's an honor for Zhao Hai to be invited to the Profound Clear sect. Then he placed the teacup down and nodded, good tea. It's full of spiritual qi. It's a rare product. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, it's far inferior compared to Mr. Spirit Wine. Mr. Spirit Wine is a peerless product. I'm indebted to Mr. for cooperating with the Profound Clear sect. Xianxia thanks Mr. Zhao Hai quickly replied, I wouldn't dare. It's my honor to cooperate with a great sect like the Profound Clear sect. Sect Master is too polite. This time, Zhao Hai came to the Profound Clear sect to thank the Sect Master. Thank you for agreeing to cooperate with me. This really makes Zhao Hai feel flattered. While the two were being polite, Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming acted as if they didn't hear anything. The two of them continued to talk about their own matters. The two of them did this to show their attitude. Xianxia relaxed. At the same time, she became more curious about Zhao Hai. He knew how Zhao Hai became Huang Daoran's disciple. However, she didn't expect the relationship between Zhao Hai and Huang Daoran to be like this. Huang Daoran was able to persuade Feng Beiming to speak for Zhao Hai. This Zhao Hai wasn't simple. Although the two of them had only exchanged a few words, Xianxia realized that such a sigh was appropriate. Moreover, he had always put himself in a very low position, which made you unconsciously want to get close to him. What was even rarer was that he was strong, but he did not have any arrogance. This was the rarest thing. Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, did Mr. Zhao Hai come out of seclusion recently? Let me congratulate Mr. on your great progress in cultivation. Zhao Hai quickly replied, I thank the Sect Master for the auspicious words. This time, I came to the Profound Clear sect because I wanted to see the Sect Master. I've been cooperating with the Sect Master for several years. But because Zhao Hai was in seclusion, I haven't been able to see him. It's a pity. Without waiting for Xianxia to speak, an elder coldly snorted and said, My Profound Clear sect master isn't someone that just anyone can meet. If not for the yellow Taoist's face, I'm afraid it would be difficult for some people to meet the sect master. His voice was very loud. Everyone in the hall heard him. When they heard this, everyone in the hall quieted down. This person's words weren't polite at all. Although he wanted to raise Zhao Hai's status, it wasn't appropriate for him to do so in this situation. Not only did he not give face to Zhao Hai, he also didn't give face to Huang Daoran, and he also didn't give face to Feng Beiming. Because of this, the people in the hall turned silent. Everyone looked towards the direction where the voice came from. An old man wearing a navy blue robe was sitting there. Upon seeing this person, Xianxia and Feng Beiming couldn't help but frown. This was because they were very familiar with this person. This person was the Profound Clear sect's inner hall Great Elder. He was in charge of the Profound Clear sect's disciples' education. At the same time, he was also the head of the Profound Clear sect's scripture hall. The scripture hall was where all of the Profound Clear sect's secret scriptures were stored. It was very important. This Great Elder was also the oldest Great Elder in the sect. The reason why he was still a nascent soul expert wasn't because he wasn't strong enough. It was because an enemy infiltrated the Profound Clear sect and wanted to steal a secret scripture from the scripture hall. The Great Elder was discovered by the enemy. With his nascent soul strength, he fought against the transcending tribulation expert. In the end, he was seriously injured. However, he managed to break free from the enemy. However, he was seriously injured. From then on, it was impossible for him to advance to the transcending tribulation stage. Because of this, his status in the profound clear sect was very high. Even some of the supreme elders had to give him face. Additionally, he has been responsible for giving lectures to the core disciples and distributing secret scriptures. It can be said that he was half a master to the core disciples. Naturally, his status in the profound clear sect was very special. Seeing the great elder speak, Xianxia and Feng Beiming couldn't help but feel embarrassed. This was because they couldn't afford to offend this great elder. They needed to consider all aspects of the matter. Zhao Hai looked at the great elder. At the same time, he noticed Xianxia and Feng Beiming's attitude. He didn't care about it, he just smiled faintly and said, "The great elder is right. The profound clear sect is a big sect. Being able to meet sect master Xianxia and the others is already a blessing of 3 lifetimes. There's no need for the great elder to warn me." Zhao Hai's words were soft but hard. He rebutted the great elder's words. Moreover, Zhao Hai's words made the great elder seem petty. When the first elder heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. He angrily said, "Brat, what did you say?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I mean, it is my honor to meet the sect master and the elders. You don't have to remind me again." As soon as Zhao Hai's words came out, the elders immediately exploded. Zhao Hai's words were like a slap to their faces. They had always been arrogant and proud, so how could they endure this? The great elder's face turned blue. It took some time for him to calm down. He coldly snorted as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young man, you don't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. Today, I'll teach you the rules. Zhao Hai, I heard that your strength is good. Our profound clear sect's disciples want to see your strength. I wonder if you dare to accept the challenge." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I've heard that the profound clear sect is an orthodox sect in the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai wants to learn a thing or two." The great elder's beard fluttered as he laughed and said, "Good, good, good. Young people nowadays are getting more and more courageous. I wonder what Daoist Huang thinks." Huang Daoran looked at the great elder and said, "Young man, let him know the immensity of the heavens and earth." Then he turned to Feng Beiming. Naturally, he didn't care about this matter. The great elder's eyes flashed with anger. Then he turned to Xianxia and cupped his fist, "Sect master, please allow our disciples to spar with Mr. Zhao Hai." Xianxia looked at the great elder, then he nodded and said, "Great elder can arrange it." The great elder's eyes flashed with joy. He looked at Zhao Hai and then turned to leave. After the great elder left, Zhao Hai turned to Xianxia and cupped his fist, "Sect master Xianxia, Zhao Hai has offended you today. Please don't take offense." Naturally, Xianxia knew why Zhao Hai did this. This was something he discussed with Feng Beiming. Xianxia waved his hand at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. is too polite. Comparing notes is a normal thing. There's no need for Mr. to mind." Zhao Hai turned to Huang Daoran and said, "Master, disciple wants to experience the profound clear sect's techniques." Huang Daoran waved his hand and continued talking to Feng Beiming. It seems like he didn't care about what happened. At this time, a clamor was heard from outside. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "Mister, please. Today, let Mister know that there's always someone better." Then he led Zhao Hai outside. However, Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming didn't follow. After everyone left, Huang Daoran covered the two with his shield. Then he turned to Feng Beiming and said, "Blacksmith, it seems like that old man was angered by Zhao Hai. Will this matter blow up?" Feng Beiming looked at Zhao Hai and Zhao Hai. Feng Beiming shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I've already discussed this matter with the other elders. With us suppressing the situation, nothing will happen. As long as Zhao Hai doesn't use too much force, there shouldn't be a problem." Huang Daoran nodded, then he sighed and said, "Now I know why your sect's core disciples are so arrogant. With a great elder protecting them, it's hard for them not to be arrogant." Feng Beiming smiled bitterly, then he turned to Huang Daoran and said, "Should we go out and take a look? When the time comes, we can talk. I'm worried about staying inside the room." Huang Daoran looked at Feng Beiming and said, "You're worried about Zhao Hai injuring them? Alright, let's go." The two stood up and walked towards the door. At this time, Zhao Hai was standing in the square in front of the profound clear hall. In front of him were more than 20 cultivators wearing blue robes. The ages of these cultivators varied. The oldest was 40 years old while the youngest was less than 20 years old. However, Zhao Hai also knew that you can't judge a cultivator's age by looking at their appearance. Some cultivators practice cultivation methods that can improve their appearance. If you judge a cultivator's age by looking at their appearance, then you would suffer a loss. On the other hand, Emotion was standing behind Zhao Hai like an iron tower. However, Emotion didn't know what was going on. He looked at the profound clear sex cultivators with a curious expression. Among these cultivators, there were a lot of them that he had seen before. But with his memory, he couldn't remember many of them. These cultivators were currently looking at Zhao Hai with angry expressions. It was unknown what the Great Elder said to them, but the Great Elder was now standing in front of these cultivators. The Great Elder was looking at Zhao Hai with a smile. Naturally, he wouldn't say anything good about Zhao Hai. At the same time, he was happy to teach Zhao Hai a lesson. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. Instead, he turned to Emotion and said, "Emotion, you stand in the back. I'll play with them for a bit. Don't come and help, we're just playing." When Emotion heard Zhao Hai, he thought that it was true. He scratched his head and said, "Brother Hai, why didn't you call me?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "All right, I'll call you next time. You wait in the back while I play with them. Then I'll take you to eat something delicious." When Emotion heard Zhao Hai, he quickly said, "I want to eat chicken." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, you can eat as much as you want. Be good, go to the back first." Emotion nodded, then he turned around and stood 10 meters behind Zhao Hai. The cultivators also heard the conversation between Zhao Hai and Emotion. Those who knew Emotion understood that Zhao Hai was coaxing Emotion. However, those who didn't know Emotion thought that Zhao Hai was mocking them. Their expressions turned ugly. Zhao Hai looked at them, then he cupped his fist and said, "This junior brother is Zhao Hai. Today, I came to the profound clear sect to see the sect master. Fortunately, the Great Elder allowed me to exchange pointers with you. This junior brother is honored." The Great Elder looked at Zhao Hai, then he coldly snorted and said, "All right, it's useless to talk about this now. Zhao Hai, today I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you. Don't think that you're great." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I was just about to exchange pointers." The Great Elder snorted, then he turned his head to the core disciples and said, "Who wants to exchange a few moves with Zhao Hai?" Among the core disciples, someone immediately said, "Me, let me do it." Several people came forward. The Great Elder looked at these people and frowned. These people's strength was only average among the core disciples. Letting them fight with Zhao Hai made the Great Elder feel uneasy. Although the Great Elder's words made it seem like he didn't put Zhao Hai in his eyes, the Great Elder knew that Zhao Hai was able to block Huang Daoran's attack. This meant that his strength wasn't bad. Even if Huang Daoran went easy on him, he was still a transcending tribulation expert. Even a casual attack from a transcending tribulation expert would have astonishing power. For Zhao Hai to be able to block it, this in itself showed how strong Zhao Hai was. If the Great Elder sent someone weaker, then they wouldn't be Zhao Hai's opponent. Today, the Great Elder wanted to teach Zhao Hai a lesson. He didn't want to lose, otherwise, he would lose even more face. At this time, a young cultivator behind the Great Elder stood up. He cupped his fist towards the Great Elder and said, "Junior brothers, let this senior brother take the first round." Although this person looked younger than the people who stood up, he still called himself a senior brother and called them junior brothers. Moreover, these people didn't seem to object. Obviously, his status wasn't low. In the cultivation realm, senior brothers and junior brothers weren't divided by age, but by strength. If you were a senior brother last year and lost today, then you can only be a junior brother. This kind of competition was one of the driving forces for cultivators to work hard. When the cultivators saw the young cultivator stand up, they bowed and said, "Then we'll let senior brother take the first round." Then they retreated. When the Great Elder saw the young cultivator stand up, a smile appeared on his face. He nodded and said, "All right, then Lu Feiyang will take the first round." Upon hearing this name, Zhao Hai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He had heard of this Lu Feiyang before. His nickname was the Flying Catkin Sword. He was one of the most famous core disciples of the Profound Clear sect. Lu Feiyang stood up and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai as he said, Feiyang has heard of Mr.'s name. To be able to exchange pointers with Mr. today is Feiyang's honor. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Feiyang, then he smiled faintly and said, so it's the Flying Catkin Sword. Zhao Hai has also heard of Mr.'s name. It's an honor to meet Mr. today. Lu Feiyang looked at Zhao Hai and said, of course, Feiyang's name can't be compared to Mr. Mr., please. Then he waved his hand and took out a flying sword. Lu Feiyang's flying sword was very special, it was actually a flexible sword. This flexible sword was like a spirit snake that quickly swam around Lu Feiyang. It was very flexible. Zhao Hai nodded. At the same time, he waved his hand and dozens of swords appeared around him. These swords formed a sword formation that floated in front of Zhao Hai. At the same time, Zhao Hai's figure moved and slowly flew up. Lu Feiyang also slowly flew up. Generally speaking, battles between cultivators would take place in the sky. There was a distance of 100 meters between the two cultivators. The other cultivators had also flown up into the sky to create a large space for the two cultivators to fight. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Feiyang's flexible sword and was somewhat curious. This was the first time he fought with someone who used a flexible sword. It seems like Lu Feiyang had some special skills. Lu Feiyang looked at the silver swords floating in front of Zhao Hai with a dignified expression. Cultivators didn't need to face opponents who used a set of artifacts. Although a set of artifacts was strictly speaking, they were still artifacts. However, their power was much higher than a single artifact. Moreover, Zhao Hai's sword formation seemed to be very extraordinary. Lu Feiyang didn't dare to take it lightly. Lu Feiyang also paid attention to Zhao Hai. He discovered that Zhao Hai didn't have a worried expression. He just looked at Lu Feiyang's flexible sword with curiosity. Lu Feiyang's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He had heard of Zhao Hai's name a long time ago. He also knew that Zhao Hai was an ascender. An ascender only needed a few years to make such a big name. This was very surprising. But at the same time, it also showed Zhao Hai's strength. Lu Feiyang was very clear that for Zhao Hai to have such a big reputation, he certainly wasn't a simple person. His current performance could only mean one thing, he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Although Lu Feiyang was arrogant, he wasn't an idiot. When he saw Zhao Hai's performance, he couldn't help but be more careful. However, he never thought that he would lose. Therefore, when he saw Zhao Hai's performance, besides being more careful, it also made him angry. He thought that Zhao Hai was looking down on him. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Feiyang. When he saw Lu Feiyang's expression, he almost knew what he was thinking. People like Lu Feiyang who hadn't experienced much hardship couldn't hide their thoughts. Their thoughts were written all over their faces. This didn't mean that Lu Feiyang didn't kill people. He had killed people before, but because Lu Feiyang grew up in a big sect, he didn't encounter as many things as Zhao Hai. Naturally, he didn't have as much experience as Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't take it to heart. Compared to him, Lu Feiyang was just a rich second generation who hadn't experienced any hardships. They weren't worthy of his attention. Lu Feiyang wasn't as calm as Zhao Hai. After waiting for a while, he saw that Zhao Hai didn't take the initiative to attack. Lu Feiyang couldn't stay calm. He waved his hand and said, Fluttering Willow, Qi. As his voice fell, the soft sword beside him immediately flew out. As the soft sword flew out, it spun a few times. At the same time, sword lights flew out. Before long, the sky was filled with sword lights as it flew towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, Lu Feiyang waved his hand and an umbrella-shaped magic artifact flew out. The umbrella was already open and it was spinning around his body. This was a defensive magic artifact. Lu Feiyang had some experience in fighting. Naturally, he knew how to use a defensive magic artifact. However, Lu Feiyang didn't think that his attack would succeed. He just wanted to test Zhao Hai's strength. When Zhao Hai saw Lu Feiyang's attack, he smiled. He waved his hand and shouted, Pear blossoms filling the sky, Qi. Following his words, the silver flying swords in front of him immediately flew out. Then, with one sword as the center, the other swords quickly rotated, just like the petals of a pear blossom floating down from the sky. Dang! 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 Zhao Hai's sword formation collided with Lu Feiyang's soft sword. However, Lu Feiyang only had one sword, and the other sword lights were illusions. So as long as his soft sword was blocked, the sword lights would disappear. Zhao Hai's sword formation had already collided with Lu Feiyang's soft sword. However, Lu Feiyang only had one sword, and the other sword lights were illusions. So as long as his soft sword was blocked, the sword lights would disappear. Lu Feiyang knew that his attack this time had failed. However, he didn't give up. He made a sword sign and changed the attack of his sword. Zhao Hai naturally didn't hold back. He also changed his attack method. At this moment, Lu Feiyang waved his hand. A shuttle-shaped artifact flew out and attacked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled. He had already thought of this move from Lu Feiyang. In the cultivation world, except for some very poor cultivators, almost no one would use an artifact to attack an enemy. Not to mention a rich second generation like Lu Feiyang. They must have a lot of artifacts in their hands. Zhao Hai made a sword sign and the dozens of swords immediately returned to his body. They only defended and didn't attack. When Lu Feiyang saw Zhao Hai's actions, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He waved his hands and took out a few more artifacts. However, Lu Feiyang obviously had a special liking for sword-shaped artifacts. The artifacts he took out were all sword-shaped. Although some of them were different from ordinary swords, people would still think that they were swords at first glance. For example, the snake-shaped sword, curved sword, and other different types of swords were taken out. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but smile. He thought that Lu Feiyang just liked swords and that there was nothing special about it. However, he soon discovered that he was wrong. Lu Feiyang didn't just like swords. Although his swords were different, Zhao Hai didn't know what method Lu Feiyang used to make these swords cooperate. This wasn't as simple as a sword formation. These swords cooperated with each other and had different shapes. Because of this, their power wasn't small. Zhao Hai's expression became dignified. He was now sure that Lu Feiyang didn't like using sword-shaped artifacts for no reason. He must have learned some special sword formation. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. When he thought of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be more careful. The rainstorm pear sword formation was impenetrable. He was waiting to see what other methods Lu Feiyang had. Just as Zhao Hai thought, Lu Feiyang really did have a sword formation that Zhao Hai didn't know about. This sword formation was called the strange sword formation. Just like its name, it used strange sword-shaped artifacts. These strange sword-shaped artifacts were used to form a strange sword formation. Because of the shape of these swords, the formation's attacks were even more strange. The strange sword formation also had another characteristic. It wasn't a set of swords. Instead, it was a sword formation used by individual swords. In other words, this strange sword formation was somewhat similar to the stellar sword technique. At this time, Lu Feiyang had already released the 24 flying swords that he had painstakingly collected. In addition to an umbrella-shaped defensive artifact, he now needed to control a total of 25 artifacts. This was already his limit. If it wasn't for the strange sword formation's ability to reduce the consumption of spiritual power, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on. However, when the 24 swords were released, their power was also revealed. Zhao Hai felt the pressure increase. However, Zhao Hai also discovered that Lu Feiyang's sword formation didn't seem to have fought with people a few times. The coordination between the formations hadn't reached the degree of freedom. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he shouted and waved his hand. The dozens of swords around him suddenly increased to more than 100. Then Zhao Hai said, "Myriad stellar transformations, Qi." Along with Zhao Hai's voice, the more than 100 flying swords in front of him suddenly slowed down. The flying swords slowly flew forward as if a mountain was pressing down on them. But the strangest thing was that the flying swords gave off a peculiar feeling. It was as if the swords weren't swords, but mountains, meteorites, and planets. Although they were moving slowly, they were as stable as mountains. They were unstoppable. Lu Feiyang was stunned when he saw Zhao Hai take out so many swords. Then he looked at the imposing aura of the swords. His expression couldn't help but turn solemn. He immediately commanded the 24 swords to attack Zhao Hai. He had been on the offensive all this time. If he were to take a defensive stance, then he wouldn't be willing. But when his swords flew into Zhao Hai's sword formation, he suddenly discovered that the swords weren't under his control. They seemed to be attracted by Zhao Hai's swords. It was as if Zhao Hai's swords had a huge magnetic field. Lu Feiyang's expression changed. He tried to control his flying swords. At the same time, he wanted to take his flying swords out of Zhao Hai's sword formation. However, he soon discovered that it was already too late. Zhao Hai's sword formation sped up. His flying swords were no longer under his control. They quickly caught Zhao Hai's flying swords and stuck to Zhao Hai's flying swords. It was like a meteorite being affected by a planet's magnetic field. Lu Feiyang's face turned ashen. He knew that this situation meant that he had lost. His strongest move was this strange sword formation. Now that this strange sword formation couldn't deal with Zhao Hai, then he had no other way to deal with Zhao Hai. Now he only hoped that Zhao Hai wouldn't destroy his flying swords. One must know that he had spent a lot of effort to collect those 24 flying swords. Zhao Hai also saw Lu Feiyang's expression. He waved his hand and removed the sword formation. All the flying swords were collected. Then he kept his fist towards Lu Feiyang and said, "Mr. Lu, thank you for letting me win. Mr. Sword formation is really extraordinary. Zhao Hai admires it very much." Lu Feiyang looked at Zhao Hai and understood what Zhao Hai meant. He was very grateful to Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai wanted to destroy his flying swords, then he could have taken them away. That would have been as easy as lifting a finger. However, Zhao Hai didn't do so. This made Lu Feiyang feel grateful towards Zhao Hai. He wasn't an idiot to think that Zhao Hai wouldn't dare to destroy his flying swords or take them away. With Zhao Hai's support, even if Zhao Hai destroyed his flying swords, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Zhao Hai. Therefore, Lu Feiyang was very grateful to Zhao Hai. However, others didn't necessarily have the same idea as him. Lu Feiyang looked at Zhao Hai, then he waved his hand and took back his flying sword. Then he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "This Lu has lost. Mr. Zhao Hai's means are truly extraordinary. This Lu admires you. If there's time, I hope that Mr. can learn from you." After he said that, his figure moved and returned to the formation. However, Lu Feiyang's approach made the Great Elder somewhat dissatisfied. In his opinion, Lu Feiyang shouldn't have admitted defeat so quickly. He should have fought with all his might. Moreover, listening to Lu Feiyang's words, it seems like he wanted to get close to Zhao Hai. This was something that the Great Elder couldn't accept. He didn't give Lu Feiyang any face as he turned to the core disciple and said, "Is there anyone else who wants to exchange pointers with Mr. Zhao Hai?" Lu Feiyang wasn't a fool. When he saw the Great Elder's expression, he knew that the Great Elder was dissatisfied with him. However, he could only smile bitterly in his heart. Although the Great Elder said that Zhao Hai was unruly, Zhao Hai still had a sense of propriety. Lu Feiyang didn't destroy Zhao Hai's artifacts. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't use too much strength. If they were to fight with Zhao Hai at this time, then it wouldn't be justified. However, Lu Feiyang couldn't say anything at this time. After all, the Great Elder's identity was still there. Moreover, if he were to say anything, he would only make himself look like a joke to Huang Daoran and Zhao Hai. Although Lu Feiyang was grateful to Zhao Hai, he didn't want Zhao Hai to see the Profound Clear sect as a joke. After all of Lu Feiyang's skills came from the Profound Clear sect. However, when the Great Elder said that they would fight with Zhao Hai, these people turned silent. Although they were arrogant, they weren't fools. On the contrary, they were much smarter than ordinary people. They knew that Lu Feiyang's strength was at the peak of their strength. If even Lu Feiyang was defeated, then there was no need to talk about them. When they thought of this, nobody dared to make a move. When the Great Elder saw this, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. His face turned even uglier as he said, "What? No one dares?" His words were a bit harsh. One had to know that if a cultivator lost their courage, then they would not be able to advance for the rest of their lives. This time, it was everyone's turn to look unsightly. Just as they were about to make a move, a voice was suddenly heard from behind, "Who dares to cause trouble in the Profound Clear sect? Let me, Jingguan, deal with him." This voice wasn't very loud, but there was an indescribable wildness in it. Moreover, those words seemed to carry an aura that made people shudder. When the people from the profound clear sect heard this voice, their expressions couldn't help but loosen. Then they took the initiative to open a path. Even Lu Feiyang had a look of admiration on his face as he stepped aside. A red figure slowly flew out from behind the crowd. This person's speed wasn't very fast, but his body exuded an astonishing aura. It was like an unsheathed sword that was pointed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also looked at this person. This was the first time he saw someone in the profound clear sect who didn't wear navy blue robes. This person was wearing red robes. And with his aura as well as his name, Zhao Hai was able to determine this person's identity. Zhongguan, nicknamed Xingtu, was a core disciple of the profound clear sect. He was one of the 10 prodigies. Although his ranking wasn't clear, one thing was certain, he was in the top 5. Zhao Hai looked at Zhongguan and smiled faintly. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Zhao Hai has seen Mr. Zhongguan." Zhongguan didn't appreciate it. He knew that his momentum was at its peak. If he saluted Zhao Hai, then his momentum would be gone. Because of this, he didn't return the salute. He continued to move towards Zhao Hai. Zhongguan was a scheming person. He had been here for a long time, but he had been watching from the back. He knew that Zhao Hai was very strong, so he was the last one to start. He wanted to overwhelm Zhao Hai with his momentum. Only in this way would he have a chance to win. Zhongguan was a scheming person. He had been waiting for Zhao Hai for a long time. Zhongguan knew that in a life-and-death battle, he might not be able to kill Lu Feiyang. At most, he would be able to injure Lu Feiyang. It was impossible for him to kill Lu Feiyang. It was also impossible for him to defeat Lu Feiyang like Zhao Hai. He wasn't strong enough to do that. Because of this, he believed that Zhao Hai's strength was higher than his. However, he had recently completed a major event. This allowed him to have a greater chance of winning against Zhao Hai. Zhongguan coldly snorted, then he said, "Don't waste your breath. Take this." Then he waved his hand as a yellow broadsword appeared beside him. This broadsword was Zhongguan's famous judge, the Wild Sand Blade. When Zhongguan made his debut, he was famous for the Wild Sand Blade and the Wild Sand Blade technique. Naturally, the Wild Sand Blade wasn't his life source artifact. In fact, people from great sects rarely chose their life source artifact too quickly. This would be very detrimental to their future cultivation. Like Zhongguan and the others, almost all of them had been eating various kinds of pills since they were young. Because of this, their cultivation progressed very quickly. However, this also caused their foundations to be unstable. If they were to determine their life source artifact too early, then their personality would be affected by it. This would be even more disadvantageous to their cultivation. In addition, these large sects attached great importance to their disciples' life source instruments. When they wanted to refine their life source instruments and what kind of life source instruments they wanted to refine, they had to communicate with the sect. Unless there was a special situation, they were not allowed to refine their own life source instruments in private. It was not easy for a large sect to nurture a core disciple. Just the cost of various cultivation resources was an astronomical figure. In order to prevent these disciples from delaying their cultivation because of their life origin instrument, the large sect had very strict requirements for these core disciples' life origin instruments. However, this didn't mean that the artifacts Zhongguan used weren't good. In fact, cultivating in a great sect would bring a lot of benefits that rogue cultivators couldn't imagine. When large sects nurtured core disciples, they would choose a cultivation method for each level up. For example, when Zhongguan reached the nascent soul stage, he chose to cultivate the Wild Sand Saber technique, which had a very powerful attack power. When the sect knew that he had chosen the Wild Sand Saber technique, they gave him the Wild Sand Saber. Although the Wild Sand Blade wasn't his life source artifact, it was very compatible with his cultivation method. When he used the Wild Sand Blade technique with the Wild Sand Blade, his attack power would increase by a certain degree. This was a treatment that only great sects would have. If it was a rogue cultivator who had finally obtained a powerful attack method, he would immediately practice it. However, it was simply impossible for him to find an instrument that was completely compatible with this cultivation method. Thus, when facing an enemy, he would not be able to display 100% of the combat effectiveness of this cultivation method. This was the difference between a rogue cultivator and a sect disciple. For example, the first core disciple of the Profound Clear sect, the sect would equip them with several artifacts. However, the sect would only equip them with a few artifacts, not too many. The sect would also give them missions to go out and try to find artifacts. If you can find 100, then it would be better. If you can only find one, then it would mean that you were incompetent. In fact, this was a variable that allowed the disciples to go out and fight with others. This way, the disciples would be able to gain experience in the process of fighting. However, because the time limit was too long, the core disciples of the great sects who went out to train were no different from going out for a stroll in the garden. The missions they took weren't dangerous, but the rewards were great. This allowed them to easily complete the missions and obtain rewards. But this was tantamount to harming the core disciples. They would be able to complete the missions easily. Sometimes, they wouldn't even need to fight. This way, they wouldn't have much combat experience and wouldn't have the effect of training. Secondly, it increased their arrogance. These core disciples would think that they could do whatever they want with their status in the Profound Clear sect. Because of this, the core disciples' combat strength would inevitably decline. On the other hand, Jingguan was an anomaly in the Profound Clear sect. He liked to kill, his combat experience was very rich, and his mind was very deep. Because of this, his combat strength could be considered high among the core disciples of the Profound Clear sect. However, it wasn't necessarily true that he had a lot of hard battles. The missions that the Profound Clear sect gave the core disciples weren't too dangerous. Even if he wanted to fight hard, it would be impossible. Moreover, the name of the Profound Clear sect was very useful. Because of this, Jingguan's combat experience was very rich. However, he couldn't force himself to smile. Seeing Jingguan make a move, Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't be polite. He waved his hand as 100 swords appeared in front of him. He was still using the rainstorm pair sword formation. Seeing Zhao Hai take out the flying swords, Jingguan couldn't help but coldly snort. Then he waved his hand and shouted, "Yellow sand rolling, chi." Along with his voice, the wild sand blade beside him slashed towards Zhao Hai. When the blade moved, it was as if 10,000 miles of yellow sand were rolling towards Zhao Hai. Its momentum was astonishing. Zhao Hai raised his eyebrows as he loudly shouted, "Rainstorm gale, chi." Following his words, the hundreds of flying swords turned into a ball of sword light. Like a storm, they went straight for Jingguan's saber. The two balls of sword and saber with astonishing momentum collided in the blink of an eye. A thunderous sound was heard as the two groups of sword lights separated. Zhao Hai's expression didn't change as he calmly looked at Jingguan. On the other hand, Jingguan's face was flushed red. He looked at Zhao Hai as he laughed and said, good Zhao Hai. You really have some skill. Take my move, wild sand filling the sky, chi. Zhao Hai also laughed and said, good, I was just about to ask for your advice. Rainstorm blowing flowers, chi. The sword formation carried an indomitable aura as it went straight towards Jingguan's blade. Boom! A louder sound was heard as astral chi spread out from the center of the battle. That's right, it was astral chi. This was Jingguan's secret weapon, astral chi. During this time, Jingguan took the opportunity to go out and train. He went to the yellow sand beast planet and condensed astral chi into his body. Moreover, he succeeded. His attack just now contained astral chi. He wanted to use astral chi to make Zhao Hai suffer a loss. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Hai's liquid silver staff already had astral chi and evil chi. Now, it also had faith power. Although Zhao Hai didn't use these things to increase his attack power, it was still impossible for others to use astral chi or evil chi to attack Zhao Hai. Therefore, Jingguan's astral chi was directly blocked by liquid silver. When the astral chi scattered, everyone felt it. The Great Elder's expression couldn't help but change. He thought that Zhao Hai was using astral chi to attack. At this time, Zhao Hai's voice was heard, so Mr. has already condensed astral chi into his body. Good, I'm impressed. Let's have some fun. With his words, the 100 flying swords returned to his side. Zhao's face sank. Zhongguan had used astral qi without saying a word, which angered Zhao. Astral qi attacks weren't as simple as just strengthening the attack. Once the astral qi attacks into the body, the consequences would be very serious. Zhao's face turned dark. Zhongguan used astral qi to attack. This time, Zhao Hai was entrusted by Feng Beiming to teach Zhongguan and the others a lesson. Therefore, when he fought Lu Feiyang, he was merciful. He didn't use any strength at all. However, Zhongguan used astral qi without saying anything. This time, he used astral qi to compare notes. It was clear that he wanted to injure Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai was an ordinary cultivator, then he would have been defeated. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai was angry. The two weren't fighting to the death, so using this method was despicable. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the great elder's expression couldn't help but change. These core disciples didn't condense astral qi into their bodies. This was something that they knew. Although it was best to condense astral qi in the foundation establishment stage, the Profound Clear sect had a secret technique that allowed people to condense astral qi in the nascent soul stage. Moreover, the success rate would be higher. They were planning to find a time to lead everyone to condense astral energy into their bodies. This way, with the help of the sect elders, the success rate of condensing astral energy into their bodies would be greatly increased. Even if they failed, they would not suffer any injuries. It was much safer than condensing astral energy by themselves. It wasn't easy to train a core disciple, and it was precisely because of this that every step had to be taken carefully. If Zhongguan really did condense astral qi into his body, then it would mean that he had sneaked in by himself. Although Zhongguan appeared here safe and sound, the great elder still wasn't happy. This was because Zhongguan's actions were too reckless. However, how to punish Zhongguan was a matter for the future. Right now, the great elder was concerned about whether Zhongguan could use astral qi to defeat Zhao Hai. Zhongguan looked at Zhao Hai with a dignified expression. He used astral qi to attack Zhao Hai. He wanted to use this opportunity to injure Zhao Hai. This way, he would have a chance to win. But now, it seems like it didn't have any effect. This made him look at Zhao Hai even more. At the same time, he had a better understanding of Zhao Hai's strength. He also understood that Zhao Hai had condensed astral qi, and this was something that he didn't want to see. If Zhao Hai also condensed astral qi, then it meant that Zhao Hai would be even more difficult to deal with. Zhongguan discovered that his chances of defeating Zhao Hai had dropped even lower. Huang Daoran calmly looked at the battle between Zhao Hai and Zhongguan. He was very confident in Zhao Hai's strength. In his opinion, even if Zhongguan used a lot of means, he still wouldn't be a match for Zhao Hai. When everyone thought that he was holding back against Zhao Hai, Huang Daoran knew that he didn't hold back against Zhao Hai. Even so, he wasn't able to defeat Zhao Hai. From this, one could imagine how formidable Zhao Hai was. After Zhao Hai came out of seclusion, he said that he was studying Buddhist techniques. However, Zhao Hai hadn't used any Buddhist techniques so far. Instead, he used the rainstorm pair sword formation as well as another sword formation that Huang Daoran didn't know about. However, these two sword formations were already very powerful in the hands of Zhao Hai. Naturally, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to reveal his cards so quickly. In other words, Zhao Hai hadn't used his full strength yet. Moreover, Huang Daoran knew that Zhao Hai had condensed astral energy and evil energy into his body. However, he didn't use astral energy or evil energy. This made Huang Daoran understand that not only was Zhao Hai not using his full strength, he wasn't even using 50% of his strength. After thinking about this, Huang Daoran couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, he didn't know what to say. It seems like every time he saw Zhao Hai, his strength would increase. Although Zhao Hai hadn't reached transcending tribulation, Huang Daoran had no choice but to recognize that he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage against Zhao Hai. It would be impossible for him to force Zhao Hai into a difficult situation like last time. After thinking about this, Huang Daoran couldn't help but sigh. Feng Beiming was standing beside Huang Daoran. He looked at Huang Daoran and said, "Musclehead, what's wrong? Why are you sighing?" Huang Daoran looked at the field, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Accepting a genius disciple isn't a good thing. Zhao Hai's strength has increased a lot. If I were to fight him now, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to win." Feng Beiming stared. He knew about the battle between Zhao Hai and Huang Daoran. To be honest, although Huang Daoran said that he didn't hold back, Feng Beiming didn't believe it. Now that he heard Huang Daoran, Feng Beiming couldn't help but stare. Huang Daoran turned to Feng Beiming, then he smiled bitterly and said, "You might not believe it, but the torrential pear sword was taught to little Hai by me. It has only been 7 days since I gave him the torrential pear sword. Look at him now, it's as if he's been learning it for decades. You might not know this, but I originally wanted little Hai to use the torrential pear sword as his main offensive method. But now, he's only using it as an ordinary offensive method. When he fought Lu Feiyang, he used a powerful sword formation that I haven't seen before. But as far as I know, this sword formation isn't his strongest offensive method. In the past few years, little Hai has been practicing Buddhist cultivation methods. I'm afraid that this might be his last resort. Moreover, little Hai has already condensed astral qi and evil energy into his body. But now, he's not using any of these. From these points, it can be seen that he's just playing around. With the strength he's showing right now, do you think I would be able to win against him?" Feng Beiming looked at Feng Beiming and smiled bitterly. "You might not believe it, but the torrential pear sword was taught to little Hai by me." Feng Beiming stared. Although he had some contact with Zhao Hai, he didn't really fight him. Therefore, he didn't know much about Zhao Hai. Now that he heard Zhao Hai, he understood what Huang Daoran meant. Thinking about Zhao Hai's strength, Feng Beiming couldn't help but shudder. With Zhao Hai's current strength, Feng Beiming was afraid that he wouldn't have a good time fighting him. Feng Beiming was stronger than Zhao Hai. After all, he had the support of the profound clear sect. However, he wasn't that much stronger. And with Zhao Hai's current strength, even Feng Beiming wasn't confident in defeating Zhao Hai. Moreover, Zhao Hai was a spatial divergent ability user. If Zhao Hai wanted to leave, nobody would be able to stop him. In this case, it was impossible for Feng Beiming to deal with Zhao Hai. Such a person was too dangerous. If Zhao Hai were to become a transcending tribulation expert one day, how strong would he be? Thinking of this, Feng Beiming couldn't help but sigh. He felt that he had suffered a blow. Compared to Zhao Hai, could he still be called a genius? At this time, Zhao Hai and Jingguan began to fight again. This time, Jingguan didn't dare to be careless. He waved his hands as several artifacts appeared around him. There were offensive and defensive artifacts. It seems like Jingguan knew that he wouldn't be Zhao Hai's opponent by relying on the yellow sand saber. Zhao Hai didn't care. He didn't even use astral qi. The difference in strength between the two was too big. Even if he didn't use astral qi, he would still be able to deal with Jingguan easily. Although Zhao Hai was angry that Jingguan used astral qi to attack him, he also knew that he couldn't go too far. After all, he had Feng Beiming's face. Even if he didn't care about other people's faces, he still had to give Feng Beiming face. Because of this idea, Zhao Hai didn't take the initiative to attack. Instead, he coldly looked at Jingguan. Although he couldn't deal a heavy blow to Jingguan, Zhao Hai still decided to teach Jingguan a lesson. Jingguan couldn't wait for too long. His attack wasn't successful. His momentum had weakened a lot. If he waited for his momentum to dissipate, then he wouldn't be Zhao Hai's opponent. After thinking about this, Jingguan immediately commanded several artifacts to attack Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was still using the rainstorm pear sword formation. Jingguan was still using astral qi, but it didn't affect Zhao Hai at all. After fighting for more than 10 rounds, Zhao Hai felt that it was about time. His eyes narrowed as he formed a sword seal and changed his attack into the Stellar Sword Technique's 10,000 Transformation Sword Formation. When Zhao Hai changed the sword formation, Jingguan couldn't block it. After all, the Stellar Sword Formation was the same as Lu Feijian's Strange Sword Formation. Each sword was a separate artifact. Naturally, the attack power would be multiplied. Although the 100 swords didn't change, Zhao Hai was using a set of artifacts to fight against Jingguan's artifacts. But now, it was different. Zhao Hai was using 100 artifacts to fight against Jingguan's artifacts. Naturally, Jingguan was at a disadvantage. In a short time, the attacking and defending sides changed positions. Zhao Hai went from the defending side to the attacking side. On the other hand, Jingguan went from the attacking side to the defending side. Moreover, he was in a very difficult situation. When Zhao Hai saw that the time was almost up, he gave a shout and formed a sword seal. This time, he increased the attack power by 1 layer. With a bang, all of Jingguan's artifacts were sent flying. Jingguan also let out a muffled groan as his face turned pale. However, Zhao Hai didn't pursue him. Instead, he took back his artifacts and looked at Jingguan. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Mr. Jing, thank you for letting me win." At this time, Jingguan was injured. However, his injuries weren't serious. He could still move normally. However, even with the help of pills, it would take him 2 to 3 days to recover. He suffered a small loss. Jingguan also knew that Zhao Hai was being lenient. However, he didn't appreciate it. In his opinion, Zhao Hai was insulting him. He looked at Zhao Hai with fire in his eyes. Then he coldly snorted before he turned around and left without saying a word. Zhao Hai looked at Jingguan's back and sighed. He shook his head. To be honest, he was really disappointed with Jingguan's character. When Jingguan first arrived, he hid behind Zhao Hai and secretly observed him. Then he accumulated his aura and wanted to overwhelm Zhao Hai. Then during the battle, he suddenly used astral qi. Now that Zhao Hai was being lenient, Jingguan still didn't appreciate it. Instead, he looked at Zhao Hai with hatred. Compared to Lu Feiyang, Jingguan was too far behind. Such a person might go far on the path of cultivation, but he would never be able to make friends. Moreover, today's battle was just to compare notes. Otherwise, Zhao Hai would have already killed Jingguan. The Great Elder didn't know what Zhao Hai was thinking. His face was very ugly. He didn't think that even Jingguan, who condensed astral qi, wouldn't be a match for Zhao Hai. This made him even more surprised about Zhao Hai's strength. At the same time, he also regretted it. Today's matter was caused by him. He wanted to teach Zhao Hai a lesson, but now it seems that he was taught a lesson by Zhao Hai. This made him feel very uncomfortable. However, the Great Elder couldn't do anything about it. Jingguan had condensed astral qi. It can be said that Jingguan was the strongest among the disciples present. If Jingguan wasn't a match for Zhao Hai, then the others wouldn't be a match for Zhao Hai. For a while, the Great Elder was frozen in place. He didn't know what to do. At this time, a long whistle was heard. This whistle was very clear. It came from afar and was quickly approaching. Upon hearing this whistle, Zhao Hai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He could feel that the person who made the whistle was very strong, stronger than Jingguan. It seems like this person was at the peak of nascent soul stage. Upon hearing this whistle, the Great Elder's face flashed with joy. This was because he recognized this voice. It belonged to the number 1 core disciple of the Profound Clear sect, Iron Man Li Zongdao. Iron Man Li Zongdao was the number 1 core disciple of the Profound Clear sect. He was 1 meters tall and was very tall and sturdy. 20 years ago, he condensed astral qi into his body. 10 years ago, the sect gave him a life source treasure, the 7-orifice pagoda. Not only was he good at using artifacts, but he also practiced an ancient body cultivation technique of the Profound Clear sect to a very high level. His strength was boundless and his defensive power was astonishing. He was forthright and generous, and his subordinates were very tough. This made him the eldest brother of the core disciples. 5 years ago, he went out to experience the world and made a name for himself in the world of cultivation. If there was a talented core disciple of the Profound Clear sect, then there was no doubt that it was Li Zongdao. Although Li Zongdao was wandering outside, he would return to the sect every once in a while to report his situation to the sect. At the same time, he would hand over some of the things he had obtained outside to the sect in exchange for some things he needed. Then, he would go out to explore. Today, he just returned to the sect and heard about Zhao Hai's matter. Because of this, he rushed over. Because he was afraid that Zhao Hai would leave, he issued a whistle in advance as a challenge. Li Zongdao's status among the core disciples was special. Because of his strength and his forthrightness, his status in the hearts of the core disciples was very high. He even surpassed the elders. It can be said that he was the idol of the core disciples of the Profound Clear sect. When the Great Elder heard the roar, he let out a long breath, then a smile appeared on his face. Zhao Hai's expression didn't change as he stood there, he wanted to see who it was that had come. Although Li Zongdao was very famous in the Profound Clear sect, Zhao Hai had only heard of his name. He hadn't seen him before. Naturally, it was impossible for him to know who it was just by hearing his voice. Soon, Li Zongdao arrived at the square. As soon as Xianxia School's core disciples saw Li Daozong, they immediately forgot about Zhao Hai and all went up to greet him. They kept calling him eldest martial brother and eldest martial brother. Zhao Hai looked at Li Zongdao, who was surrounded by the crowd, and couldn't help but secretly praise him. Li Zongdao wasn't wearing a cultivator's robe. Instead, he wore a sleeveless warrior's robe. He wore a pair of leather boots on his feet. His fiery red hair stood up straight. He looked very spirited. Additionally, he had a height of 2.1 meters. Because he practiced martial arts for many years, he had strong muscles. His dark skin had a metallic luster to it. His entire body exuded a valiant aura. At this time, he was talking to the core disciples of the Profound Clear sect. His laughter was loud and clear. Anyone who saw him couldn't help but praise him. He was a real man. After greeting these people, Li Zongdao turned his head to the great elder, Xianxia, and Feng Beiming to give a salute. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai was still standing there, calmly looking at Li Zongdao. Zhao Hai had heard of Li Zongdao. Li Zongdao was the banner of the Profound Clear sect in the Cultivation realm. When people mentioned the Profound Clear sect, they would mention Li Zongdao. Li Zongdao has been in the Cultivation realm for more than 30 years. He had experienced hundreds of battles. There were wins and losses. But without exception, even his opponents held him in high regard. They thought that he was a person worth befriending. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very curious about Li Zongdao. After Li Zongdao gave his greetings to Feng Beiming and the others, he flew towards Zhao Hai and looked at Zhao Hai. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Zhao Hai's name, this Li Zongdao has heard of it. I heard that Mr. Zhao Hai is the machine field's #1 expert. This Li Zongdao wanted to meet you. I didn't expect Mr. to come to the Profound Clear sect today. This Li Zongdao has saved a lot of trouble." Zhao Hai smiled faintly at Li Zongdao, then he cupped his fist and said, "I've also heard of Li Zongdao's name. I heard that Mr. is forthright and likes to make friends. Zhao Hai has wanted to make friends with Mr. for a long time. However, Mr. is from the Cultivation realm and rarely goes to the machine field. Therefore, I haven't had the opportunity to do so. Today, I came to the Profound Clear sect to accompany my master and also to see the sect master. I didn't expect to see Brother Zongdao here. What a pleasant surprise." Li Zongdao laughed and said, "I heard that Mr. also likes to make friends. You have a lot of friends in the machine field. This is very similar to Zongdao. It's my honor to be able to exchange pointers with Mr. today. What do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's my wish. I wouldn't dare ask." Li Zongdao laughed and said, "All right, then I'll have to offend Mr." After he said that, Li Zongdao didn't take out his magic artifact. Instead, he put his fists together and assumed a stance. Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled faintly. He also didn't take out his magic artifact. Instead, he assumed a stance. However, he didn't use any Buddhist techniques. Instead, he used the stellar body tempering fist. Li Zongdao looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but stare. Then he laughed and said, "Mr. should think about it carefully. Zongdao has specialized in body techniques before. I'm very familiar with body techniques. My body techniques aren't any worse than magic artifacts. If Mr. hasn't learned body techniques, then it's best if you don't fight with Zhao Hai." When Zhao Hai heard Li Zongdao, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "I'll let Mr. know that I've also learned body techniques. It's just that I haven't met a body cultivator before. Today, I'll be able to fight with Mr. using body techniques. Mr. can rest assured." When Li Zongdao heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he laughed and said, "That's great. Ever since I started cultivating body techniques, I've been looking for a body cultivator to fight. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to find a body cultivator in the world of cultivation. I didn't expect Mr. to also be a body cultivator. Good, I'll fight with Mr. to my heart's content today." After he said that, Li Zongdao let out a loud shout and sent out a punch. Zhao Hai discovered that Li Zongdao's punch was somewhat strange. Li Zongdao didn't send out a punch. Instead, he took a step forward and used spatial shrinking. In the blink of an eye, Li Zongdao appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Then he sent a punch towards Zhao Hai's head. He actually wanted to fight with Zhao Hai in close combat. Although Zhao Hai was stunned, he immediately reacted. He raised his hand and sent a punch towards Li Zongdao. Li Zongdao's other hand blocked Zhao Hai's fist as he sent out a kick. Zhao Hai blocked with his foot and sent out a punch. Just like that, the two of them exchanged punches and kicks. Seeing the way the two of them fought, the others couldn't help but be stunned. There were still a few body cultivators in the world of cultivation. However, those body cultivators generally used their fists to send out energy to attack from a distance. There were very few who would engage in close combat. This was because close combat was too dangerous. One wrong move would result in death or injury. Therefore, very few people would engage in close combat. But the two of them engaged in close combat. Moreover, their moves were very exquisite. For a moment, it was hard to tell who would win. As for the others, they were sweating profusely because the two's attacking methods were too powerful. If they were in Yi Shiwen's place, they would probably be defeated in 2 or 3 moves. At this time, Lu Feiyang looked at Zhao Hai in the field and couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his head. Besides today, he hadn't fought with Zhao Hai. However, he still knew a few things about Zhao Hai. He knew that Zhao Hai was a space-divergent ability user. He could freely travel through space. He really didn't care too much about it before. In his opinion, this ability didn't have much use except for escaping and sneak attacks. But after seeing the fight between Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao, Lu Feiyang understood that if Zhao Hai used his space-divergent ability to suddenly appear beside him, then he would lose faster. Moreover, he wouldn't even have the chance to escape. This was what Lu Feiyang thought. Those who were slow to react didn't think about it. They only felt that the fight between Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao was very thrilling. They didn't think too much about it. Huang Daoran looked at the battle and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then he turned to Feng Beiming and said, "Blacksmith, that kid Zongdao is really a battle maniac. His martial arts have reached this level. I'm afraid that even this old man wouldn't be his opponent in close combat." Feng Beiming looked at Huang Daoran and smiled bitterly. The reason why Huang Daoran sighed was because Li Zongdao's punches and kicks were partly thanks to him. Feng Beiming was the profound clear sex great elder. He was responsible for teaching disciples. Although Li Zongdao wasn't his disciple, Feng Beiming liked Li Zongdao very much. He also taught Li Zongdao for a while. Later on, he heard that Li Zongdao liked to study cultivation techniques as well as punches and kicks. Therefore, Feng Beiming asked Huang Daoran to teach Li Zongdao his punches and kicks. Li Zongdao himself studied the profound clear sex cultivation techniques. With Huang Daoran's help, Li Zongdao was able to reach the next level. Feng Beiming smiled bitterly and said, "I heard that this kid has been using cultivation techniques and martial arts in recent years. It seems like this kid likes this style of fighting. Now that I think about it, I really regret it. If I knew that he likes this, then I wouldn't have chosen the 7-orifice exquisite pagoda as his core artifact. It would be better to give him something like Mo Xing's defensive armor." Feng Beiming smiled bitterly and said, "That's right." While he said that, Feng Beiming couldn't help but turn his head to look at Mo Xing. Upon seeing Mo Xing, Feng Beiming couldn't help but smile bitterly. Mo Xing was already bored and went to sleep. Now, his snores were even louder. The battle in the field didn't attract his attention at all. Huang Daoran also looked at Mo Xing, who was sleeping soundly. He smiled faintly and said, "This silly kid is really blessed. He can sleep whenever he wants." Feng Beiming smiled bitterly and said, "It's hard to find someone as pure as him. It's a pity that no one likes him except for Zhao Hai." While the two were talking, Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao had already fought more than 100 moves. Both of them were using their fists and kicks in close combat. They didn't dare to be careless with their moves. This kind of close combat was the most dangerous. If they were careless, then they wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. After fighting for a while, they discovered that they couldn't do anything to each other. They couldn't help but intensify their attacks. Using fists and kicks in the air was different from using them on the ground. In the air, one could be attacked from all directions. There were more ways to attack, and the danger of being hit was also greater. Because of this, the two were extra careful. Although each of their moves were dangerous, they still maintained a clear state of mind. They didn't use too much force, nor did they use any underhanded moves. Both of them weren't that kind of people. At the same time, they also understood that this wasn't a fight to the death. But even so, no one dared to take it lightly. This was because they discovered that the other party's fists and kicks were very familiar. If they didn't use their full strength, then they would be defeated. The people around them were attracted by the battle between the two. They never knew that close combat could be so powerful and dangerous. For a moment, they were dazzled. Zhao Hai saw that he couldn't continue like this. He changed his moves and no longer used the stellar body-tempering fist. Although this fist technique was exquisite, it wasn't the most orthodox fist technique. At this time, Zhao Hai used the subduing tiger fist. However, he didn't use any Buddhist techniques. He still used his spiritual qi to use the subduing tiger fist. If you don't practice your martial arts, you'll end up with nothing. This sentence fully explained that if a set of martial arts didn't have the corresponding martial arts to complement it, then it would just be an empty shell. And now, Zhao Hai was using the spiritual energy in his body to use the taming tiger fist. It can be said that the taming tiger fist only had the form and not the spirit. But even so, just the taming tiger fist's exquisiteness was enough for Zhao Hai to deal with this battle. Sure enough, when Zhao Hai changed his martial arts, Li Zongdao couldn't keep up and slowly fell into a disadvantageous position. Zhao Hai's impression of Li Zongdao increased greatly. When Li Zongdao fought, he was always upright and didn't use any evil techniques. Besides making Zhao Hai have a good impression of him, Zhao Hai was also surprised. He couldn't understand how a person like Li Zongdao could survive in the world of cultivation. This was too strange. The world of cultivation could be said to be a group of tigers and wolves. Here, no one paid attention to being upright and upright. No matter what method was used to kill someone, it was a good method. For the people of the world of cultivation, being upright and upright was something that only fools would talk about. However, when Li Zongdao fought with others, he was upright and didn't use any underhanded methods. For such a person to be able to make such a big name in the cultivation realm and not be destroyed, this was really strange. However, Zhao Hai now understood why people in the world of cultivation would say that Li Zongdao was a person worth befriending. Although Li Zongdao resisted with all his strength, he still couldn't block Zhao Hai's taming tiger fist. Zhao Hai was only using Li Zongdao as a test, he didn't even use his taming dragon kick. After more than a dozen moves, Li Zongdao no longer had any strength to fight back. Looking at this situation, Li Zongdao knew that he wasn't Zhao Hai's opponent. He suddenly made 2 moves before jumping out of the encirclement. Then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and laughed, "Mister's methods are really good. Zongdao isn't your opponent. If I have time, I'll exchange pointers with Mister." Upon hearing Li Zongdao, the great elder's expression completely changed. Li Zongdao was the #1 core disciple of the profound clear sect. If he wasn't Zhao Hai's opponent, then there was no need to talk about the others. It seems like the great elder's face would be lost today. When Zhao Hai heard Li Zongdao's words, he smiled faintly and cupped his fist towards Li Zongdao. "Mister's strength has also exceeded my expectations. Today, Mister and I have gotten along quite well. I would like to invite Mister for a drink. What do you think?" When Li Zongdao heard Zhao Hai, he stared for a moment. Then he laughed and said, "Then I'll respectfully accept." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he turned to Xianxia and cupped his fist. "Sect Master Xianxia, I've done what I needed to do. I've also said what I needed to say. I want to have a little chat with Brother Zong. I hope Sect Master Xianxia can agree." Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai with a complicated expression. But he still nodded and said, "Mister, please do as you wish. I still have some matters to deal with, so I won't accompany you." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "I wouldn't dare trouble the sect master." After he said that, he flew towards Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming and bowed, "Master, Martial Uncle, I want to invite Brother Zong to Martial Uncle's cave residence for a few cups of wine. I hope Master and Martial Uncle will agree." Feng Beiming smiled faintly and said, "Kid, go. Prepare some wine. I'll take care of things here. Musclehead, you go with them first. Huang Daoran nodded. Then he turned to Xianxia and the other elders and cupped his fist. Then he led Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao to fly forward. First, they went to Emoshing's side and called him up. This fellow was so bored that he was sleeping. His snores were earth-shattering. However, the people of the profound clear sect knew his character, so nobody said anything. Zhao Hai woke Emoshing up. When Emoshing opened his eyes and saw Zhao Hai, he immediately jumped up and said, "Big brother, he's not playing with them? I'm hungry." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, let's go eat." Emoshing happily nodded. Then Zhao Hai followed Huang Daoran as they flew towards Feng Beiming's residence. On the other hand, Li Zongdao was puzzled as he looked at Emoshing. He didn't know much about Emoshing. Although he studied under Feng Beiming for some time, Emoshing was always cultivating outside. Li Zongdao and Emoshing didn't meet each other. And in the past few years, Li Zongdao had been wandering outside and rarely returned to the sect. Therefore, he didn't know about Emoshing's existence. Zhao Hai looked at Li Zongdao and Emoshing, then he smiled and said, "This is brother Emoshing, Martial Uncle Feng's disciple. But his mind is too simple. Martial Uncle Feng wanted me to take him out this time." When Zhao Hai said this, Li Zongdao immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. He looked at Emoshing and saw that Emoshing wasn't paying attention to him at all. He was like a child as he followed Zhao Hai. Although Emoshing was taller and stronger than Li Zongdao, his actions were like that of a child. Li Zongdao didn't say anything. Before long, the three of them arrived at Feng Beiming's residence. After entering the lounge, Li Zongdao couldn't help but curiously ask Zhao Hai, "Mr. Zhao Hai, I have a question that has been very strange. I hope Mr. can clear it up for me." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Brother Zong doesn't need to be polite. You can just call me Little Hai. I'll call you Brother Zong. You and I have similar temperaments, it can be considered fate. If you have anything to say, then don't hesitate." Li Zongdao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "All right, then I won't be polite. You don't need to call me Brother Zong. Since I'm older than you, you can just call me Brother Dao." When Zhao Hai heard Li Zongdao, he quickly replied, "I'll call you Brotherly. Brotherly, what do you want to ask?" Upon hearing Li Zongdao calling him Brother Dao, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He wasn't Black Panther, so it would be better if he didn't call Li Zongdao brother. Li Zongdao didn't seem to care about this title. He nodded and said, "All right. Little Hai, I don't think you're a domineering person. Why did you have a conflict with the Great Elder? And why did you have to resort to force?" When Zhao Hai heard Li Zongdao, he couldn't help but smile. Then he turned his head to Huang Daoran. Huang Daoran nodded. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Actually, today's matter was arranged by Martial Uncle Feng. It can be said that Martial Uncle Feng and Sect Master Xianxia were the ones who arranged it." Li Zongdao stared, he was puzzled and said, "Why is that?" Before he finished speaking, he paused. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Is it to suppress the arrogance of those kids?" Zhao Hai kept his fist towards Li Zongdao and said, "Sure enough, I can't hide it from Brother Li." At this time, Emotion pulled Zhao Hai's clothes and said, "Brother, I'm hungry." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he turned his hand and took out a jug of wine. Then he took out a fat chicken and gave it to Emotion. Emotion took it and ate it, he didn't care about the others. Zhao Hai took out a few jugs of wine, a few side dishes, and a fat chicken. Then he turned to Huang Daoran and said, "Master, Brother Li, please." Huang Daoran nodded. Li Zongdao looked at the chicken in Emotion's hand with a puzzled expression. Then he turned to Huang Daoran. Huang Daoran smiled faintly and said, "Try it. This is good stuff. You won't be able to eat it outside." Li Zongdao and Zhao Hai were very familiar with each other. When he heard Li Zongdao couldn't help but nod. Then he took the jade chopsticks that Zhao Hai took out and ate a mouthful of food. After eating, Li Zongdao understood why Huang Daoran said that this was good stuff. Li Zongdao put down the jade chopsticks and looked at Zhao Hai. Then he smiled faintly and said, "This is really good stuff. Little Hai, you have a lot of good things in your hands. It seems like the spirit wine was also made by you. But aren't you afraid that some people will come looking for trouble?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, if they come looking for trouble, then they'll come looking for trouble. What can I do? Martial Uncle Feng asked me for a favor, how can I not do it? I can only offend them a little. Li Zongdao laughed and said, very well, little Hai, just because of your words, I will drink with you. The two of them picked up their jade cups and drank a cup of wine. Huang Daoran looked at Li Zongdao and said, Zongdao, why did you come back at this time? Is there something wrong? Li Zongdao nodded and said, Martial Uncle, I came back this time for something. Those people are looking for me. Although Li Zongdao's words didn't make any sense, Huang Daoran and Zhao Hai understood what he meant. Huang Daoran stared and said, those people are looking for you? Right, you've become quite famous recently. I reckon that they should be looking for you. When are you going? Li Zongdao replied, they told me to come back and inform the sect. Moreover, it seems like they're looking for someone. If they find someone, then we'll go together. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. Then he turned to Huang Daoran and said, Master, do you think that the person they're looking for is me? Huang Daoran nodded and said, it's very possible. If they're looking for you, then you and Zongdao should go together. You two need to look after each other. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Master, rest assured, we will. I've been waiting for them. I don't know where they'll be looking for me. Huang Daoran said, those people have a lot of eyes and ears. I think they'll find us soon. But if that's the case, then emotion won't be easy to deal with. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, I'll talk to them and see if they'll let me bring emotion in. When Huang Daoran heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but knit his brows and said, I'm afraid that won't be easy. Those people aren't easy to talk to. Moreover, it's very dangerous inside. What if something happens to emotion? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Master, don't worry. I guarantee that I'll bring emotion back unscathed. To be honest, Master brought emotion this time not only to let him practice, but also to see if we can find a suitable body cultivation method for him. If we can find it, then that would be great. Moreover, Martial Uncle Feng said that emotion would be following me in the future, so he's my brother. I'll take him with me no matter where I go. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, when Huang Daoran heard Zhao Hai, he nodded and said, all right, you don't need to do it yourself. Blacksmith and I will take care of it. Zhao Hai nodded. Huang Daoran nodded. Li Zongdao looked at Zhao Hai and said, so you're saying that you might be summoned to the 10,000 realm battlefield? Zhao Hai smiled and said, this is what Master and the others speculated. With my current strength, it's very likely that those people would summon me to the 10,000 realm battlefield. Naturally, they haven't looked for me yet. Li Zongdao laughed and said, all right, that's for the best. If they recruit you, then the two of us can explore the 10,000 realm battlefield. I've been wanting to go to the 10,000 realm battlefield for a long time. Unfortunately, I wasn't strong enough. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I only recently learned about the 10,000 realm battlefield. However, I'm also very curious about it. I'm very happy to meet the elites of the 10,000 realm battlefield. Then the two looked at each other and laughed. Huang Daoran looked at the two and smiled. However, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He felt that he was getting old. He had lost his youthful vigor. At this time, Feng Beiming came in from the outside. However, his expression was strange. Huang Daoran looked at Feng Beiming and asked, Blacksmith, what's wrong? Did something happen? Feng Beiming smiled bitterly and said, what else could it be? Those fellows came looking for us. I didn't expect them to react so quickly. Let's go, little Hai, let's go see them. Zhao Hai nodded. When Feng Beiming said this, everyone stared. They didn't expect those people to come so quickly. Zhao Hai stood up and said, all right, let's go. We can't keep them waiting. Feng Beiming nodded and then followed Zhao Hai outside. Huang Daoran, Li Zongdao, and Emoshing were also behind them. Emoshing was holding a half-eaten chicken and a jug of wine in his hand. Before long, the group arrived at the peak of the profound clear temple. They directly entered the temple and then went to the inner hall where Zhao Hai and the others were. Before they entered the hall, Zhao Hai could already hear laughter coming from inside. Feng Beiming didn't stop as he led Zhao Hai and the others into the inner hall. Upon entering the hall, Zhao Hai saw Xianxia and the Great Elder sitting inside. There were also two people sitting inside. These two people were bald monks. They wore grey robes and didn't look very eye-catching. The two of them didn't look young, they were around 50 years old. One of them had very long eyebrows that reached his chin. He had a large string of prayer beads around his neck and a small string of prayer beads in his hand. He had a kind look on his face and looked like a Buddha. The other monk was tall. He had a full beard and two broom-like eyebrows. His eyes were closed and he was also wearing a grey robe. He also had prayer beads around his neck and a string of prayer beads in his hand. He was sitting there like a mountain. He looked like an immovable Vajra. Upon seeing Feng Beiming, the two monks immediately stood up. The one with long eyebrows was still fine. As for the tall monk, he opened his eyes and looked at Zhao Hai with cold eyes. His gaze was like an angry Vajra. Nobody dared to look straight at him. He didn't know why, but when Zhao Hai saw the monk's eyes, he remembered a saying. Guan Yu doesn't open his eyes, but when he opens his eyes, he wants to kill. The monk's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. This made Zhao Hai surprised. The two of them held their palms together and said, Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen greet benefactor Feng. Feng Beiming didn't dare to be negligent, he quickly returned the greeting and said, Grandmaster Yuan Ding, Grandmaster Yuan Zhen, it just so happens that an old friend is here. You should also meet him. After he said that, Huang Daoran walked over and gave the two a salute. Daoran has seen the two grandmasters. How about we meet? When Yuan Ding saw Huang Daoran, he immediately smiled and said, Benefactor Huang, we haven't seen each other for a few years. Benefactor Huang's style is even better than before. On the other hand, Yuan Zhen gave Huang Daoran a salute and didn't say anything. However, Huang Daoran knew about Yuan Zhen's temperament, so he didn't mind. He just smiled and said, since the two grandmasters are here to receive my disciple, as his master, I naturally have to come. Yuan Ding smiled and said, Benefactor Huang is really extraordinary. Even your disciple is so good. Huang Daoran laughed and said, Grandmaster Yuan Ding is really good with words. But this time, you should speak. Little Hai is my disciple. I didn't teach him anything. Little Hai, come and greet the two grandmasters. Zhao Hai quickly walked over and bowed to the two grandmasters. Zhao Hai has seen the two grandmasters. Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen sized up Zhao Hai. Yuan Zhen was the most careful. This was because this grandmaster Yuan Zhen knew that Zhao Hai was stronger than Li Zongdao. This grandmaster Yuan Zhen practiced a Buddhist technique called the Vajra's glare. This technique was mainly used on the eyes. It was also a spiritual attack. It can make people's eyes emit killing intent. Those who were timid, those who didn't have enough spiritual force, and those who weren't strong enough would be scared stiff. Otherwise, they would be on full alert. Only true experts wouldn't care about their eyes. And Zhao Hai wasn't one of them. Because of this, Yuan Zhen was very curious about Zhao Hai. He wanted to know why a nascent soul expert wouldn't care about his Vajra's glare. Zhao Hai bowed politely under the scrutiny of the two men. There was no sign of impoliteness, nor was there any excessive behavior. Everything seemed so normal. However, there were no mediocre people in the room. Naturally, they could feel Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen's aura. To be honest, although Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen were dressed like monks, they had been fighting in the 10,000 realm battlefield for many years. Once they got serious, their killing intent would be overwhelming. However, Zhao Hai had been able to salute them calmly under their watchful gazes. This in itself spoke volumes about Zhao Hai's strength. After Zhao Hai saluted them, Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen also saluted Zhao Hai in return. Their eyes lit up. After the two sides exchanged greetings, Yuan Ding looked at Zhao Hai and said, Benefactor Zhao Hai, I'm sure Benefactor has already heard from your master about why I came here today. Then I won't say anything. Benefactor has 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, Benefactor will enter the 10,000 realm battlefield with me. Does Benefactor have any other requests? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I don't. Grandmaster can rest assured, I'll be ready in 3 days. Yuan Ding nodded and said, that would be for the best. After 3 days, we'll come here to look for Benefactor Zhao Hai. Is that all right? Jiao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll be waiting for the two grandmasters in 3 days." Yuan Ding nodded, then he turned to Li Zongdao and said, "Benefactor Li, this time you'll travel with Benefactor Jiao Hai. After 3 days, I'll come here to look for you. Is that all right?" Li Zongdao nodded and said, "That would be for the best." Yuan Ding nodded, then he turned to Jiao Hai and Li Zongdao and said, "Then we won't disturb the two benefactors any longer. We'll be taking our leave." Feng Beiming and the others didn't ask the two to stay, they just stood up to send them off. Yuan Ding and Yuan Jin turned around and left the profound clear hall. After the two left, the group returned to the inner hall. After sitting down, Feng Beiming said, "It seems like the situation in the 10,000 realm battlefield isn't good. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a hurry to recruit people. I remember that in the past, they would give people a month to prepare. Moreover, in the world of cultivation, people like Zhong Dao wouldn't be recruited. It's clear that the 10,000 realm battlefield is short on manpower. They had no choice but to recruit Zhong Dao." Huang Daoran nodded and said, "The 10,000 realm battlefield can be said to be very dangerous. Jiao Hai, Zhong Dao, you two must be careful. Also, take good care of Mo Xing." Upon hearing Huang Daoran, Feng Beiming couldn't help but stare as he said, "Mo Xing also wants to go? I'm afraid that wouldn't be good. They didn't recruit Mo Xing." Huang Daoran smiled faintly and said, "Let Mo Xing go. Jiao Hai wants to get 2 body cultivation methods for Mo Xing to practice. Also, it's good to let Mo Xing see some blood. Those people didn't recruit Mo Xing, but if we ask, Yuan Ding should agree." Feng Beiming's expression changed several times. To be honest, among all of his disciples, only the foolish Mo Xing was his favorite. Perhaps it was because Mo Xing was born a fool, but Feng Beiming had given him a lot of care and attention. However, Feng Beiming knew that it was impossible for Mo Xing to follow him all the time. It was better for Mo Xing to go out and explore. With his status, it was impossible for him to take Mo Xing out himself. Therefore, he could only have someone else do it. And now, it seems like Jiao Hai was the most suitable one. After thinking about this, Feng Beiming sighed and said, "All right, let him go. I'll take care of this matter. Jiao Hai, if you have something to do, go and take care of it. Don't forget, come back here in 3 days. Those monks aren't people you can afford to offend right now." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "All right, Martial Uncle can rest assured. I'll be back in 3 days. Master, Martial Uncle, Sect Master, Great Elder, Big Brother Li, I'll be leaving first. Mo Xing, come with me." Mo Xing nodded. He had already eaten the fat chicken. However, he still had the wine jar in his hand as he followed Jiao Hai out. After arriving outside, Jiao Hai waved his hand and the two disappeared from the profound clear hall. When Xianxia and the Great Elder saw Jiao Hai out, they couldn't help but sigh. However, the two didn't say anything as they returned to the inner hall with Feng Beiming and the others. They prepared to give Li Zongdao some good artifacts as well as some pills. This way, Li Zongdao would be able to survive. Li Zongdao didn't say anything. Instead, he went back to the inner hall with Feng Beiming and the others. On the other hand, Jiao Hai took Mo Xing back to the space. At this time, he was worried about the space. The outer perimeter of Yale 2 has been completed. And with the machine field's rear, there was no need for Jiao Hai to worry about it. Jiao Hai only needed to greet Yuan and the others. As for Mo Xing, he didn't need to worry about it. As long as he doesn't let Mo Xing speak, then Mo Xing wouldn't reveal anything about the space. Because of this, Jiao Hai was able to bring Mo Xing into the space. Upon entering the space, Laura and the others immediately greeted them. Mo Xing looked at them with a puzzled expression. Jiao Hai looked at Mo Xing and smiled. "Mo Xing, remember, these are your sisters-in-law. You need to call them sisters-in-law in the future. Treat them as you treat me. If you're hungry, just tell them." Mo Xing nodded, then he turned to Laura and the others and said, "Sisters-in-law." Laura and the others already knew about Mo Xing's situation from the space. They smiled and nodded. After that, Jiao Hai led Laura and Mo Xing into the villa. After sitting down in the villa, Jiao Hai turned to Laura and the others and smiled. "I didn't expect to enter the 10,000 realm battlefield so soon. I can't wait any longer. I'll go to Yale 2 and greet them." As for the pirate paradise and Yale too, you need to be careful. The 10,000 realm battlefield isn't the same as the 6 realms battlefield. It's best to be careful. Laura nodded and said, "Don't worry, we'll take care of these things. You can rest assured and prepare for what will happen in 3 days." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Emo Xing and turned to Kai Er. "Kai Er, arrange a room for Emo Xing. If he wants to eat, then give him something to eat. This guy can eat a lot." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Kai Er and said, "Kai Er, arrange a room for Emo Xing." Kai Er nodded and then led Emo Xing away. Although Emo Xing's brain wasn't very good, he still listened to Zhao Hai's words. He still remembered that Zhao Hai wanted him to treat Kai Er and the others as well. Because of this, he obediently followed Kai Er. Seeing Emo Xing leave, Zhao Hai's body flashed as he went to the Endless Sound Island. He greeted Yuan and the others and told them that he would be going out soon. Zhao Hai had already mentioned this matter to Yuan and the others. However, Yuan and the others didn't expect it to happen this quickly. However, they also understood that Zhao Hai wasn't in control of this matter. Because of this, they didn't say anything. They just told Zhao Hai to be careful and didn't say anything else. After Zhao Hai said a few words, he went to Xi Jingli and the others. Zhao Hai didn't have time to discuss Xingyun's matter. After all, Xingyun was busy cultivating on Yale too, so she didn't have time to think too much about it. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. Then Zhao Hai went to see Louis and told him that Yale too was now on the right track. However, most of the people living here were from the Cross-Sword Pirate group. It would be better for Louis to manage them. Additionally, the pirate paradise was also under Louis's management. Because of this, Louis was still very busy. After talking to Louis, Zhao Hai didn't have anything else to do. But to be safe, he still went to the 6 realms battlefield and told the people in charge about his situation. Naturally, the people in charge received instructions from the machine field's higher-ups that they shouldn't interfere with Zhao Hai's matters. Therefore, they immediately agreed. In fact, the machine field's higher-ups had already told the people in charge that Zhao Hai would be going out for some time. They wanted them to be prepared in order to prevent people from the other realms from coming to the 6 realms battlefield to cause trouble. Because of this, the people in charge readily agreed. After going to the 6 realms battlefield, Zhao Hai didn't have anything else to do. He immediately returned to the space and saw Emo Xing practicing martial arts outside the villa. Zhao Hai wanted to give Emo Xing the demon subjugation technique and the other body cultivation techniques. However, these techniques required faith power to practice. Emo Xing didn't have faith power, so he couldn't practice them. Therefore, Zhao Hai could only take Emo Xing to the 10,000 realm battlefield and find some body cultivation techniques that Emo Xing could practice. Zhao Hai, Emo Xing, and Li Zongdao followed Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen to a transmission formation in the Profound Clear sect. This transmission formation was very special. It wasn't located in the transmission square of the Profound Clear sect. Instead, it was located in a secret place. Feng Beiming told Zhao Hai that every great sect would have a transmission formation like this. It was used to send people to the 10,000 realm battlefield. Because of this, it was usually hidden in a secret place. Very few people in the sect knew about its existence. Zhao Hai only took 1 day to deal with the matters he needed to take care of. However, he didn't immediately return to the Profound Clear sect. Instead, he took Emo Xing to the space to cultivate. Emo Xing's strength was very good. He was worthy of being called a body cultivation genius. Just by cultivating his body, he had already reached the level of a nascent soul expert. And this time, Zhao Hai wanted Emo Xing to increase his strength by condensing astral qi into his body. Zhao Hai used 2 days to help Emo Xing condense astral qi. This might be the smoothest process of condensing astral qi. Emo Xing's body was incomparably tough. And since the astral qi inside the space was controlled, it wouldn't cause any harm to Emo Xing. And with Emo Xing's courage, he would do whatever Zhao Hai told him to do. Because of this, the process was very successful. After helping Emo Xing condense astral qi, Zhao Hai took Emo Xing back to the Profound Clear sect. Just as they arrived, Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen arrived. Huang Daoran didn't know. He didn't need to worry about Zhao Hai, but he still gave some instructions to Zhao Hai. Then he followed Zhao Hai and the others to the transmission formation. After the group arrived at the transmission formation, Yuan Ding turned his head to Feng Beiming and Huang Daoran and said, "Benefactors can rest assured. This poor monk will take good care of the 3 young benefactors." Feng Beiming and Huang Daoran smiled faintly and said, "Then we'll have to trouble the 2 grandmasters." Naturally, the 2 of them wouldn't take these words seriously. The world of cultivation didn't have a lot of people in the 10,000 realm battlefield, only the 2 of them. Every year, they lead a lot of people to the 10,000 realm battlefield. Therefore, it was natural for them to take care of everyone. They were just saying that they wouldn't give Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao problems. With a flash of white light, the group disappeared from the transmission formation. Feng Beiming looked at the transmission formation and said, "Musclehead, do you think they'll be able to return safely?" Huang Daoran Musclehead smiled faintly and said, "Mushy, I'm sure that they'll be safe. With Little Hai, they'll be safe, I'm sure." Musclehead nodded, Musclehead Hai, Musclehead, and Little Hai's Musclehead. After he finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at Xianxia and the Grand Elder. He said in a deep voice, "After you guys return, immediately chase those stinking brats down the mountain for me to train. Don't be afraid of casualties. 1 expert is more useful than 100 trash. Understand?" Qin Xian and the Great Elder nodded in unison. The 2 didn't dare to neglect. Although Qin Xian wanted Zhao Hai to teach those disciples a lesson, the gap between Zhao Hai and those disciples made Qin Xian worried. He thought that things wouldn't turn out this way. But now, it seems like things were more serious than he imagined. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others appeared in a transmission formation. This transmission formation wasn't very big. It was built in a mountain stream and was surrounded by high cliffs. On these cliffs were caves. They were densely packed and looked like a beehive. Yuan Ding and Yuan Jin looked at the cliffs before Yuan Jin flew away. Yuan Ding turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, Li Zongdao, do you want to build your own caves or use the caves left behind by predecessors? If you want to build your own caves, then I'll arrange a place for you. If you want to use the caves left behind by predecessors, then I'll take you there right away." Yuan Ding didn't ask Emosheng. This was because Feng Beiming already told him that Emosheng's situation was special. He just needed to follow Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "Grandmaster, I'll use the caves left behind by predecessors." Yuan Ding nodded and turned to look at Li Zongdao. Li Zongdao said in a deep voice, "I can also use the cave abode left behind by the predecessors. However, Grandmaster, is it possible to arrange our cave abodes closer to each other?" Naturally, this wasn't the first time Yuan Ding encountered this situation. He nodded and said, "Come with me." Then he led the 3 towards the east cliff. Before long, they were halfway up the cliff. Yuan Ding pointed at 2 caves and said, "I'll give these 2 caves to you. There's a defensive formation inside. After you enter, you can activate the formation. There's also a jade slip inside that will tell you how to use it. You can also arrange your own formations inside. But before you leave, you must remove the formations." Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao nodded. Then they each looked for a cave and flew inside. Yuan Ding looked at the 2 and smiled faintly before flying away. Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao entered the cave and took a look. The cave wasn't small. It wasn't any worse than Feng Beiming's cave. Moreover, the spiritual qi in the 10,000 realm battlefield was almost as dense as Shanqing Sect's Jade Clear Mountain. Zhao Hai entered the cave's lounge and saw a white jade slip. Zhao Hai took the jade slip and scanned it with his spiritual force. Naturally, there weren't any restrictions on the jade slip. Zhao Hai's spiritual force easily penetrated it. Then a large amount of information about the 10,000 realm battlefield entered his mind. The situation in the 10,000 realm battlefield was very complicated. Currently, there were more than 36,000 realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Moreover, these people were very strong. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, the world of cultivation wasn't the strongest. Their strength was only average in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Moreover, the world of cultivation didn't have a direct leader in the 10,000 realm battlefield. They only had an enforcement group. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, there was no such thing as a veteran leading a newcomer. Once you're here, you're a member of the 10,000 realm battlefield. The map of the 10,000 realm battlefield could be found in the Jade Slip, but nobody would help you. Naturally, you can also form a team. As long as you can find someone, no one would care if you formed a team of 10,000 people. However, there was a rule in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Every month, you have to hand over a certain amount of materials or ores. If you don't hand over enough, then you'll be punished. If you don't hand it over 3 times, then you'll be kicked out of the 10,000 realm battlefield. If you get a lot of materials or ores, then besides the amount you have to hand over every month, the rest is yours. It must be known that the 10,000 realm battlefield was filled with good things. As long as you look for them, your harvest wouldn't be small. Naturally, there were also great dangers. The 10,000 realm battlefield wasn't a peaceful place. If you weren't strong enough, then you wouldn't be able to come back. This was because not only do you have to guard against people from other realms, you also have to be careful of the people from the world of cultivation. If you're not careful, then you might be swallowed whole. Naturally, the dangers of the 10,000 realm battlefield weren't recorded in Jade Slips. This information was given to Zhao Hai by Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming. Because of this, Zhao Hai immediately understood what was written in the Jade Slip. Zhao Hai walked around the cave a few times before activating the defensive formation. Inside the cave, there was a cultivation room, an artifact refining room, and an alchemy room. In the refining room, there was a fire formation for people to use. In the alchemy room, there was a cauldron for refining pills. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that there was a small stream flowing through the cave. In general, Zhao Hai was very satisfied with the cave. Just as he finished looking around the cave, he heard a voice coming from outside. It was Li Zongdao. When Li Zongdao entered Zhao Hai's immortal cave, he looked around and said, "Good, very good. My immortal cave doesn't look like yours." "Right, Zhao Hai, what do you think about the Jade Slip?" Li Zongdao nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "What else can I think about? Didn't we come to the 10,000 realm battlefield to train? We'll rest for 2 days and familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. After that, we'll go out and look for materials. In any case, the Jade Slip has everything we need to hand over. There shouldn't be any mistakes." Li Zongdao nodded and said, "All right, let's rest for 2 days." "Right, should we go around and see if we can meet any acquaintances?" "It's impossible for me to have any acquaintances here," Zhao said with a smile. "If there are any acquaintances here, Brother Li, you can go around and see if there are any acquaintances. If there are, you can invite them over and see if we can form a team." Zhao smiled and said, "Brother Li, it's impossible for me to have any acquaintances here." Li Zongdao nodded and said, "All right, I'll try it out in 2 days. But no matter what, the 3 of us must be together." Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. For the next 2 days, Li Zongdao kept on going out. He wanted to see if he could meet any acquaintances, but unfortunately, he didn't. This wasn't to say that Li Zongdao didn't know a lot of people. He knew a lot of people in the cultivation realm. Moreover, a lot of people were willing to make friends with him, even those who had fought with him before. It was just that Li Zongdao's cultivation speed was very fast. He could be considered a genius. Most of the people he knew didn't cultivate as fast as him. Naturally, they weren't qualified to be sent to the 10,000 realm battlefield. After being busy for 2 days, Li Zongdao gave up. In these 2 days, Zhao Hai didn't close his eyes. He released silver needles to scout the surrounding terrain. Although there was a map of the surroundings in the Jade Slip, Zhao Hai still stored it inside the space. This way, he could feel the changes in the surroundings more intuitively. Yuan Ding brought them to the 10,000 realm battlefield and left them alone. On the morning of the 3rd day, when Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao were about to go out, Yuan Ding suddenly appeared. Zhao Hai quickly invited Yuan Ding into his cave residence and then called Li Zongdao over. Yuan Ding looked at the two and said, "In the 10,000 realm battlefield, everything depends on you. The 3 of you are lucky to come together and form a team. Take these 3 jade slips with you. Not only does it represent your identity, it also acts as a measuring device. Starting today, you've officially entered the 10,000 realm battlefield. In the following month, you must hand over a certain amount of materials and ores. Aside from that, you can keep the rest for your own use. We won't intervene." If you have something you can't solve, you can hand over some materials and ores to the law enforcement team. Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao were aware of what Yuan Ding said. They also heard from Huang Daoran that it was indeed possible to ask the law enforcement team for help. However, the price to pay was very high. The law enforcement team had a nickname in the 10,000 realm battlefield, the Vampires. It can be seen how unpopular they were. However, the strength of the law enforcement group was still very good. The members of the law enforcement group were all veterans of the world of cultivation. Each and every one of them had extraordinary combat strength. If you find an incredible mineral deposit and you don't have the ability to take it, then you can inform the law enforcement group to come forward and occupy the mine. Naturally, the law enforcement group would take the majority while you can only take a small portion. But even so, it was still better than nothing. Zhao Hai and the others received their jade slips. Yuan Ding looked at the two and smiled. I know what you've done in the past 2 days. You've done well. Since I'm a member of the law enforcement team, I can't form a team with you. Do you want me to introduce you to some people so that you can work together? When Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao heard Yuan Ding, they couldn't help but stare. However, Zhao Hai shook his head and said, Thank you, Grandmaster. We want to go out and take a look first. We won't go far. If we really want to form a team, then we'll certainly pay Grandmaster a visit. This was something that Zhao Hai and the others had discussed before. The situation in the 10,000 realm battlefield was too complicated. For their own safety, Zhao Hai and the others decided not to form a team with others. They would go out and take a look first. Huang Daoran and Feng Beiming already told them to be on guard against the monks in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Don't look at their kind faces, they were very ruthless. Because of this, Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao rejected Yuan Ding's good intentions. Yuan Ding didn't care about it as he nodded and said, All right, let me know when you want to form a team. After he said that, he walked out. Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao sent him to the door before returning to the cave residence. After sitting down, Li Zongdao turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, what should we do next? Zhao Hai said, Let's go out and take a look. I want to see if the 10,000 realm battlefield is a scourge. Li Zongdao nodded and said, All right, let's go. Martial Uncle Feng already said that it's normal to be away for a few months in the 10,000 realm battlefield. But when you come back, you need to hand in the materials and ores that you haven't handed in. Otherwise, you'll be kicked out of the 10,000 realm battlefield. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. Now that he was in the 10,000 realm battlefield, even if those people kicked him out, he could still come back at any time. He wasn't afraid. However, there was no need to offend the law enforcers right now. The law enforcers were too powerful in the world of cultivation. If he offended them, then his future in the world of cultivation would be hard. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai suddenly remembered something. Ever since he entered the 10,000 realm battlefield, he didn't hear any prompt. Could it be that the 10,000 realm battlefield was naturally formed? Was it created by someone else? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately asked Kai isn't the 10,000 realm battlefield a space created by someone? Kai shook her head and said, No, Brother Hai. This is a space created by someone else. But it seems like it wasn't created by a single person. Instead, it was created by several people. Originally, there should be a prompt, but I didn't let it disturb you. You can rest assured that the space has a shielding ability. The people who created this space wouldn't be able to discover our existence. Zhao Hai felt relieved. But while he was doing this, he didn't stop. Instead, he followed Li Zongdao and Emotion to the entrance of the cave residence. Then the group flew out. There were a lot of people like them who left the 10,000 realm battlefield. In the past few days, Zhao Hai estimated that there were more than 10,000 cultivators in the world of cultivation's mountain stream. And this was only one of the world of cultivation's gathering points in the 10,000 realm battlefield. It can be said that this was a primary gathering point. The cultivators living in this gathering point were people who had been in the 10,000 realm battlefield for less than 3 years. In other words, Feng Beiming and Huang Daoran were already eliminated from the 10,000 realm battlefield when they were still newcomers. The 10,000 realm battlefield could be said to be the most suitable place for cultivators to cultivate. The spiritual chi here was very rich. Moreover, you don't need to worry about not being able to find an opponent. As long as you hand in enough materials and ores, you can continue to cultivate here. Zhao Hai only recently learned that there was no such thing as retirement in the 10,000 realm battlefield. As long as you persevere for 3 years, then you have the right to leave the battlefield and come back at any time. If you can't persevere for 3 years, then sorry, you can't come back after leaving the battlefield. There was only one way to leave the 10,000 realm battlefield before 3 years. And that was if you were seriously injured and couldn't recover within a few months. Naturally, you wouldn't be able to hand in materials and ores. Then you would be kicked out of the 10,000 realm battlefield. When Zhao Hai first learned about this condition, he was surprised. The 10,000 realm battlefield was very suitable for cultivation. However, it was also a place where people could eat fruits. As long as you have strength, you can do whatever you want here. Nobody would care about you. Naturally, the prerequisite was that you have strength. Zhao Hai and the others quickly left the mountain stream settlement. This place was also called the newcomers area. After leaving the newcomers area, Zhao Hai and the others immediately flew towards the east. According to the map, the east side was a place where materials were produced. It was also the best place for newcomers to cultivate. This was also a tacit understanding in the 10,000 realm battlefield. There were several newcomers areas in the 10,000 realm battlefield. The east side of the World of Cultivation's newcomers area was one such area. Almost everyone in the newcomers area was newcomers. Very few old people would go there. This was because the materials there weren't very advanced. You would need a lot of materials to hand in a month's worth of materials. However, the newcomers area also had an advantage. The people here weren't very strong, so it was more suitable for newcomers. Naturally, there were also some old people who didn't abide by the rules. They would come here and rob newcomers. Newcomers weren't their opponents and could only blame themselves for their bad luck. Some newcomers were even killed or seriously injured before leaving the 10,000 realm battlefield. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, robbery and murder were normal things. In the 6 realms battlefield, sometimes people wouldn't kill. After all, they were all from the world of cultivation. Sometimes, the upper echelons of the realms would communicate with each other and reduce casualties. However, the 10,000 realm battlefield was different. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, there were tens of thousands of realms as large as the world of cultivation. Not to mention laws, it was already very good that there weren't mountains of corpses and seas of blood every day. Zhao Hai and the others were very careful. After entering the newcomers area, the 3 of them were very careful. Zhao Hai had already released silver needles to scout the surroundings. At the same time, he used the mind insight technique to pay attention to his surroundings. Needless to say, the mind insight technique was very useful. When Zhao Hai used the technique, he immediately felt strong and weak danger all around him. This made Zhao Hai pay more attention to the technique. He immediately chose a direction where the danger was relatively weak and flew towards it. It wasn't that he didn't want to choose the direction with the least danger. But he couldn't choose that direction. This was because it was the direction of the newcomers area. He couldn't just turn around and go back. The situation in the 10,000 realm battlefield was similar to the 6 realms battlefield. The 10,000 realm battlefield was filled with well-preserved forests. Only the mines were damaged. This was because the people in the 10,000 realm battlefield knew that good forests nurture good herbs. Only then would they be able to reap the rewards. The preciousness of a herb depended on its efficacy. The spiritual qi in the 10,000 realm battlefield was very abundant. And with all kinds of environments, precious herbs would often appear. What did these precious herbs mean? It meant that when transcending tribulation experts see these herbs, they would immediately snatch them. Even severed soul experts would go all out to get these herbs. If the world of cultivation's so-called precious herbs were to be placed in the 10,000 realm battlefield, nobody would care about them. Additionally, the 10,000 realm battlefield was very huge. How big was it? In any case, the people from the world of cultivation had been exploring for many years and still couldn't find the edge of the battlefield. One could imagine how big it was. Because of this, the world of cultivation was very supportive of people who wanted to explore further. Zhao Hai and the others flew forward for some time before they discovered that the trees were getting shorter and shorter. Zhao Hai looked around and compared it to the map in the jade slip. Then he turned to Li Zongdao and said, "Brother Li, it seems like we're heading to the area with iron pear trees. This is the territory of the iron pear rats. We need to be careful." Iron pear wood was a top-quality material for refining artifacts. The older the iron pear wood, the tougher it would be. Even if you encounter an iron pear wood that was more than 10,000 years old, it would be impossible to pick it. This was because you simply don't have anything that can cut it. In the area where iron pear trees were located, there were very few plants that could survive. The reason for this was because there was a beast in the area called the iron pear rat. The iron pear rat was both the guardian and the destroyer of iron pear trees. The iron pear rat ate iron pear trees. The iron pear rats ate iron pear wood to survive. They were also the nemesis of iron pear wood. Even if it was a 10,000-year-old iron pear tree, they would still be able to bite it. But at the same time, they were also guarding iron pear trees. Anyone who wanted to find an iron pear tree would be crazily attacked by the iron pear rats. And the older the iron pear tree, the stronger the iron pear rats guarding it. Almost all the other plants that grew around the iron pear tree would be ruthlessly cleaned out by the iron pear rats. Naturally, Li Zongdao knew about the existence of iron pear trees and iron pear rats in the jade slip. Now that he heard Zhao Hai, Li Zongdao immediately looked at the map on the jade slip. Then he nodded and said, "Right, we're about to reach the iron pear forest. It's very dangerous here. Zhao Hai, let's go somewhere else." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. He also wanted to go somewhere else. However, his mind insight technique told him that the iron pear forest was the least dangerous place. Everywhere else was very dangerous. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Let's go there and take a look. Iron pear wood is a good thing. As long as we can get a few dozen kilograms of iron pear wood, our task for this month would be completed. When the time comes, we can go to other places. Moreover, the harvest would be ours." Hearing Zhao Hai, Li Zongdao couldn't help but be tempted. There were good things everywhere in the 10,000 realm battlefield. If they could get their hands on some good things, then even if they leave the 10,000 realm battlefield, they would still be able to mix with the cultivation realm. Additionally, Li Zongdao was very clear about his own strength. He knew that he wasn't Zhao Hai's opponent. If he wanted to mix well in the 10,000 realm battlefield in the future, then he would have to rely on Zhao Hai. Therefore, he didn't oppose the idea and just nodded. Then he turned his hand and took out a ring-shaped artifact. The ring-shaped artifact covered the three of them. Zhao Hai didn't oppose Li Zongdao's move. There were all kinds of people in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Who knows if some of them could escape the space's detection and launch a sneak attack. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid, but Li Zongdao and Emotion weren't. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't oppose Li Zongdao's move. Then the three of them carefully entered the iron pear forest. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the iron pear forest. The iron pear trees were very easy to recognize. The iron pear trees were earthy yellow in color. The bark was crisp and the branches were like horned dragons. They weren't very tall, the tallest one was only 4 or 5 meters tall. Most of them were as thick as an arm. They looked very inconspicuous. But if you use an artifact to cut them, you would know how tough these trees were. The iron pear wood had a special characteristic. It grew very fast in the beginning. Within a year, it could reach 3 meters. But at this time, the iron pear wood was useless. This was because the iron pear wood at this time was as fragile as an ordinary tree, it had no use at all. After reaching 3 meters, the iron pear trees would stop growing. They wouldn't grow any taller for 100 years. Only after 10 years of growth would the iron pear trees be considered a material that could be used to refine artifacts. The iron pear trees on the edge of the forest were less than 10 years old. People wouldn't encounter iron pear rats here. After all, iron pear rats wouldn't eat iron pear trees that were less than 10 years old. Although they knew that there weren't any iron pear rats here, the three of them were still very careful. The most dangerous thing in the iron pear forest wasn't the iron pear rats, but people. People would often ambush iron pear trees and rob people who came here to pick iron pear trees. While the three were carefully moving forward, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped. When he stopped, Mo Xing and Li Zongdao stopped as well. Li Zongdao looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Zhao Hai looked ahead and said, "Friend, come out. If you hide, then don't blame me for being impolite." Zhao Hai already knew that there was someone here. It was the space that discovered this person. This person's concealment technique was very good. Zhao Hai and the others weren't able to detect him. However, this person couldn't hide from the space. Zhao Hai didn't want to hide from this person, it was useless. Although the iron pear forest wasn't small, this person seemed to be waiting for them. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to avoid him. And even if they did, they would still be ambushed by this person when they come out. When Li Zongdao heard Zhao Hai's words, he knew that something was amiss. He immediately took out his offensive artifact, a very thick sword. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a silver flying sword appeared in his hand. Then the flying sword flew towards a direction. Li Zongdao looked at the direction the flying sword flew towards and couldn't help but stare. This was because when he swept the area with his spiritual force, he couldn't find anything. This made him feel very strange. While Li Zongdao was puzzled, he suddenly heard a bang sound. Zhao Hai's flying sword was suddenly caught by an iron claw. Then a person's figure slowly emerged from the iron pear forest. To be more precise, this was a humanoid creature. It had green skin and no hair on its head. Moreover, it had tentacle-like things growing out of its body. Its eyes were pitch black, without any white in them. It was very tall, almost 3 meters in height. It was wearing a black robe that looked a bit like a magic robe, but its style was somewhat different from a magic robe. This person's black eyes were staring at Zhao Hai. Then he said, "How did you find me?" "Impossible, you can't discover me. I'm wearing the invisibility robe, you can't discover me." Zhao Hai looked at that person and coldly snorted, "Friend, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. You wanted to ambush us, but now that you've been discovered, your ambush plan didn't succeed. Shouldn't you retreat? If you don't want to leave, then don't blame me for being impolite." In fact, Zhao Hai didn't want to let that person go. If that person really retreated, Zhao Hai would definitely kill him. He only said this to lower that person's guard. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the Good Samaritan laughed and said, "Are you 3 newcomers from the world of cultivation? I'm looking for you. You're all going to die today." Zhao Hai looked at this person with a puzzled expression. He didn't understand what this person meant. The person looked at Zhao Hai and laughed, "I've already killed dozens of people from the world of cultivation. You 3 will also be my spoils of war." When Zhao Hai heard this, he knew that today's matter wouldn't be settled peacefully. Moreover, although this person wasn't at the transcending tribulation stage, his strength wasn't bad. Especially his magic artifact, it was a moving iron claw that looked like a mechanical arm. Zhao Hai looked at the person, then he coldly snorted and said, "It seems like you've been watching the world of cultivation for quite some time. You even know that we're newcomers. But that's fine, I'll kill you first." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as 100 flying swords appeared beside him. Then he sent a gale towards the Good Samaritan. The Good Samaritan coldly snorted, then he waved his hand as a large number of magic artifacts appeared. There were no less than 100 of them. These magic artifacts looked like magic artifacts from the world of cultivation. However, they were now dyed with a layer of green, making them look very awkward. Then something that made Zhao Hai even more surprised happened. The tentacles on the Good Samaritan's head began to slowly wriggle. At the same time, the magic artifacts also began to sway along with the tentacles. It seems like the tentacles were controlling the magic artifacts. Then the tentacles on the Good Samaritan's head fiercely pointed towards Zhao Hai. The magic artifacts that were released by the Good Samaritan went straight towards Zhao Hai's flowing silver sword. At the same time, the iron claw that the Good Samaritan released was still holding on to Zhao Hai's flowing silver sword. The Good Samaritan didn't seem to care about the fight with Zhao Hai. He waved his hand as the iron claw arrived in front of him. Then he carefully looked at the flowing silver sword that was being held. At this time, Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. The flowing silver sword that was being held by the Good Samaritan suddenly turned into a lump of iron and broke away from the iron claw. Then it turned into a long sword and pierced the Good Samaritan's throat. The Good Samaritan's eyes flashed with shock. Then his black pupils slowly lost their luster. The magic artifacts that he released also lost their green aura and fell to the ground. Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the magic artifacts as well as the green monster into the space. On the other hand, Li Zongdao, who was standing on the side and preparing to help, was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to deal with the Good Samaritan so quickly. Wasn't this too fast? Zhao Hai received the magic artifacts and the green monster. Then he turned to Li Zongdao and said, "Brother Li, I won't be sharing these things with you. I hope you don't mind." Li Zongdao shook his head and said, "These things belong to brother. I didn't expect to meet such a strong person in the 10,000 realm battlefield. If it weren't for brother, I'm afraid I would have been in danger this time." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're right." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Let's go. Let's get some iron pear wood first." Zhao Hai knew that if he didn't use the flowing silver sword in the beginning to make the Good Samaritan lose his vigilance, then he wouldn't have been able to kill the Good Samaritan so easily. The Good Samaritan's strength was very good. Especially the tentacles on his head that could control magic artifacts. If they really fought, then it would take a lot of effort to deal with him. The three carefully flew into the iron pear wood forest. They were even more careful than before. This was especially true for Li Zongdao. He didn't expect to meet such a strong enemy as soon as he arrived in the 10,000 realm battlefield. This was beyond his expectations, so he couldn't help but be careful. Speaking of which, there was a big difference between older and younger iron pear wood, and it was easy to distinguish. The younger the iron pear wood, the smoother its bark would be. The older the iron pear wood, the more cracks it would have. You could hardly see any cracks on the bark of iron pear wood under 10 years old. Only those that were older than 10 years old would have cracks on their bark. Zhao Hai and the others flew forward for 10 minutes before they saw the cracked iron pear wood. One can imagine how big the iron pear wood forest was. Zhao looked at the cracked iron pear wood, then turned to Li Zongdao and said, "Brother Li, these iron pear wood are about 10 years old. Their grade is too low. I'm afraid we'll need tens of thousands of pounds of it for a month. I think we should go inside and look for some older ones. What do you think?" Li Zongdao nodded, then turned to Li Zongdao. Li Zongdao looked at the iron pear wood, then he nodded and said, "All right, we'll keep these iron pear wood for a while." Li Zongdao nodded, then the three flew towards the forest. At this time, Zhao Hai's silver needles had already covered a large area. Zhao Hai didn't want to be ambushed. In this iron pear wood forest, Zhao Hai already found more than 10 people from different realms. There were also a lot of iron pear rats. Iron pear rats were a difficult beast to deal with. Their teeth were very sharp, they could even bite through a 10,000-year-old iron pear tree. How could they not be? And perhaps because they ate iron pear wood all year round, their defensive capabilities were very strong. Iron pear rats had almost no hair on their bodies, only a layer of thick skin. However, this layer of thick skin had amazing defensive capabilities. Even the armor made by cultivators couldn't compare to the iron pear rat's thick skin. People also discovered that iron pear rats weren't born with the ability to bite through 10,000-year-old iron pear wood. The strength of an iron pear rat was related to the age of the wood it ate. If it was a newborn iron pear rat, then it would be very easy to deal with. This was because these iron pear rats could only bite through 10,000-year-old iron pear wood, their strength wasn't that great. However, as the iron pear rats grew up, they would be able to eat older iron pear wood. Their strength would also slowly increase. Even transcending tribulation cultivators wouldn't dare to provoke an iron pear rat that could chew through 10,000-year-old iron pear wood. Provoking them would mean certain death. From this, one could see how powerful the iron pear rats were. The iron pear rat was also a top-quality material for refining tools. Its teeth, skin, bones, and tendons were all top-quality materials for refining tools. The stronger the iron pear rat was, the better its materials would be for refining tools. However, iron pear rats were a group of beasts. Generally, they would live together in a clan. Even the weakest iron pear rat wouldn't necessarily be caught. This was because there would be several powerful iron pear rats following them. If one wasn't careful, then not only would they not be able to catch the iron pear rat, they would also become fertilizer for the iron pear wood. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very afraid of the iron pear rats. However, if it wasn't for Li Zongdao, then Zhao Hai would really want to meet the iron pear rats. These beasts seemed to be under some kind of control. If it was an ordinary beast, then after reaching Foundation establishment, they would be able to take human form. However, the iron pear rats weren't able to do so. Although they had high intelligence, they were still beasts. It was very strange. In fact, it wasn't only the iron pear rats that were like this. All native beasts of the 10,000 realm battlefield were like this. This was what Zhao Hai was most puzzled about. It seems like the creator of the 10,000 realm battlefield was controlling these beasts, just like how he controlled the animals in the space. However, Zhao Hai wanted to take some of these iron pear rats into the space. He wanted to see how they would react after entering the space. It wasn't just the iron pear rats, Zhao Hai also wanted to take some iron pear rats into the space. For Zhao Hai, these things were the space's supplements. Even if they couldn't upgrade the space, they could still give the space some good things. Zhao Hai didn't want to deal with people from other realms, so he carefully avoided them. He was very clear that there were no good people in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Just because you don't want to provoke others, doesn't mean that others don't want to provoke you. Therefore, Zhao Hai carefully avoided these people. Although Li Zongdao didn't understand why Zhao Hai was wandering around the iron pear forest, he didn't dare say anything. This was because he discovered that Zhao Hai had a lot of mysteries. Everything he did seemed to have a purpose, which made people very puzzled. After wandering around for more than an hour, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped. In the area they were in, there were some 100-year-old iron pear wood sporadically. 100-year-old iron pear wood was an excellent material for refining artifacts. Zhao Hai and the others handed over 100 gene of iron pear wood to complete this month's task. 100-year-old iron pear wood was very heavy, weighing more than 100 gene. A meter-long branch with a diameter no bigger than a wine cup would weigh more than 100 gene. It must be known that 100-year-old iron pear wood wasn't easy to harvest. If you don't have a sharp artifact, then you don't need to think about it. Even if you have a sharp artifact that can cut through the iron pear wood, you still need to pass through the guardian of the iron pear wood, the iron pear rats. Only 100-year-old iron pear wood would have an iron pear rat guarding it. Moreover, the iron pear rats guarding the iron pear wood were very strong. Generally speaking, they belonged to a small clan. The strongest iron pear rat in the clan should have the strength of a nascent soul expert. However, most nascent soul experts weren't a match for a nascent soul iron pear rat. This was because nascent soul iron pear rats generally had copper skin and iron bones. Ordinary artifacts wouldn't be able to break through their defenses. They weren't iron pear wood that could just stand there and be cut. Moreover, their teeth and claws were sharper than ordinary artifacts. Zhao Hai discovered that there were several iron pear rats near the 100-year-old iron pear wood. These iron pear rats weren't as big as Zhao Hai imagined. These iron pear rats weren't as big as the rats. They were black and didn't have much hair. However, their bare skin had a metallic luster to it. Their claws were sharp, their teeth were like saws, and even their tails were like steel whips. Zhao Hai knew that as long as he moved the 100-year-old iron pear wood, the iron pear rats would immediately come. For the iron pear rats, the iron pear wood was their private property. If someone dared to touch the iron pear wood, then the iron pear rats would certainly go all out. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the iron pear wood. Although Li Zongdao didn't know why Zhao Hai suddenly stopped, he didn't ask anything and just stopped as well. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a mass of liquid metal appeared in his hand. Then the liquid metal slowly turned into a huge circular saw blade. Zhao Hai waved his hand as the circular saw blade quickly rotated and flew towards the 100-year-old iron pear tree. This time, Zhao Hai didn't cut the trunk of the iron pear tree. This was because he knew that the trunk of the iron pear tree was very hard to cut. What he wanted to cut was a small branch of the iron pear tree. This branch was only a meter long and was as thick as a walnut. If it was an ordinary tree, then Zhao Hai wouldn't need to spend so much effort. He could just use his energy to cut down the entire tree. But this time, they were facing an iron pear tree. This iron pear tree was very tough, so Zhao Hai directly used liquid silver to attack. Even so, Zhao Hai felt that the hardness of the iron pear tree was beyond his imagination. When the huge circular saw blade chopped down on the iron pear tree, it suddenly stopped. Then it seemed like it took a lot of effort to cut off the walnut-sized branch. Whether it was Zhao Hai or Li Zongdao, both of them had a new understanding of the hardness of the iron pear tree. This thing was too hard. Zhao Hai was very clear about the strength of his attack. He had used 50% of his spiritual qi. Even with 50% of his spiritual qi, it was still blocked. One must know that the concentration of spiritual qi in his body was comparable to that of a transcending tribulation expert. At this time, a squeaking sound was heard, followed by several squeaking sounds. Zhao Hai waved his hand and grabbed the iron pear tree branch. Then he handed it over to Li Zongdao and said, "Brother Zongdao, this is for you. With this, you don't need to worry about your taxes this month." The taxes that Zhao Hai mentioned were things that needed to be handed over. In any case, it was the same as paying taxes. Because of this, Zhao Hai directly called it a tax. Li Zongdao didn't oppose this. Li Zongdao didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually give him the branch. He quickly said, "No need, Zhao Hai. I'll do it myself." Li Zongdao also felt embarrassed. When he followed Zhao Hai out, he didn't help much. Instead, he was the first one to receive the iron pear tree branch. This made him feel very apologetic. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You take it. It won't be easy to keep it. The iron pear rats are coming." Li Zongdao stared, but he immediately received the iron pear tree branch. He also heard the squeaking sounds. Now that he thought about it, it turned out that the iron pear rats were coming. Li Zongdao received the iron pear tree branch and waited. He also wanted to see what the iron pear rats were like. Zhao Hai knew that there were 7 iron pear rats in total. One of them was at nascent soul stage. It should be the patriarch of the iron pear rat clan. As for the rest, 2 of them were at nascent soul stage while the other 4 were at golden core stage. At this time, squeaking sounds were heard. Then several small black dots appeared in the distance. These black dots were the iron pear rats. Zhao Hai said, "There are 7 in total. I'll take 3. Brother Zongdao and Mo Xing, you 2 deal with 2 each." After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure moved. He left Li Zongdao's ring-shaped defensive artifact and went straight towards the iron pear rats. At the same time, he released his silver flying sword. Zhao Hai blocked 3 iron pear rats. These 3 iron pear rats were at nascent soul stage. This wasn't because Zhao Hai wanted to help Li Zongdao. He just wanted to take these 3 iron pear rats into the space. This way, the space would have more animals. When they fought, Zhao Hai knew that the iron pear rats were worthy of their reputation. Each iron pear rat was very strong. Zhao Hai was facing 3 iron pear rats. Even with the storm of pear swords, he was still at a disadvantage. However, the 3 strongest iron pear rats were also being held back by Zhao Hai. Li Zongdao and Mo Xing were also facing the remaining 4 iron pear rats. Although the iron pear rats were very strong, the 4 iron pear rats were only at core formation stage. Therefore, they were still at a disadvantage when facing Li Zongdao and Mo Xing. Li Zongdao was now using his artifact to fight the iron pear rats. On the other hand, Mo Xing was using his body cultivator to fight the iron pear rats in close combat. Don't look at Mo Xing's usual silly appearance. But in battle, he was like a different person. He was like an angry Vajra. His murderous aura was awe-inspiring. Every move he made was well-disciplined. Adding on his boundless strength and astonishing defensive power, the 2 iron pear rats didn't dare face him head-on. Zhao Hai was also paying attention to Mo Xing's situation. When he saw that Mo Xing was fine, he felt relieved. Then Zhao Hai began to deal with the 3 iron pear rats in front of him. At this time, Zhao Hai used his star sword formation. The 3 iron pear rats couldn't keep up with Zhao Hai. Slowly, they were trapped inside the sword formation. This was because Zhao Hai didn't kill them. He wanted to capture them alive, not kill them. When Zhao Hai saw that the 3 iron pear rats were surrounded, he waved his hand and released several flying swords. Then the flying swords turned into iron chains and tightly bound the 3 iron pear rats. The 3 iron pear rats were startled. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to have such a move. They struggled with all their might. However, liquid silver wasn't something that could be easily broken. Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the iron pear rats into the space. Just as the iron pair rats entered the space, a prompt was heard, new rat-type life form detected. Attacking the space. Immediately subduing it. Subduing success. The rat-type life form has mutated and has increased its attack power. Placing it in the space's shop. Host can purchase it from the shop. Because the rat-type life form has great defense, extracting its ability and adding it to the space's life forms. Extraction successful. Extraction successful. When Zhao Hai heard the space's reply, he couldn't help but nod. The defensive strength of the iron pair rats was indeed amazing. Extracting their defensive ability and using it on other life forms would increase their fighting strength. After receiving the 3 iron pair rats, Zhao Hai looked at Li Zongdao and Emo Xing. The two were also doing well. Emo Xing had already killed one of the iron pair rats while the other one was injured. It seems like Emo Xing would be able to deal with it at any time. Li Zongdao's situation was the same. He had already dealt with one iron pair rat and was about to deal with the other one. Seeing that the two weren't doing well, Zhao Hai turned his attention to the iron pear trees. The iron pear trees that were more than 100 years old were guarded by iron pear rats. Now that they have killed the iron pear rats, the iron pear trees would no longer be guarded. Zhao Hai could now cut them down without worry. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to cut down all the iron pear trees. It wasn't easy for iron pear trees to grow to 100 years old. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, everyone had a common understanding. Harvesting herbs was fine, but they couldn't be extinct. They needed to be planted for the future. The reason why everyone thought this way was because they didn't want to destroy the 10,000 realm battlefield too much. If they were too ruthless, then they wouldn't be able to harvest anything in the future. Zhao Hai cut down the branches of several 100-years-old iron pear trees. They were enough to pay a month's worth of taxes. However, Zhao Hai still cut down 2 more branches. He wanted to see if the iron pear trees could survive in the space. As soon as he put the iron pear tree into the space, he heard a prompt from the space, a new type of iron pear tree has been discovered. It can be used for planting. It can be used to refine weapons. It can also be used as medicine. Upon hearing the prompt, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be happy. This was great. If the iron pear trees could be planted, then he could plant them in the space. Zhao Hai immediately had Kaier do this. As long as the iron pear trees were planted, then it would be easy to deal with. He could place the iron pear trees in the accelerated time zone and make them grow faster. This way, he wouldn't lack iron pear trees in the future. After cutting down several branches from different century-old iron pear trees, Zhao Hai turned his head to Li Zongdao and the others. Li Zongdao and the others had already dealt with their opponents. Zhao Hai took the 2 iron pear rats that Emo Xing killed and sent them to the space. Li Zongdao wanted to give the 2 that he killed to Zhao Hai as well, but Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Brother Li, you can keep these 2 for yourself. If our harvest isn't good in the future, then these 2 would be worth 2 months of your taxes. You can keep them, these are your hard work." Li Zongdao knew that if Zhao Hai said that he wouldn't take them, then he wouldn't take them. Therefore, he had no choice but to accept them. At the same time, his gratitude towards Zhao Hai deepened. After receiving the 2 iron pear rats, Li Zongdao looked around. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, do you want to go inside?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, we need to leave immediately. The other iron pear rats have already discovered the situation here and are on their way. If we don't leave now, then I'm afraid we won't be able to. Let's go." Li Zongdao trusted Zhao Hai's words. He immediately nodded and followed Zhao Hai outside. Zhao Hai looked at the sky and said, "It's already late. Let's go back, eat something, and take a rest. We'll come out tomorrow." Li Zongdao nodded and said, "Then when we go back, should we pay this month's taxes first?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Brother Li, you're really an honest person. There's no need to worry. Isn't it a month? If we perform too well, then we'll attract the attention of the monks. We'll just have to wait until the end of the month. Also, if we get injured and leave the 10,000 realm battlefield, wouldn't that be a loss?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." When Li Zongdao heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he thought about it. If they go back and pay their taxes, then they would be seriously injured and have to leave the 10,000 realm battlefield. At that time, their income would be greatly reduced. While the three were flying outside, Zhao Hai suddenly felt an astonishing aura rushing towards them. From the aura, one could tell that the person was a transcending tribulation expert. Zhao Hai's expression changed. He turned to Li Zongdao and said, "Brother Li, put away your defensive artifact. Let's fly forward at full speed." Li Zongdao put away his defensive artifact. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a small metal ship appeared in front of him. Zhao Hai stood aside as Li Zongdao followed. Zhao Hai urged the ship to fly forward, increasing its speed by a lot. The ship had formations that increased its speed. Now that Zhao Hai used them, the ship's speed naturally increased. The transcending tribulation expert's aura was getting further and further away from them. Zhao Hai also thought about using the space to return to the newcomer's area. However, doing so would expose his trump card. He didn't want people to know that he has a spatial divergent ability. At this point, only the people from the world of cultivation knew about his space divergent ability. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, people from other realms didn't know about his space divergent ability. It can be said that space divergent ability became Zhao Hai's trump card in the 10,000 realm battlefield. He didn't want to reveal it so early. Li Zongdao stood on the ship. Although he didn't know why Zhao Hai didn't use his spatial divergent ability, he didn't say anything. He just carefully sensed the transcending tribulation expert's aura. Seeing that the transcending tribulation expert didn't chase after them, Li Zongdao felt relieved. On the other hand, emotion didn't care. He didn't know what fear was. He was still standing on Zhao Hai's ship as he looked around curiously. Perhaps it was because he felt that the scenery around him was very interesting. Although the transcending tribulation expert's aura was getting further and further away from Zhao Hai didn't dare to stop. He still flew forward with all his strength. This was because Zhao Hai knew from the space that the transcending tribulation expert chasing them was an expert among the green-skinned monsters. The green-skinned monster that Zhao Hai killed was a nascent soul expert. But the one chasing them was a transcending tribulation expert. However, this transcending tribulation expert didn't seem to be here for revenge. He seemed to be here for robbery. Now that Zhao Hai and the others ran away, he didn't chase after them. He just flew to the side resentfully. Zhao Hai didn't slow down because of the green-skinned monster's departure. He still flew at full speed towards the newcomer's area. It didn't take long for them to arrive. Upon arriving, Zhao Hai and the others went to Zhao Hai's cave residence. Upon entering Zhao Hai's cave residence, Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao felt relieved. At this time, emotion turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, I'm hungry." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, let's eat. Brother Li, let's have a good drink today. Let's celebrate our first day out." Naturally, Li Zongdao wouldn't object. The three sat inside Zhao Hai's cave residence and drank. At this time, a person slowly flew towards Yuan Ding's cave residence and said, "Grandmaster, this one, Lu Wu, requests an audience." Yuan Ding's voice was heard from inside, "Come in." Lu Wu nodded, then he flew inside and entered the cave residence. Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen were meditating inside. Seeing Lu Wu come in, Yuan Ding nodded and said, "How did it go?" Lu Wu nodded and said, "Zhao Hai and the others went to the Iron Pear Forest. However, we don't know how much they got. Zhao Hai was very vigilant, I didn't dare to go in." Yuan Ding nodded and said, "What about the others?" Lu Wu's expression turned gloomy. "Most of them were killed. Grandmaster's judgment was correct. There were indeed people targeting us. As long as our newcomers went out, they would try to kill them. Besides Zhao Hai's group of 3 who came back safely, most of the others who came back were injured." Yuan Ding nodded and said, "All right, I understand. You can go now. Don't tell anyone about this. Right, follow Zhao Hai for the next 2 days and see how strong Zhao Hai is." Lu Wu nodded, then he turned around and left. After Lu Wu left, Yuan Zhen said, "Senior brother, what do you think we should do about this? During this period of time, many of our Buddhist disciples have been killed or injured. Do you want to add more people?" Yuan Ding thought for a moment and said, "Don't worry. Adding more people wouldn't be of much use. On the contrary, the profound sect would know that we're in trouble. I'm afraid they're already suspicious. After all, there are still experts from the profound sect in the 10,000 realm battlefield. We need to find out who is targeting us as soon as possible so that we can make arrangements. Yuanjin nodded, then he stared and said, if I find out who it is, I won't let them off. Yuanding chanted Buddha's name in a low voice. Although he didn't say anything, his voice carried a trace of killing intent. What Yuanding and Yuanjin didn't know was that Lu Wu had been monitoring Zhao Hai for a long time. Lu Wu had been following them for a while now. Zhao Hai had already discovered him, but Zhao Hai didn't make a move. He wanted to see what Lu Wu wanted to do. At this time, almost everything in Zhao Hai's new residence had been absorbed into the space by the silver needles. However, the caves couldn't be entered. This was because the caves had defensive formations in front of them. If the silver needles were to enter, they would immediately be discovered. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't act rashly. However, Zhao Hai didn't let go of this opportunity. When he discovered that Lu Wu was following him, he had Kyer place a silver needle on him. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to hear the conversation between Lu Wu and Yuanding. Not only that, he also heard the conversation between Yuanding and Yuanjin. Zhao Hai didn't expect that the conflict between the Buddhists and the profound sect that Huang Daoran and Yuan talked about was true. In order to prevent the profound sect from entering the Six Realms battlefield, the Buddhists were willing to do anything. However, this had nothing to do with Zhao Hai. Whether it was the Buddhist sect or the profound sect, the conflict between them had nothing to do with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was from the machine field. He didn't belong to the Buddhist sect nor the profound sect. To be honest, his relationship with the Buddhist sect and the profound sect was similar. He had a master from the profound sect. Although Zhao Hai was a rogue cultivator, he studied the profound sect's cultivation methods. Because of this, Huang Daoran could also be considered as someone from the profound sect. According to this, Huang Daoran's relationship with the profound sect was closer. However, one shouldn't forget that Zhao Hai's strongest attacks were all from the Buddhist sect. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't know whether he belonged to the Buddhist sect or the profound sect. However, Zhao Hai knew that no matter what, he was still a person from the world of cultivation. If people from other realms were to deal with him, he wouldn't be polite. If what Yuanding and the others said was true, then the attack from the green-skinned monsters wasn't a simple attack. There might be a lot more to it. Although he was thinking about this, Zhao Hai didn't show any trace of arrogance. Instead, he calmly drank with Li Zongdao and discussed today's harvest. Li Zongdao also didn't discover anything. He felt that following Zhao Hai was very good. Not only did he not need to worry about the war, he could also eat good food and drink good wine every day. This feeling was very good. In the end, Mo Xing ate his fill. This kid ate 2 fat chickens in one go as well as a jug of spirit wine before he was finally full. Then he immediately fell to the ground and slept. It seems like he drank too much. Zhao Hai didn't care about Mo Xing. He raised his glass and said to Li Zongdao, "Brother Li, let's drink." Li Zongdao looked at Mo Xing, then he smiled faintly and said, "I'm very envious of this kid. He can eat and sleep. I really want to be like him. He really doesn't have any worries." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Forget it, he has his own fortune. We can't compare to him. Come, let's drink." Li Zongdao and Zhao Hai clinked their glasses and drank the wine in one gulp. After drinking this cup of wine, Li Zongdao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, today's harvest is all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, then Big Brother would have been in danger. Big Brother won't be polite with you. Let's drink another cup of wine. Big Brother will remember your kindness in his heart." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Brother Li, you're too polite. There's no need for that between us brothers. Come, let's drink." The two drank another cup. Then they continued to chat while drinking. Unknowingly, the two were a bit tipsy. Li Zongdao got up and said his goodbyes before he returned to his cave residence. After Li Zongdao left, Zhao Hai immediately returned to the space. Upon entering the space, he immediately called the green-skinned undead over. Zhao Hai looked at the green-skinned undead and said, "What's your name? What race are you?" The green-skinned undead gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, replying to the young master, "I'm called Su Zhuetian. I'm from the Su race." Zhao Hai looked at Su Zhuotian and said, Su Race? Why are you called the Su Race? Su Zhuotian replied, replying to the young master, we're naturally called the Su Race because of the tentacles on our heads. These tentacles help us control artifacts. The stronger we are, the more artifacts we can control. Zhao Hai looked at the tentacles on Su Zhuotian's head, then he nodded and said, did you attack me because you want something? Or were you instructed by someone? What's your purpose? Su Zhuotian replied, we received an order from our clan to deal with the newcomers of the world of cultivation. Therefore, we decided to attack young master. Right now, the newcomers area has been surrounded by our clansmen. As long as young master goes out, our clansmen will immediately discover you. Su Zhuotian nodded and said, that's right. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Su Zhuotian and said, why would the Su race want to deal with the world of cultivation? Do you have enmity with the world of cultivation? Su Zhuotian shook his head and said, we don't have enmity. Our Su race lives by robbing. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, we mainly rely on robbing. As for why we want to deal with the world of cultivation, I don't know. Zhao Hai nodded, he understood what Su Zhuotian meant. The Su race were a bandit race. They robbed people for a living. It wasn't strange for them to target the world of cultivation. What was strange was why they wanted to target the world of cultivation. There was a reason behind this. However, from Su Zhuotian's appearance, it seems like he didn't know about it. It seems like he just received an order from his race. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows and said, is the Su race also under your control? Su Zhuotian nodded and said, yes, young master. Our Su race is governed by the clan. Anyone who wants to enter the 10,000 realm battlefield needs to get approval from the clan. After entering the battlefield, they also need to obey the clan's orders. However, the clan rarely gives orders directly. We can do what we want, but we have to hand over 30% of our loot to the clan. The rest can be kept for our own use. Su Zhuotian nodded and said, yes, young master. Zhao Hai nodded and said, so it's like that. Alright, you can go. Su Zhuotian nodded before he was sent back to the house space by Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai was now even more curious about the Su race's actions. The Su race had a unified leader, which was different from the world of cultivation. But Su Zhuotian only did this after receiving orders from above. So why did the Su race give this order? Did they think that the world of cultivation was easy to bully? Although Zhao Hai felt that the Su race was plotting against the world of cultivation, he couldn't do anything about it right now. His time in the 10,000 realm battlefield was too short, so he didn't know much about the situation. He could only slowly investigate this matter in the future. However, Zhao Hai believed that the Su race wouldn't let him off. He was a pure newcomer. The Su race's main target this time was the newcomers from the world of cultivation. It would be strange if they let him off. Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. He was just waiting for the other party to come looking for him. It would be good if the other party came looking for him. Zhao Hai would take this opportunity to deal with the Su race. He wanted to see if the Su race could still remain calm. Zhao Hai wasn't a kind person. His hands were blacker than anyone else's. If it weren't for the space's undead and the other races being immature, he would have already dealt with those people. After asking Su Zhuotian, Zhao Hai returned to the villa and looked at the situation inside as well as outside. The space's map had already been taken in a lot of places and was still being collected. Although it wasn't as big as the world of cultivation's map, it wasn't small either. When Laura and the others saw that Zhao Hai had returned, they immediately asked him to sit down and told him about the world of cultivation's current situation. The world of cultivation didn't have any changes because of Zhao Hai's departure. Everything was calm. Even Yale 2 and the pirate paradise weren't affected. In fact, not only were they not affected, the machine field had also taken protective measures to protect Yale 2. Margaret inquired and found out that Zhao Hai had entered the 10,000 realm battlefield. The machine field received a lot of good things every year. This was very important to the machine field. Because of this, the machine field protected Yale 2. They were afraid that something would happen to Yale 2 and distract Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai heard this, he felt relieved. There was no need for Zhao Hai to worry about the pirate paradise. The place was still managed by Louis. Because of the strength of the cross-sword pirate group, nobody dared to provoke them in the pirate paradise. Additionally, the undead were also very strong. Because of this, the cross-sword pirate group's missions were completed smoothly. Moreover, their robberies were much smoother than before. Because of this, the cross-sword pirate group didn't see any changes in the pirate paradise. Although the pirate paradise was very important to the realms wouldn't directly intervene. Because of this, the strength of the realms in the pirate paradise had reached a delicate balance. They weren't very strong, so nobody dared to act recklessly. On the other hand, the cross-sword pirate group was the strongest force in the pirate paradise. The realms didn't dare to provoke the cross-sword pirate group. Additionally, the spies that the realms placed in the cross-sword pirate group had been dug out. This made the realms not dare to make a move. As long as these two places were peaceful, Xianxia didn't need to worry about the Six Realms battlefield. Before he entered the 10,000 realm battlefield, the Six Realms battlefield was already prepared. Because of this, Xianxia didn't need to worry about the Six Realms battlefield. Seeing that there was nothing going on outside, Xianxia began to pay attention to the 10,000 realm battlefield. From the map he received from the space, the 10,000 realm battlefield was much more chaotic compared to the Six Realms battlefield. Almost every minute, there would be people fighting. Moreover, from what he gathered today, the Sioux race were indeed dealing with the newcomers from the world of cultivation. As long as the newcomers from the world of cultivation leave the newcomers' area, it wouldn't take long for them to be attacked. Moreover, Xianxia discovered that it wasn't only the Sioux race who attacked the newcomers. There were also other races, including humanoids. This made Xianxia even more convinced that there was a secret hidden behind this matter. However, Xianxia didn't have the ability to find out who the mastermind was. This wasn't something he should be concerned about. If the Buddhist sects wanted to control the 10,000 realm battlefield, then they would need to use some means. If they couldn't pass this hurdle, then the days of the Buddhist sects controlling the 10,000 realm battlefield would come to an end. Laura and the others saw that Xianxia didn't make a sound. Although his eyes were still staring at the screen, it was clear that his mind wasn't here. They didn't disturb Xianxia and just lowered their voices, fearing that they would disturb Xianxia. After some time, Xianxia recovered. Seeing Laura and the others carefully chatting, he couldn't help but feel moved. After chatting with them for a while and drinking some water in the space, Xianxia came out of the space. Xianxia didn't ask about the iron pear wood and the iron pear rats. He believed that Kyer would take care of it. After coming out of the space, Emoshing was still sleeping on the ground. Xianxia smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Then he returned to the lounge and lay down to rest. Actually, people like Xianxia and the others didn't need to sleep at all. It was just that Xianxia maintained this habit. This was somewhat unusual among cultivators, but Xianxia didn't care. After waking up, Xianxia felt refreshed. He woke up Emoshing and the two ate some food before leaving the cave. Then they went to Li Zongdao's residence to look for him. When Li Zongdao heard Xianxia calling for him, he immediately came out. Seeing Xianxia and Emoshing outside, he immediately said, "What's wrong? Are we leaving? Where are we going today?" Xianxia smiled and said, "I don't know. Let's go out and take a look. I just asked the green-skinned monster. They are from the Sioux race. This time, they received orders from the higher-ups to deal with newcomers like us. If we go out, we'll definitely encounter the Sioux race." When Li Zongdao heard Xianxia, he couldn't help but stare. Then he knit his brows and said, "Then we shouldn't go out. Let's go to Grandmaster Yuan Ding and tell him about the situation." Xianxia stared. He didn't expect Li Zongdao to say this. The profound sect and the Buddhist sect weren't very united. When Li Zongdao heard about this, his first reaction was to tell Yuan Ding and Yuan Jin. It seems like this was related to Li Zongdao's personality. However, Xianxia didn't object. In any case, he had no enmity with the Buddhist sect. So he nodded and said, "That's also good. Let them be prepared. The Sioux race should also be dealt with." Then the two turned around and flew towards Yuan Ding's cave. Before long, they arrived outside. Standing outside the cave, Xianxia said, "Xianxia, Li Zongdao, and Emoshing request an audience with Grandmaster Yuan Ding." Xianxia knew that Yuan Ding was inside. However, he didn't call out Yuanjin's name. This was the first time he came to Yuanding's cave. If he called out Yuanjin's name as soon as he arrived, then the Buddhist sect's grandmaster would be suspicious. Just as their voices were heard, Yuanding's voice was heard, "It's you. Come in." Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao nodded and then led Emoshing into the cave. Upon entering the cave, Yuanding's voice was heard, "Come to the quiet room." Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao nodded and then walked towards the quiet room. Upon arriving, the two gave Yuanding and Yuanjin a salute. Yuanding waved his hand and said, "Why are you here today? Is there something wrong?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, Grandmaster. Yesterday, we went to the iron pear forest to pick some iron pear wood. However, we didn't expect to be attacked by a Sioux race person. We killed that Sioux race person and turned him into an undead. He told us that the higher-ups of the Sioux race had given them an order to deal with the newcomers of the world of cultivation. The Sioux race had already formed a huge encirclement around the newcomers' area. As long as a newcomer leaves the area, they wouldn't let them off." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, Grandmaster." Hearing Zhao Hai, Yuanding couldn't help but stare. Then his expression turned serious as he said, "Zhao Hai, is this matter serious? Is it true?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Naturally. It's precisely because this matter is of great importance that I immediately came here. If Grandmaster permits, I can release the Sioux race undead and have him talk to you in person." Yuanding nodded and said, "Release him." Yuanding nodded, then he released Su Zhuotian. Then Yuanding asked Su Zhuotian some questions. Su Zhuotian didn't need to lie, so he told them everything he knew. From when he received the order to how many people from the world of cultivation he had ambushed in the past few days, everything was explained. After Su Zhuotian finished, Yuanding couldn't help but ponder for a moment. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "All right, your information is very important. I can make the decision to exempt you from a year's worth of work. You can go, but don't go out for 2 days." Zhao Hai stared, he didn't expect to get any benefits. Now that Yuanding said this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. However, the two still thanked Yuanding. Then Zhao Hai said, "Grandmaster, we still want to go out and take a look." When Yuanding heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you sure?" What Yuanding meant was, "Are you sure you can come back alive?" Yuanding didn't think that Zhao Hai would actually want to go out. In his opinion, after receiving this information, Zhao Hai shouldn't go out. Now that he wanted to go out, Yuanding couldn't help but be puzzled. This was also the reason why he exempted Zhao Hai and Yuanding from a year's worth of work. This matter wasn't a trivial matter, it was related to a great clan. Even if it was them, they wouldn't be able to solve it in a short period of time. Therefore, he exempted Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao from a year's worth of work. This way, Zhao Hai and the others would be able to stay in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Once the matter is over, it wouldn't be too late for them to go out. This way, Zhao Hai and the others wouldn't be driven out of the 10,000 realm battlefield if they didn't hand in their items for a long time. This was also to protect Zhao Hai, Li Zongdao, and the others. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Yes. This time, we came to the 10,000 realm battlefield to train. Naturally, we need to meet the experts of the various realms. If we shrink back when we encounter something, then what's the point of us coming to the 10,000 realm battlefield? I ask for Grandmaster's permission." When Yuanding heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Good, good. You're worthy of being the #1 newcomer in the cultivation realm. I'll allow you to go." Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao gave Yuanding and Yuanjin a salute before they turned around and left. Looking at Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao leaving the cave, Yuanding said, "This child isn't a fish in a pond. Just by looking at his courage and methods, I can see that his future is limitless." Yuanjin nodded and said, "This child is truly extraordinary. Just look at his methods. He's only been in the Ascension realm for a few years, yet he was able to create such a huge scene. It's truly astonishing." Yuanding whispered, "I don't know if this child's appearance is a blessing or a curse for us. Junior brother, we need to deal with the Sioux race as soon as possible. If they continue to cause trouble, we won't be able to keep up." Yuanjin's eyes flashed with killing intent as he said, "Indeed. If we let them cause trouble, it wouldn't be good for us. Senior brother, how should we deal with them? Yuan Ding said, inform everyone that this isn't a trivial matter. We need to handle it carefully. The Su race usually plunder for a living. I've never heard of them organizing to deal with people from other realms. The strength of the Su race is comparable to the world of cultivation. They shouldn't have the guts to deal with us. It seems like someone wants to deal with us. Yuanjun coldly snorted and said, how many people have wanted to deal with us in the past few years? Senior brother, let's make our move. We can't wait any longer. Yuan Ding nodded, then he took out a jade sword message and released it. The two of them calmed down, they were only in charge of the newcomers' residential area. If there were any problems, they would have to report it to the higher-ups. Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao left Yuan Ding's cave. Li Zongdao turned to Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, are we really going to go out? I'm afraid that the ones coming to kill us are transcending tribulation experts. Are you sure? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't worry, it'll be fine. If it doesn't work, I'll just use my spatial ability. Let's go out and take a look. I want to see how strong the transcending tribulation experts of the Su race are. When Li Zongdao heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't say anything else. He nodded and said, all right, let's go. Zhao Hai nodded, then the three flew out of the residential area. As soon as the three of them came out of their residence, they became very careful. However, this time, Zhao Hai didn't let Li Zongdao take out his artifact. Li Zongdao's artifact usage was different from Zhao Hai's. Zhao Hai's spiritual qi was almost never exhausted, but Li Zongdao couldn't withstand the consumption. If he couldn't maintain his best state while fighting with others, then it would be very dangerous. So this time, Zhao Hai directly turned liquid silver into a small boat, the kind with a canopy. The few of them sat in the boat and flew out leisurely. Li Zongdao enviously looked at the boat and said to Zhao Hai, Little Hai, such a big magic tool, don't you need to waste your spiritual energy? This is the 10,000 realm battlefield. Be careful. Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's all right, don't worry. Seeing Zhao Hai say this, Li Zongdao didn't say anything. However, he still paid attention to the situation outside. Zhao Hai looked at Li Zongdao and smiled faintly, it's all right, brotherly. There's no need to worry. Seeing Zhao Hai's calm expression, Li Zongdao slowly relaxed. Zhao Hai smiled and said, we came out this time to see if we can get anything good. In any case, we have a year. Li Zongdao nodded and said, we still need to be careful. The Su race are currently preparing to deal with us. If we cause too much trouble, the Su race wouldn't let us off. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, soon, the Su race won't be able to deal with us. Don't forget, Grandmaster Yuan Ding and the others already know about this. The Su race wants to deal with us because they want the cultivation realm to fall short. Grandmaster Yuan Ding and the others wouldn't agree to this. When the time comes, they would definitely deal with the Su race. The Su race doesn't seem to be very strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to deal with us secretly. I think that Grandmaster Yuan Ding and the others would deal with the Su race soon. When Li Zongdao heard Zhao Hai, he stared for a moment. After thinking about it carefully, he nodded and said, that makes sense. If Grandmaster Yuan Ding and the others know about this, then they definitely wouldn't sit idly by. With them around, we can deal with the Su race in advance. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course. But let's not go to the Iron Pear Forest today. Yesterday, we went there and the Su race lost a person. They would certainly send experts to guard the area. Let's go somewhere else to take a look. Li Zongdao nodded, then his eyes lit up as he said, what do you think about going to Lotus Lake? Upon hearing Li Zongdao, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, all right, Lotus Lake is good. Let's go to Lotus Lake. Lotus Lake was a special place in the newcomers region. It was a large lake with a wide surface. It was famous because of the lotuses that grew by the lake. And these lotuses weren't ordinary lotuses, they were bitter heart lotuses. The bitter heart lotus was a high-grade medicinal herb. Not only could the petals of the lotus flower be used as medicine, but the lotus seed had the best medicinal effect. It was a medicinal herb with a wide range of uses. It could be used to make medicine for injuries, and it could also be used to assist in cultivation. Most importantly, this bitter heart lotus could also be used to make a medicine that could calm one's mind. Although this medicine was only an auxiliary medicine, it was very useful. After eating this medicine, one's cultivation speed would increase by about 2 levels. The key was that it could calm one's mind. Don't underestimate the effect of calming the mind. If a person could eat a few of these pills when breaking through, the success rate of breaking through would greatly increase. Just this effect alone was enough to make him envious. Zhao Hai looked at the map and adjusted the direction of the boat as they flew towards Lotus Lake. Along the way, the two met several cultivators from different realms. But when these cultivators saw Zhao Hai's ship-shaped artifact, they immediately got out of the way. The ship-shaped artifact wasn't something that everyone could use. Using this type of artifact consumed a lot of spirit chi. But at the same time, the offensive and defensive capabilities of this artifact couldn't be compared to ordinary people. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, only experts could use this type of artifact. If one wasn't an expert, then they wouldn't be able to display the full potential of the artifact. In the end, the artifact would be robbed and the user would be killed. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. After all, this was the newcomers' trial area. Although most of the newcomers were at transcending tribulation stage, these people weren't Zhao Hai's opponents. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid. At this point, even a veteran transcending tribulation expert wouldn't necessarily be Zhao Hai's opponent, let alone these people. If Zhao Hai were to use his full strength, liquid silver's ability, as well as faith power, then even a severed soul expert wouldn't necessarily be a match for him. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai was so arrogant. Li Zongdao also noticed the situation outside. In the beginning, he was nervous. But as time passed, he didn't take it seriously. Zhao Hai's group didn't fly very fast this time. It would take them a few hours to reach Lotus Lake. Zhao Hai looked outside and felt bored. So he took out a bottle of red wine and gave Emotion a fat chicken. Then he poured himself a glass of red wine as well as a glass for Li Zongdao. Then he smiled and said, "Come, brotherly. In any case, the road is still long. Try this red wine, it tastes good." Li Zongdao looked at the red wine in front of him, then he nodded and said, "All right, I'll try it." Then he raised his glass and took a sip. Although Li Zongdao hadn't drunk red wine before, he still understood that it wasn't good to drink it in one gulp. After taking a sip, Li Zongdao smacked his lips as he looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "I don't know much about this stuff, so I can't tell if it's good or bad." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I can't tell either. But when I have nothing to do, I'll just take a sip or two. Who cares what it tastes like? If you want to drink, then drink. If you don't want to drink, then forget it." Li Zongdao laughed and said, "Right, I don't care if it's good or bad. If I want to drink, then I'll drink. If I don't want to drink, then I won't drink." Then he picked up the cup and took a big gulp. Then he smiled and said, "Not bad, it's a bit tasty." Then the two of them burst into laughter. Emotion looked at the two in confusion. Then he turned his attention back to his chicken. Zhao Hai also discovered that Emotion liked to eat chicken. He also took out other food from the space, but Emotion's favorite was still chicken. Naturally, when they were outside, Zhao Hai didn't take out any beef or rabbit meat. That would be too conspicuous. Because of this, Emotion's favorite food was chicken and wine. Zhao Hai also wanted Emotion to drink beer. But in the end, he failed. Emotion didn't like to drink beer. Zhao Hai didn't force him. In any case, there were plenty of beer in the space, so Emotion could eat as much as he wanted. Just as they were about an hour away from Lotus Lake, they were suddenly stopped. And the ones who stopped them were the Sioux race. Because of the possibility of a fight, Zhao Hai didn't let Emotion drink. He only let him eat a chicken. At the same time, he and Li Zongdao chatted more than they drank. Zhao Hai had already noticed the Sioux race person. Their speed wasn't fast, so the Sioux race person had been following them for some time. He didn't expect the Sioux race person to be so impatient. He actually stopped them halfway. Zhao Hai stopped the boat and walked out of the cabin with Li Zongdao and Emotion by his side. Zhao Hai looked at the Sioux race person and said, "Your Excellency, why are you stopping us?" Zhao Hai could see that the Sioux race person was a transcending tribulation expert. At the same time, the Su race person also saw Zhao Hai and the others. The three of them were at the nascent soul stage. This discovery caused the Su race person to stare. Then his face immediately lit up. When the Su race person heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Kid, this uncle is here to rob. Hand over all of your valuables as well as your ship. Then this uncle will spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry." Zhao Hai looked at the Su race person, then he laughed and said, "Impolite? How impolite do you want to be? Let's hear it." When the Su race person heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but coldly snort and said, "Just a few nascent soul stage juniors dare to be arrogant in front of this master. Kid, don't think that the 10,000 realm battlefield is your world of cultivation. Nascent soul stage juniors can do whatever they want. Here in the 10,000 realm battlefield, you're nothing." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Then does your excellency think that you're an expert in the 10,000 realm battlefield?" The Su race person laughed and said, "Although this master isn't an expert in the 10,000 realm battlefield, I'm more than enough to deal with juniors like you." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "Then I want to see how strong you are." Then he waved his hand as nearly 1,000 flying swords appeared behind him. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as the myriad star transformations Yang and Yin sword formation appeared. Then they went straight towards the Su race person. When the Su race person saw Zhao Hai take out so many weapons, he couldn't help but be startled. However, he didn't believe that a nascent soul expert like Zhao Hai could do anything to a transcending tribulation expert. The Su race person waved his hand and released a large number of artifacts. Looking at these artifacts, one could tell that they were used by the world of cultivation. However, these artifacts were now flashing with a green light. Zhao Hai knew from Su Zhuotian that these artifacts were flashing with green light because the Su race people used their whiskers to control the artifacts. This green light was an innate ability of the Su race. As long as the artifact didn't have an owner, the Su race would be able to control it. This Su race person was worthy of being a transcending tribulation expert. This time, he released more than 100 artifacts. And he was able to control each and every one of them. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he snorted coldly and said, "All right, I want to see how strong you are today." After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand again and the 1,000 flying swords split into 10. In an instant, there were 10,000 flying swords. Once Zhao Hai released these 10,000 flying swords, they almost blocked the entire sky. This kind of overwhelming momentum was really amazing. Zhao Hai's army was very strong. Although Zhao Hai's army had 10,000 flying swords, they still managed to block the entire sky. The Su race person was startled. But then he sneered and said, "So what if you have more? I don't believe that you can last long. A nascent soul expert really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Zhao Hai didn't answer. Instead, he waved his hand and sent 10,000 flying swords towards the Su race person. Although the Yin and Yang stellar formation could be used with just 2 swords, the more swords there were, the more changes there would be. Now that Zhao Hai was controlling the huge sword formation with all his strength, the sword light illuminated the sky, creating an extraordinary momentum. Naturally, the commotion caused by them alarmed other people. A lot of transcending tribulation experts were already paying attention with their spiritual force. Although these people were newcomers, most of them were at the transcending tribulation stage. Now that they saw Zhao Hai's actions, their hearts couldn't help but beat faster. Although Li Zongdao and Emoshing were also at the nascent soul stage, nobody dared to provoke them. After all, Zhao Hai's 10,000 swords formation was really scary. Actually, what they didn't know was that Zhao Hai's 10,000 swords formation wasn't just scary, its attack power was also extraordinary. Although the Yin and Yang stellar formation wasn't a faith power cultivation method, one must remember that Zhao Hai's silver swords contained faith power. Zhao Hai wanted to kill the Su race person to establish his prestige. Therefore, he didn't hold back and directly added faith power to his silver swords. With the addition of astral qi and evil qi, the strength of his silver swords became extraordinary. The 10,000 sword light surged towards the Su race person like a river. Although the Su race person was at the transcending tribulation stage, he could only use his artifact to defend himself. He simply couldn't attack. The Sioux race person couldn't help but be startled and angry. In his opinion, he was a veteran transcending tribulation expert. For him to be forced to this point was too shameful. However, he didn't lose his calm. In his opinion, Zhao Hai was just a nascent soul stage junior. If he dared to control 10,000 flying swords, then it wouldn't take long for him to run out of spiritual energy. At that time, he would be able to deal with Zhao Hai. Thinking about Zhao Hai's 10,000 flying swords and his flying ship, the Sioux race person's eyes couldn't help but shine with greed. However, he soon discovered that he was wrong. He discovered that Zhao Hai's sword formation wasn't that simple. Not only was the sword formation's attack power very formidable, the longer you stay inside the sword formation, the stronger the attack would be. The sword formation was like a wave, wave after wave, and each wave was more powerful than the previous one. He discovered that it would be difficult for him to escape, because the sword formation had been fully deployed and he was trapped inside. Zhao Hai's sword formation wasn't as simple as he thought. Zhao Hai's sword formation wasn't that simple. Zhao Hai looked at the Sioux race person and sneered. He knew what the Sioux race person was thinking. However, the Sioux race person was wrong. It was impossible for the Sioux race person to drag Zhao Hai down. Not to mention a transcending tribulation expert, even if two transcending tribulation experts came, Zhao Hai wouldn't be afraid. Before Zhao Hai obtained faith power, he dared to fight against a transcending tribulation expert like Huang Daoran. Although he was in a difficult situation, Huang Daoran couldn't do anything to him. Now that Zhao Hai had leveled up and obtained faith power, how could he be afraid of a transcending tribulation expert? What a joke. The fight between the two attracted a lot of attention. Naturally, the ones who paid the most attention were Li Zongdao and Mo Sheng. The two stood on the ship. Li Zongdao carefully observed the situation. At the same time, a trace of shock flashed through his eyes. On the other hand, Mo Sheng wasn't the same. He wasn't worried at all. He just looked at the fight with curiosity and eagerness. Li Zongdao was truly startled by Zhao Hai. He thought that since Zhao Hai's body cultivation was formidable, then he wouldn't be able to do much in other aspects. However, he didn't expect Zhao Hai's control over artifacts to be this strong. Li Zongdao believed that if he were to face Zhao Hai's 10,000 sword formation, he wouldn't be able to last more than 10 moves. The 10,000 swords attacked the Sioux race person like a sea. The Sioux race person didn't look relaxed at all. On the contrary, his expression was solemn. There was even a trace of panic in his eyes. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate this time. However, the Sioux race person didn't want to just wait for death. He carefully controlled his artifacts and laid down layers of defenses around himself, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Zhao Hai saw through the Sioux race person's plan. He coldly snorted as he took a step forward and sent out a punch. However, this punch wasn't an ordinary punch. Instead, it turned into a tiger that pounced towards the Sioux race person. This tiger had a white body with black stripes. The character king on its head was very clear. It looked up to the sky and roared. It looked like a real tiger as it pounced towards the Sioux race person. The spiritual chi in the surroundings was attracted by the tiger, forming a huge spiritual chi whirlwind around the tiger. As the saying goes, clouds follow dragons and winds follow tigers. The tiger's ferocious aura was too shocking. The Sioux race person was startled. He waved his hand as a huge scimitar appeared in front of him. Then he slashed towards the tiger. However, he forgot that there were still tens of thousands of flying swords around him. He slashed at the tiger, but the tiger twisted its waist and dodged the slash. Then, it clawed at him. This tiger was naturally formed from the tiger subduing fist. Seeing that the Sioux race person wanted to stall for time, Zhao Hai wasn't happy. If the battle dragged on for too long, then he wouldn't be able to achieve his goal. Therefore, he used the tiger subduing fist. Zhao Hai had tested the might of the tiger subduing fist after practicing it. The fist force was very overbearing. Every punch was like a tiger pouncing on its prey. It was incomparably powerful. This was the first time that Zhao Hai used the tiger subduing fist in an actual battle. This fist shocked Li Zongdao. When Li Zongdao fought with Zhao Hai used the tiger subduing fist. However, at that time, Zhao Hai only used a fist stance. He didn't even use the tiger subduing fist's cultivation method. Now that he was using the authentic tiger subduing fist, the might of his punch was extraordinary. At this time, the Sioux race person dodged the tiger's claw. However, the flying swords immediately flew towards him like snakes. The Sioux race person let out a strange cry as he commanded his artifact to block the flying swords. At this time, the tiger pounced and clawed at the Sioux race person's foot. The Sioux race person thought that he wouldn't be affected by the claw. However, he didn't expect that when the tiger's claw touched his foot, the tiger's body would suddenly turn into a ball of energy and rush towards the place where the tiger's claw had hit. Then a bloody hole appeared on the Sioux race person's thigh. His leg was almost broken. The Sioux race person let out a blood-curdling scream. His movements slowed down, allowing the flying swords to turn him into a hedgehog. Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent the Sioux race person back to the space. Then he took back all the flying swords and looked around. Then he flew his ship towards Lotus Lake. The tiger that drilled into the Sioux race person's body and broke his leg wasn't something that Zhao Hai came up with. This was one of the characteristics of the tiger subduing fist. The tiger was actually made out of energy. However, it could move and dodge the enemy's attacks. As long as any part of its body touches the enemy, it would immediately turn into energy and penetrate the enemy's body before exploding. This characteristic made it hard for people to guard against. If they weren't careful, a huge wound would appear. This was the terrifying aspect of the tiger subduing fist. The characteristics of the subduing dragon leg were similar to the tiger subduing fist. However, the subduing dragon leg had a hidden function, making it more difficult to deal with. Seeing how easily Zhao Hai dealt with a transcending tribulation expert, Li Zongdao couldn't help but be startled. The people who were watching the fight were also startled. They all retreated far away. They didn't want to provoke Zhao Hai at this time. Seeing that nobody came to cause trouble, Zhao Hai returned to the cabin with Li Zongdao and Mo Xing. After entering the cabin, Zhao Hai poured himself a glass of red wine and took a sip. Then he let out a long breath and laughed, "Damn it. Let's see if the Sioux race still dares to provoke me." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm really good at hiding." Seeing Zhao Hai's expression, Li Zongdao laughed and said, "If you don't provoke them, then they should just submit to you. If they dare to provoke you, then they'll have to be tired of living." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he looked at Li Zongdao and said, "Brother Li, I heard that Lotus Lake isn't very peaceful. Isn't that the Blackwater Snake's territory?" Li Zongdao nodded and said, "Right, that's the Blackwater Snake's territory. I heard that the Blackwater Snake can use a type of 10,000-year Blackwater to attack. This Blackwater Snake is a very cold substance. Even spiritual chi that comes in contact with it will be frozen. It's very powerful." Zhao Hai nodded. The reason why he asked Li Zongdao was because Li Zongdao came from a great sect. There were a lot of things that Zhao Hai didn't know. After all, many people from the Profound Clear sect had been to the 10,000 Realm battlefield for many years. They also recorded the situation of the 10,000 Realm battlefield for the later generations to study. Li Zongdao should have seen these things. Because of this, Zhao Hai asked Li Zongdao. And sure enough, Li Zongdao knew about the Blackwater Snake. Li Zongdao continued, "The Blackwater Snake is a cold-blooded animal. They live on the bottom of the lake. It can be said that they were born in 10,000-year-old Blackwater. Because of this, their blood is similar to 10,000-year-old Blackwater Snake. Combined with the snake's characteristics, their blood has a high medicinal value. However, the Blackwater Snake's fighting strength is also very strong. Even the lotus seeds can only be eaten near the lake. If you go too deep into the lake, the Blackwater Snake will attack you." Zhao Hai nodded. Li Zongdao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Actually, in addition to the Blackwater Snakes, there's also something else in Lotus Lake. It's called the Blackwater Turtle. The Blackwater Turtle's shell is as smooth as a mirror. It's also very cold and has a sharp horn on its head. It has infinite strength and astonishing defensive capabilities. Moreover, this turtle feeds on the Blackwater Snakes. It can be imagined how formidable it is. However, these turtles generally live at the bottom of the lake. They rarely attack cultivators, so not many people know about them. At this point, Li Zongdao let out a long breath and said, actually, the most dangerous creatures in Lotus Lake aren't the blackwater snake or the blackwater turtle, but the white lotus loach. The white lotus loach is a kind of loach with a white body. It's several meters long and has a strong body. Its teeth are poisonous. Moreover, it lives in the bitter lotus loach. In fact, not many cultivators die to the blackwater snake every year. Most of them die in the mouth of the white lotus loach. As long as you don't get too close to the center of the lake, the blackwater snake won't attack you. As for the blackwater turtle, it almost never attacks people. Therefore, the real danger in Lotus Lake is the white lotus loach. When Zhao Hai heard Li Zongdao, he was puzzled and said, that's not right. Why isn't the white lotus loach recorded in the jade slip? Since the white lotus loach is so dangerous, it should be recorded in the jade slip. Li Zongdao sighed and said, the reason why the jade slip doesn't record it is because people think that the white lotus loach isn't that dangerous. This is because the white lotus loach is much weaker than the blackwater snake and the black armored turtle. Ordinary transcending tribulation experts can deal with the white lotus loach. Because of this, the jade slip doesn't record anything about the white lotus loach. When Zhao Hai heard Li Zongdao, he couldn't help but ask, but the jade slip doesn't record anything about the white lotus loach. Li Zongdao looked at Zhao Hai and said, of course not. The jade slip also has a capacity, and there are too many things that can't fit in it. Therefore, every year, the jade slip will be updated. Things like the white lotus loach, as long as you guard against it, it won't be too dangerous. Therefore, the jade slip won't record it. Zhao Hai frowned and said, didn't you say that the white lotus loach kills the most people? Why are they the least threatening of the white lotus loach? Li Zongdao smiled and said, a lot of people have died in the hands of white lotus loaches, but there are even more white lotus loaches that have died in the hands of humans. These white lotus loaches aren't much of a threat to those who are prepared. Aside from those who have just arrived, most people wouldn't be threatened by them. Zhao Hai nodded, he understood what Li Zongdao meant. The white lotus loach can only survive in the newcomers' area. If they go to other areas, nobody would die in their hands. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't speak, Li Zongdao couldn't help but ask, Little Hai, what sword formation did you use? How come I've never seen it before? Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's called the Myriad Transformation Stellar Formation. I just learned it not long ago. This sword formation is very different from other sword formations. It's used in conjunction with the cultivation method that I learned. Li Zongdao nodded. He didn't ask what cultivation method Zhao Hai was using because there was a rule in the cultivation world that one cannot casually inquire about other people's cultivation methods. Otherwise, people would think that one is probing the other person's cultivation method. However, Li Zongdao still asked, Little Hai, what fist technique did you use at the end? Why haven't I seen him before? It can even transform. This is too strange. Over the years, I've seen many cultivation techniques, but I've never seen such a technique. When Zhao Hai heard Li Zongdao, he couldn't help but smile and said, it's a Buddhist technique. It's very powerful. I learned it by accident. Today was the first time I used it. Li Zongdao nodded. In fact, he was more interested in body cultivation techniques. However, he also knew that these techniques wouldn't be easily passed on to outsiders. Therefore, he didn't clamor to learn it. Zhao Hai looked at Li Zongdao and knew what he was thinking, so he sighed and said, needless to say, the power of this technique is very formidable. But this technique also has a shortcoming, and this shortcoming is very obvious. This technique requires a very special pill to practice. If you don't eat this pill, then this technique is simply useless. I also inadvertently obtained this technique and the pill. Li Zongdao nodded and said, actually, this technique is very powerful. But this technique also has a shortcoming, and this shortcoming is very obvious. Li Zongdao nodded and said, how are these pills refined? Can we refine some of them? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I don't know how to refine these pills. There's nothing written about it in the technique. Moreover, when I obtained the technique, the pills were already there. When I finished cultivating the technique, the pills were already consumed. Therefore, I don't know how to refine them. When he heard Zhao Hai, Li Zongdao couldn't help but feel disappointed. However, he didn't doubt anything. In the cultivation world, there were thousands of techniques. Many of them required pills to cultivate. If you don't eat those pills, then you wouldn't be able to cultivate the technique. Therefore, he didn't doubt Zhao Hai's words. The reason why Zhao Hai said this was to prevent other people from learning this technique. Learning the subduing tiger fist didn't require any pills, it only required faith power. However, when Zhao Hai arrived in the world of cultivation, he discovered that faith power wasn't easy to collect. At the very least, there weren't many people in the world of cultivation who could use faith power. However, if Zhao Hai said that faith power was required to learn this technique, then it would certainly arouse suspicion. He was a newcomer to the world of cultivation, so how could he collect faith power? Because of this, Zhao Hai couldn't say that faith power was required to learn this technique. He could only say that special pills were required to learn this technique. The two chatted as they rushed towards Lotus Lake. At this time, Emoshing was eating a fat chicken. After eating the chicken, it would turn into spiritual qi and wouldn't have any side effects. Since Emoshing liked to eat it, then Zhao Hai would just let him eat it. After more than an hour of rushing, Zhao finally arrived at the edge of Lotus Lake. As soon as he arrived at the edge of the lake, Zhao was attracted by the scenery. Lotus Lake was worthy of its name. On the edge of Lotus Lake, there were lotus flowers everywhere. The scenery was very beautiful. Zhao Hai looked at the lotus leaves and sighed, the scenery here is very beautiful. It would be great if there were no battles. Li Zongdao, who was standing beside Zhao Hai, also sighed. At this time, loud rumbling sounds could be heard in the distance. It was clear that people were fighting. Zhao Hai didn't care about it. In fact, the space had already noticed this. It wasn't a fight between a cultivator and a white lotus loach, it was a fight between two people. It was clear that they were trying to kill each other and steal their treasures. Li Zongdao looked at the direction of the fight and didn't care about it. He turned his head to the chain flowers and said, Zhao Hai, should we make our move? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, don't worry, let's take a look first. In any case, we're here to pick lotus seeds. If possible, we might as well catch some white lotus loaches. Li Zongdao didn't object and just nodded. Looking at the lotus flowers, he sighed and said, don't be fooled by the number of lotus flowers here. Every year, there are even more cultivators who come here to pick lotus seeds. It's not easy to pick a few lotus seeds here. Most of them come here to catch white lotus loaches or to kill others for treasures. Zhao Hai nodded. He wasn't unfamiliar with this situation. The soft gold mines in the Six Realms battlefield were just like this. The production of soft gold became secondary as it became a place for killing people to steal their treasures. Lotus Lake was the same. Zhao Hai drove the boat slowly around Lotus Lake. A lot of people who came to Lotus Lake had seen Zhao Hai fight with the Sioux race. Because of this, nobody dared to provoke them. While they were moving forward, a white shadow suddenly shot out of the water towards the boat. Zhao Hai stared at it and saw that it was a huge white loach that was more than 7 zhang long. This loach was as thick as a bucket and had sharp teeth. It looked very formidable. When Zhao Hai saw this loach, he knew that it was a specialty of Lotus Lake, the white lotus loach. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a large silver net flew out of his hand and covered the loach. The white lotus loach felt the danger, so it turned around and wanted to run back into the lake. However, it couldn't outrun Zhao Hai's net and was caught. Zhao Hai waved his hand and threw the net into the space. Then a prompt was heard from the space. The white lotus loach wasn't anything special. It was just a variant loach that was added to the space's food. Li Zongdao looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although the white lotus loach wasn't a threat to newcomers in the 10,000 realm battlefield, this was only relative to the battlefield. It must be known that newcomers in the 10,000 realm battlefield were transcending tribulation experts. Even in a sneak attack, a white lotus loach could still kill a transcending tribulation expert. But Zhao Hai was able to catch it so easily. Zhao Hai didn't care about it. Catching a white lotus loach was just a matter of convenience. He didn't think that it was difficult to catch. To put it bluntly, the white lotus loach's most powerful feature was its teeth. Its teeth were highly toxic. Even a transcending tribulation expert would be poisoned if they were bitten. Additionally, the white lotus loach was very strong. Once bitten, it could drag a person into the water. Because of this, a lot of newcomers were killed by them every year. However, if the white lotus loach didn't get close to a person and didn't bite, then its strength would be greatly reduced. This was why Zhao Hai was able to catch it so easily. As the three flew forward, they saw several cultivators looking for lotus flowers. However, when these cultivators saw their boat, they immediately avoided them. These cultivators weren't fools. They knew that in a place like the 10,000 realm battlefield where bandits ran rampant, a person who dared to show off their boat must be strong. Otherwise, their boat would have already been taken away. After searching for a while, Zhao Hai couldn't find any traces of lotus seeds from the silver needles. He couldn't help but be disappointed. Then he looked at the lotus lake and said, "Let's go inside and see what's inside." When Li Zongdao heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew that Zhao Hai couldn't stay idle. Zhao Hai wanted to see what was inside the lake. It was clear that he was aiming for the blackwater snake. However, Li Zongdao didn't oppose it. With Zhao Hai's strength, the blackwater snake shouldn't be a threat to Zhao Hai. The three flew their boat towards Lotus Lake. When the cultivators around the lake saw Zhao Hai and the others flying towards the lake, they couldn't help but pay attention. Although these people haven't been in the 10,000 realm battlefield for a long time, whether they were from the world of cultivation or not, they should have some information similar to the world of cultivation's jade slips. Naturally, they also knew that the lake was the territory of the blackwater snake. Blackwater snakes were much stronger than white lotus loaches. Even veteran transcending tribulation experts wouldn't dare say that they could deal with a blackwater snake. Because of this, these people were very curious about Zhao Hai and the others who dared to enter Lotus Lake. Zhao Hai didn't care about what these people thought. At this time, he just wanted to take the blackwater snake and the black armored turtle into the space. His space had the myriad water origin, so the blackwater snake wouldn't be a threat to him. However, Zhao Hai was curious about black water. Black water sounded like the space's heavenly one divine water. It was a type of Yin water. But how did it form? How could a lake like this produce something like black water? Was there some kind of treasure in the lake? Black water wasn't something that could be formed for no reason. There must be a reason for its formation. And this was what Zhao Hai was most curious about. The 10,000 realm battlefield was a subspace created by someone else. Therefore, there must be a lot of treasures here. Just like the space, the reason why the space could develop to this point was because of the treasures that it collected. It can be assumed that the 10,000 realm battlefield was the same. If he could find some treasures, then it would be a good thing for him. Zhao Hai didn't think too much about the 10,000 realm battlefield. Zhao Hai wasn't worried that the treasures he found in the 10,000 realm battlefield would attract the attention of the people who created it. Since the 10,000 realm battlefield was open to the public, then it meant that the treasures would be found. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. The speed of the boat wasn't fast. Zhao Hai was also paying attention to his surroundings. Although there were silver needles, he was still very careful. The 10,000 realm battlefield wasn't like other places. There could be dangers at any time. Although Zhao Hai hadn't seen a blackwater snake before, he understood from Li Zongdao that this thing wasn't simple. Transcending tribulation experts might not necessarily be its opponent. Zhao Hai couldn't afford to be careless. He didn't want to suffer a loss here. Li Zongdao was also paying attention to his surroundings. He was more nervous than Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai was strong, he wasn't afraid of the blackwater snake. However, Li Zongdao was different. He was an ordinary nascent soul expert. He wasn't as abnormal as Zhao Hai. If he were to face a blackwater snake, then he wouldn't have a good time. Therefore, he was more careful. Before entering the 10,000 realm battlefield, Li Zongdao was still somewhat arrogant. He was the senior brother of the profound clear sex core disciples. He was also a famous peak nascent soul expert in the cultivation realm. Additionally, he had a strong backer. Although he was straightforward and never put on airs, he still had his pride. But after entering the 10,000 realm battlefield and seeing Zhao Hai's moves, Li Zongdao's arrogance completely disappeared. Zhao Hai's strength was far beyond his imagination. What surprised Li Zongdao the most was that transcending tribulation experts could be seen everywhere in the 10,000 realm battlefield. It was as if transcending tribulation experts were everywhere. Nascent soul experts were as common as dogs. In the face of this situation, how could a nascent soul expert like Li Zongdao dare to be arrogant? Li Zongdao didn't have any thoughts of acting alone right now. He wholeheartedly followed Zhao Hai. There was nothing he could do about it. He was weak, so he didn't feel at ease following someone else. Although Li Zongdao was straightforward, he wasn't stupid. He knew that if he followed someone else, then he would be sold out. Li Zongdao had encountered this kind of situation in the cultivation realm before. When Li Zongdao first ventured into the cultivation realm, he was fooled several times. With his character, it was normal for him to be fooled. He also encountered danger several times. Although he was able to avert the danger in the end, Li Zongdao learned to be smart. On the other hand, Emotion didn't pay attention to these things. He was still eating his food while following Zhao Hai. For him, the world was much simpler. If he was hungry, he would ask Zhao Hai for food. If Zhao Hai wanted him to fight, then he would fight. If he didn't want him to fight, then he would eat. It was that simple. After the three entered Lotus Lake, they rarely saw any other cultivators. Although the Blackwater snake was very useful to cultivators, not many people dared to come to Lotus Lake to catch it. After all, the Blackwater snake was notorious for its ferocious nature. As the saying goes, the older you are, the less courage you have. Cultivators who can come to the 10,000 realm battlefield were either nascent soul or transcending tribulation experts. These people were famous figures in their own realms. Naturally, it was impossible for them to not have seen the world. It was precisely because they had seen the world that they knew that famous things were very useful. However, they also represented great danger. If they weren't sure, then nobody would come here to deal with the Blackwater snake. The place where they were now was the newcomers' area. Almost everyone here had just entered the 10,000 realm battlefield. Naturally, these newcomers wouldn't come here to deal with the Blackwater snake. After all, there were a lot of good things in the 10,000 realm battlefield. It wasn't worthwhile for them to risk their lives for the Blackwater snake. Cultivators cherished their lives more than ordinary people. This was because they could live for a long time. It was precisely because of this that they cherished their lives more. Zhao Hai continued to move forward while paying attention to his surroundings. In fact, he already knew from Laura and the others that there were indeed Blackwater snakes in the lake. Moreover, there were a lot of them. There were also several black armored turtles. The biggest one among them had a diameter of more than 30 meters. The turtle's back was covered with a thick layer of rock, making it look like a moving mountain. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to provoke the turtle. This was because from the aura of the turtle, one could see that it wasn't as simple as a transcending tribulation expert. It might even be at the immortal stage. Such a turtle wasn't something that Zhao Hai could deal with. Besides the black armored turtle that Zhao Hai couldn't afford to provoke, there were also several Blackwater snakes in Lotus Lake that Zhao Hai couldn't afford to provoke. These Blackwater snakes were several 100 feet long. Their bodies were almost as thick as a wine barrel. Moreover, these Blackwater snakes were at the severed soul stage. The strongest one among them was almost at the immortal stage. It even had horns on its head. It looked like it was transforming into a flood dragon. This was also a master that couldn't be provoked. Zhao Hai made up his mind. With how big and strong the Blackwater snake was, Zhao Hai couldn't afford to provoke it. Zhao Hai carefully moved forward, not daring to get close to the black armored turtle and the flood dragon. After flying for more than an hour, Zhao Hai stopped at a certain place. Strangely enough, Zhao Hai and the others had been flying above Lotus Lake for more than an hour without encountering any attacks. What made Zhao Hai even more confused was that the Blackwater snakes ignored him and didn't attack him. This made Zhao Hai puzzled. Could it be that his luck was too good? While Zhao Hai was thinking about this, a Blackwater snake suddenly flew out from the bottom of the lake and rushed towards his boat. Zhao Hai stared. He really didn't notice the Blackwater snake. This was because the snake's entire body was buried in the mud at the bottom of the lake. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't notice it. It can be said that snakes shouldn't drill into the mud. However, this Blackwater snake was different. Not only did it drill into the mud, it also stayed there for a long time. Only now did it attack Zhao Hai. It seems like the things in the 10,000 realm battlefield couldn't be underestimated. Although he was thinking about this, Zhao Hai's hand didn't slow down. A silver sword flew out and slashed towards the snake. Seeing Zhao Hai's action, the Blackwater snake didn't take it seriously. Its body flickered as it dodged the silver sword and went straight towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand and released 20 silver swords. They formed the rainstorm pair sword formation and slashed towards the Blackwater snake. Seeing so many flying swords, the Blackwater snake couldn't help but hiss twice. Its body turned around in the air as if it was swimming in water. Naturally, there were also some flying swords that hit its body. But to Zhao Hai's disappointment, the Blackwater snake didn't react at all. The flying swords only made sparks when they hit its body. However, the Blackwater snake seemed to feel pain. It hissed as it rushed towards Zhao Hai with bloodshot eyes. Zhao Hai coldly snorted as he waved his hand. More flying swords flew out and formed a huge sword formation that blocked the Blackwater snake's path. Seeing this, the Blackwater snake retreated. However, it didn't run away. Instead, it stared at Zhao Hai. Just as Zhao Hai didn't know what it wanted to do, the Blackwater snake hissed once again. Zhao Hai understood what the Blackwater snake wanted to do. However, it didn't take long for him to understand. After the Blackwater snake hissed, the surrounding Blackwater snakes seemed to have heard it. All of them came out of the lake and surrounded Zhao Hai. These Blackwater snakes can fly in the air. There were big ones and small ones. The big ones were a few meters long, while the big ones were more than 100 meters long. The small ones were a few meters long. Their bodies were green and their scales were shiny. At first glance, one could see that they weren't easy to deal with. Moreover, there were more than 20 Blackwater snakes surrounding them. Of these 20 Blackwater snakes, 5 were at the transcending tribulation stage while the rest were at the nascent soul stage. But even so, Zhao Hai didn't dare underestimate them. This was Lotus Lake. There were a lot of Blackwater snakes in the lake. If they were surrounded, then they would be in great danger. And if they called more Blackwater snakes, then they would be in a lot of trouble. Zhao Hai controlled the boat with a dignified expression as he slowly retreated. When Li Zongdao saw Zhao Hai's expression, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "What's wrong? Are these Blackwater snakes difficult to deal with?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "They're easy to deal with. Of course, this one isn't a problem. However, this family has found helpers." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Li Zongdao couldn't help but stare. His expression turned solemn as he quickly asked, "How many?" Zhao Hai replied, "More than 20. They're surrounding us." While he said that, he commanded the boat to fly towards a gap in the Blackwater snake's encirclement. The Blackwater snake that attacked him knew what Zhao Hai was thinking. It immediately began to attack Zhao Hai. However, all of its attacks were blocked by Zhao Hai's sword formation. But because of this, their speed slowed down. The Blackwater snakes had already surrounded them. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but coldly snort and said, "Do you think I'm afraid of you snakes?" After he said that, his body suddenly changed. His eyes were half opened as if he was an old monk in meditation. At the same time, he also began to form hand seals. Zhao Hai was preparing to use Buddhist techniques to deal with these Blackwater snakes. At this time, they were above Lotus Lake, so there was plenty of water vapor. Therefore, using the Imperial Water technique was the most suitable option. The Imperial Water technique was one of the simpler techniques. However, this didn't mean that it was weak. On the contrary, the strength of the Imperial Water technique wasn't small at all. Of the 18 Arhat techniques, any one of them could be cultivated individually. If one cultivated any one of them to the extreme, one could become an expert. Because of this, the Imperial Water technique wasn't simple. Li Zongdao also noticed Zhao Hai's change. He looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai didn't think about this. Instead, he formed a hand seal and shouted, "Imperial Water technique, seal." As soon as his voice fell, the surface of Lotus Lake began to violently fluctuate. The lake water began to rise as if someone was suddenly pouring water into Lotus Lake. However, Li Zongdao quickly discovered that something was wrong. The water in Lotus Lake was growing, but it wasn't that someone was pouring water into it. Instead, the water in Lotus Lake seemed to have been lifted by someone. The upper layer of the lake, which was about 10 meters thick, was directly lifted into the air. Li Zongdao stared blankly at the Lotus Lake. His eyes were filled with shock. Although he had heard of severed soul experts and immortal experts who could topple mountains and overturn seas when they make a move, Li Zongdao couldn't help but be shocked. After all, in the world of cultivation, there was no need for severed soul experts or immortal experts to make a move. Therefore, he had never seen this kind of power before. But today, he saw it. Zhao Hai's move could be described as toppling mountains and overturning seas. Although he didn't know how big Lotus Lake was and whether Zhao Hai could really lift the lake's water, he knew that Zhao Hai was using a big move this time. The blackwater snakes also noticed this. They were surprised as they stared at the lake's water. Their eyes flashed with fear. Naturally, the intelligence of these blackwater snakes wasn't low. They could also feel the danger of Zhao Hai's move. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He waved his hand and a small blue bubble appeared in his hand. Then he threw the bubble into Lotus Lake and didn't care about it anymore. Naturally, the bubble that Zhao Hai threw wasn't a bubble. Zhao Hai wanted Bubble to see what the blackwater was. If the blackwater was more advanced than the space's heavenly one divine water, then he would have Bubble take some of it into the space. Zhao Hai didn't dare take all of the blackwater into the space. Doing so would certainly anger the immortal stage blackwater turtle as well as the peak severed soul blackwater snake. While Bubble was doing his own thing, Zhao Hai began to fight the more than 20 blackwater snakes. The blackwater snakes were strong, but Zhao Hai's imperial water technique was very powerful. It contained faith power. Zhao Hai controlled the water as if it was a huge artifact. Moreover, the imperial water technique would allow you to have a full understanding of the water that you control. Even the slightest change in the water wouldn't escape Zhao Hai's eyes. The amount of water was too large. It directly submerged the blackwater snakes. After being submerged, the blackwater snakes wanted to run away. However, they couldn't. Zhao Hai controlled the water to form a huge cage that directly trapped the blackwater snakes. Fortunately, these blackwater snakes were aquatic creatures and knew how to swim very well. That was why they were only trapped and not killed. However, the blackwater snakes no longer had the strength to resist. Zhao Hai wasn't polite. Li Zongdao and the others couldn't see what was going on inside the water. Zhao Hai directly used the imperial water technique to take the blackwater snakes into the space. Although the blackwater snakes knew how to swim, the water was now completely under Zhao Hai's control. Every drop of water was hostile to the blackwater snakes. The blackwater snakes were now alone in the enemy camp. Moreover, the number of enemies was endless. In this case, the blackwater snakes couldn't be Zhao Hai's opponent. When the blackwater snakes were taken into the space, they were immediately subdued by the space. However, the space didn't give any strange prompts. It only said that the blackwater snakes were mutated. Because they lived in an environment similar to the heavenly one divine water, they mutated. After Bubble returned to the space, Zhao Hai felt relieved. The blackwater snakes were inferior to the heavenly one divine water. Even if they were taken into the space, they wouldn't be of any help. Zhao Hai felt relieved. Then he removed the imperial water technique. Lotus Lake's water slowly returned to the lake. However, the 20 blackwater snakes had already disappeared. At this time, Li Zongdao reacted. He looked at the calm lake before turning his head to Zhao Hai. Just as he was about to say something, he saw that Zhao Hai's expression was very ugly. Moreover, without saying anything, Li Zongdao steered the boat and ran away. His speed was several times faster compared to the last time. The reason why Zhao Hai did this was because he found out that he had made too much of a ruckus. The blackwater snake was rushing towards them. If he didn't run, then he was afraid that he would have to face the blackwater snake. Zhao Hai didn't want to face the blackwater snake right now. Lotus Lake was the blackwater snake's home. If Zhao Hai were to face the blackwater snake here, then he wouldn't have a good time. Therefore, it was natural for him to run. However, this time, Zhao Hai didn't lose out. Not only did he get 20 blackwater snakes, Bubble also caught 2 black armored turtles. Although the 2 turtles weren't very strong, they were still 2 new species in the space. Zhao Hai's movement didn't only alarm the blackwater snake, it also alarmed the cultivators who were picking lotus seeds. These people were just like Li Zongdao, they stared blankly at the lake. It took a long time for the lake to fall back down. They weren't stupid, they knew that someone was using a powerful spell. Some of the more courageous people were watching from the lakeside. However, they were already quite far away from Lotus Lake, so even if they wanted to run, they would still be able to escape. Some of the more timid ones directly ran away. They were knowledgeable people, they knew that someone who could use such a large-scale spell must be very strong. These people also knew that this was the beginner's area. They were very curious, they didn't know who had the ability to control such a large lake. In these people's impression, people with such strength wouldn't come to Lotus Lake. Zhao Hai also noticed this, so he deliberately bypassed the crowd and flew towards the lake. When Zhao Hai arrived at the lakeside, the blackwater snake was also on the surface. Naturally, Zhao Hai couldn't find anything. In the end, he just looked around before returning to the lake. Seeing the blackwater snake return to the lake, Zhao Hai relaxed. The boat also slowed down. When Li Zongdao saw Zhao Hai's expression, he quickly asked, "Zhao Hai, what's wrong? Did something happen?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he nodded and said, "I killed the 20-year-old blackwater snake, but I didn't think that it would attract an old one. It was at the severed soul stage. I wasn't its opponent, so I could only run." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Li Zongdao sucked in a cold breath and said, "My God, it's actually at the severed soul stage. How did you find out?" "I have a lot of undead," Zhao said. "Every time I fight, I will send some undead to guard the surroundings. If anything happens, they will immediately inform me." Zhao smiled. "That's what the undead told me." When Li Zongdao heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but feel envious as he said, "Kid, you really have a way. Using your undead as a lookout is the best." While the two were talking, someone blocked their path. Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao were puzzled as they looked at the two people blocking their path. From their attire, they seemed to be people from the world of cultivation. They didn't know why these two people were blocking their path. However, the two people were in a sorry state. Their robes were torn in several places and their complexions weren't good. Before Zhao Hai could speak, the two cultivators cupped their fists and said, "Are the three of you from the world of cultivation?" Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao looked at each other, they didn't understand what the other party meant. However, Zhao Hai still cupped his fist and said, "Right, we are from the world of cultivation. What do you want?" As soon as the two heard Zhao Hai, their faces immediately lit up. One of them cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao and said, "We're also from the world of cultivation. We're from the Sword Pavilion. We came here today to ask for your help." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "We're from the world of cultivation. We're from the Sword Pavilion." When Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao heard that the other party was from the Sword Pavilion, they couldn't help but stare. In the world of cultivation, the Sword Pavilion was only a mid-tier force. However, they focused on sword cultivators and were very strong. Because of this, nobody dared to provoke them. However, what surprised Zhao Hai wasn't the identity of the two people, but the fact that they wanted to ask for their help. Zhao Hai looked at the two and discovered that they were transcending tribulation experts. However, it seems like they had just crossed their tribulation. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "How can we help you? Please speak frankly." The two cultivators looked at each other, then one of them turned to Zhao Hai and said, "We won't hide it from you. We've been in the 10,000 realm battlefield for almost half a year. Because we're from the same sect, we formed a team from the beginning. Later on, some newcomers from other sects joined us. We had some friendship with them, so we decided to work together. But we didn't expect to be robbed by a lot of people. Since we're sword cultivators, we were able to kill our way out and ask for reinforcements. But since we're from the world of cultivation, we hope that you can help us. No matter what, we're all from the world of cultivation. What do you think?" "We're from the world of cultivation." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao stared. Then Zhao Hai looked at Li Zongdao. Li Zongdao gently nodded. Zhao Hai turned to the two and said, "All right, may I know your names?" "I'm Zhao Hai. This is my friend Li Zongdao. This is my brother Emosheng." When the two saw Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao's names, they couldn't help but stare. Then one of them happily said, "So it's the machine field's #1 expert, Zhao Hai, and Iron Man Li Zongdao. It's a pleasure to meet you. We're Sword Pavilion's great elders. My name is Lu Xing, and this is my junior brother, Zhang Chong." When Li Zongdao heard the names of the two, he couldn't help but stare. Then he quickly bowed and said, "So it's the flourishing twin swords. Greetings. So the two of you also entered the 10,000 realm battlefield. Alright, there's no need to say anything else. Let's save our people first." Lu Xing and Zhang Chong nodded. Then Zhao Hai invited the two to board the boat and flew towards the direction they were pointed at. Zhao Hai had also heard about the flourishing twin swords in the world of cultivation. The two were indeed from the Sword Pavilion. They were rare geniuses in the Sword Pavilion. Both of them were sword cultivators, so their cultivation was very high. What made people sigh was that the two were very good at joint attacks. Moreover, the relationship between the two was very good. It was to the point that they were inseparable. Because of this, even before their transcending tribulation, the two were already very famous in the world of cultivation. While flying towards the direction the two were pointing at, Zhao Hai said, "Who are the people who came to rob this time? How many people are there?" Lu Xing replied, "A total of 30 people. There are people from different realms. This is the strangest part. Since they're from different realms, they shouldn't be able to gather together. But now, they're all together. It's too strange. Moreover, they don't seem to know our route. They also know our numbers and strength. If we didn't run away, I'm afraid we would have been killed." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "People from different realms? This matter is strange. Are there people from the Su race among them?" Zhang Chong snorted and said, "How could they not? Those bandits have a lot of people. It seems like this matter was done by those bandits. They might have invited people from other realms to participate." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhang Cheng's words made sense. Although the Su race were bandits in the 10,000 realm battlefield, they still had some relations with people from other realms. Moreover, although the Su race were bandits, they were still very trustworthy. Because of this, they would invite people from other realms to help them. This was mainly because the people they were robbing were too strong. Things like this happened a lot, so the people in the 10,000 realm battlefield were already aware of it. When he heard Zhang Chong, Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. If this matter was really done by the Su race, then it wouldn't be strange. After all, the Su race had been dealing with the people from the world of cultivation recently. But looking at Zhang Chong and the others, it seems like they didn't know that the Su race were dealing with the newcomers from the world of cultivation. Actually, this couldn't be blamed on them. Although they came from the world of cultivation, because of the special nature of the 10,000 realm battlefield, they didn't have any contact with other people. Moreover, the Su race were famous for being bandits, so it wasn't a big deal for them to rob. Because of this, the Su race were able to deal with the people from the world of cultivation for a long time without being discovered. Upon hearing that they were going to deal with the Su race, Zhao Hai also sped up. Lu Xing and Zhang Chong were also able to see how fast Zhao Hai's boat was. It was much faster than their flying swords. Even if they took out their flying swords, they still wouldn't be as fast as Zhao Hai's boat. In the beginning, the two of them had some doubts about the strength of Zhao Hai's group. After all, the three of them were nascent soul experts. However, they didn't have any other way to ask for help. Therefore, they could only ask the three of them for help. The two of them didn't necessarily have good intentions in asking Zhao Hai and the others for help. In their opinion, as long as they could invite Zhao Hai and the others, then even if Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help them, they would still be able to escape. When the time comes, the life and death of Zhao Hai and the others would have nothing to do with them. However, seeing the speed of Zhao Hai's boat, the two of them couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. With how fast Zhao Hai's boat was, even if it couldn't help them, it would still be good for them to escape. The place where Lu Xing and Zhang Chong found Zhao Hai wasn't very far from where they were robbed. Therefore, Zhao Hai and the others quickly arrived at the battlefield. At this moment, the battle was very lively. There were more than a dozen people from the Su race as well as some people from other races. A total of 30 people were besieging the people from the world of cultivation. The people from the world of cultivation were in a circle as they guarded the entrance. Although they weren't in any danger, they didn't have the strength to fight back. If this continues, then they would be surrounded and killed sooner or later. Moreover, Xiaohai noticed that some of the people from the world of cultivation were injured. What surprised Xiaohai was that there weren't only people from the world of cultivation. There were also 2 people from the devil realm, 1 from the beast race, 1 from the elf race, and 2 from the spirit race. This was a gathering of all the races in the world of cultivation. Xiaohai didn't care about this. Instead, he shouted and 10,000 swords flew out, forming a 10,000 swords formation that charged towards the Su race. The Su race people also noticed Xiaohai and the others. They also recognized Zhang and Lu Sheng. One of the Su race people let out a roar and opened up a hole in the encirclement of the World of Cultivation's group. When Xiaohai and the others arrived, the hole was immediately sealed. It seems like the Su race people wanted to swallow Xiaohai and the others whole. When Xiaohai saw this, he couldn't help but coldly snort. Then the boat under his feet shook as it slowly grew bigger. Finally, it turned into a 9-story tall pagoda. Xiaohai stood on top of the pagoda. Then he turned to the people from the world of cultivation and said, "Everyone, please come up to the pagoda. Let's kill our way out." Upon hearing Xiaohai, the people from the world of cultivation immediately went up to the pagoda. Just as these people were about to salute Xiaohai, Xiaohai waved his hand and said, "Everyone, there's no need to be polite at this time. After we get out, I'll treat you to a drink." After he said that, he immediately made hand seals. At the same time, the small wind chimes hanging from the corners of the pagoda began to ring. Each chime was accompanied by Buddhist sounds, calming the minds of the people who heard it. However, this sound was a torture to the people who were besieging them. This was because this was Xiaohai's sound attack technique. Xiaohai had already fused all kinds of techniques. Naturally, he could use the joy and dread sound technique together with the pagoda technique. Before long, Xiaohai finished making hand seals. The pagoda shined brightly as a huge phantom of an ancient Buddha appeared on top of the pagoda. Then the ancient Buddha slowly opened its eyes. The light in its eyes was so bright that people didn't dare to look directly at it. Then Xiaohai roared as the pagoda rushed forward with an indomitable aura. The momentum of the people who besieged Xiaohai's group had already been suppressed by the pagoda. However, they were still experts, so they still commanded their artifacts to attack the pagoda. However, the huge pagoda was like a tank that rushed into the crowd. It didn't make any sense, it just went on a rampage. All the artifacts that hit the pagoda were like ants trying to shake a mountain. They simply couldn't do anything to the pagoda. The pagoda carried an indomitable aura as it rushed out of the encirclement. After the pagoda rushed out of the encirclement, it immediately turned back into the Hell King's ship and hurried forward. Xiaohai turned his head to the Su race and said, "Everyone, I, Xiaohai, will remember your care for the world of cultivation. Sooner or later, I will return this favor. There's no need to send me off." After he said that, he commanded the Hell King's ship to leave as quickly as possible, leaving behind the people who stood there in a daze. They couldn't believe that their perfect ambush actually failed. Now that they thought about it, they felt that their failure was quite unjust. Although the pagoda's attack power was extraordinary, there were so many of them. If they attacked at the same time, they would have been able to stop the pagoda. But because they were intimidated by the pagoda's aura, they weren't able to organize their attack. In the end, Xiaohai was able to escape. They couldn't do anything about it. Looking at the Hell King's ship leaving, a Su race person turned his head to the person beside him and said, "The person who came to rescue us isn't simple. His artifact can actually transform. Moreover, he uses Buddhist techniques. Do you think he's from the Void Temple? I heard that the Void Temple in the world of cultivation has a weapon that can transform." Naturally, this Su race person had also heard about the 10,000 transformation staff. However, he didn't know much about it. It must be known that although the 10,000 transformation staff could transform, it was impossible for it to transform into a huge pagoda. The Su race person beside him didn't know much more than the Su race person. He nodded and said, "It's possible. It seems like we need to be more careful in the future. Damn, we lost this time." The Su race person who spoke before also understood what Xiaohai meant. In order to besiege the cultivators, they had spent a lot of money to invite people from other realms to work with them. Now that the operation had failed, they still had to pay those people back. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to cooperate with them in the future. This time, they had really suffered a huge loss. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others had already left with the Hell King's ship. Seeing that the people from the Hell King's ship didn't chase after them, the people on the ship relaxed. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, this one is Zhao Hai. Let's go to the cabin and talk." Then he led the group to the cabin. The Hell King's ship had several large cabins that could accommodate people. The top cabin was where Zhao Hai and Laura lived. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't lead the group there. Instead, he led the group to the lower cabin. This place had undergone some modifications. Although it wasn't as beautiful as the top, it was still extraordinary. Zhao Hai and the others didn't know what to do. Upon entering the cabin, everyone couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that there would be such a good place. The cabin was more than 10,000 square meters in size. There were tables, chairs, benches, and other necessities. After Zhao Hai invited everyone to sit down, he smiled and said, "Meeting here today can be considered fate. We're all people from the world of cultivation. Although I have some grudges with the other realms, this is the 10,000 realm battlefield. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, we only have one identity, people from the world of cultivation. The other realms don't care which race we are from, they only know that we're from the world of cultivation. Because of this, I hope that we can interact more in the future. We're all newcomers here, we have no one to rely on. If we can't stick together, then we won't have any right to speak. At the same time, our chances of encountering danger will also increase." Everyone nodded. These people were all transcending tribulation experts. On the surface, Zhao Hai was only at the nascent soul stage. If they didn't see Zhao Hai in action, then these people wouldn't even look at Zhao Hai. After all, this was a world where strength was respected. If one's strength wasn't enough, then they should be honest and stay quiet. Even if they did, no one would want to see them. However, after Zhao Hai revealed his strength, these people no longer dared to underestimate Zhao Hai. In fact, they now had a trace of respect and fear towards Zhao Hai. After all, Zhao Hai could be said to have saved them all by himself. His momentum in battle made people not dare to underestimate him. Seeing everyone nod, Zhao Hai continued, "Since everyone agrees, then I won't say anything else. Today is a happy day, so I'll treat everyone to a drink." Then he waved his hand and took out several jars of spirit wine. However, he didn't take out anything to eat. Instead, he gave Emoshing a fat chicken. When everyone saw Emoshing's appearance, they knew that he was in a bad situation. Therefore, nobody cared about him and just drank with Zhao Hai. The atmosphere was very warm. Lu Xing held a glass of wine as he arrived in front of Zhao Hai. He raised his glass and said, "Mister, thank you for your help. Mister can rest assured. If Mister needs any help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. We brothers will certainly help you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Brother Lu, you're too polite. We're all newcomers to the 10,000 realm battlefield, so we should help each other. If Brother Lu needs any help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. If I can help you, I will certainly do so." Lu Xing laughed and said, "All right, then let's have a toast. From today onwards, you and I are friends." Zhao Hai raised his glass and toasted Lu Xing. At this time, Li Zongdao had also become familiar with the others. Although Li Zongdao was only at the nascent soul stage, he still had a strong backer. Behind him was the Profound Clear sect. Although there were no people from the Profound Clear sect in the newcomer area, there were still people from the sect outside the newcomer area. These people would certainly take care of Li Zongdao. Because of this, nobody dared to offend Li Zongdao. In addition to Li Zongdao's forthright and generous personality, it was easy for him to make friends. Because of this, everyone quickly became familiar with him. Only Emoshing was left alone. He sat on the side, eating his chicken and drinking his wine. He was very carefree. In fact, in Emoshing's eyes, these people simply didn't exist. In his eyes, there was only Zhao Hai. Other people's matters had nothing to do with him. Even if these people wanted to talk to him, he would just ignore them. After inviting everyone to drink a few jugs of wine, Zhao Hai pulled Lu Xing and asked, "Brother Lu, what are you planning to do next? Do you plan to go back or do you want to buy some things outside? Lucian looked at the people who were drinking and sighed, I want to go back, but we can't right now. I don't know what's going on, but we've been robbed several times. We still haven't paid this month's tax. If we don't pay it, then it would be troublesome. Therefore, we want to go outside and buy some things before going back. No matter what, we still have to pay this month's tax first. Zhao Hai nodded, then his eyes suddenly turned as he said, Brother Liu, why don't you follow me for now? I'm going to teach the Sioux race a lesson. After that, it wouldn't be too late for you to go back. Moreover, you'll be able to get some things from the Sioux race. When the time comes, you can use those things to pay the tax. Maybe there'll be some leftovers. Hearing Zhao Hai, Lucian couldn't help but stare. You really want to deal with the Sioux race? Those guys aren't easy to deal with. Not only are they strong, but their whereabouts are also unpredictable. It wouldn't be easy to find them. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, you can rest assured. Once I set my eyes on them, they wouldn't be able to escape. You should know that the Sioux race don't usually move together. As soon as they split up, we'll deal with them one by one. When the time comes, not only will we be able to vent our anger, we'll also be able to get a lot of good things. How about it? Lucian thought for a moment and said, I can't make this decision alone. Even if we work together, it would only be a temporary alliance. I'll have to discuss it with everyone. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, let's not leave today. We'll stay on the ship. You can use the cabins here. Lucian nodded. The two didn't continue talking about this topic. Instead, they started chatting. After everyone finished drinking, Zhao Hai led Li Zongdao and Emotion to leave. If you want to say that Emotion was stupid, then he wasn't. Zhao Hai told him not to drink too much, so he really didn't drink. Even now, he was still sober. Zhao Hai didn't mind as he led the three to the bow of the ship. At this time, the sky outside was already dark. It must be said that the 10,000 realm battlefield was very strange. Although it was divided into day and night, this place wasn't a planet. This made Zhao Hai feel special. Standing at the bow of the ship, Zhao Hai let out a long breath as he stopped the ship. Then he turned to Li Zongdao and said, Brother Li, we'll deal with the Sioux race tomorrow. We can't let them continue like this. If this continues, the world of cultivation would suffer a huge loss. We need to teach them a lesson. Li Zongdao nodded and said, Brother Li, we'll deal with the Sioux race tomorrow. We can't let them continue like this. Li Zongdao nodded and said, I'm afraid Lu Xing and the others are currently discussing if they want to cooperate with us. Do you think they'll agree? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I think they'll agree. They're having a hard time right now. They haven't even paid their taxes this month. We're giving them an opportunity. They'll certainly agree. Li Zongdao knit his brows and said, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. This time, we're dealing with the Sioux race. They aren't easy to deal with. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't worry, they'll certainly agree. Although they've been in the 10,000 realm battlefield for some time, they're still arrogant. Don't forget that they suffered a big loss this time. If we didn't appear, then they would have been in danger. Do you think they'll be able to swallow this? They will definitely think of a way to take revenge, and our participation will give them a chance to take revenge. They will definitely agree. When Li Zongdao heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but nod. He understood the mentality of transcending tribulation experts. Which one of them wasn't arrogant? Although they were newcomers to the 10,000 realm battlefield, it wouldn't be easy for them to change their temperament in a short time. This time, they were ambushed and almost suffered a big loss. It would be strange if they could swallow this. But if they want to take revenge, then they must first find their enemies. The whereabouts of the Sioux race were uncertain, making it difficult for them to take revenge. Only Zhao Hai could find the Sioux race. Therefore, if Zhao Hai wants to take revenge on the Sioux race, then they would certainly agree. Zhao Hai looked at Li Zongdao and smiled faintly as he said, all right, Brother Li, let's take a rest. We'll know their answer tomorrow morning. If they agree, then they're worth making friends with. If they don't, then we don't need to deal with them in the future. They won't be able to make any progress in their lifetime. Hearing Zhao Hai, Li Zongdao nodded and said, right. If they agree, then it means that they have the heart to make progress. If they don't, then it means that they don't have the heart to make progress. What qualifications do they have to become cultivators? Zhao Hai nodded, then he led Li Zongdao and Emotion to the cabin on the second floor. After entering the cabin, Emotion immediately looked for a place to sleep. Zhao Hai wasn't polite as he directly laid down on the floor and slept. On the other hand, Li Zongdao didn't expect Zhao Hai and Emotion to sleep. This made him very puzzled. Emotion's mind wasn't very clear to begin with, so sleeping was fine. But how could Zhao Hai waste his time sleeping? However, looking at the two, Li Zongdao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really didn't know what to say about Zhao Hai. For someone like Zhao Hai to reach this level in just a few years, the heavens must be blind. Li Zongdao shook his head and sighed. After calming himself down, he sat down cross-legged and began to adjust his breathing. He didn't know that after adjusting his breathing for a short time, he was affected by Emotion's snoring. He felt sleepy and unknowingly fell asleep. The next morning, Li Zongdao woke up. He didn't know when he had fallen asleep on the floor. Li Zongdao couldn't help but pat his head as he smiled bitterly. However, he soon discovered that something was wrong. He discovered that the spirit qi in his body had increased a lot. Although it wasn't as much as when he meditated, his spirit was very good. His whole person was unprecedentedly spirited, which made Li Zongdao stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered something. Cultivation required a balance between work and rest. Now, almost all the cultivators in the cultivation world didn't need to sleep, so no one went to sleep. All of their spiritual energy was used on cultivation. This way, only work was left, and there was no rest at all. From a certain point of view, their cultivation method was incorrect. While Li Zongdao was thinking about these things, he heard Zhao Hai say, "Brother Li, you're awake. Wash your face and eat something. Then we'll go see Lu Xing and the others." Li Zongdao saw that Zhao Hai had already gotten up and was looking at him with a smile. Li Zongdao nodded and waved his hand as a water ball appeared in front of him. He used the water ball to wash his face before throwing it outside. Although Li Zongdao didn't specialize in water magic, this kind of simple magic wasn't difficult for him. Seeing that Li Zongdao had finished washing up, Zhao Hai took out several dishes and some food. Then he gave Emotion a fat chicken before the three ate their breakfast. After eating, the three of them came out of the cabin and walked towards the first floor where Lu Xing and the others were. Lu Xing and the others were the same as other cultivators. They didn't sleep at night and just meditated until dawn. They had already discussed this matter last night. Therefore, when they saw Zhao Hai arrive, they immediately stood up. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he cupped his fist and said, "What do you think? If everyone agrees, then we'll act now. If not, then I'll have everyone disembark first. We'll immediately go and deal with the Sioux race." Lu Xing laughed and said, "Brother Zhao, we've already discussed this matter. The Sioux race aren't good people. They actually dared to target us. Naturally, we won't let them off. Therefore, we'll go with you to deal with the Sioux race." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but smile and said, "All right, Brother Lu's words are good. If everyone agrees, then you can leave the matter of finding the Sioux race to me. Everyone just needs to wait and deal with them." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. Although they didn't know how Zhao Hai would find the Sioux race, they believed that Zhao Hai really wanted to deal with them. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "All right, since everyone agrees, then we'll set out. The Sioux race have been quite rampant recently. Let's give them a taste of our strength." After he said that, Zhao Hai turned the Hell King's ship and rushed towards a certain direction. Although the people on the ship didn't know where Zhao Hai was going, they didn't ask. Every cultivator had their own secrets. These secrets couldn't be told to others. Telling others was tantamount to revealing one's trump card. Then they wouldn't be far from death. At the same time, other cultivators wouldn't casually inquire about other people's secrets. Doing so would arouse suspicion. When the time comes, friends would turn into enemies. It could be said that between cultivators, people had always believed that the friendship between gentlemen was as indifferent as water. No one would casually inquire about other people's secrets, nor would they show too much concern. That would only arouse suspicion. In this case, only this kind of friendship between gentlemen could really continue. If not, sooner or later, they would fall out with each other. Zhao Hai was currently flying towards the direction of a Sioux race person. These Sioux race people rarely moved together. Even if they did, they would immediately separate after the operation. Although the Sioux race had a unified management, there was still competition between them. In order to get a better position, they would do everything they could to climb up. What if someone blocked their path? Naturally, they would do everything they could to eradicate them. The Sioux race were bandits by nature, so there was no trust between them. However, the Sioux race were good at keeping their promises. It was said that the Sioux race learned this from some bandit code. Nobody knew where this code came from. In any case, you don't need to worry about them plotting against you. They would explain the mission clearly to you and give you what you deserve. While doing the mission, you can trust them. But after the mission is completed, you need to be on guard against them. This was because once the mission is completed, they wouldn't need to follow the bandit code anymore and would be able to rob you of your things. Because of this, the Sioux race would gather together to trust each other. But once the mission is over, they would immediately separate. This was because once the mission is over, they wouldn't trust each other anymore. The reason why the Sioux race gathered together was to deal with Lu Xing's group. Lu Xing's group had a total of 14 people. If they didn't send more people, then it would be impossible to stop them. Because of this, the Sioux race decided to organize this mission. However, they didn't expect that it would be destroyed by Zhao Hai. Although the operation was ruined by Zhao Hai, the Sioux race still managed to deliver what they had promised. This was the most commendable aspect of the Sioux race. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. After the mission was over, the group immediately dispersed. This was because everyone in the 10,000 realm battlefield knew what the Sioux race were like. Naturally, they also knew that once the mission was over, the Sioux race would turn into bandits. If they stayed, then they would be in danger. Because of this, they immediately dispersed. The Sioux race didn't think that Zhao Hai would really come to settle accounts with them. It wouldn't be easy to find them. Almost everyone in the Sioux race had a stealth body. Not only could they hide, they could also block spiritual force. Additionally, the Sioux race were unpredictable. They didn't even know where they would go next, so there was no need to talk about other people. It would be very difficult to surround them. However, they didn't know that there was a heaven-defying existence like the space in this world. They also didn't know that their stealth technique was useless in front of the space's surveillance. No matter where they ran, they couldn't escape the space's surveillance. Moreover, in order to deal with these people, Zhao Hai had already placed silver needles on their bodies. With these silver needles, they wouldn't be able to escape. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to deal with the Sioux race was to teach them a lesson. At the same time, he wanted to see if he could get information about the mastermind behind the Sioux race. The Hell King's ship quickly moved through the space. Its aura as well as its huge hull gave people a strong sense of oppression. Because of this, people who saw the Hell King's ship would avoid it, no matter which realm they were from. Although everyone came from different realms, they had one thing in common. No matter which realm they were from, an existence like the Hell King's ship wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. Because of this, nobody dared to provoke Zhao Hai and the others. Lu Xing and Zhao Hai stood on the bow of the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai didn't feel anything, but Lu Xing and the others felt an unprecedented sense of pride. Although the Hell King's ship had nothing to do with them, they were still able to bask in its glory. Moreover, the Hell King's ship was an artifact of the world of cultivation, so they were able to bask in its glory. The Hell King's ship was very fast. And in order to deal with the Sioux race today, Zhao Hai deliberately adjusted their course. Because of this, it only took them 2 hours to find a Sioux race person. The Sioux race person also discovered Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. He had a deep impression of the Hell King's ship. He knew that the Hell King's ship was a huge pagoda. Although the pagoda managed to escape while they were distracted, they didn't doubt the pagoda's strength. It must be known that even if they were distracted, the pagoda was still able to escape unscathed. From this point, one could see how strong the pagoda was. Because of this, when the Sioux race person saw the Hell King's ship, he immediately felt that something bad was going to happen. He immediately used his invisibility cloak to hide, hoping to escape this calamity. The Sioux race person thought that Zhao Hai might have come for him. This was because he still remembered what Zhao Hai said when he left. Now that the Hell King's ship didn't go anywhere and instead came for him, the Sioux race person didn't believe that it wasn't for him. Not long after the Sioux race person hid, the Hell King's ship stopped in front of him. Zhao Hai looked at the Sioux race person's hiding place and said, "Come out. Do you think you can escape this calamity? Don't forget what I said yesterday." The Sioux race person thought that Zhao Hai was bluffing him. But when he saw Zhao Hai looking at his hiding place, he knew that Zhao Hai knew where he was. The Sioux race person couldn't help but feel bitter. Then he put away his invisibility cloak and appeared 200 meters away from the Hell King's ship. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How did you find me?" The Sioux race's invisibility is almost undetectable. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Almost undetectable doesn't mean that no one can find you. Didn't I find you? To tell you the truth, I've already met more than one Sioux race person before you. I even killed one. Then he went invisible and tried to sneak attack me. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed. Now it's your turn." The Sioux race should know that the 10,000 realm battlefield is a paradise for bandits. But targeting only one race isn't enough. If you target the world of cultivation, you will be met with retaliation. Today is just the beginning. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as 10,000 flying swords appeared around him and flew towards the Sioux race person. The Sioux race person immediately took out his artifact to block Zhao Hai's attack. But at this time, Lu Xing and the others didn't just sit back and watch. Everyone released their flying swords and attacked the Sioux race person. Seeing this, Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he received his flying swords. He gave this opportunity to Lu Xing and the others. He knew that Lu Xing and the others wanted revenge, so he gave them this opportunity. Although the Sioux race person wasn't weak, he couldn't resist so many transcending tribulation experts. Before long, he was killed by Lu Xing and the others. After killing the Sioux race person, Zhao Hai took the corpse to the Hell King's ship. Then he looked at Lu Xing and the others and said, "Brother Lu, you can take his things. But this corpse belongs to me. How about it?" When Lu Xing heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be surprised for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "Zhao Hai, you're a dark mage, so of course this corpse belongs to you. But we can't take all of it. Let's split it equally." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're a dark mage." Naturally, the others didn't object to Lu Xing's idea. To be honest, they were the ones who took advantage of the situation. This was because without Zhao Hai, they wouldn't have been able to find the Sioux race person. On the other hand, even without them, Zhao Hai could still deal with the Sioux race person easily. They didn't doubt this at all. If they weren't in the 10,000 realm battlefield, they wouldn't have taken these things. After all, most of the credit went to Zhao Hai. But now that they were in the 10,000 realm battlefield, they didn't have enough money to pay their taxes. In order to stay in the 10,000 realm battlefield and have something to pay their taxes, they could only thicken their faces and take these things. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about it. He didn't care about these things. But he also knew that if he didn't take them, then Lu Xing and the others would feel uneasy. Therefore, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, I'll do as Brother Lu says. I only want the Sioux race person and his life source artifact. You can divide the rest equally." It must be known that Zhao Hai still suffered a loss. These Sioux race people had been robbing in the 10,000 realm battlefield for a long time. They had more than 100 artifacts on them as well as a lot of other things. If these things were divided equally, then everyone's income wouldn't be small. This Sioux race person was different from Lu Xing and the others. Lu Xing and the others were newcomers who hadn't been in the 10,000 realm battlefield for a long time. They were worried about their taxes every month. On the other hand, this Sioux race person was an old man. After being in the 10,000 realm battlefield for so many years, he had a lot of good things on him. When Lu Xing heard Zhao Hai, he wanted to give some things to Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai didn't agree. In the end, he could only follow Zhao Hai's plan. After taking the Sioux race person's things, they discovered that this Sioux race person was very rich. There were a lot of good things in his spatial equipment. Not only were these things enough for them to pay this month's taxes, they could also make a small profit. Naturally, Li Zhongdao and Emotion also received their share. Zhao Hai kept Li Zhongdao's share while Zhao Hai kept Emotion's share for him. In any case, Emotion didn't need these things. He didn't know how to use them anyway. This time's operation was a success. Not only did they get their revenge, they also made a lot of money. This made Lu Xing and the others very happy. After dividing their things, they turned to Zhao Hai. Their intentions were obvious. They wanted Zhao Hai to take them to deal with the other Su race people. Zhao Hai looked at them and knew what they were thinking. However, he didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly and waved his hand. The Hell King's ship adjusted its bow and flew towards another direction. Because of this, the people from the Su race and the other realms who participated in the operation all carried Zhao Hai's silver needles. However, Zhao Hai's main target was the Su race. As for the other realms, Zhao Hai didn't care about them. This operation was mainly initiated by the Su race. Naturally, the Su race would deal with them first. As for the other realms, although they also participated, they were hired. Zhao Hai didn't care about them right now. Additionally, Zhao Hai didn't want to offend the other realms. Because of this, he didn't make a move on the other realms. His main target was the Su race. Exploding, there will be another update in a while. Recently, the people from the other realms in the newcomer region noticed that the atmosphere in the newcomer region wasn't right. First, the people from the world of cultivation were constantly being attacked. This caused the cultivators from the world of cultivation to not dare to come out. Even if they came out, it would be best if they came out in groups. Very few of them came out alone. This caused the people from the other realms to gloat. Moreover, people from the other realms also discovered that there were a lot of Su race people in the newcomers area. And most of the time, they would see the Su race attacking the people from the world of cultivation. People with discerning eyes could see that the Su race was targeting the people from the world of cultivation. However, it seems like the people from the world of cultivation haven't discovered the Su race's plot yet. It must be said that the Su race was one of the most unpopular races in the 10,000 realm battlefield. This was because they relied on robbing for a living. Nobody liked such a bandit group. Moreover, veterans wouldn't come to the newcomers area. However, the Su race were an exception. They didn't care about unwritten rules. Even if there were written rules, they wouldn't care, let alone unwritten rules. Because of this, people from the other realms also came out in groups. This was because the Su race were too active in the newcomers area. Although the Su race's main target was the people from the world of cultivation, who knows if the bandits would suddenly turn against them. It was better to be careful. Because of this, people from the world of cultivation were very careful. They came out in groups as much as possible. However, people from the other realms quickly discovered that something was wrong. They discovered that the people from the world of cultivation had launched a counterattack. They were led by a huge ship as they launched a counterattack against the Su race. Su race people were killed one by one. The ship was still rampaging in the newcomers area. However, the ship didn't look for trouble with the other realms, it only targeted the Su race. At this point, the people from the other realms discovered that this was a war between the world of cultivation and the Su race. It would be better for them to not participate in it. They could only watch from the sidelines and take advantage of the situation. It didn't take long for the Su race to discover this situation. A large number of people from the Su race rushed into the beginners area. At the same time, the people from the world of cultivation also discovered this situation. A large number of experts from the world of cultivation also rushed into the beginners area. The newcomers from the world of cultivation and the Su race were all veterans. When the newcomers from the other realms saw this, they immediately turned around and ran. They directly returned to their own residences and didn't dare to come out. These people also understood that if the world of cultivation and the Su race entered the newcomers area, the conflict between the two sides would escalate. If they stayed in the newcomers area, then they would be courting death. The movement in the newcomers area was so big that it naturally alarmed everyone in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Everyone turned their attention to the newcomers area. The world of cultivation and the Su race weren't the strongest realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield. The strength of these two realms could only be considered average. However, it had been a long time since the two realms fought each other. Everyone was deliberately avoiding this situation. This was because if two realms fought each other, then both sides would suffer losses. This would only allow the other realms to take advantage of the situation. It must be known that there were too many realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield. There were more than 30,000 realms that wanted to trample on the other realms in order to gain more benefits. Therefore, the other realms avoided this situation as much as possible. Because of this, the battle between the world of cultivation and the Sioux race attracted the attention of everyone in the 10,000 realm battlefield. The world of cultivation couldn't back down this time. If they did, then countless people would come to deal with them in the future. Because of this, they needed to teach the Sioux race a lesson. Logically speaking, the Sioux race should have retreated in this situation. They were a bandit race. They would only steal things. They wouldn't really exterminate humans. But what was strange was that the higher-ups of the Sioux race issued an order to fight the world of cultivation at all costs. This was something that the Sioux race didn't expect. However, the Sioux race still listened to the orders of their higher-ups. Because of this, a large number of Sioux race people poured into the newcomers' region. Naturally, the world of cultivation didn't lag behind. A large number of people poured into the newcomers' region. At the same time, Zhao Hai and the others didn't leave the newcomers' region. They were looking for trouble with the Sioux race. It was precisely because of their actions that the Sioux race became vigilant. Therefore, the Sioux race sent a large number of people to the newcomers' region. Zhao Hai and the others didn't return to the residential area. Naturally, they didn't know what was happening there. After Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen reported the situation, the higher-ups of the world of cultivation immediately responded. They sent a large number of experts to the newcomers' region in order to deal with the Sioux race. The leader of this group was a young monk. This monk had a simple-looking staff in his hand. However, this staff gave off a very strong pressure. This pressure didn't come from the monk, but from the staff itself. This was what surprised people the most. This young monk brought more than 1,000 people to the newcomers' area. Most of these people were at the transcending tribulation stage. Only a few of them were at the severed soul stage. As for the young monk, he was at the severed soul stage. When the monk arrived at the newcomers' region, Zhao Hai received a message. Zhao Hai didn't know who the monk was, but he recognized the staff in his hand. This staff was very famous in the world of cultivation. It was the Void Temple's treasure, the 10,000 transformation staff. Seeing that the 10,000 transformation staff was taken out, Zhao Hai knew that the world of cultivation was going to play big this time. However, he didn't care. The newcomers' region wasn't small. Even if the monk with the 10,000 transformation staff entered the newcomers' region, he might not be able to find them. Moreover, Zhao Hai didn't plan on meeting the monk. Zhao Hai can see that the young monk was the leader of this operation. Moreover, he was a Buddhist disciple. If Zhao Hai goes in, then he would have to listen to the monk's orders. Zhao Hai didn't want to be yelled at every day. Therefore, he didn't plan on meeting the monk. He also didn't tell Lu Xing and the others about this. Naturally, Zhao Hai also didn't want to provoke the Sioux race. This time, the Sioux race had sent more than 1,000 people to the newcomers' region. Moreover, they weren't weak. There were also several severed soul experts. Most importantly, the Sioux race had gathered together. If the world of cultivation were to deal with the Sioux race at this time, then they might suffer a big loss. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't touch the Sioux race at this time. Therefore, he led Lu Xing and the others to sweep through the newcomers' region. Naturally, they were sweeping the area for herbs and ores. Because of the movements of the Sioux race and the world of cultivation, a lot of people from the other realms had left the beginners' area. Now, the density of people in the beginners' area wasn't as high as before. This was a good opportunity to sweep through the area. In the past, it would be very difficult for Zhao Hai and the others to gather herbs. This was because there were countless people watching over them every day. It wasn't easy to snatch them. But now it was different. Now that the people from the other realms had left the newcomers' area, this was an opportunity for Zhao Hai and the others. Now that they were in the newcomers' area, there weren't many people who would compete with them for the herbs. When Zhao Hai made this decision, he dealt with the Sioux race that besieged Lu Xing and the others. This way, he could gather more herbs and ores to enrich the space. Secondly, he could avoid the monk and the others from getting involved in the war between the two realms. Zhao Hai didn't want to be involved in the war between the two realms. It wasn't that Zhao Hai didn't want to contribute to the world of cultivation. He just didn't want to become cannon fodder. Because of this, after dealing with the Su race that besieged Lu Xing and the others, he proposed to gather herbs and ores together. Now that Lu Xing and the others had their revenge and saw Zhao Hai's strength, they naturally wouldn't oppose. Therefore, they agreed. Zhao Hai piloted the Hell King's ship and began to sweep through the various herb and ores production areas. Lu Xing and the others were also able to see some clues. They had been to some of these areas before, so they naturally knew what it was like in the past. If they didn't go far, they would encounter a cultivator. If they didn't handle things well, then they would encounter a cultivator. But after flying around for a long time, they didn't see a single cultivator. This was strange. Lu Xing and the others also discovered that everything Zhao Hai did seemed to have a purpose. He didn't do it casually, nor did he do it for revenge. Take the matter with the Su race for example. On the surface, it seemed like it was for revenge. However, Lu Xing and the others had to recognize that they had unknowingly fallen into Zhao Hai's trap. Zhao Hai seemed to be avenging them, but in fact, he was using this matter to get closer to them. Moreover, he was slowly making them follow his lead. This might sound strange. Since they knew about Zhao Hai's plot, then they naturally wouldn't be fooled. However, this wasn't the case. In fact, even though they knew about this, they still didn't want to leave Zhao Hai. They obediently followed Zhao Hai's lead. When he thought of this, Lu Xing couldn't help but smile bitterly. The more time he spent with Zhao Hai, the more he discovered that Zhao Hai was extraordinary. There was something about him that made people want to listen to him. This feeling was very strange, but they didn't feel disgusted. Even if they knew that Zhao Hai was dealing with the Su race in order to get closer to them, they still didn't feel disgusted. Zhao Hai was dealing with the Su race in order to subdue them. Sometimes, Lu Xing even thought that they were collectively bewitched. Otherwise, why would they listen to Zhao Hai? They were truly bewitched. However, they were still under the influence of the orthodox Buddhist technique, the Enlightenment technique. The Enlightenment technique was one of the most difficult techniques to learn. It was silent when used, there weren't even any spiritual fluctuations. As long as a person was under the influence of this technique, they would have a favorable impression of the caster and slowly become obedient. There were two ways to use the Enlightenment technique. The first way was to use it in a hurry, like a big move. If the person affected by the Enlightenment technique didn't have enough mental strength, they would immediately be converted. After being converted, they would wholeheartedly believe in the person who converted them. They might even become a fanatic who had completely lost their own thoughts. The other way to use the technique was to use it silently. When used, there would be no sound at all. The person under the influence of the technique wouldn't be able to feel anything. However, this method had a disadvantage compared to the first one. This method needed to be used several times in order to achieve the conversion effect. Zhao Hai had already used this technique on Lu Xing and the others many times. At this point, Lu Xing and the others had already been converted. It was just that Lu Xing and the others didn't notice it. Zhao Hai didn't have any psychological pressure when it came to converting Lu Xing and the others. This was because Zhao Hai knew that Lu Xing and the others didn't have any good intentions when they came to him. Zhao Hai had already treated Lu Xing and the others well. Most importantly, converting Lu Xing and the others wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Zhao Hai had the space as well as faith power. In the future, he would become stronger and stronger. Being converted by Zhao Hai at this time might be a good thing for them. Another use of the Enlightenment technique was even more powerful, which was the collection of faith power. Therefore, those who were converted could provide faith power to the spellcaster. The more people you converted, the more faith power they would provide. Moreover, almost all of those who were converted were fanatics, so they could provide a lot of faith power. This was the most powerful aspect of the Enlightenment technique. Zhao Hai already knew how important faith power was to a cultivator. His body was a lot stronger than before. Moreover, he wouldn't have any bottlenecks in his cultivation in the future. However, it wasn't easy to get people to believe in you. This was especially true for fanatics, they were very difficult to cultivate. If Zhao Hai didn't have the space, then it would be impossible for him to collect so much faith power. In the world of cultivation, there was no lack of methods to collect and use faith power. However, it was very difficult to find people who could provide faith power. In the cultivation realm, there were some great sects that did some experiments in the past. They raised people in captivity and brainwashed them. After that, they had these people provide them with faith power. However, this method wasn't very successful. First, faith power could only be provided to one person. Who to provide it to was a problem. If too many people were provided, then the amount of faith power each person would receive wouldn't be enough. On the other hand, if there were too many people in captivity, then it would be even more difficult to handle. If there were too many people, then it would be easy for unnecessary troubles to arise. When the time comes, one person would have some doubts about the brainwashing. Then other people would also have doubts, and slowly, the captivity would fail. Because this captivity method didn't work, the use of faith power in the world of cultivation hadn't been popularized. One of the reasons was that the cultivation method was kept secret. The bigger reason was that there was no place to provide faith power. After learning about faith power, Zhao Hai's understanding of faith power had deepened. He also understood why Lu Wei was able to gather faith power despite having the ability to control a realm. This was because faith power wasn't easy to gather. Zhao Hai's understanding of faith power had deepened. He also understood why Lu Wei's strength was still so low. Just like in the divine realm, although Lu Wei was regarded as a god, there weren't a lot of people who truly believed in him. Everyone was like the Buddhists on earth. They only spoke casually and didn't necessarily have true faith. Because of this, although Lu Wei and the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor controlled a realm, the amount of faith power they could collect was pitifully small. Naturally, this pitiful amount of faith power wasn't very useful. It also wasn't very helpful to the two of them. This was the reason why their strength was so low. But no matter what, the two of them still had a place to collect faith power. Because of this, neither of them was willing to throw it away. They held it tightly in their hands, not daring to let others know about it. If Lu Wei knew that Zhao Hai had a lot of faith power, then he would certainly be jealous to death. In the same way, if the cultivation realm knew about the enlightenment technique, they would do everything in their power to obtain it. This was because as long as they have this technique, they would be able to collect faith power. For any cultivator, this was a fatal attraction. Lu Xing and the others didn't know about this. They only knew that they unconsciously liked to listen to Zhao Hai's words. Moreover, they didn't dislike this feeling at all. Li Zongdao also discovered this point. He felt strange, but he didn't ask anything. Li Zongdao wasn't stupid. Although he had cooperated with Lu Xing and the others for a long time, he still didn't fully trust them. If they were in the cultivation realm, then Li Zongdao might believe them. But in this place, Li Zongdao didn't believe them at all. Li Zongdao knew that in the cultivation realm, Lu Xing and the others would have scruples about his identity. He was a core disciple of the Profound Clear sect. If they killed him and the Profound Clear sect found out, then Lu Xing and the others wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. However, this was the 10,000 realm battlefield. It wasn't a peaceful place. Even if Lu Xing and the others killed him, nobody would know who killed him. The 10,000 realm battlefield was too chaotic. It was almost impossible to track someone down and find out who killed them. Now that Lu Xing and the others were obedient to Zhao Hai, Li Zongdao became even more careful. In his opinion, people who were unaccountably solicitous were hiding evil intentions. Lu Xing and the others' attitude towards Zhao Hai wasn't necessarily a good thing. Moreover, Li Zongdao had told Zhao Hai several times. However, Zhao Hai only comforted him and didn't take it to heart. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't know what to say. The matter of the divine purification art couldn't be spoken about. If he did, it would bring him endless trouble. But what they needed to do now was to collect herbs and ores. They also needed to deal with some beasts. With so many people, there was no danger at all. Because of this, Li Zongdao didn't react too violently. While Zhao Hai and the others were collecting herbs and ores, the Su race and the world of cultivation also began to move. Both sides received news that the other side had sent a large number of troops to the newcomers' region. Because of this, both sides were very careful. The two sides dispatched a total of 3,000 people in the novice trial area, cautiously approaching the other side. They would also send some people to scout, but the people they sent were at least in groups of 10. They were afraid that someone would be left behind and be dealt with by the other side. It must be known that in a war, every single force was in existence that couldn't be ignored. The situation of both sides had already been received by Zhao Hai into the space. At this point, every movement in the newcomers' region couldn't escape Zhao Hai's eyes. Now that both sides were making such a big move, Zhao Hai was observing from the outside. The distance between the two sides was very far. If they really wanted to meet up and have a big battle, it would probably take a few days. Most importantly, the place where the two sides met was very far away from them. They did not have to worry about anything at all. Zhao Hai didn't care about these things. He still led Lu Xing and the others to collect herbs and ores every day. He wanted to use this opportunity to collect as much as he could. After the war, it wouldn't be as easy as it was now. Naturally, Lu Xing and the others didn't have any objections. At this point, they had already been converted by Zhao Hai. As long as they undergo the purification technique, Lu Xing and the others would become Zhao Hai's most loyal followers. No matter how long they were separated from Zhao Hai, they would always believe in Zhao Hai as their god. This was the most powerful aspect of the purification technique. Moreover, even if Zhao Hai used the purification technique in front of Lu Xing and the others, they wouldn't have any objections. This was because their minds had already been converted by the purification technique. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He didn't want to participate in the battle between the world of cultivation and the Sioux race right now. He planned to stay here for a few days and wait for the war to start. When the time comes, he wouldn't be under the command of Monk Kong Miao. He would be able to contribute to the world of cultivation. Monk Kong Miao was the monk who held the 10,000 transformation staff. Zhao Hai didn't know his name before, so people started calling him Master Kong Miao. Only now did Zhao Hai know his name. Monk Kong Miao looked very young, but his strength was very formidable. Most importantly, he was very organized. Under his arrangements, the march of more than 1,000 people was carried out in an orderly manner. There wasn't even the slightest bit of chaos. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but admire Monk Kong Miao. It must be known that the space wasn't commanding soldiers of the machine field. Instead, he was commanding cultivators who hadn't undergone any military training. Making these cultivators follow his orders was something that couldn't be done without some means. Compared to the situation in the world of cultivation, the Sioux race's situation was much more orderly. It seems like the Sioux race had undergone military training. And with the Sioux race's unified management, it was natural for them to have a much easier time managing the troops. The speed of the troops wasn't fast. Although they were a lot of cultivators, they were still slower than a single person. After all, it wasn't easy for a large army to maintain a certain formation. Although Zhao Hai was still collecting materials and ores, his attention was now focused on the battle between the Sioux race and the world of cultivation. He wanted to see when the two sides would start fighting so that he could join in the fun. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship and let out a long breath. He looked at Lu Xing and the others who were standing beside him. Lu Xing and the others were from different races. But right now, they only had one identity: they were Zhao Hai's followers. Zhao Hai carried out his final conversion today. Lu Xing and the others were completely converted by Zhao Hai and became Zhao Hai's most loyal followers. Zhao Hai used his eyes of faith to look at Lu Xing and the others. Their bodies were now emitting golden faith power. Their faith power was so rich that it wasn't any worse than the undead. It must be known that although the undead had their own thoughts, they were Zhao Hai's most fanatical followers. If Zhao Hai gave an order, they would die at any time. But the faith power emitted from Lu Xing and the others was the same as the undead. In other words, they had become Zhao Hai's fanatical followers. As long as Zhao Hai gave the order, they would die for Zhao Hai at any time. At this point, Lu Xing and the others were looking at Zhao Hai with fanaticism. In their hearts, Zhao Hai was like a true god. They were willing to sacrifice everything for Zhao Hai. At this time, Li Zongdao and Mo Xing were still sleeping in their cabins. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Xing and the others and said, "You should go and rest as well. Remember, don't be too obvious in front of outsiders." Lu Xing and the others nodded. Then they respectfully gave Xiao Hai a salute before returning to their cabins. Xiao Hai looked at their backs. Then he turned his head to the dark sky and muttered, "Just wait. Sooner or later, I'll meet you." The Yu Xiao Hai was referring to the people who created the 10,000 realm battlefield. Currently, the 10,000 realm battlefield was Xiao Hai's biggest worry. How could the people who created the 10,000 realm battlefield be simple? At this time, Xiao Hai was most worried about these people. Because of this, he wasn't very concerned about the situation in the 10,000 realm battlefield. He knew that he wouldn't encounter any problems here. He only came here to train and see if the space can be upgraded. If the space can be upgraded, then he would have more confidence. Xiao Hai was also very worried about the 10,000 realm battlefield. Because of this, Xiao Hai wasn't too worried about the 10,000 realm battlefield. The next day, Xiao Hai and the others went to get herbs and ores. Xiao Hai didn't go too far. He didn't go to places guarded by powerful beasts. But even so, their harvest was still very huge. Their harvest in the past few days was comparable to what other people would get in a few years. After all, nobody would compete with them now. Even those who dared to stay behind would be dealt with by Xiao Hai and the others. At this point, the number of transcending tribulation experts in Xiao Hai's space had increased to 30. If he left the 10,000 realm battlefield and returned to the world of cultivation, he would immediately become an overlord. An overlord that nobody would dare to touch. After going around the various herb and ore production areas for a few more days, Xiao Hai finally stopped. They went to almost all of the famous herb and ore production areas in the newcomers' trial area. Another reason was that the world of cultivation and the Sioux race were about to go to war. Both sides sent a total of 3,000 cultivators. Among them, the weakest were transcending tribulation experts. There were no nascent soul experts. Moreover, all of them were veterans. At this point, the two sides were facing each other on Green Copper Mountain. The distance between the two sides was less than a kilometer. Seeing this, Xiao Hai knew that a war was inevitable. It would take about 3 days for them to reach Green Copper Mountain. Xiao Hai didn't tell Li Zongdao and the others why they went back. Li Zongdao and the others also didn't ask. Li Zongdao had absolute trust in Xiao Hai. As for Lu Xing and the others, not to mention Xiao Hai, they wouldn't hesitate to hang themselves and slit their own throats. After turning the ship around, Xiao Hai turned his head to the others and said, "Everyone, gather around. I have something to say." Everyone immediately gathered around. Li Zongdao looked at Lu Xing and the others and felt that something was strange. Lu Xing and the others changed too quickly. In just a few days, they were already obedient to Xiao Hai. This made Li Zongdao feel uncertain. He didn't know what happened to Lu Xing and the others. Xiao Hai looked at everyone and said, "The world of cultivation has gathered more than 1,000 people to confront the Sioux race at Green Copper Mountain. The battle will soon start. We're going back to participate in the battle. So don't think about anything else for the next few days. Just rest well and prepare yourself. We'll make our move at any time." Hearing Xiao Hai, Li Zongdao stared, then he quickly said, "Really? Xiao Hai, when did this happen? How come we didn't know about it?" Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's been a few days since we started looking for herbs. But at that time, the armies of both sides had just arrived. I didn't want to go back and be controlled by those people, so I didn't go back. Now that the war is about to start, we naturally have to go back and help. Brotherly, go and rest. It will take us 2 or 3 days to get back. These few days are just enough for everyone to have a good rest." Li Zongdao nodded and said, "I've been wondering why there are so few people in the trial area these days. I'm afraid that they've been scared away. They're afraid of being caught in the crossfire." Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, it's precisely because of this that I decided to stay. Now that we've harvested a lot, it's about time for us to go back and participate in the war." Li Zongdao laughed and said, "Good. Xiao Hai, good job. Those monks aren't good people. Let's let them fight first. We don't want to be treated as cannon fodder if we go back too early." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "I was thinking the same thing. Don't you remember what Marshal Uncle Feng said before we came in? Recently, the 10,000 realm battlefield hasn't been peaceful. The Void Temple has brought in the 10,000 transformation staff. And this time, the leader is a monk with a staff. Li Zongdao stared and said, a staff? The 10,000 transformation staff? Do you know the monk's name? Jiao Hai nodded and said, Kong Miao. The monk's Buddhist name is Kong Miao. He seems to be quite young. Have you heard of this name? Jiao Hai noticed that Li Zongdao's expression changed when he said Kong Miao's name. He couldn't help but ask curiously. It took a while for Li Zongdao's expression to return to normal, then he said, if it's really Kong Miao, then I've heard of him. He's a monk in the Void Temple. Although he isn't very famous in the cultivation realm, we've all heard of him. He's the #1 genius of the younger generation. He seems to be about the same age as me, maybe even 2 years younger than me. However, his cultivation speed is very fast. When I reached nascent soul stage, I heard that he had already transcended his tribulation. I'm afraid he's already at the severed soul stage. I heard that he's the youngest great elder in the history of the Void Temple. Although he's from the same generation as us, he's already far ahead of us. I'm afraid only you can compare to him. Jiao Hai stared. Naturally, he understood what Li Zongdao meant. Li Zongdao was referring to the core disciples of great sects. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, they were unreachable existences. Kong Miao was an existence that they had to look up to. Thinking of this, Jiao Hai couldn't help but nod and said, it seems like this Kong Miao isn't simple. The Void Temple sent him to the 10,000 realm battlefield with the 10,000 transformation staff. This shows that they're confident in him. If I have time, I'd like to meet him. Li Zongdao smiled bitterly. In the entire world of cultivation, only Li Zongdao would dare to say such words. Even some of the transcending tribulation experts wouldn't dare. Li Zongdao shook his head, then he turned to Jiao Hai and said, Jiao Hai, you have to be careful of this Kong Miao. I heard a rumor that this Kong Miao is the reincarnation of a Buddhist sect senior. I heard that there's a Buddhist sect cultivation method that allows one's soul to retain their memories and reincarnate. Hearing Li Zongdao, Jiao Hai's pupils couldn't help but shrink as he said, Kong Miao reincarnated? Is that true? Li Zongdao shook his head and said, nobody knows about this. It's just a rumor. Otherwise, how could his cultivation speed be so fast? It's scary. Jiao Hai nodded. He knew that the reason why his cultivation speed was so fast was because of the space. If Kong Miao didn't have a cheat like the space, then it would be a problem for him to cultivate this fast. Li Zongdao was already considered a genius in the cultivation realm, and his cultivation speed was also considered normal. Kong Miao's speed was a bit strange. He couldn't be described as a genius, he could only be described as a monstrous genius. If Kong Miao was really the reincarnation of a Buddhist sect senior, then wouldn't he be able to see the faith power in Jiao Hai's body? If he really discovered something, then things would be even more troublesome. Thinking of this, Jiao Hai couldn't help but frown. It seems like Kong Miao was a difficult person to deal with. Li Zongdao looked at Jiao Hai and comforted him, don't think too much about it. He's also a person from the world of cultivation. He won't do anything to you. Jiao Hai smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. If he didn't have a lot of secrets, then he wouldn't be afraid of Kong Miao. However, he had a lot of secrets, and any one of them could bring him a lot of trouble. Therefore, he had to be careful. Looking at Jiao Hai's appearance, Li Zongdao knew that Jiao Hai was hiding something that he didn't know. However, he didn't ask too much. This kind of thing depended on Jiao Hai. If he wants to talk about it, then he can talk about it. If he doesn't, then nobody can force him to talk about it. However, Li Zongdao really wanted to know what secrets Jiao Hai had. Why was he so nervous when he heard that Kong Miao was a reincarnated cultivator? Could it be that he was also a reincarnated cultivator? After thinking about this, Li Zongdao's eyes lit up. This was because from what he saw, Jiao Hai seemed to meet the requirements of a reincarnated cultivator. His cultivation speed was fast, he had a lot of secrets, and he was very strong. All of these made him seem like a reincarnated cultivator. Could it be that he was also a reincarnated cultivator? Jiao Hai didn't know what Li Zongdao was thinking. If he knew what Li Zongdao was thinking, he wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was because Li Zongdao's guess was only half correct. Jiao Hai couldn't call it reincarnation, it should be called soul crossing. Jiao Hai also couldn't call it recultivation. Although Li Zongdao suspected that Zhao Hai was a reincarnated cultivator, he couldn't find any evidence. Moreover, he recalled that Zhao Hai really wasn't a reincarnated cultivator. This was because there were a lot of things that Li Zongdao didn't know about cultivation. Therefore, the possibility of Zhao Hai being a reincarnated cultivator could be ruled out. Zhao Hai had Laura and the others command the Hell King's ship while he led Li Zongdao and the others back to rest. This was a battle involving more than 1,000 people. Zhao Hai needed to be careful. A battle involving more than 1,000 people might not sound like a lot, but one must know that the people participating in this battle were either transcending tribulation experts or severed soul experts. If such experts were to make a move, the heavens would fall and the earth would rend. Because of this, Zhao Hai had to be careful. Transcending tribulation experts couldn't be underestimated. Therefore, he needed to rest for the next 3 days. Kong Miao stood among the cultivators as he looked at the Sioux race. He didn't store his artifact like the others. Instead, he held it in his hand. This was because the artifact in his hand was the 10,000 transformation staff. Kong Miao was very fond of this artifact. This was because it was very good. It was very convenient for him to use it. This time, Kong Miao's name would spread throughout the 10,000 realm battlefield. Thinking about his wonderful experience, Kong Miao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In his opinion, he was a person favored by the heavens. Otherwise, how could he encounter such good things? The reason why Kong Miao's cultivation was so fast wasn't because he was a reincarnated Buddhist expert. Instead, it was because he obtained the inheritance of a Buddhist expert. Kong Miao was born on a planet under the control of the Void Temple. His family was a mid-level cultivation family under the jurisdiction of the Void Temple. His family members also cultivated Buddhist cultivation methods. If their disciples were discovered to be geniuses, they would be sent to the Void Temple to cultivate and become an inner disciple or even a core disciple. In the family, Kong Miao was just a bastard. Naturally, the family wouldn't waste too much time and resources on him. Because of this, Kong Miao's life wasn't much better than other rogue cultivators. However, no one thought that when Kong Miao went up the mountain to pick herbs, he would find a jade slip in an inconspicuous cave. This jade slip didn't have a spiritual lock, so Kong Miao sent his spiritual force into it. When he did, he immediately fainted. It took him 5 days to wake up. After waking up, he knew that he had found a treasure. This jade slip was left behind by a Buddhist expert before he passed away. The jade slip recorded the expert's progress from the body tempering stage to the severed soul stage. This was tantamount to showing Kong Miao the path of his cultivation, allowing him to have a smooth journey in his cultivation. Most importantly, the cultivation method recorded in the jade slip was very high level. Moreover, the first step of cultivation was written clearly. How to cultivate faster, what kind of pills to use, everything was written clearly. Kong Miao only needed to follow the instructions. The most amazing thing was that the jade slip contained a trace of the severed soul expert's spiritual force as well as a trace of spiritual qi. The spiritual force was used to stimulate Kong Miao's spirit. The spiritual force was used to strengthen Kong Miao's spirit. As for the spiritual qi, it was the purest form of spiritual qi. This jade slip could be said to be a treasure in the cultivation world. Anyone who obtained it could cultivate step by step from an ordinary cultivator to a great expert. As for why this jade slip appeared in that cave, no one knew. Kong Miao's spiritual force was much stronger than his peers, and he also had the purest spiritual qi of a severed soul expert. Naturally, his cultivation was twice as fast with half the effort. He quickly stood out in his family and became a genius of his family. Then he was sent to the Void Temple and became an outer court disciple, then an inner court disciple, and then a core disciple. Because of this, he was able to obtain a lot of cultivation resources. With the help of the jade slip, his cultivation speed was like a rocket. Now, he was the Void Temple's great elder, a severed soul expert. He was one of the most respected people in the cultivation world. Thinking of this, Kong Miao couldn't help but feel proud. He discovered that he was truly destined. An ordinary bastard from a cultivation family actually had his current status. If he wasn't destined, then it would be impossible for him to say that he was destined. However, Kong Miao has been busy with his cultivation these past few years. Otherwise, he would go to places arranged by the sects to train. Moreover, he had to conceal his identity. This made him very unhappy. In the cultivation world, only people from the great sects knew of Kong Miao's name. Others simply didn't know who he was. When he thought of the disciples of the other large sects, when they went out, those small sects would all flock to them. He felt very angry. When he went out, those small sects did not even know who he was. Naturally, there would not be any flocking to him. This was the reason why Kong Miao was so angry. He was the Void Temple's Taishang elder, the #1 expert of the younger generation. He was an existence that everyone looked up to. However, when he went out, he wasn't as impressive as those people. Dealing with the Su race was an opportunity for him to make a name for himself in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Kong Miao knew that the people in the 10,000 realm battlefield were the elites of the world of cultivation. As long as he showed his face in front of these people, then no matter where he goes in the world of cultivation, he would be warmly welcomed. Although he was proud of himself, he didn't show it on his face. He just calmly looked at the Su race. The Su race were lined up not far from them, but they didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. Kong Miao looked at the Su race and then said, "Have the steward of the Su race come out." When the voice came from afar, the Su race army immediately quieted down. Then a Su race person slowly flew out. This Su race person didn't look young. His face was full of wrinkles, making him look even uglier. The Su race person looked at Kong Miao and said, "Who is your excellency?" Kong Miao looked at the Su race person and said, "I'm the Void Temple's Kong Miao. I came here today to ask you about something. The world of cultivation has no enmity with the Su race. Why are you killing people from the world of cultivation? I ask you to give us an explanation. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." The Su race person looked at Kong Miao, then he laughed and said, "Impolite? What can you do about it? Aren't you being too naive? This is the 10,000 realm battlefield. My Su race relies on killing and plundering to survive. If we kill them, how many of them would have enmity with us? I was just about to ask you for an explanation. Your world of cultivation actually chased after the Su race. If you don't give me an explanation, then I won't be polite." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You're right." Kong Miao stared blankly. His cultivation had always been smooth sailing. Even his trials weren't dangerous. He had never seen such an arrogant and unreasonable person. As soon as he heard this person, Kong Miao couldn't help but be speechless in anger. Seeing Kong Miao's expression, the Su race person couldn't help but laugh and said, "So it's a fledgling. Ha ha ha. It seems like the world of cultivation has no people. They actually sent a fledgling to fight with us." Then he laughed even louder. The Su race people behind him also laughed. It seems like they didn't put Kong Miao in their eyes at all. Kong Miao looked at these people and then shouted, "Don't waste your breath. Since you're saying this, then we have nothing to talk about. Let's see who's the real deal." Then he waved his hand as the 10,000 transformation staff attacked the Su race leader. Seeing this, the people from the world of cultivation behind Kong Miao didn't say anything. Instead, they took out all kinds of artifacts and attacked. Seeing Kong Miao and the others make a move, the Su race people naturally didn't hold back. They also took out all kinds of artifacts. In an instant, Green Copper Mountain was filled with artifacts. Rumbling sounds could be heard. Both sides were still in the probing stage. Although the fight looked lively, there weren't any casualties. At this time, Kong Miao was truly angry. He felt that the Su race person had insulted him. Therefore, he immediately went for the kill. The 10,000 transformation staff in his hand kept changing shape as he attacked the Su race person. However, the Su race old man was clearly prepared. He coldly snorted as he waved his hand and sent 200 artifacts towards the 10,000 transformation staff. These artifacts weren't ordinary artifacts. Although it was impossible for one or two of them to block the 10,000 transformation staff, dozens of them should be able to block it. The artifacts that the Su race old man took out had already turned dark green. It looked as if the artifacts themselves were green. But in fact, the Su race old man was using his tentacles to control the artifacts. Because of his strength, the artifacts controlled by his tentacles weren't small. At this time, Kong Miao took out dozens of artifacts and attacked the Su race old man. It must be known that Kong Miao was a severed soul expert. A severed soul expert could divide their soul into two and create a secondary soul. This secondary soul could help you control artifacts. This allowed you to control twice as many artifacts as before. If Kong Miao hadn't reached the severed soul stage, then he wouldn't have been able to use the 10,000 transformation staff. This was because although the staff was powerful, it also required a lot of concentration. A transcending tribulation expert could control dozens of artifacts. But if they were to use the 10,000 transformation staff, then they wouldn't be able to control other artifacts. Because of this, the 10,000 transformation staff was generally used by severed soul experts. This way, you can use your secondary soul to control the staff and your primary soul to control your artifacts. This way, you would be more powerful when facing an enemy. The 10,000 transformation staff was somewhat similar to Zhao Hai's liquid silver. However, the current 10,000 transformation staff couldn't compare to liquid silver. Liquid silver had already become a faith weapon while the 10,000 transformation staff wasn't. Although the 10,000 transformation staff could transform, its size wouldn't change. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's liquid silver could change its size. But even so, the 10,000 transformation staff was still very magical. Although it was called the 10,000 transformation staff, it was just a name. Just like Zhao Hai's liquid silver, as long as you can think of something, it can make it appear. However, only a few people were able to bring out the full might of the 10,000 transformation staff. This was because the 10,000 transformation staff was the same as liquid silver. If you want to use it, you need to add the staff to it. The arrays needed to be condensed with spiritual force. But even so, not many people were able to do it. After all, not everyone was like Zhao Hai and could use the space to condense arrays. Moreover, the 10,000 transformation staff was too precious. It was impossible for it to become someone's life source artifact. Most of the time, it was kept as a treasure. Only when it was needed would it be taken out and used. However, there was a problem with this. Before using a weapon, one needed to familiarize themselves with it. The longer one uses a weapon, the more familiar one would be with it. This also meant that the power of the weapon would be fully displayed. On the other hand, the 10,000 transformation staff was almost always in the hands of strangers. Because of this, it wasn't very smooth to use. However, you can't say that the 10,000 transformation staff was useless. In fact, the 10,000 transformation staff had a core formation. This core formation was composed of a control artifact and an attack formation. The control artifact and attack formation weren't common goods that could be seen outside, they were the real deal. These formations were the secrets of the Void Temple. It can be said that the 10,000 transformation staff's fame was due to the support of these core formations. Without these core formations, the 10,000 transformation staff would only be a good artifact at best. It wouldn't be able to become a top artifact in the world of cultivation. In addition to these formations, every time you use the 10,000 transformation staff, you have to use your own spiritual force to condense the formations inside the staff. However, most people didn't have the space. Because of this, before using the 10,000 transformation staff, the user would determine the shape of the staff. When using the staff, the user would change between these shapes. This way, the user would know what shape the staff was in and what formation it was. In Kong Miao's hands, the 10,000 transformation staff could turn into a magic staff, a crescent moon spade, a blade, a pagoda, and then an alms bowl. The 10,000 transformation staff could turn into more than 10 shapes in total. Each shape had a different attack method and required different arrays. Because of this, Kong Miao needed to familiarize himself with the 10,000 transformation staff in advance. He also needed to prepare the arrays needed to make sure that when he uses the 10,000 transformation staff, he would be able to change its shape in the shortest amount of time. Moreover, he would need to change its shape along with its arrays. According to the records of the Void Temple, the best user of the 10,000 transformation staff was the 22nd abbot. The abbot was able to make the 10,000 transformation staff change its shape to 108 different shapes. Moreover, the staff could be divided and combined at will. This made its attack power very formidable. Although Kong Miao could only change a dozen shapes, the core arrays of the 10,000 transformation staff weren't to be trifled with. The attack power of the staff was very formidable. The elders of the Su race would need to use dozens of artifacts to block an attack from the 10,000 transformation staff. Although the artifacts that Kong Miao took out weren't ordinary, they didn't enter the eyes of the Su race person. At this time, the Su race person was still focused on the 10,000 transformation staff. Kong Miao was also startled by the strength of the Su race. He knew that although the attacks of the 10,000 transformation staff looked ordinary, the power behind each attack wasn't small. If an ordinary transcending tribulation expert were to use 20 artifacts, then they wouldn't be able to block an attack from the 10,000 transformation staff. The staff might even be able to kill a transcending tribulation expert. But in front of this Su race person, the Su race person wasn't easy to deal with. It seems like this Su race person wasn't simple. Kong Miao's information was too little. He didn't know that the Su race person standing in front of him wasn't an ordinary person. This person was very famous in the Su race. He was nicknamed the Green Cloud Jade Sand Bandit, Su Wuzuan. This person was very strong. Moreover, he had 2 life source artifacts. One was the Green Cloud Cloth, while the other was the Jade Sand Fan. Of the 2 artifacts, Su Wuzuan obtained the Jade Sand Fan. This was the artifact that made him famous. It was unknown what method he used to refine a large amount of poisonous sand into the Jade Sand Fan. Not only can this poisonous sand contaminate artifacts, it can also corrode spiritual qi. It can even transmit toxins through spiritual qi. Moreover, it can poison people. Moreover, the poisoned person couldn't be saved. As for the Green Cloud Cloth, it was a life-bound magic artifact that he refined for his secondary soul after reaching the severed soul stage. After releasing the Green Cloud Cloth, it would form a poisonous fog. This poisonous fog could be gathered and dispersed. It could contaminate magic artifacts and poison people. It could even be used as a flying magic artifact. Its defensive power was also amazing. Su Wuzuan was also a famous expert of the Su race. If there was a ranking of the Su race, then Su Wuzuan would be in the top 10. Because of this, Su Wuzuan was able to block Kong Miao's attack. Although Kong Miao's strength wasn't bad, compared to Su Wuzuan, who was a severed soul expert, he was still inexperienced. While Kong Miao was entangled by Su Wuzuan, the other people from the world of cultivation weren't having an easy time. This was because the world of cultivation didn't have as many artifacts as the Su race. The Su race had the help of tentacles on their heads, allowing them to control a lot of artifacts. Although these artifacts weren't as powerful as the artifacts used by the original owners, there were still a lot of them. Before long, the cultivators from the world of cultivation were slowly being suppressed by the Su race. Kong Miao also saw this situation, but he didn't have any good methods to deal with it. However, the people from the world of cultivation that came this time were veterans who had been through thousands of battles. Because of this, they reacted very quickly. They immediately took back most of their artifacts to defend themselves. Moreover, they immediately divided up the work. Some of the people in the front were responsible for defending while the others were responsible for attacking. With this, both sides were stabilized. They only needed to focus on one thing. On the other hand, the Su race were also able to see the changes in the world of cultivation. The Su race also made corresponding changes. They also divided a portion of their people into defense while the others attacked. However, the Su race was different from the world of cultivation. Most of the people from the world of cultivation were in defense while only a small portion of their people attacked. On the other hand, the Su race only had a small portion of their people defending while the majority of their people attacked. As a result, the cultivators from the world of cultivation who were in charge of defense faced a lot of pressure. Fortunately, the cultivators from the world of cultivation weren't mediocre. Because of this, the Su race weren't able to gain any advantage. On the other hand, the cultivators from the world of cultivation fell into a disadvantage. At this time, Kong Miao was still entangled with Su Wuzuan. He simply couldn't leave. From this point of view, it could be seen that Kong Miao was too inexperienced. It must be known that he was a leader, not a single person. This wasn't the time for him to flaunt his prestige. He should be organizing everyone to fight against the Su race. If he wasn't entangled with Su Wuzuan, then with the help of the 10,000 transformation staff, the world of cultivation wouldn't have fallen into this situation. Naturally, the sly Su Wuzuan wanted to provoke Kong Miao from the very beginning. He wanted Kong Miao to fight him alone. Then he would use his strength and experience to entangle Kong Miao while the Su race dealt with the world of cultivation. This matter was clearly premeditated. In other words, Su Wuzuan and the others already knew that Kong Miao was the commander of this operation. They even knew Kong Miao's origin, his artifacts, and his temperament. Because of this, they made a targeted arrangement. Naturally, their arrangement was very successful. However, the people from the world of cultivation were currently busy dealing with the Su race. Therefore, they didn't notice this. If they did, then they would know that the Su race weren't the only ones who wanted to deal with them. After all, it was impossible for the Su race to collect such detailed information. Both sides didn't hold back in this battle. Naturally, it wouldn't be over in a short period of time. In any case, they had a lot of people. The people at the back could take a rest and then switch positions. They had to clean up the other side before they were satisfied. As a result, the battle would take a long time. According to the current situation, the battle would take 10 days to half a month. Naturally, this was under the assumption that there were no accidents. Naturally, Zhao Hai and the others would be one of the accidents in this battle. The Su race didn't expect that Zhao Hai and the others would be rushing towards the battlefield in a day. Although they haven't reached the battlefield yet, Zhao Hai was very clear about the situation. Every move of the people on the battlefield was being monitored by the space. Because of this, Zhao Hai became anxious. This was because he discovered that more people from the Su race were rushing towards the battlefield. It was clear that the Su race were already prepared. These people were the reinforcements. This time, the Su race wanted to make a name for themselves. They wanted the world of cultivation to find out about the 1,000 people they sent. This way, the world of cultivation would enter the beginner's area and deal with the Su race's reinforcements. Their reinforcements could be called ambushers. Although there were only 500 of them, the sudden appearance of these 500 reinforcements could change the situation of the battlefield. They wanted to use these 500 reinforcements to catch the world of cultivation off guard. Even if they couldn't eliminate the 1,000 people sent by the world of cultivation, they would still be able to heavily injure them. This was their true purpose. It was because of this that Zhao Hai decided to go all out. He calculated that it would take the Su race at least 4 days to reach the battlefield. And this was assuming that they didn't rest or sleep. However, if they really flew for 4 days without rest, then they wouldn't have the strength to fight when they reached the battlefield. Because of this, they would definitely rest halfway. This way, it would take them a lot of time to reach the battlefield. On the other hand, Zhao Hai and the others didn't have this problem. At this time, the Hell King's ship was under the command of Laura and the others. All they needed to do was rest. If it wasn't for Li Zongdao, then Zhao Hai would have taken Lu Xing and the others to the space. Lu Xing had already become a fanatic, so naturally, he wouldn't reveal his secrets. Laura and the others were also aware of the current situation, so they didn't stop. They had the Hell King's ship speed up. Zhao Hai calculated that at this speed, they would arrive at the battlefield in 2 days. When the time comes, they would be able to join the battle. At this point, Zhao Hai didn't think that Kong Miao was a reincarnated cultivator. In Zhao Hai's opinion, even if Kong Miao was a reincarnated cultivator, so what? Zhao Hai was sure that Kong Miao's Buddhist techniques were different from the ones in the world of cultivation. In other words, the Buddhist techniques that Kong Miao learned were of a higher level compared to the ones in the world of cultivation. Therefore, there shouldn't be any problem for Kong Miao to use Buddhist techniques here. The reason why Zhao Hai was sure that his Buddhist techniques were stronger than the ones in the world of cultivation was because of the battle between Kong Miao and Su Wuzuan. Although the battle between Kong Miao and Su Wuzuan was very exciting, it also allowed Zhao Hai to see some of the Buddhist techniques in the world of cultivation. Among the Buddhist cultivators in the world of cultivation, there were a lot of people who studied body cultivation. However, Zhao Hai believed that their body cultivation simply couldn't compare to the demon subduing technique. Zhao Hai remembered what Feng Beiming and the others said. The rise of the Buddhist sects in the world of cultivation wasn't due to their cultivation methods being stronger than the profound sects. On the contrary, the Buddhist sect's cultivation methods were inferior to the profound sect's cultivation methods. This was also the case for body cultivation. The reason why the Buddhists were able to rise was because the elites of the profound sects were annihilated. This caused the Buddhists to take advantage of the situation. This was also the reason why the profound sects suspected that the Buddhists were the ones who betrayed them. Although this matter didn't mention any cultivation methods, it can be seen that the Buddhist sect's cultivation methods weren't as strong as the profound sect's cultivation methods. Moreover, although the profound sect's cultivation methods were also Buddhist techniques, they weren't on the same level as the profound sect's cultivation methods. Because of this, Zhao Hai believed that there wouldn't be any problems if he were to use the 18 Arhat techniques in front of everyone. Because of this, Zhao Hai felt relieved. This time, he must teach the Su race a lesson. Zhao Hai knew that he had been branded with the world of cultivation. If the world of cultivation was destroyed, then his days wouldn't be any better. If the world of cultivation fell, then he wouldn't be able to survive in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Moreover, this would cause a change in the world of cultivation. Zhao Hai didn't believe that the other realms would just let the world of cultivation recuperate after finding out that it had fallen. This was almost impossible. When the time comes, the flames of war would burn the world of cultivation. Zhao Hai knew that if he wanted to develop, then he would have to start with the 10,000 realm battlefield. There were a lot of good things in the 10,000 realm battlefield. If there were so many good things in the beginner's area, then there should be even more in other places. Zhao Hai didn't think that the 10,000 realm battlefield was made by someone else. In Zhao Hai's view, the existence of the 10,000 realm battlefield gave him an opportunity to develop. He could take the good things in the 10,000 realm battlefield to the space, allowing it to develop quickly. At the same time, he could gain a better understanding of the people who made the 10,000 realm battlefield. This way, he wouldn't be clueless when facing those people in the future. Li Zongdao was now fully prepared. He knew that this would be a big battle. To be honest, his strength was at the bottom of the group. He was only a bit stronger than Mo Xing. However, Mo Xing was a pure body cultivator. And with Zhao Hai's protection, he shouldn't have any problems. On the other hand, Li Zongdao had Zhao Hai's protection. However, Li Zongdao didn't want this. He was a core disciple of the profound clear sect. How could he be protected in the 10,000 realm battlefield? However, Li Zongdao also understood that it was impossible for him to reach the transcending tribulation stage right now. Cultivation wasn't something that could be rushed. The more anxious one was, the easier it would be to make mistakes. If he went berserk, then he would be finished. Because of this, he didn't cultivate right now. Instead, he allowed himself to relax. While preparing his artifacts and pills, he also allowed his mind to relax and maintain his peak state. Mo Xing was the most simple. He was currently sleeping. This fellow was eating and sleeping. But because the things he ate were rich in spiritual qi, his strength didn't decrease. Instead, it increased very quickly. This made Li Zongdao angry. Zhao Hai didn't care about them. He was sitting cross-legged like an old monk. In fact, he was observing the situation on the battlefield as well as the 500 Su race ambushers. The speed of the Su race ambushers was within Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai also understood why the Su race had the ambushers stay so far away from the main group. They were afraid that they would be discovered by the world of cultivation if they got too close. Therefore, they deliberately separated the ambushers from the main group. Moreover, the two groups were separated by several days. This way, the world of cultivation wouldn't be able to discover them. To be honest, the world of cultivation was too arrogant this time. They thought that with Kong Miao's 10,000 transformation staff, as well as their transcending tribulation and severed soul experts, they would be able to repel the Su race in a short time. After all, the Su race were bandits. They generally wouldn't fight to the death. However, the world of cultivation didn't expect the Su race to send Su Wuzuan this time. Moreover, the people they sent were all strong. It would be impossible for the world of cultivation to defeat the Su race in a short time. What the Su race wanted was this time. They wanted to delay the world of cultivation. It would be best if they could drag the world of cultivation down. Once their reinforcements arrive, the world of cultivation would be dealt with. The Sioux race's tactics were very successful so far. Although the world of cultivation's people took turns to rest, the Sioux race didn't give them that opportunity. The Sioux race increased the intensity of their attacks, increasing the pressure on the world of cultivation's defenders. In this situation, the Sioux race could only strengthen their defenses. This way, the world of cultivation wouldn't have much time to rest. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others were observing the battlefield from a spectator's point of view. And with the appearance of reinforcements, they quickly understood the Sioux race's tactics. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. In terms of tactics, the world of cultivation was far inferior to the Sioux race. The Sioux race were worthy of being a bandit race. Their tactics were ingenious and bold. The speed of the Hell King's ship was very fast. And with no one bothering Zhao Hai and the others in the newcomers' area, their journey was very smooth. On the second day, they were already close to Green Copper Mountain. Upon entering the range of Green Copper Mountain, Zhao Hai and the others came out of the cabin and looked at the mountain in the distance. At this time, Green Copper Mountain was just a black dot in their eyes. However, they could still hear the sounds of explosions. It was clear that the battle was very fierce. When Zhao Hai and the others saw this, they knew that the battle was very fierce. Li Zongdao looked at Green Copper Mountain and said, "It seems like we're not late." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Late? How could we be late? Let me tell you, the Sioux race that's fighting with the world of cultivation is nothing more than a bait to lure us here. The Sioux race's reinforcements are on their way here, more than 500 people. When the time comes, they would have the upper hand. Moreover, the Sioux race's reinforcements would have 500 people. But you don't need to worry, the Sioux race's reinforcements will arrive in a few days. Xianxia's time is enough for us to deal with them." Zhao Hai nodded. When Li Zongdao heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change as he said, "Zhao Hai, are you serious? Did the Sioux race really send 500 people as reinforcements? What about the world of cultivation? Do we have reinforcements?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No. Maybe our superiors haven't discovered the Sioux race's reinforcements. However, there's no need for them to send reinforcements. We're enough." Li Zongdao looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. He didn't say anything else. At this time, the Hell King's ship was getting closer and closer to the battlefield. The sounds of explosions were getting clearer and clearer. Zhao Hai said, "Everyone, get ready. Don't leave the Hell King's ship. We'll teach the Sioux race a lesson." Everyone nodded and took out their artifacts. Zhao Hai waved his hand as 4 musical instruments appeared around the Hell King's ship. They were a chime, a wooden fish, a lute, and a drum. A huge silver bowl and a gatha staff appeared at the bow of the ship. At the same time, a 9-story pagoda appeared in the cabin. 12 metal beasts also appeared around the Hell King's ship. However, when these beasts appeared, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't release these beasts because of their strength. Instead, he released them because they were made of liquid silver. They wouldn't be damaged and could be used to block an enemy's attack. However, when he released the 12 metal beasts, he discovered that something was wrong. The strength of the metal beasts had changed. The 12 metal beasts seemed to have become more powerful. Moreover, each of them had formidable fighting strength. Most importantly, their bodies contained faith power. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. The 12 metal beasts weren't very strong. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't use them a lot. He only used them in group battles. But this time, the 12 metal beasts were different. These 12 metal beasts contained faith power. Although Zhao Hai hadn't seen them in action, the aura of these 12 metal beasts had already undergone an earth-shattering change. If the 12 metal beasts were dead in the past, then the 12 metal beasts now looked alive. Moreover, just by looking at them, the strength of the 12 metal beasts was around the nascent soul stage. And this was just looking at their appearance. One must know that the 12 metal beasts can transform. And since they were created by liquid silver, they wouldn't be damaged. Their fighting strength should be much stronger. Most importantly, Zhao Hai saw a glimmer of hope from the 12 metal beasts. It was the hope of the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang art. The myriad stellar transformations yin-yang art was something that Zhao Hai had been practicing for a long time. Although he learned the 18 Arhat techniques, the 18 Arhat techniques could only be regarded as an offensive technique. In other words, the 18 Arhat techniques could only be regarded as saber techniques and sword techniques. They weren't internal cultivation techniques. Zhao Hai's internal cultivation technique was still the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang art. However, ever since he learned the 18 Arhat techniques, Zhao Hai always had a regret in his heart. His myriad stellar transformations yin-yang art wasn't a cultivation technique that used faith power. If his myriad stellar transformations yin-yang art was a cultivation technique, then his strength would increase even faster. After all, he had a lot of faith power. However, the appearance of the 12 metal beasts gave Zhao Hai hope. Perhaps the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang art was a cultivation technique that used faith power. This was because the cultivation technique was obtained after gathering the 12 metal beasts. Now that the 12 metal beasts were blessed by faith power, it wasn't strange for the stellar transformations yin-yang art to be blessed as well. After all, the next level of the stellar transformations yin-yang technique would only appear after Zhao Hai reaches that level of strength. Perhaps in the future, when his strength is high enough, the next level of the stellar transformations yin-yang technique would naturally appear. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be shaken. He commanded the Hell King's ship to attack the Su race army. It can be said that they were very aggressive. With such a big lineup, it was impossible for the two sides to not know about them. However, the people who came this time were all famous experts. Because of this, many of them didn't know who Zhao Hai and the others were. However, from their appearance and clothing, they were able to recognize Zhao Hai and the others. Therefore, they couldn't help but cheer. Zhao Hai and the others didn't know who they were. Although these people didn't know about Zhao Hai and the others, they knew that the world of cultivation was in a disadvantageous position. It was always good to have a few helpers. Zhao Hai didn't care about these people. He controlled the Hell King's ship to attack the Su race army. At the same time, he formed a seal with his hands. The sound of Buddhist chants entered one's ears, suppressing the murderous aura in the battlefield. Everyone who heard the chants could feel the killing intent in their hearts slowly dissipating. At the same time, the bowl and the staff attacked the Su race army. At the same time, the 12 metal beasts also pounced towards the Su race army. With the Hell King's ship rampaging, a gap was quickly opened in the Su race army. Zhao Hai led the others to kill their way in. At this time, the people on the ship weren't idle. Everyone took out their weapons as they charged towards the Su race army. Although the Su race had prepared a defense, they didn't expect Zhao Hai's attack to be this strong. Their defensive line was torn apart by Zhao Hai. Then the Hell King's ship cut through the Su race army like a hot knife through beef. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He just controlled the Hell King's ship to rush forward. Although this wouldn't cause too much damage to the Su race, it would still disrupt their formation. When the time comes, the world of cultivation would be able to take advantage of this opportunity to attack. As long as the Su race's formation was in chaos, they wouldn't be able to organize an effective battle. When the world of cultivation arrives, they wouldn't be able to resist. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. It was impossible for a scattered group to fight against an army. Although the world of cultivation's army wasn't an army, their formation was still there. Their troops weren't in chaos, so they attacked in groups. Naturally, the world of cultivation had an advantage against the Su race. In ancient battlefields, a general would charge into the enemy's formation with his spear, causing the enemy to suffer a crushing defeat. Most of the time, the general wouldn't be able to kill many people. He would just break through the enemy's defensive line, causing chaos in the enemy's formation. This was equivalent to the enemy's defeat. And now, Zhao Hai was such a general. He was only responsible for breaking through the enemy's formation. This was equivalent to the enemy's defeat. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai thought, Zhao Hai's sudden charge broke through the Su race's formation. The Su race army couldn't attack together like before. Su Wuzuan and Kong Miao could see this. Seeing this, Su Wuzuan knew that the situation wasn't good. Although Kong Miao was immature, he knew that if he didn't attack, then he would miss the opportunity. Therefore, he immediately shouted, "Attack! Attack with all your might!" Actually, there was no need for Kong Miao to shout. The people from the world of cultivation also knew what was going on. They were veterans of thousands of battles, so they didn't hesitate to attack. However, they didn't attack separately. Instead, they continued to attack with large groups. Artifacts flew all over the sky as they attacked the Sioux race's formation. At this time, Zhao Hai was inside the Sioux race's formation, attacking back and forth. Because he was inside the Sioux race's formation, the Sioux race wanted to deal with him, but they were also afraid of hurting their companions. For a while, the Sioux race army was in a mess. They couldn't block Zhao Hai, allowing Zhao Hai to move freely inside their formation. At this time, Zhao Hai had completely messed up the Sioux race's formation. Seeing this, Su Wuzuan's complexion turned pale. He knew that his side had been defeated. If they had fewer people, then it would be fine. As long as they spread out, they would be able to regroup. But with more than 1,000 people gathered together, it wouldn't be easy to spread out and regroup. Moreover, the world of cultivation wouldn't allow them to regroup. Su Wuzuan's eyes were burning with anger as he looked at Zhao Hai killing his way through the Sioux race's formation. He engraved Zhao Hai's appearance in his mind so that he could get his revenge in the future. Su Wuzuan was worthy of being a bandit. When he saw that things weren't going well, he immediately attacked a few more times before retreating. At the same time, he also released his green cloud cloth. This green cloud cloth was originally used for traveling, so it was very fast. Now that he was using all his strength, its speed was naturally even faster. A green smoke appeared, and then Su Wuzuan disappeared. Seeing this, Kong Miao knew that Su Wuzuan had run away. He wanted to chase after Su Wuzuan, but in the end, he held himself back. Instead, he turned around and attacked the Sioux race's formation. These Sioux race people were gathered by orders from above. Otherwise, with their bandit nature, they wouldn't fight against Zhao Hai and the others. Before, they had the upper hand, but now that they were at a disadvantage, many of them had thoughts of running away. However, the Sioux race still had their rules. In this case, if they ran away first, then they would be punished. Because of this, the Sioux race persisted. Now that they saw Kong Miao killing his way over, the Sioux race people who didn't notice Su Wuzuan's escape suddenly discovered that Su Wuzuan had run away. This was a fatal blow to the Sioux race's morale. The Sioux race didn't have much fighting spirit to begin with, so they immediately scattered and fled in all directions. Even if the world of cultivation wanted to escape, it wouldn't be easy. These Sioux race people all had invisibility cloaks. As soon as they ran, they would hide behind their cloaks. This made it very difficult for the world of cultivation to find them. This time, more than 120 Sioux race people died. 40 of them were killed by Zhao Hai and the others. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. He collected the corpses of these people and turned them into undead. As for the corpses of the Sioux race people, he didn't touch them. This was because they were the spoils of war for other people. Don't think that the Sioux race corpses were only useful to Zhao Hai. They were also useful to other people in the world of cultivation. This was especially true for people from the Devil Realm and the Beast race. People from the Devil Realm could refine these corpses into corpse soldiers. Although they weren't as powerful as Zhao Hai's undead, their strength couldn't be underestimated. As for the Beast race, the corpses of the Sioux race were also useful. They were eaten. Yes, the monster race were meant to be eaten. This was because the monster race could increase their strength by eating other experts. A lot of monster race cultivators did this at the beginning of their cultivation. After repelling the Sioux race, Zhao Hai drove the Hell King's ship towards the group from the world of cultivation. He cupped his fist and said, "Zhao Hai has seen the seniors." In fact, these people didn't know about Zhao Hai. They had been in the 10,000 realm battlefield for a long time. Their information was very limited. And with Zhao Hai's recent ascension, not many of them knew about Zhao Hai. However, since Zhao Hai came to help, these people cupped their fists and returned the greeting. But it was clear that they weren't very enthusiastic about Zhao Hai. At this time, Li Zongdao also cupped his fist and said, "The profound clear sex Li Zongdao has seen the seniors." The attitude of these people towards Li Zongdao was much better compared to Zhao Hai. They returned the greeting one after another. Some people even came over to talk to Li Zongdao. Li Zongdao also returned the greeting. Naturally, these people had higher status than him. If he offended them, then it wouldn't be good for the profound clear sect. Lu Xing and the others also returned the greeting. For a time, the scene became chaotic. It was as if the battlefield had suddenly turned into a meeting between friends. At this time, a cough was heard. It wasn't loud, but everyone heard it. Everyone turned their heads and saw Kong Miao holding the 10,000 transformation staff. At this time, Kong Miao's mood wasn't very good. Originally, he wanted to deal with the Su race and gain some glory. However, he didn't expect that the limelight would be stolen by someone else. How could he be in a good mood? However, Kong Miao's face didn't show any expression. Instead, he slowly flew towards the Hell King's ship and gave Zhao Hai a salute. Then he whispered, Ba. Little monk Kong Miao has seen benefactors. I thank benefactors for coming to my aid. Zhao Hai quickly returned the salute and said, I don't dare. This Zhao Hai has heard of Grandmaster Kong Miao's name. To be able to meet Grandmaster in the future is a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Grandmaster, please come on board. Li Zongdao also gave Kong Miao a salute. In the world of cultivation, everything was based on strength. Li Zongdao and Kong Miao should be of the same generation. However, Kong Miao was a severed soul expert. In this case, Li Zongdao had to give him a salute. Kong Miao wasn't polite. His figure moved and appeared on the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai turned to the people from the world of cultivation and said, Everyone, please come on board. Rest assured, the cabin is very spacious. When the people from the world of cultivation heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions changed. However, they still nodded and boarded the ship. At this time, Li Zongdao led Kong Miao into the cabin. At this time, the interior of the cabin had changed. Not to mention 1,000 people, even 10,000 people wouldn't be able to fit inside. Everyone looked at the cabin and couldn't help but stare. They weren't country bumpkins who had never seen anything before. On the contrary, they were all supreme elders of their respective sections. Even in the world of cultivation, they were famous figures. They had seen all kinds of artifacts that could accommodate people. Some artifacts even had internal spaces. However, this was the first time they saw an artifact with such a large internal space. Zhao Hai arrived in front of Kong Miao, then he gave Kong Miao a salute and said, Grandmaster Kong Miao, I came late this time. Seeing how respectful Zhao Hai was towards him, Kong Miao didn't say anything. So he nodded and said, You're not late. Fortunately, you appeared. Otherwise, we would have been in danger. I didn't expect the Su race to attack us. Moreover, they even sent Su Wuzuan. I miscalculated this time. Zhao Hai quickly replied, I can't blame Grandmaster. The Su race deliberately wanted to deal with us. It's normal that Grandmaster didn't think of it. Grandmaster, please take a seat. The cabin was very spacious. However, cultivators weren't here to enjoy themselves, so nobody cared. After sitting down, Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mr. Zhao Hai, why did you suddenly appear here? Did they send you here to help us? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I won't hide it from Grandmaster. We've always been in the beginners area. This is because we're all newcomers. The last time we came here to pick herbs, the Su race wanted to deal with us. After repelling them, we went to the beginners area to look for them. But in the end, the Su race suddenly disappeared. We went to the beginners area to look for them. We inadvertently heard about this matter from others, so we rushed over. Kong Miao nodded and said, So you've been dealing with the Su race. No wonder. However, with the help of this artifact, you should have the confidence to deal with the Su race. Rest assured, I'll report this matter to the higher-ups and give you a reward. Zhao Hai quickly said, Then I'll thank Grandmaster. However, Grandmaster has another troublesome matter to deal with. We heard from the person who told us that the Su race has reinforcements on their way. They seem to number about 400 to 500 people. What do you think? Upon hearing Zhao Hai stared, then his expression changed. He was a smart person, so when he heard Zhao Hai, he immediately understood the Su race's plan. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, Do you know where they're heading? Zhao Hai replied, I know. What does Grandmaster mean? Kong Miao coldly snorted and said, These Su race people have been targeting the world of cultivation for a long time. If we don't teach them a lesson, they will never remember. I asked Mr. to take us to them. We must teach them a lesson. Half of what Kong Miao said was true, but the other half was selfish. He really wanted to deal with the Sioux race. However, taking revenge for the world of cultivation was only half of the reason. The other half was that he wanted to use this opportunity to make up for his image. Correct, he wanted to make up for his image. In Kong Miao's view, being forced to this point by the Sioux race made him lose face. He couldn't raise his head in front of everyone. Moreover, he felt that his image had been damaged. Therefore, he wanted to do something beautiful as soon as possible to make up for it. Hearing Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, we'll do as Grandmaster said." "Grandmaster doesn't need to worry, I'll immediately make arrangements." Then he turned the ship around and flew straight towards the Sioux race reinforcements. Seeing that Zhao Hai was done, Kong Miao nodded. Then he stood up and told the cultivators what Zhao Hai just said. At the same time, he told them about his decision. When the cultivators heard Kong Miao, they naturally didn't object. They felt very aggrieved this time. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai's appearance, then they would have been in danger. Now that they had an opportunity to take revenge, how could they let it go? Seeing that everyone agreed, Zhao Hai quickly said, "Everyone, please allow me to make arrangements." While everyone was thinking, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, I've already made arrangements. You can see what's going on when you get out of the cabin." Everyone looked at Zhao, puzzled. But they still curiously walked out of the cabin. When they came out, they saw that the ship's appearance had changed. The cabin was still a 9-story tower, but on the deck, there was a parapet wall. It looked like a city wall, but it was much more imposing. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Most importantly, the deck of the ship had been enlarged. Even if more than 1,000 people stood on the deck, it would still be crowded. If a portion of the people were to stand on the tower, then it wouldn't be so crowded. It would be more suitable for fighting. Seeing Zhao Hai's arrangement, the cultivators immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai wanted them to fight the Sioux race on the ship. This was a good thing. They would be able to deal with the Sioux race more easily. Seeing Zhao Hai's arrangement, Kong Miao nodded. He now regarded Zhao Hai as one of his subordinates. Naturally, he was happy that his subordinate was able to do such a good job. Zhao Hai also made arrangements for everyone. Those who wanted to go up the pagoda were directly arranged on the pagoda. As for those who wanted to stand on the deck, they went to the cabin first. They still had more than a day to stay on the ship. Needless to say, Kong Miao and the other severed soul experts were directly arranged to the top floor of the pagoda. This way, they would be able to show their status. Kong Miao was naturally satisfied with Zhao Hai's arrangement. He and the other severed soul experts went to the top floor of the pagoda. When they arrived at the top floor, they were even more satisfied. The top floor of the pagoda was divided into small rooms. Each room was independent, giving everyone a private space. Naturally, this arrangement was to the liking of the severed soul experts. These severed soul experts were very independent. They didn't want others to see them cultivating or resting. Zhao Hai's arrangement was to their liking. However, the group didn't rest. Instead, they gathered in Kong Miao's room. Although these cultivators were from different sects, they were very familiar with each other. These people were old and experienced. They knew that Kong Miao holding the 10,000 transformation staff was actually a signal from the Buddhist sect. This meant that Kong Miao was a key person to be nurtured. And this time, Kong Miao was sent out to gain experience. The reason why they were sent out was to help Kong Miao. Therefore, these people arranged themselves properly. After arriving at the top of the pagoda, they didn't rest. Instead, they went to Kong Miao's room. Kong Miao looked at them with a puzzled expression. However, he didn't say anything. This was because before he came out, he received advice from the Buddhist sect's seniors to discuss matters with these people. Now that he saw these people gathered in his room, he immediately understood that they must have something important to discuss with him. After the group sat down, Kong Miao gave them a salute and said, "Seniors, what matter do you have with me? Please speak frankly." Kong Miao thought that they were here to talk about the battle during the day. Although he didn't do a good job, it wasn't a big deal. Kong Miao was already mentally prepared. However, to his disappointment, these people didn't talk about this matter. One of them, who was dressed like a monk, looked at Kong Miao and said, "Kong Miao, sit down. We came today because of Zhao Hai." When Kong Miao heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "Because of Zhao Hai? What about Zhao Hai?" While speaking, Kong Miao sat down. The monk looked at Kong Miao and said, "Don't you think it's strange? In the world of cultivation, have you ever heard of an artifact like this? Have you ever seen a ship that can transform at will? Aren't you curious about Zhao Hai?" When he heard the monk, Kong Miao couldn't help but stare. He was a very smart person. And after studying Buddhism for so many years, his mind was much stronger than ordinary people. Because he was valued too much, he thought too highly of himself. But after hearing the monk's words, he immediately calmed down. Kong Miao whispered the name of Buddha. Then he closed his eyes and recited some scriptures. When the severed soul experts saw Kong Miao's appearance, they weren't dissatisfied. On the contrary, their eyes were filled with praise. After some time, Kong Miao finished reciting the scripture. His eyes opened, and a light flashed in them before they returned to normal. However, his temperament had undergone a subtle change after reciting the scripture for a while. In the Buddhist sects, the chanting of scriptures was very particular. Chanting scriptures can calm one's mind and adjust one's state of mind. This was very important for Buddhists. This was because Buddhists focused on cultivating the mind and mind. Chanting scriptures was a very important method for Buddhists. Kong Miao's ego had been inflated these days. When he was asked a few questions by the monk, Kong Miao immediately discovered that his mind was clouded by anger. He didn't even notice such a simple question. Therefore, he immediately chanted scriptures to adjust his state of mind, making it more tenacious than before. After he finished chanting, Kong Miao turned to the monk and said, "Many thanks for Grandmaster Suning's teachings." Kong Miao was enlightened. Suning looked at Kong Miao, then he laughed and said, "Kong Miao, I've heard people say that you're the #1 genius of the Buddhist sects. Seeing you today, you're really extraordinary. Alright, tell me what you think of Zhao Hai." Kong Miao's eyes flashed, then he nodded and said, "Then this little monk will speak nonsense. I still don't know about Zhao Hai's identity. But from his actions, I can see that he's very skilled. He should already know that we're going to fight the Sioux race in the newcomers area. He didn't just hear about it by accident. However, this person definitely has enmity with the Sioux race. Moreover, it's true that he wants to deal with them." Suning nodded and said, "You're right, this Zhao Hai isn't a simple person. This Zhao Hai is the #1 expert of the machine field. The most important thing is his experience. He ascended to the machine field from the lower realms. Moreover, he ascended about 5 years ago. When he came out of seclusion, he entered the 10,000 realm battlefield. He was the one who discovered that the Sioux race wanted to deal with the newcomers from the world of cultivation." Although Suning's words weren't very detailed, it was still very impressive to the ears of these people. Hearing Suning, Kong Miao's eyes couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "According to what Grandmaster said, Zhao Hai ascended to the machine field less than 6 years ago? He actually took less than 6 years to enter the 10,000 realm battlefield? This person is truly a genius." Suning smiled bitterly and said, "Moreover, you might not know this, but this ship isn't an ordinary ship. It should be similar to the 10,000 transformation staff, a transformative artifact. Moreover, it seems to be stronger than the 10,000 transformation staff. This artifact is the one that Leng Wuyang made in the machine field. Nobody can use it. Now that Zhao Hai activated it, it's very likely that this ship is a transformative artifact." People in the cultivation realm knew about the weapon that Leng Wuyang made. The cultivation realm admired experts the most. Although Leng Wuyang was an enemy of the machine field, he was still an expert. Most importantly, Leng Wuyang studied in the cultivation realm. Strictly speaking, he could be considered half a cultivator. Because of this, people in the cultivation realm didn't hate Leng Wuyang. On the contrary, they admired Leng Wuyang. Because of this, they paid attention to the weapon that Leng Wuyang made. Leng Wuyang didn't want the weapon to fall into the hands of the cultivation realm. Therefore, there was a condition for activating the weapon. This condition was that it must be engraved with magic formations, not formations from the cultivation realm. If a formation from the cultivation realm was engraved on the weapon before it was activated, then the weapon would self-destruct. Because of this, the cultivation realm didn't have any ideas about the weapon. In the end, it was activated by Xiao Hai. On the other hand, the cultivators were very familiar with the characteristics of this weapon. They were very clear that when this weapon was made, it was known that it was stronger than the 10,000 transformation staff. It could change its size, it could change its shape, and it could also be flexible. All of this was based on the 10,000 transformation staff. This made the cultivators pay more attention to it. Therefore, when Su Ning said that Zhao Hai's weapon was made by Leng Wuyang, everyone present couldn't help but be startled. Su Ning looked at these people and said, "If I'm not wrong, then this ship was made by that weapon. But I didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to use that weapon to this extent." Su Ning looked at these people and said, "If I'm not wrong, then this ship was made by that weapon. But I didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to use it to this extent." Upon hearing Su Ning, Kong Miao and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. To be honest, the reason why they paid attention to Leng Wuyang's weapon wasn't because they believed that it could be compared to the 10,000 transformation staff. They just wanted to understand Leng Wuyang through the weapon. But now it seems like they underestimated Leng Wuyang. They also underestimated Leng Wuyang's weapon. However, they didn't know that the reason why liquid silver could reach this point wasn't because of Leng Wuyang's weapon. Instead, it was because of the devil's staff. Kong Miao said, "It seems like this Zhao Hai isn't simple." "Grandmaster, what do you mean by Zhao Hai?" Su Ning looked at Kong Miao and said, "Did you notice Zhao Hai's cultivation method and weapon when he attacked the Su race's formation?" Upon hearing Su Ning, Kong Miao couldn't help but stare. Then he knit his brows and thought about it. It seems like he didn't notice it at the time. However, after thinking about it, Kong Miao immediately understood what Zhao Hai's weapon was. Thinking about Zhao Hai's weapon, Kong Miao's eyes couldn't help but light up. He looked at Su Ning and said, "Buddhist cultivation method?" Su Ning nodded and said, "Right, Buddhist cultivation methods, authentic Buddhist cultivation methods. I'm afraid that even Buddhists who have been cultivating for decades can't compare to him." Upon hearing Su Ning's words, the faces of several people present changed. They were very clear that Su Ning might not be the strongest among them, but his attainments in Buddhism were the highest. If he said so, then there was no way he would be wrong. Kong Miao looked at Su Ning and said, "Grandmaster, what do you mean?" Su Ning looked at Kong Miao, then he laughed and said, "Others say that you might be the reincarnation of a senior monk, but I'm sure that you're not. However, I'm not sure if Zhao Hai is the reincarnation of a senior monk." Kong Miao nodded. After he said that, Kong Miao and the others couldn't help but let out a breath of cold air. They looked at each other and saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. Suddenly, a cultivator said, "No, it's impossible for Zhao Hai to be the reincarnation of a senior monk." When he said this, everyone's gaze turned towards the person who spoke. Upon seeing this person, the group stared for a moment before chuckling. This was because the person who spoke was a severed soul expert from the Profound Clear sect. He was usually very low-key, but his subordinates were very tough. Most importantly, he came from an orthodox sect like the Profound Clear sect. His cultivation was a sword cultivator. This person's nickname was Sword One. Nobody knew his real name, only his nickname was Sword One. He also called himself Sword One and never used his real name. According to him, he had long forgotten his real name. He was destined to pursue the sword in his life. Because of this, he was called Sword One. Although Sword One was a heavy sword cultivator, his feelings towards the Profound Clear sect were very deep. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was with Li Zongdao. Seeing how Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao called each other brothers, one could see that Zhao Hai's relationship with the Profound Clear sect wasn't ordinary. So Sword One's words weren't surprising. It's impossible for him to be the reincarnation of a Buddhist monk. This person isn't very clear about the basic matters of the cultivation realm. It's obvious that he wasn't born in the world of cultivation. I'm afraid that it's impossible for him to be born in a higher realm. It's possible that he came from a lower realm and didn't have any background. As for why his cultivation method is Buddhist, it's very likely that he received the legacy of a Buddhist monk. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. I'm not sure if he was born in the world of cultivation. I'm afraid that it's impossible for him to be born in a higher realm. Armor inheritance and reincarnation were two different concepts. Reincarnation meant that Zhao Hai was still a senior monk. On the other hand, legacy inheritance meant that Kong Miao obtained the senior monk's cultivation method and continued to practice it. This was a legacy inheritance. When everyone heard Sword 1, they felt relieved. In the world of cultivation, it wasn't strange for someone to obtain the inheritance of an ancient sword cultivator. Sword 1 inherited the inheritance of an ancient sword cultivator and became a sword cultivator. It wasn't strange for Zhao Hai to obtain the inheritance of an ancient monk. Suning nodded and said, "This explanation is reasonable." But regardless of whether Zhao Hai obtained the inheritance of a senior monk or not, he was able to ascend and enter the 10,000 realm battlefield in just a few years. This in itself shows his strength. We need to pay attention to this person. Recently, the world of cultivation has lost a lot of newcomers. If we can nurture him, then it would be very beneficial for us. Suning nodded and said, "That's right." Everyone nodded. Although the world of cultivation had a conflict between the Buddhist sects and the profound sects, this matter was related to the world of cultivation. They didn't dare to neglect it. In this period of time, the world of cultivation had lost a lot of newcomers. In the beginning, they didn't notice it. The key point was that losing people in the 10,000 realm battlefield was normal. But after a while, they discovered that the world of cultivation had a shortage of newcomers in the 10,000 realm battlefield. If they didn't pay attention to it, then it would be a big problem. What were newcomers? Newcomers represented the world of cultivation's inheritance and hope. They were the roots of the world of cultivation. What the Sioux race did was tantamount to cutting off the roots of the world of cultivation. Once the old fellows of the world of cultivation disappear, the newcomers wouldn't be able to grow. At that time, the world of cultivation would have no place in the 10,000 realm battlefield. To put it bluntly, strength was what matters in the 10,000 realm battlefield. If you weren't strong enough, then you deserved to be kicked out. It was precisely because they discovered that the world of cultivation was in a dangerous position that the Buddhists and the profound sects joined forces to deal with this matter. Not only did they want to repel the Sioux race, they also wanted to select talents from the newcomers. Naturally, in their eyes, Zhao Hai was such a talent. It wasn't only Zhao Hai who understood this, the old foxes also understood this. Although they were strong and had long lifespans, it was impossible for them to stay in the 10,000 realm battlefield forever. Doing so would mean that the world of cultivation's strength would decline. This wasn't a good thing. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai nodded. Kong Miao said, "Zhao Hai is strong and his methods are superb. I think he has already killed a lot of people from the Sioux race. This time, he made a great contribution. Seniors, do you think we should transfer him out of the newcomers area? His hands and feet are tied in the newcomers area. If we transfer him out of the newcomers area, he would be able to deal with the Sioux race." Suning nodded and said, "That's a good idea. But after this matter, I'm afraid the Sioux race would be honest for a while." Jiani frowned and said, "I'm afraid this matter isn't as simple as it seems. The Sioux race are bandits, but have you ever heard of the Sioux race targeting other races? Moreover, the Sioux race almost never engage in large-scale conflicts with other realms. They are bandits. If they can't beat them, then they'll just run. In their eyes, there's nothing shameful about this. However, these two taboos were committed by us. In my opinion, this matter isn't as simple as it seems." Upon hearing Sword 1, the group couldn't help but stare. Suning knit his brows and said, "Hearing you say that, I feel that something is wrong. The Sioux race's behavior is very abnormal." Suning nodded and said, "You're right." Kong Miao's eyes shone as he said, "Seniors, do you think Zhao Hai knows something? Otherwise, why would he go all out to deal with the Sioux race?" Upon hearing Kong Miao, the others stared. Then their eyes shone. Jiani stood up and said, "I'll call Zhao Hai over and ask him." Among these people, only Jiani had a close relationship with Zhao Hai. After all, he was a member of the Profound Clear sect. And Zhao Hai's relationship with the Profound Clear sect was very good. The others didn't stop him. Before long, Zhao Hai appeared in the pagoda. In fact, Zhao Hai knew what these people were saying and doing. These people were just staying inside liquid silver. Even if they used a formation to isolate the room, it would be useless. Unless they leave liquid silver and use a formation to isolate the room, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to hide anything from Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't show it in front of these people. He wasn't an opponent for severed soul experts right now. He could only protect himself. If these severed soul experts knew that he was monitoring them, then they might unite and turn him into ashes. Zhao Hai gave a salute to the group. The group waved their hands. After Jianni had Zhao Hai sit down, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, I called you over this time because I have something to ask you. This matter is of great importance. You must answer me truthfully." Seeing Jianni's serious expression, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes. Seniors can rest assured, Zhao Hai will certainly answer truthfully." Jianni nodded, then he said, "I heard that you were the first to discover the Su race's attack on the world of cultivation. Besides this, did you discover anything else?" Zhao Hai already knew what Jianni wanted to ask. However, he still pretended to be embarrassed. Jianni looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Speak." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right. Seniors, I actually don't know much about this matter. I only know that the higher-ups of the Su race issued an order to kill the world of cultivation. Because of this, the Su race decided to deal with us. Moreover, I heard that the higher-ups of the Su race were acting under the request of a high-grade realm." In the past, Zhao Hai only knew that the higher-ups of the Su race had issued an order to deal with the world of cultivation. But as he killed more and more Su race people, he was able to gather more information. He knew that behind this matter was the shadow of a high-grade realm. However, he didn't know which high-grade realm it was. After all, only the higher-ups of the Su race knew about the mastermind behind this matter. The others only knew about the rumors, but they weren't very clear about it. But even so, this was enough. At the very least, it gave the world of cultivation a target. They let them know that the Su race was backed by a high-grade realm. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, the realms were divided into high-grade, mid-grade, and low-grade realms. In other words, the realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield were divided into 9 grades. The world of cultivation was at most a mid-grade realm, a 5th-grade realm. As for the high-grade realm that Zhao Hai mentioned, it was at least a 3rd-grade realm. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, the difference in strength wasn't small. A 5th-grade realm like the world of cultivation wouldn't dare to provoke a 3rd-grade realm. When the others heard Zhao Hai, their expressions changed. Suning looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Zhao Hai, is what you said true? Is it really a high-grade realm that made the Su race do this?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I think it's true. Seniors have been in the 10,000 realm battlefield for a long time, so you should know the situation here. The Su race generally don't fight recklessly. They're a group of bandits. If they can't win, then they'll just run away. In their eyes, this isn't shameful at all. The Su race's bandit nature should be hated by everyone in the 10,000 realm battlefield. However, there's a reason why they were able to survive until now. They've never destroyed a person's foundation. This time can be considered an exception. But why did they make an exception? If it's just for benefits, then I'm afraid it's impossible. As far as I know, the Su race have always respected the rules of banditry. They can't do things too ruthlessly. They can't do things that destroy the foundation of a person. Normally, something like this wouldn't happen. This is because the Su race values the rules of banditry very much." Zhao Hai nodded. Everyone in the 10,000 realm battlefield knew about the Su race. Although the Su race were bandits, they still had a bottom line. It was precisely because of this that the Su race was able to survive until now. If the Su race didn't have a bottom line and destroyed the foundations of other realms, then even the weakest realms would go all out against them. Even a high-grade realm like the Su race wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of so many people. The reason why the Su race was able to survive until now was precisely because they didn't do such things. Zhao Hai looked at the group and said, "If it's not for benefits, then it must be for something else. What else could make the Su race more afraid than fighting us? There's only one possibility. The other party is an existence that they can't afford to offend. If they offend the other party, they might be in danger of being exterminated. Therefore, they would rather offend us and fight us to the death than to disobey the other party. From this point, we can infer that the great realm that came to deal with the world of cultivation is at least a second-rate realm. Even a third-rate realm wouldn't be able to exterminate the Sioux race. It's not enough for the Sioux race to deal with us without hesitation. Zhao Hai nodded. Su Ning and the others nodded. However, their expressions were somewhat gloomy. Zhao Hai's analysis was very reasonable. They couldn't help but nod. Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What does Mr. think?" Zhao Hai looked at Kong Miao and said, "Kill." When everyone heard Zhao Hai's answer, they couldn't help but stare. They looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "What does Mr. mean?" Zhao Hai replied, "Kill. We'll start with the Sioux race. The Sioux race are bandits. If we fight them to the death, they would definitely lose their cool. For these bandits, they would do anything in order to survive. If they don't want to fight us to the death, then they would tell us who's behind them. As long as we figure out who's behind them, then we can deal with this matter from the root." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The Sioux race are bandits. The Sioux race are bandits." Kong Miao knit his brows and said, "But even if we know who the other party is, what can we do? The other party is at least a high-grade existence. Even if we face them head-on, I'm afraid we won't be able to do anything." Zhao Hai looked at Kong Miao, then at Su Ning and the others. He smiled faintly and didn't speak. Su Ning looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but raise his evaluation of Zhao Hai. This was because Su Ning knew that what Zhao Hai said was correct. As long as they know which high-grade realm was behind them, then they would have a way to deal with this matter. The 10,000 realm battlefield was very similar to the world of cultivation. Although there were more than 30,000 realms fighting here, there were only a few people who belonged to the higher realms. The higher realms were the true rulers of the 10,000 realm battlefield. The high-grade realms wouldn't really rule the 10,000 realm battlefield, they couldn't do this. If they were to conquer one realm after another, then it would cause the lower realms to resist. At that time, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Their approach was the same as the world of cultivation. They wouldn't directly rule the lower realms, but they would have to submit to them and pay them a fee every year. If there's something you can't solve, then they would solve it for you. For a mid-grade realm like the world of cultivation, they would have to pay a fee to a high-grade realm for protection. Naturally, if you ask a high-grade realm to protect you, then you can't ask other high-grade realms to protect you. There were also conflicts between high-grade realms. It was like choosing a side. If you choose a side, then you can't choose another side. Sometimes, they would also be targeted by the people from the upper realm. For example, if two people from the upper realm had a conflict, it was very likely that the hostile upper realm would deal with them in order to cut off the wings of the upper realm they were in. To put it bluntly, these people were the chess pieces in the hands of the upper realm. If the upper realm wanted to start a war, they would have to start by eating the opponent's chess pieces first. It was impossible for two upper realms to fight to the death. Kong Miao hadn't been in the 10,000 realm battlefield for a long time, so he wasn't very familiar with the situation. Moreover, he grew up in a large sect like the Void Temple. It was because of this that Kong Miao didn't know about the twists and turns of the situation. Although Kong Miao didn't know, the other severed soul experts did. They were old foxes who had been in the pot countless times. Naturally, they understood what Zhao Hai meant. Su Ning nodded and said, "Zhao Hai, you're right. As long as we know who's behind this matter can be solved easily. But wouldn't we offend the Sioux race? Those fellows are bandits. If they really go all out against us, it would be very troublesome." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We need to have a sense of propriety. We need to teach the Sioux race a lesson, but we can't go too far. At the same time, we can send people to secretly contact the Sioux race and tell them that we know that they were forced by others. As long as they tell us who forced them, then we can stop dealing with them. But before we make contact with them, we need to make sure that they know that the world of cultivation isn't to be trifled with." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's right." When Su Ning and the others heard Zhao's words, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Zhao's words were easy to say, but to make a bandit group bow their heads to you, how much effort would you have to put in? How many people would you have to kill? They were very clear about this. If you don't do it right, not only will you not be able to deal with the other party, You will also bring a lot of trouble to yourself. However, they had to recognize that this was the best way. Otherwise, with their strength, they wouldn't be able to find out who was behind this matter. The longer this matter drags on, the more disadvantageous it would be for the world of cultivation. For some time, the people in the room didn't speak. Zhao Hai also didn't speak. He just sat there quietly. Su Ning and the others couldn't help but admire him. Jianni looked at the group and knew that they didn't have anything else to ask. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, we already know about this matter. You can go back first. If there's anything else, I'll look for you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he stood up and gave the group a salute. "Seniors, I'll inform you when the battle with the Sioux race is about to begin." "Right, this jar of spirit wine can relieve your boredom." Zhao Hai nodded, then he stood up and gave a salute. After he said that, he took out a jug of 20 jin of spirit wine as well as several jade cups and placed them on the ground. Although Kong Miao and the others were Buddhists, they didn't mind drinking spirit wine. After putting down the things, Zhao Hai bowed to them again before turning around and leaving the room. Looking at Zhao Hai's departing figure, Su Ning suddenly sighed and said, "This Huang Daoran is really lucky. He actually managed to recruit such an excellent disciple." "Jianni, your profound clear sect also benefited a lot from this, right? Recently, the spirit wine that those kids offered was very popular. I'm afraid it has something to do with this kid, right?" Jianni knew a bit about this matter, so he smiled and said, "Yes, the spirit wine was provided by Zhao Hai. He gave Huang Daoran face and cooperated with the Zhen family. Our profound clear sect only got a few shares." Jianni nodded and said, "That's right. The spirit wine was provided by Zhao Hai. He cooperated with the Zhen family because of Huang Daoran." Su Ning sighed and said, "This kid isn't a fish in a pond. He's very good at doing things." If Kong Miao heard Su Ning and the others praise someone like this before, he would certainly get angry. But now that his state of mind has improved, he didn't care. Instead, he pondered over Su Ning's words. Su Ning looked at Kong Miao and said, "Everyone, what do you think about Zhao Hai's proposal?" Upon hearing Su Ning, the group turned silent. Then Jianni opened his mouth and said, "It's feasible. First, we can deal with the Sioux race. Second, we can find out who's behind the scenes. However, we need to grasp this well. I think we should first repel the Sioux race. Then we can go back and discuss this matter." The others nodded. Then Su Ning turned his head to Kong Miao. Kong Miao gave a bow and said, "Seniors, let's deal with the Sioux race first." Su Ning nodded, then Su Ning turned to Kong Miao and said, "Seniors, please tell me." Su Ning nodded and said, "All right, then this matter is settled. I'll go back and rest first." Then he stood up and gave the group a salute before turning around to leave. The others also stood up and gave each other a salute before leaving. After Zhao Hai came out of the pagoda, he was immediately found by Li Zongdao. Li Zongdao looked at the pagoda and said, "Zhao Hai, why did the ancestor look for you?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's nothing. He just wanted to inquire about the Sioux race. They knew that I was the one who discovered the Sioux race targeting the world of cultivation, so they wanted to ask me about it." Upon hearing this, Li Zongdao breathed out a sigh of relief and said, "So it's because of this. That's good. Little Hai, you should rest for a while. How long before we meet the Sioux race?" Zhao Hai observed the Sioux race through the space. He discovered that the Sioux race's reinforcements had increased in number. Originally, there were only 500 people. Now, there were about 1,000 people. Moreover, Su Wuzuan was among them. It seems like the Sioux race knew that reinforcements were coming. After being scattered, they immediately went to meet up with the reinforcements. Moreover, it seems like they were ready to fight. Zhao Hai gently knit his brows. The Sioux race had gathered again. This matter wasn't easy to deal with. Last time, the Sioux race were caught off guard. This time, the Sioux race were prepared. If Zhao Hai were to kill them now, then it would be a hard fight. Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. When Li Zongdao saw that Zhao Hai didn't answer his question and instead frowned, he couldn't help but be startled. Then he said, "What's wrong, Zhao Hai? Did something happen?" Zhao Hai looked at Li Zongdao and said, "Something did happen. The Sioux race that we scattered have regrouped with the reinforcements. With this, their numbers have increased to 1,000. I'm afraid this will be a hard fight. After he said that, he turned around and walked towards the pagoda. He had to tell Kong Miao and the others about this matter. After all, Kong Miao was the commander of this operation. It would be wrong if he didn't tell Kong Miao about this. When Li Zongdao heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be startled. But when he saw Zhao Hai enter the pagoda, he knew that Zhao Hai was looking for Kong Miao. To be honest, Li Zongdao didn't have a good impression of Kong Miao. Although he and Kong Miao were of the same generation, the two didn't have any friendship. And with Kong Miao's arrogance, Li Zongdao couldn't help but look down on him. In Li Zongdao's opinion, it would be better to let Zhao Hai command these people. Naturally, he wouldn't say this out loud. After all, in the 10,000 realm battlefield, the Buddhists had the final say. If Li Zongdao dared to say this, then Sword One would take care of him. After Zhao Hai entered the pagoda, he immediately went to Kong Miao's room and said, "Grandmaster Kong Miao, Zhao Hai requests an audience." Kong Miao's door opened. Then Kong Miao's voice was heard, "Mr. Zhao Hai, please come in." Zhao Hai nodded and went in. Kong Miao was currently sitting cross-legged in the middle of the room. The 10,000 transformation staff was placed beside him. Seeing Zhao Hai come in, Kong Miao waved his hand to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please take a seat." Zhao Hai gave Kong Miao a salute and said, "Thank you, Grandmaster." "There's no need for that. This time, I came to see Grandmaster to tell Big Brother that the Sioux race people that we defeated have regrouped with their reinforcements. Their numbers have increased to about 1,000. Moreover, they're prepared this time. I'm afraid that the Hell King's ship wouldn't be able to disrupt their formation." Hearing Zhao Hai, Kong Miao stared for a moment. Then his expression sank as he said, "Really?" Zhao Hai nodded. Kong Miao nodded and said, "Mister, please take a seat. I'll invite the others over so that we can discuss this matter." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked for a place to sit down. His place was relatively remote and inconspicuous. Kong Miao immediately said, "Seniors, please come to my room. I have something to discuss with you." Although Kong Miao's state of mind had improved, he was still the commander of this operation. Therefore, he couldn't discuss matters with the others. The others also wouldn't be angry because of this. Before long, Su Ning and the others arrived. Kong Miao also took out the jug of wine that Zhao Hai gave him and poured everyone a cup. Naturally, this included Zhao Hai. After taking a sip, Kong Miao told the others about what Zhao Hai said. When the others heard Kong Miao, they couldn't help but knit their brows. Jianni gently swirled the jade cup in his hand and said, "It seems like the Sioux race still want to fight. But this is also good. If they want to fight, then we'll accompany them. But this time, we have to be ruthless. But now it's different. All of us are concentrated on the Hell King's ship. Even if they arrange a formation, it's impossible for them to do so. Now that we're on the Hell King's ship, there shouldn't be any problems. Moreover, it's normal for people to die in a war. There's nothing to worry about. In any case, we're going to fight the Sioux race to the death. Sooner or later, everything will be the same." Su Ning nodded, then he said, "The Hell King's ship isn't that big of a deal. Now that we're all gathered on the Hell King's ship, there shouldn't be any problems." Upon hearing Su Ning, the group nodded. They already expected that they would suffer some losses in this battle. Last time, the Sioux race was defeated by Zhao Hai, but they didn't suffer any losses. This was already beyond their expectations. Now that the Sioux race had gathered again, they understood that if they don't defeat the Sioux race, then the world of cultivation wouldn't have a good time in the future. Because of this, the group didn't think too much about it. On the other hand, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Sure enough, when one's strength is different, one's perspective would also be different. In Zhao Hai's opinion, losing a transcending tribulation expert would be a huge loss. On the other hand, these people seemed to be normal. This was the gap between them. Li Zongdao stood outside the pagoda, pacing back and forth uneasily. He didn't know how the discussion between Zhao Hai and Kong Miao went. In his mind, Kong Miao was a very arrogant person. Li Zongdao was afraid that Zhao Hai would accidentally offend Kong Miao. Li Zongdao wasn't afraid that Kong Miao would make a move against Zhao Hai. Even if Kong Miao made a move, he might not be able to defeat Zhao Hai. Li Zongdao was very confident in Zhao Hai's strength. However, Li Zongdao was afraid that Zhao Hai would offend Kong Miao. Then the Buddhists would make things difficult for Zhao Hai. Although there were profound sect experts in the 10,000 realm battlefield, there were more Buddhist experts. If the Buddhists wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai's days wouldn't be easy. While he was thinking about this, Zhao Hai came out of the pagoda. Seeing Zhao Hai's expression, Li Zongdao couldn't help but ask, "Little Hai, how did it go? Did something happen?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's fine." The higher-ups decided to rush in and scatter the Sioux race. I think they're right. With more than 1,000 Sioux race people gathered here, if we don't scatter them quickly, then it would be more troublesome. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right." Hearing Zhao Hai, Li Zongdao felt relieved. He thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "I guessed that the higher-ups would make this decision. But this isn't a problem. With our current strength, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with the Sioux race. In the past, Kong Miao was entangled with the Sioux race. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen into a disadvantage. Now that you're here, Kong Miao should be careful. And with the Sioux race's recent defeat, their morale should be low. It shouldn't be difficult for us to deal with them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, it shouldn't be difficult for us to deal with them. Moreover, it wouldn't be easy for the Sioux race to entangle Kong Miao. As long as we scatter their formation, then everything would be easy to handle." Zhao Hai nodded. Li Zongdao nodded and said, "This shouldn't be difficult. We have the Hell King's ship, it shouldn't be difficult to break their formation." "Right, Zhao Hai, why don't you make 2 more artifacts? If the 2 magic tools attack together, I don't think they will be able to withstand it." When Zhao Hai heard Li Zongdao, his eyes lit up as he said, "Good, that's a good idea. However, controlling 2 large artifacts consumes too much spiritual force. If that's the case, then I won't be able to participate in the attack. I won't be able to use any other means, so I can only rely on you to attack." When Li Zongdao heard Zhao Hai say this, he quickly said, "Can you really do it? That's great. As long as you can control 2 large artifacts, then you wouldn't need to participate in the attack." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll think of a way when the time comes. You should take a rest. I'll keep an eye on things here." In a few hours, the battle with the Sioux race will officially begin. Li Zongdao didn't object and nodded before he went to rest. Zhao Hai looked at Li Zongdao's appearance and couldn't help but smile. If it was in the past, controlling 2 large artifacts like the Hell King's ship was a bit difficult. But now it was different. With faith power, controlling 2 large artifacts wasn't a problem at all. Li Zongdao's words reminded Zhao Hai that if he used 2 large artifacts in a fight, then their lethality would be much greater than 1 large artifact. In fact, whether it was the cultivation realm or other realms, their artifacts could be enlarged. However, there were several problems with this. Because of this, cultivators wouldn't allow their artifacts to become too big. The first problem was spiritual force. Cultivators also needed the support of spiritual force and spiritual chi to control magic artifacts. The larger the magic artifact, the more spiritual force and spiritual chi would be needed. Unless it was a large magic artifact made by a large sect, it didn't require much spiritual chi. However, it required a lot of spiritual force. If one wanted to control such a large magic artifact in battle, it would often require several people to take turns controlling it. As a result, the large magic artifact's attack power would decrease a lot, making it appear to be less agile. The second problem was the quality of the artifact itself. Inside the artifact, there was a formation that could enlarge the artifact. Moreover, as long as you use spiritual chi, you can make the artifact bigger. However, the materials used to make this artifact couldn't be compared to liquid silver. Liquid silver was something that came out of the space, so it respected the laws of the space. As for other laws, it didn't care. If the space said that it could expand, then it could expand indefinitely without affecting its quality. However, this wasn't the case for other artifacts. If the size of an artifact exceeded a certain limit, then the quality of the artifact would be affected. If the size of the artifact was too big, then the artifact might collapse. Because of this, ordinary artifacts couldn't be expanded too much. In fact, the 10,000 transformation staff could also be enlarged. This was because the staff's material was very good. It could even become as big as the Hell King's ship without affecting its quality too much. However, this also meant that the spiritual force required to operate the staff would increase. Even a severed soul expert like Kong Miao wouldn't be able to support it for a long time. Most importantly, the Void Temple had a rule that it wasn't allowed to enlarge the 10,000 transformation staff. This was because enlarging an artifact would affect its lifespan. The Void Temple didn't want the 10,000 transformation staff to be destroyed. It must be known that they couldn't make a new one right now. Because of these reasons, large artifacts weren't very popular in the various realms. There were some large artifacts in the various realms, but they were generally used by large sects for transportation. There were very few large artifacts that could be used in battle. Don't look at how the Su race managed to block the 10,000 transformation staff. This made them think that the staff was weak. In fact, every strike of the staff had the power to shatter mountains. If it was placed in the world of cultivation, the number of people who could block it could be counted on two hands. As for why Su Wuzuan was able to block it, the reason was very simple. This was because Su Wuzuan was a severed soul expert. If he was placed in the world of cultivation, he would be ranked in the top 10. Therefore, it wasn't that the 10,000 transformation staff wasn't strong, it was just that Su Wuzuan was too strong. If Kong Miao didn't have the staff, then he wouldn't be Su Wuzuan's opponent. Zhao Hai didn't think about using large artifacts to fight. It was too ostentatious and inconsistent with his character. However, if he were to encounter a strong enemy, then using large artifacts would be fine. Compared to small artifacts, the advantages of large artifacts were very obvious. This was especially true for Zhao Hai's large artifacts. Everyone was human. If a person's body was very strong, they would be described as having great strength. This saying wasn't wrong. However, this saying was also useless when it came to artifacts. A large artifact and a small artifact. As long as the difference in quality between the two artifacts wasn't big, then the large artifact would definitely win. This was because the large artifact was very heavy. Even if it didn't do anything, it would still cause a great amount of pressure to the opponent. The advantages of large artifacts were very obvious. However, the disadvantages were also very obvious. When a large artifact is large, its flexibility would be affected. Therefore, large artifacts like this would be fine in group battles. However, if it was used against two people, then it would be a bit excessive. Its flexibility would be greatly affected. Last time, when Zhao Hai fought Huang Daoran, he used the Hell King's ship. The reason why he was able to fight Huang Daoran was because of the ship's speed and Huang Daoran's status. If Huang Daoran really fought Zhao Hai, then the Hell King's ship wouldn't be able to win. In his mind, he kept thinking about the advantages and disadvantages of large artifacts and small artifacts. In the end, he decided that it would be better not to use a large artifact in a battle with a small number of people. Time passed bit by bit. Zhao Hai stood on the deck while Emotion woke up and stood beside Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai seemed to be standing there and looking at the scenery, his mind had already sunk into the space. He was using the space to observe the situation of the Su race. On the other hand, the Su race's situation was going smoothly. They had already organized their troops and were rushing towards the newcomers' area. Naturally, they didn't lose their courage. They still wanted to fight the world of cultivation. This couldn't be blamed on them. They weren't convinced of their loss. They already had the upper hand. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai, then it wouldn't have been the Su race that was defeated, but the world of cultivation. Because of this, the Su race weren't convinced. They wanted to get back at the world of cultivation and teach them a lesson. Although the Su race were bandits, they were still transcending tribulation experts. Therefore, they still had a trace of arrogance in their hearts. If the cultivation world defeated them with Zhao Hai's army, then they wouldn't be convinced. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Zhao Hai was also calculating the time. In about an hour, they would encounter the world of cultivation. Zhao Hai knew that it was time to wake everyone up. An hour of preparation wasn't a long time for cultivators. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai withdrew his thoughts. With a wave of his hand, a melodious bell rang throughout the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai didn't call anyone, but he believed that once they heard the bell, they would understand what was going on. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai thought, when the cultivators heard the bell, they immediately understood what it meant. Everyone came out of their resting places. Kong Miao and the other severed soul experts also appeared on the 9th floor of the pagoda. Seeing Kong Miao and the others appear, Zhao Hai's figure moved as he flew up to the 9th floor. Then he said, "Zhao Hai has seen seniors. Seniors, in about an hour, we will encounter the Su race. During the battle, if we can't win, the pagoda will fly out of the ship and attack the enemy. Please be prepared." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Kong Miao and the others couldn't help but stare. Su Ning was startled as he said, "The pagoda can fly out and attack the enemy?" It wasn't surprising that Su Ning was surprised. Although they had a high estimation of liquid silver, their understanding of liquid silver and Zhao Hai's strength was still lacking. Therefore, when they heard Zhao Hai's words, they couldn't help but be surprised. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right. But I won't be able to participate in the attack. I can only command the ship and the pagoda." Without thinking too much, Kong Miao immediately said, "You don't need to participate in the battle. You just need to command the ship and the pagoda. If the ship is obstructed, then command the pagoda to attack. You need to break through the formation in the shortest time possible." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, seniors can rest assured about this. I think that after 2 attacks, we should be able to break through the formation." Kong Miao nodded and said, "As long as you break through the Su race's formation, you'll have made a great contribution. You don't need to worry about anything else." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned around and returned to the deck. After seeing Zhao Hai leave, Su Ning let out a long breath and said, "Good fellow, one person controlling 2 large artifacts. This kid is very powerful. I'm afraid that even I wouldn't be able to take him down." Kong Miao smiled bitterly and said, "Not to mention Grandmaster, I just used a secret technique to calculate that even if I have the 10,000 transformation staff, I still wouldn't be able to deal with Zhao Hai. This person is too powerful." Upon hearing Kong Miao, the group couldn't help but stare. Kong Miao came from the Void Temple. The Void Temple was one of the strongest Buddhist sects. Because of the 10,000 transformation staff, the Void Temple was considered the #1 Buddhist sect. The Void Temple had countless secret techniques. Additionally, the Buddhist sects also had secret divination techniques. These secret techniques were very rare in the Buddhist sects, so there weren't a lot of people who knew about them. So when they heard Kong Miao, they couldn't help but be startled. They were surprised not only because of Kong Miao's divination technique, but also because of Kong Miao's words. Kong Miao actually said that he might not be able to defeat Zhao Hai. Wasn't Zhao Hai too strong? Kong Miao was a severed soul expert. Moreover, his severed soul stage was very stable. And with the 10,000 transformation staff in his hand, his fighting strength was very formidable. Even Su Ning wasn't his opponent. But now, he said that he couldn't defeat Zhao Hai even with the 10,000 transformation staff. This was the reason why everyone was surprised. Su Ning looked at Kong Miao and said, "Really?" Kong Miao forced a smile and nodded. Su Ning and the others didn't say anything. They really didn't know what to say. One must know that these people's eyes were as sharp as snow. They could clearly feel that Zhao Hai wasn't transcending a tribulation. Why were Su Ning and the others able to see that Zhao Hai wasn't transcending tribulation? This was because those who transcended tribulation were different from those who didn't. Those who transcended tribulation had a trace of tribulation power in their spiritual energy. This tribulation power was actually a kind of power that was produced after being baptized by tribulation. This kind of power didn't have any use, but as long as one was transcending tribulation, they would be able to see the existence of this tribulation power. It was like a mark on one's body. It wouldn't affect one's life, but it would leave a mark on one's body. Because of this feature, Su Ning and the others knew that Zhao Hai wasn't a transcending tribulation expert. He was still in the nascent soul stage. Nascent soul stage, transcending tribulation stage, and severed soul stage were 2 stages apart. But Kong Miao, who had the Buddhist sect's #1 treasure, actually said that he couldn't deal with Zhao Hai, who was 2 stages below him. This was really hard to believe. Faced with such an answer, Su Ning and the others were speechless. They really didn't know what to say. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't care about this. He was still calmly standing on the deck as he looked at the Hell King's ship. In fact, it wasn't just him, everyone was doing the same thing. Cultivators were different from ordinary people. If an ordinary person were to encounter this situation, they would discuss it non-stop in order to ease their anxiety. However, cultivators weren't like this. This was because they were already prepared to fight at any time. From the day a cultivator set foot on the path of cultivation, they would be fighting non-stop. They would fight with the heavens, the earth, and people. If you want to move forward, you have to step on countless people's corpses. If you want to become strong, you have to have the support of countless resources. If you want to get those resources, there is only one way, and that is to step on other people's corpses. If you want to become a person above others, there is only one way, and that is to step on other people's corpses. Because of this, cultivators weren't afraid of fighting. On the contrary, they treated fighting as a form of training. It was because of this mentality that the cultivators calmly stood on the Hell King's ship. Nobody whispered to each other, nor did they speak carelessly. After some time, Zhao Hai suddenly shouted, "Get ready, we're going to fight in 10 minutes. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone on the Hell King's ship heard it. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone stared for a moment before they immediately took out their artifacts. In an instant, the Hell King's ship turned into a hedgehog. The entire ship was surrounded by various artifacts. At this time, Kong Miao also began to give orders. There were so many artifacts with different functions. They needed someone to command them in order to display their power. It was just like how different types of soldiers worked together in a battle. Because of what happened last time, Kong Miao already had some experience. Moreover, his subordinates were veterans. Even if he didn't say anything, they would know what to do. Before long, the artifacts around the Hell King's ship were in order. Zhao Hai looked at the artifacts around him. This was the first time that he encountered a situation where people used artifacts to fight. He needed to learn more. Commanding people to use artifacts wasn't an easy thing to do. Artifacts were generally divided into offensive and defensive types. However, there were countless variations between these two types of artifacts. Some artifacts were fast, some were powerful, some were poisonous, and some had magic attacks. If one wanted to command these artifacts well, then they would need a lot of knowledge. The most important thing was that these magic tools had different shapes and functions. In order to maximize the power of these magic tools, appropriate adjustments had to be made. Compared to gathering the fast magic tools together, gathering the powerful magic tools together, and gathering the poisonous magic tools together, this was the only way to maximize the power of these magic tools, instead of restricting each other and reducing their offensive power. However, the weapons used by transcending tribulation experts came in all shapes and sizes. This depended on the commander's eyesight. One needed to know what kind of attack each weapon had. Only then would one be able to assign the weapons to the appropriate positions. Fortunately, Zhao Hai didn't need to command this time, he just needed to learn. In fact, it wasn't only him who was learning, Laura and the others were also learning. This was especially true for Lizzie and the others. Lizzie and the others were responsible for commanding the battle. Moreover, most of the undead in the space had already switched to cultivation methods. Their weapons were also slowly being replaced. As long as the undead matured, Lizzie and the others would be able to command the undead army. When that time comes, what they learned today would be very useful. The encounter began as expected by Zhao Hai. Just as Zhao Hai said, 10 minutes later, the Su race appeared in front of Zhao Hai and the others. Both sides didn't waste any time. Zhao Hai drove the Hell King's ship and rushed forward. The other side didn't say anything and just waited in formation. However, Su Wuzuan, who was standing in the middle of the Su race's formation, had a heavy expression on his face. The reason for this was because of Zhao Hai's attack. Originally, Su Wuzuan thought that Zhao Hai and the others would also attack. He had already prepared a way to deal with it. Even if Zhao Hai led the Hell King's ship to attack, Su Wuzuan would still have a way to deal with it. But now that he saw Zhao Hai and the others, Su Wuzuan couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. Zhao Hai and the others weren't in formation at all. Instead, they were all sitting on the Hell King's ship. This was beyond his expectations. However, Su Wuzuan was an experienced fighter. Although Zhao Hai and the others' approach was beyond his expectations, he still made timely adjustments. They didn't form a formation to attack Zhao Hai and the others. Instead, they just waited in formation. The Hell King's ship was able to attack the Su race's formation because of the concentration of artifacts and people. With everyone on the Hell King's ship, the Su race's formation couldn't be as dense as the Hell King's ship. This made it easy for the Su race to break through the Hell King's ship. However, one shouldn't forget that the artifacts of the Su race can also fly out. Although the Su race's people were waiting in formation, their artifacts could also be used in a concentrated manner. In this way, the final victory would depend on who had more means. Although Zhao Hai and the others had the Hell King's ship, the Su race had more artifacts compared to the world of cultivation. Therefore, they could rely on quantity to win. Because of this, the Hell King's ship's charge wasn't very smooth. Even with the Hell King's ship's momentum, it wasn't able to break through the Su race's formation. For a while, the two sides were in a deadlock. Their artifacts were clashing in the air. Both sides didn't pay attention to anything else as they focused on attacking each other. At this time, the might of the 10,000 transformation staff was displayed. As long as the Su race's magic artifacts collided with the 10,000 transformation staff, the user would suffer minor injuries. In the end, Su Wuzuan personally made a move to block the rampaging staff. However, Zhao Hai saw an opportunity at this time. He immediately sat down cross-legged and let out a roar. The pagoda immediately separated from the Hell King's ship and charged towards the Su race's formation. Because the distance was too close and the attention of the Su race was focused on the Hell King's ship and the artifacts released by the world of cultivation, the Su race didn't expect the pagoda to leave the ship and attack. Because of this, they weren't prepared. Additionally, there were several severed soul experts and transcending tribulation experts inside the pagoda. The Su race couldn't stop the pagoda from crashing into the formation. The formation was in chaos. Some people wanted to take back their artifacts to block the pagoda. However, as soon as they did, the Hell King's ship increased its impact. The Su race couldn't help but feel that they had lost sight of the pagoda. This caused the formation to fall into chaos. Su Wuzuan was about to vomit blood from anger. He knew that this matter was once again ruined by Zhao Hai. Su Wuzuan had heard of Zhao Hai's name before. In the past, Zhao Hai dealt with a lot of Su race people, but some of them managed to escape. Su Wuzuan heard of Zhao Hai's name from the mouths of those who managed to escape. However, at that time, they were preparing for a decisive battle against the world of cultivation. Su Wuzuan planned to deal with the world of cultivation's main force before dealing with Zhao Hai. However, he didn't expect that before he could deal with Zhao Hai would stab him twice. These two stab made him choke. Last time, it was because of Zhao Hai's sudden appearance that their formation was broken. In the end, victory was turned into defeat. This time, Su Wuzuan was fully prepared. However, he didn't expect the pagoda to fly down and break their formation. However, Su Wuzuan couldn't do anything about it. At this point, the pagoda had already rushed into the battle formation, causing chaos. And with the pagoda and the Hell King's ship attacking, it was impossible to reorganize the battle formation. In this case, Su Wuzuan couldn't do anything. Originally, Su Wuzuan wanted to kill Zhao Hai to vent his anger. However, Kong Miao had already thought of this. Because of this, he had a severed soul expert stay on the ship to protect Zhao Hai. Even if Su Wuzuan wanted to kill Zhao Hai, he wouldn't be able to do so. Kong Miao knew that if they can defeat the Su race as soon as possible, it would depend on Zhao Hai's two large artifacts. As long as Zhao Hai's large artifacts can maintain their offensive capabilities, then they would be able to break through the enemy's formation and win the battle in one fell swoop. Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but laugh. Seeing that there was no way to deal with Zhao Hai, Su Wuzuan could only issue an order to retreat. Originally, Su Wuzuan had already made arrangements in advance. Even if they had to retreat, they would retreat slowly. They wouldn't give the world of cultivation any opportunities. However, Su Wuzuan forgot that there was a precondition for this slow retreat. Their formation wasn't broken, so they could maintain their formation and slowly retreat. Now that their formation was broken, it would be impossible for them to retreat slowly under the attacks of the Hell King's ship and the pagoda. Additionally, the Sioux race were bandits. If you didn't give the order to retreat, then they wouldn't dare to retreat. Now that you gave the order to retreat, they immediately turned around and ran. Maintaining the formation and slowly retreating had long been thrown to the back of their minds. With the Sioux race fleeing, the world of cultivation naturally wouldn't be polite. They immediately split into groups of 100 people and chased after the Sioux race. Their priority was to kill as many of the Sioux race as possible. This time, the Sioux race were out of luck. Although they had invisibility cloaks, the people from the world of cultivation were chasing after them. Even if they wanted to hide, they couldn't. The people from the world of cultivation weren't fools. They immediately used their spells to break the Sioux race's invisibility cloaks. Originally, some of the Sioux race people thought that it would be safer if they stayed together. However, they discovered that if they stayed together, they would be targeted by the world of cultivation. On the other hand, the world of cultivation wouldn't care about those who split up. This discovery made it impossible for the selfish Sioux race people to stay together. Therefore, the Sioux race decided to scatter. Nobody could gather them together anymore. After dispersing the Sioux race's formation, Zhao Hai took back the pagoda. He no longer needed large artifacts. Large artifacts weren't very useful in small-scale battles. Therefore, there was no need to waste spiritual qi. When the pagoda returned to the Hell King's ship, Kong Miao walked down and arrived in front of Zhao Hai. He patted Zhao Hai's shoulder as he laughed and said, "Good. Zhao Hai, you deserve the credit for defeating the Sioux race." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "I don't deserve senior's praise." Kong Miao laughed as he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder. However, he didn't say anything else. Instead, he turned around and walked towards the bow of the ship. He looked at the people from the world of cultivation who were chasing after the Sioux race. However, when they saw Kong Miao's actions, they couldn't help but be jealous of Zhao Hai. The cultivators who came to participate in the war were all veterans of the 10,000 realm battlefield. They were very clear about Kong Miao's identity. With Kong Miao's current status, he was here to make contributions. He was the focus of the Buddhist sect. Being able to have a good relationship with such a person would be very beneficial to their future development in the 10,000 realm battlefield. And now, it seems like Kong Miao appreciated Zhao Hai very much. In the future, Zhao Hai would have a strong backer in the 10,000 realm battlefield. The benefits would be huge. At this point, their hearts were filled with envy and hatred. But they didn't show it. They had seen Zhao Hai's strength in their eyes. Although it seemed like Zhao Hai was using his large artifacts to bully people, they also needed to be able to use them. This time, the people who came were all cunning old foxes. They were very clear that Zhao Hai's ship was able to change shape, and it was certainly his artifact. If this was really the case, then Zhao Hai was too terrifying. His artifact could be big or small, and it could be divided or condensed. It was best not to offend such a person. Cultivators were people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. They didn't dare to offend those who were strong. Although Zhao Hai hadn't reached transcending tribulation, his strength was still there. Nobody wanted to offend him. And now that Kong Miao was showing his appreciation for Zhao Hai, these people didn't dare to offend him. The battle was basically over. Now, only the cultivators were left chasing after the Sioux race. The Sioux race had already scattered, so it wasn't easy to chase them down. However, the result this time was better than the last time. At least 400 Sioux race people were killed this time. 400 Sioux race people were all transcending tribulation experts. This wasn't a small blow to the Sioux race. This was also Zhao Hai's plan. He wanted to kill as many of the Sioux race as possible and then negotiate with them. When the time comes, the Sioux race would have no choice but to negotiate with them. In the past, the Sioux race still had the qualifications to challenge the world of cultivation. But after these two attacks, the Sioux race no longer had the qualifications to be on equal footing with the world of cultivation. In these two attacks, the Sioux race lost nearly 700 transcending tribulation experts. This was a huge blow to the Sioux race. After chasing the Sioux race for 5 hours, the group returned to Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. After asking for Kong Miao's opinion, the ship headed towards the newcomers' area. It would take a few days to reach the newcomers' area. Naturally, these people would stay on the ship. Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to make friends with them. A large amount of spirit wine was taken out as the Hell King's ship headed towards the newcomers' area. Before the Hell King's ship arrived at the newcomers' area, the battle between the Sioux race and the world of cultivation had already spread throughout the 10,000 realm battlefield. Although the 10,000 realm battlefield was very big and didn't have computers, the transmission of information was still very fast. Even the battle between the Sioux race and the world of cultivation was made clear to everyone. The entire 10,000 realm battlefield was in an uproar. The people in the 10,000 realm battlefield didn't expect that the battle between the world of cultivation and the Sioux race would end up like this. This caused the people in the 10,000 realm battlefield to be startled and puzzled. They didn't know why the world of cultivation was able to defeat the Sioux race. It must be known that the Sioux race was stronger than the world of cultivation in terms of fighting strength. But after learning about the details of the battle, everyone began to pay attention to one person, and that person was Zhao Hai. It must be said that there were all kinds of people in the 10,000 realm battlefield. There was even the detective race in the 10,000 realm battlefield. The detective race had a very special ability. They could reconstruct a battle that happened 3 days ago. It was because of the help of the detective race that the people in the 10,000 realm battlefield were able to easily understand the battle between the Sioux race and the world of cultivation. It was also because of the detective race's ability to reconstruct the battle that Zhao Hai entered the eyes of the higher-ups in the 10,000 realm battlefield. The reason why these people paid attention to Zhao Hai was because Zhao Hai's 2 large artifacts were too formidable. These 2 large artifacts could play a decisive role in a battle. Besides these 2 large artifacts, there was also the timing of Zhao Hai's attacks. The timing of Zhao Hai's attacks was very accurate. He attacked when the enemy least expected it. This made his attacks even more threatening. The Sioux race were also defeated by these 2 attacks. Zhao Hai's attacks were very accurate. He attacked when the enemy least expected it. For people from high-grade realms, using large artifacts wasn't a big deal. For a mid-grade realm like the world of cultivation, using large artifacts was already very impressive. However, this wasn't the case for high-grade realms. In high-grade realms, the development of cultivation civilization was much more advanced than the world of cultivation. They also had their own unique way of using large artifacts. In high-grade realms, there was no lack of large artifacts, on the contrary, there were a lot of them. In high-grade realms, using large artifacts wasn't a big deal. However, there weren't a lot of people who could use large artifacts well. In high-grade realms, large artifacts were rarely used in battle. Most of them were used for long-range attacks. But Zhao Hai's use of large artifacts to this degree was a wake-up call to high-grade realms. In the end, high-grade realms were no different from the world of cultivation. They also had a lot of sections. Naturally, these sects would fight with each other. However, there weren't a lot of people who used large artifacts. This was because large artifacts weren't as flexible as small artifacts. Large artifacts weren't very useful in battle. They could only be used when charging into enemy lines. However, while you have large artifacts, so do your enemies. In this case, the use of large artifacts would determine the outcome of the battle. Naturally, Zhao Hai's use of large artifacts made the eyes of high-grade realms shine. What did high-grade realms value the most? There was only one answer: talent. And this time, the battle with the Sioux race made the high-grade realms pay attention to Zhao Hai. Naturally, they couldn't help but investigate Zhao Hai. Through various means and relationships, they investigated Zhao Hai. The main purpose of this investigation was to find out what he was like in the world of cultivation. It must be known that it was impossible to see the true age of a cultivator. This was because of their cultivation methods. Even if they were 100 or 200 years old, they would still look like a young person. Therefore, although Zhao Hai looked very young, the high-grade realms still wanted to investigate Zhao Hai's situation. If the high-grade realms wanted to investigate Zhao Hai, they had a lot of methods. Not to mention others, even the world of cultivation was inextricably linked to high-grade realms. Moreover, they were sheltered by high-grade realms. If the high-grade realms asked about Zhao Hai's situation, how could they not answer? Naturally, this was impossible. Therefore, Zhao Hai's information was quickly placed on the desks of the high-grade realms. It must be said that the secret work of these large realms was really secretive and opaque in some matters. But in other matters, it existed in name only and was completely useless. And Zhao Hai's information wasn't top secret. Naturally, it was impossible for it to be kept secret. Because of this, Zhao Hai's matter was quickly investigated by the high-grade realms. Upon seeing Zhao Hai's information, the high-grade realms couldn't help but admire him. This was mainly because Zhao Hai's ascension time was too short. In just 5 years, he was already qualified to enter the 10,000 realm battlefield. For the high-grade realms, this was very attractive. In their eyes, Zhao Hai was a genius. Zhao Hai didn't know about this. He was currently drinking as he drove the Hell King's ship back to the newcomers' area. The speed at which they returned couldn't compare to the speed at which news spread in the 10,000 realm battlefield. When Zhao Hai and the others returned to the world of Cultivation's newcomers' area, Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen were already there to greet them. Seeing this, Zhao Hai received Kong Miao and the others' agreement. Then he received the Hell King's ship and flew towards Yuan Ding and the others. This time, Yuan Ding and the others brought a lot of people. These people were all transcending tribulation experts. Most of them were Buddhists. These people were veterans of the 10,000 realm battlefield. When the world of cultivation received the news, they prepared to send reinforcements. However, they didn't expect that when they arrived at the newcomers' area, they already knew that Zhao Hai and the others had returned to the newcomers' area. Naturally, it wasn't Zhao Hai's turn to greet Yuan Ding and the others. Naturally, Yuan Ding and the others had lower status compared to Zhao Hai. However, Yuan Ding and the others were in charge of the newcomers' area. Because of this, they came out to greet Zhao Hai and the others. After exchanging a few words with Yuan Ding and the others, they turned around and entered the newcomers' area. Yuan Ding and the others immediately arranged accommodations for the newcomers. Naturally, Zhao Hai and the others didn't need anyone to arrange accommodations for them. However, Zhao Hai and Li Zongdao originally lived in 2 caves. Now, they had to give up one of their caves. Because of these people, the number of caves in the newcomers' area was a bit tight. Although Yuan Ding didn't say anything to Zhao Hai, the way he looked at Zhao Hai was very different. Yuan Ding had received several Jade Sword messages in the past few days. Many of them were about Zhao Hai. Yuan Ding also knew that Zhao Hai had made a great contribution this time. To be honest, he was very happy. Zhao Hai was summoned to the 10,000 realm battlefield by Yuan Zhen and Yuan Ding. Zhao Hai had only been in the 10,000 realm battlefield for a few days, but he already made a great contribution. This made Yuan Zhen and Yuan Ding proud. After all, this meant that Yuan Zhen and Yuan Ding's vision was very accurate. Naturally, Zhao Hai also felt Yuan Ding's gaze. He gave Yuan Ding a salute from afar. Yuan Ding smiled faintly and waved his hand. The two didn't speak as Zhao Hai led Mo Xing and Li Zongdao back to his cave residence. Upon entering his cave residence, Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "I'm finally back. I can finally have a good rest." Li Zongdao laughed and said, "Right, I'm finally back. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen this time." Hee hee. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Brother Li, you should take a good rest. I'm afraid there will be more missions in the next few days. I don't think the higher-ups will let the Su race off so easily." Li Zongdao nodded and said, "That's for sure. The Su race's actions have already made the higher-ups very angry. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent so many people to deal with them. Since this matter has already become big, then there's no need to stop. We need to beat them into submission. This way, they won't be able to find trouble with us in the future." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. After eating some food with Li Zongdao and Mo Xing, they went to rest. Li Zongdao didn't cultivate as well. Instead, he slept in his room. At this time, Kong Miao and the others arrived at Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen's cave residence. This place was where they usually cultivated and received guests. It occupied a large area and was suitable for working. Since Kong Miao was the commander in charge of dealing with the Su race, it was natural for him to live here. When Kong Miao and the other severed soul experts arrived, Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen also sat on the side. Seeing that everyone was present, Kong Miao said, although we won against the Sioux race, it's still far from enough. I think that Zhao Hai's plan is very good. This time, we need to kill. We need to make the Sioux race fear us. Then we'll know who's behind this and find a way to deal with them. When Yuan Ding and Yuan Zhen heard Kong Miao, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't expect Kong Miao to mention Zhao Hai's name in this kind of situation. It seems like he attached great importance to Zhao Hai. Suning nodded and said, "That's the fastest solution. But Kong Miao, it's best to report this matter to the higher-ups." Although the reinforcements sent by the higher-ups weren't used, there are still more than 400 people. With our current strength, we have a total of 1,500 people. If we work together, dealing with the Sioux race shouldn't be a problem. However, the Sioux race's cloak is troublesome. If they find a place to hide, we wouldn't be able to find them. Because of this, the 1,500 people can't move as one and can only move separately. However, if we move separately, we're afraid that the Sioux race would sneak attack us. If the Sioux race changed their tactics, they wouldn't be able to fight us head-on and would instead hide in the dark. This would give us a headache. Therefore, we should report this matter to the higher-ups and listen to their opinion. Kong Miao nodded. He felt that Su Ning's words were reasonable. If the Sioux race were to sneak attack them, then it would be very troublesome. Sword One looked at Kong Miao and then suddenly said, "Kong Miao, I think we should ask Zhao Hai about this matter. He killed a lot of people from the Sioux race before the war. Does he have a way to discover the Sioux race's invisibility cloak? If he can discover it, then wouldn't it save us a lot of trouble?" When Kong Miao heard Jian Yi, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He clapped his hands and said, "Right, how could I forget about this matter? Right, Zhao Hai has fought with the Sioux race before, and more than once. It seems like he has a way to discover the cloaks." At this time, Yuan Ding chanted and said, "Ba. Grandmaster Kong Miao, please allow me to say a few words." Kong Miao nodded and said, "Grandmaster Yuan Ding, please speak." Yuan Ding said, "Before the seniors returned, we received a message from the higher-ups. The high-grade realms have begun to pay attention to Zhao Hai. Moreover, we also received news that Zhao Hai should have a way to discover the cloaks of the Sioux race." When Lu Xing and the others were besieged by the Sioux race, Lu Xing and the others managed to break out of the encirclement and met Zhao Hai. They asked for help from Zhao Hai. After Lu Xing and the others were rescued, Lu Xing and the others turned around and killed the Sioux race. It was Zhao Hai who took the initiative to chase after the Sioux race. Although the details of the battle weren't clear, it was impossible for the Sioux race to not use their cloaks. However, they were still killed by Zhao Hai. This is enough to explain the problem. I'm afraid that Zhao Hai really can discover the cloaks of the Sioux race. Upon hearing Yuan Ding, Kong Miao and the others couldn't help but stare. Kong Miao looked at Yuan Ding and said, "Why are the high-grade realms looking for Zhao Hai?" Yuan Ding shook his head and said, "I don't know yet. The higher-ups only came to us to get information on Zhao Hai. They have already taken all of Zhao Hai's information." Kong Miao nodded and then said, "Regardless of why they're looking for Zhao Hai, one thing is certain. If Zhao Hai can discover the cloaks of the Sioux race, then this matter will be easy to handle. We can chase after the Sioux race." Su Ning shook his head and said, "I'm not too optimistic. Although Zhao Hai can discover the Sioux race, he's only one person. If we split up, then other than Zhao Hai's group, the others wouldn't be able to discover the Sioux race. This would put the people we sent out in danger." Kong Miao thought for a moment, then he turned to Yuan Ding and said, "Grandmaster Yuan Ding, please send someone to invite Zhao Hai over. I need to ask him before I can make a decision." Yuan Ding nodded, then he stood up and walked out. He decided to personally call Zhao Hai. This was because Yuan Ding discovered that Zhao Hai was very important to Kong Miao. As a Buddhist, Yuan Ding was very clear about Kong Miao's status in the Buddhist path. In the future, Kong Miao would become one of the top Buddhists of the Buddhist path. For such a person to value Zhao Hai so much, it could only mean that Zhao Hai's future achievements were limitless. This was the best time to make friends with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai knew what Kong Miao and the others were talking about. Although Zhao Hai looked like he was sleeping, he wasn't actually asleep. He was paying attention to Kong Miao and the others. He wanted to see how Kong Miao and the others would deal with this matter. Now that he saw the result, Zhao Hai was actually very happy. As long as this matter is done, then the world of cultivation's crisis would be resolved. At the same time, he would have a place in the hearts of the big shots. This was very important for his future development. After coming to the 10,000 realm battlefield and knowing how many realms there were, Zhao Hai had an idea. He felt that the world of cultivation was too small. He wanted to go to these realms and see what they looked like. He wanted to see if there was anything special about them. Some people said that the more you know about the world, the more ignorant you feel. Zhao Hai was currently like this. Before, he didn't know about the 10,000 realm battlefield. He thought that the world of cultivation was the center of the universe. But now that he knew about the 10,000 realm battlefield, Zhao Hai's mind became active. His vision was no longer limited to the world of cultivation. He wanted to know if there was a place like the 10,000 realm battlefield in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Even if there wasn't a place like the 10,000 realm battlefield, he still needed to unravel the mystery of who made it. Because of this, his vision became broader. Because of this, when Zhao Hai heard from Yuan Ding that the high-grade realms were paying attention to him, he didn't feel uneasy like before. On the contrary, he was eager to try it out. He wanted to understand the other realms of the 10,000 realm battlefield through these high-grade realms. He wanted to see what the other realms were like. Zhao Hai sat up and looked at Emoshing, who was sleeping soundly. He didn't wake Emoshing up. He liked Emoshing's character. He didn't think about anything other than eating when he was hungry and sleeping when he was sleepy. He would do whatever Zhao Hai wanted him to do. This kind of person lived a simple and happy life. Many people didn't know what happiness was, and almost no one could really explain what happiness was. In fact, happiness was very simple. It was a kind of satisfaction. If you ate a good meal, it was a kind of happiness. If you did a job that you liked, it was also a kind of happiness. Everyone could be happy, but some people turned the simplest thing into the most difficult thing. Not long after Zhao Hai sat up, Yuan Ding arrived outside Zhao Hai's cave residence. Yuan Ding said, "Zhao Hai, are you here? Come out and see me." Zhao Hai stood up, then he turned around and walked towards the entrance of the cave residence. Then he gave Yuan Ding a salute and said, "Grandmaster Yuan Ding, why are you here? Are you looking for Zhao Hai for something?" Looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, Yuan Ding smiled faintly and said, "It's good that you're here. Grandmaster Zhao Hai and the others want to see you. They said that they have something to ask you." Zhao Hai nodded quickly and then followed Yuan Ding into the cave residence. Before long, the two arrived at Yuan Ding's cave residence and directly entered the room. Upon entering the room, Zhao Hai immediately gave everyone a salute. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Zhao Hai, you don't need to be so polite. Sit down, I have something to ask you." Zhao Hai nodded and then sat down. Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, I heard that you chased after the Sioux race. Can you see through their invisibility?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, replying to Grandmaster, "I can't break the Sioux race's invisibility. However, I can find them." Hearing Zhao Hai, Kong Miao couldn't help but stare. But he still said, "It's good that you can find them. Can you teach us this method?" As soon as he heard Kong Miao, Zhao Hai already had a plan in mind. He said, "Grandmaster, actually, you don't need to learn about this. I can use the machine field's magic formations and machine technology to make a batch of scanners. As long as you have these scanners, anyone can find the Sioux race." Kong Miao and the others stared. It must be known that finding the Sioux race had always been a headache for the 10,000 realm battlefield. Even high-grade realms found it difficult to find the Sioux race. But when it came to Zhao Hai, it seemed like it was easy. Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, although the world of cultivation has always been free, the war with the Sioux race is a war between countries. It concerns the survival of the world of cultivation. You can't joke around. Is what you said true?" Zhao Hai immediately stood up, then he cupped his fist and said, "Grandmaster, this Zhao Hai isn't lying. As long as you give me 5 days, I can make a batch of scanners. The quantity won't be less than 100 pieces. However, I would like to ask Grandmaster for material support. After all, refining these scanners requires materials." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Grandmaster, this Zhao Hai isn't lying. Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai, then he nodded and said, alright, as long as you can make these scanners, I'll give you whatever you want. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Grandmaster, please give me some time. I'll make a list. As long as the materials are in place, I can guarantee that I can make the scanners in 5 days. Kong Miao waved his hand and said, there's a quiet room nearby. You can go there and make a list. I believe you already know what you need to make this instrument. I'll prepare it for you immediately. You need to make it as fast as possible. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just cupped his fist towards Kong Miao. Then he turned to Yuan Ding and said, Grandmaster, please take me to a quiet room. Yuan Ding nodded and led Zhao Hai to a quiet room on the side. Zhao Hai took out a blank jade slip and inserted his spiritual force into it. He kept writing on the jade slip. Of course, what Zhao Hai wrote now was what he needed. He wouldn't be polite with Kong Miao. In fact, with his wealth, not to mention making more than 100 scanners, even if he wanted to make 1,000,000 of them, he wouldn't need to ask Kong Miao for anything. However, if he didn't use this opportunity, then it would be wasted. The space needed a variety of things. As long as these things entered the space, they could be produced by the space. At the same time, they could also increase the space's experience. As long as the time was right, the space could be upgraded. This was what Zhao Hai wanted to see the most. Because of this, Zhao Hai listed a few things that the space didn't have. He didn't dare to list too many things. People can think of ways to take advantage of things, but you can't be too greedy. Being too greedy would only cause people to dislike you. Zhao Hai was very clear about this. Therefore, the things he listed weren't too precious. Some things might be precious in the world of cultivation, but they weren't particularly precious in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Naturally, the things that Zhao Hai listed were things that needed to be used. He wouldn't list a lot of things and then not use them in the end. Otherwise, people would take advantage of him. There must be a limit to what one can do. If one grasps this limit well, then one can do anything and leave a good impression on others. It didn't take long for Zhao Hai to finish the list. After checking it twice, Zhao Hai left the room and went to Kong Miao's room. After entering the room, Zhao Hai immediately handed the jade slip over to Kong Miao and said, Grandmaster, these are the things that I need. As long as you prepare them, give me 5 days and I'll make 100 scanners. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Grandmaster, these are the things that I need. As long as you prepare them, give me 5 days and I can make 100 scanners. Kong Miao received the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. There weren't a lot of things that Zhao Hai wanted, but there weren't a lot of them. Moreover, they weren't particularly precious. Kong Miao nodded, he now believed that Zhao Hai could really make a scanner. He wasn't just trying to swindle people out of them. Kong Miao gave the jade slip to Yuan Ding and said, Grandmaster Yuan Ding, prepare these things for Zhao Hai as soon as possible. Don't delay for even a moment. Yuan Ding nodded, then he took the jade slip and left. Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai and said, Is there anything else you need? We'll cooperate with you in the next few days. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I don't need anything else. Kong Miao nodded and said, Alright, as long as you do this, then you'll have made a great contribution to the world of cultivation. As soon as this matter is over, you can immediately leave the beginner's area. Leaving the beginner's area was actually a reward. A lot of people wanted to leave the beginner's area. However, the general interface stipulated that they had to stay in the beginner's area for 3 years. 3 years wasn't a long time for a cultivator. But for a person in the beginner's area, it was a long time. This was because the beginner's area had the least amount of resources in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Most of the good things in the 10,000 realm battlefield couldn't be found in the beginner's area. In order to obtain good things, people in the beginner's area desperately wanted to leave as soon as possible. However, they didn't dare disobey orders. If they did, then they might be kicked out of the 10,000 realm battlefield. Zhao Hai also wanted to leave the beginner's area as soon as possible. Although he wasn't afraid of being kicked out of the 10,000 realm battlefield, his foundation was still in the world of cultivation. If he was kicked out and ran back to the 10,000 realm battlefield, then the higher-ups of the world of cultivation wouldn't let him off. Because of this concern, Zhao Hai didn't act rashly. This time, he went all out to help the world of cultivation deal with the Sioux race. He knew that the world of cultivation wouldn't go back on their word. If they did, then nobody would work for them in the future. Zhao Hai didn't think that the world of cultivation would be able to deal with the Sioux race. Zhao Hai believed that as long as he does well, the rewards from the higher-ups wouldn't be small. When the time comes, there wouldn't be any problems if he proposed to leave the beginner's area. However, he didn't expect Kong Miao to bring it up first. Although Kong Miao and the others had talked about this before, Zhao Hai didn't expect Kong Miao to tell him about it so quickly. Zhao Hai immediately cupped his fist and said, "Thank you, Grandmaster. Grandmaster, I have a request. Brother Li Zongdao came to the 10,000 realm battlefield with me. Moreover, he helped a lot this time. There's also Mo Xing. He's an idiot. Besides me, he doesn't follow anyone else. I've already promised Martial Uncle to take care of him. I hope Grandmaster can allow the two of them to leave the beginner's area with me." Kong Miao waved his hand and said, "It's a small matter. As long as you do this, everything else can be discussed." At this time, Yuan Ding came in with a spatial bag in his hand. After entering the room, he handed the spatial bag over to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, take a look and see if there's anything missing." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he used his spiritual force to explore the spatial bag and found that everything he wanted was prepared. Zhao Hai nodded to Yuan Ding and said, "Everything is here." "Thank you, Grandmaster Yuan Ding." Then he turned to Kong Miao and the others and said, "Seniors, I'll be refining right away. Please forgive Zhao Hai for being rude." Kong Miao waved his hand and said, "Remember, if there's anything you need, just tell me. I'll support you fully." Zhao Hai nodded, then he gave everyone a salute before turning around and leaving. When Zhao Hai returned, Su Ning sighed and said, "Good kid, the Sioux race's invisibility has been a headache for everyone in the 10,000 realm battlefield. I didn't expect him to be able to solve it." "Amazing." Everyone nodded. To be honest, they were getting more and more curious about Zhao Hai. Originally, they thought that he was just a nascent soul expert. But as time passed, they discovered that his strength was far beyond their imagination. Now, he was even able to break the invisibility cloak that the Sioux race relied on. This was truly amazing. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about this. After returning to his cave residence, he discovered that Li Zongdao had already gotten up. In fact, when Yuan Ding came to call Zhao Hai, Li Zongdao was already up. He wanted to see Zhao Hai, but since Zhao Hai had already left with Li Zongdao could only wait in the cave. Now that Zhao Hai had returned, Li Zongdao immediately greeted him and said, "Zhao Hai, what happened?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's nothing. Grandmaster Kong Miao asked me to help him refine artifacts. I'm going to the refining room. Mo Xing woke up, so keep an eye on him." After he said that, he took out some food and wine and gave them to Li Zongdao. Then he said, "I'll be refining for 5 days. I can't be disturbed. If Mo Xing gets hungry, give him these things to eat." Li Zongdao nodded. Then Zhao Hai turned around and entered the refining room. At the same time, he activated the formation inside so that people outside wouldn't be able to see what was happening inside. Upon entering the refining room, Zhao Hai immediately entered the space. Actually, the room that Zhao Hai mentioned about the Sioux race wasn't anything special. It was just a silver needle inside. The needle was used to communicate with the space, allowing the space to detect the Sioux race's presence. Then the space would send the information back to the apparatus through the needle. Because of this, the silver needle was only an inconspicuous knot in the instrument. There was nothing special about it. Zhao Hai also planned to make the instrument into a small computer. It could display the surrounding terrain as well as the position of the Sioux race with a bright red dot. When Zhao Hai proposed this, he had Kai design the blueprint for the scanner. After the scanner analyzed the blueprint, Zhao Hai was finally able to come up with a plan. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very confident. However, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to keep the silver needle inside the apparatus forever. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to give the apparatus a lifespan. For example, after a year, the apparatus wouldn't be able to be used anymore. This way, Zhao Hai would be able to take back the silver needle. The space was already prepared. Zhao Hai took out the ores that the space didn't have. Immediately, veins of these ores were produced. Then the machine began to make the scanner. Actually, it wouldn't take 5 days to make the scanner, not even 5 hours. However, Zhao Hai deliberately added a bit more time. He didn't want to go out that quickly. 5 days later, Zhao Hai came out of the refining room. In these 5 days, Li Zongdao and Emosheng were guarding outside the refining room. Although Emosheng was an idiot, he was still very loyal to Zhao Hai. Don't think that just because someone gave him something to eat, he would treat them the same way as he treated Zhao Hai. That was impossible. Idiots like Emosheng were very sensitive. Their minds were too simple, they could feel that someone was good or bad for them. Zhao Hai was really good to him, Emosheng could feel it. The two of them were guarding outside the refining room. At the same time, outside Zhao Hai's cave, there were even more people guarding. These people were all transcending tribulation experts. Moreover, there was even a severed soul expert, Su Ning. Su Ning was personally guarding outside Zhao Hai's cave. In the past few days, anyone who dared to approach the cave would be warned. If they didn't listen, then they would be killed. However, this didn't happen even once. This was because Zhao Hai's cave had been classified as a restricted area. This was something that everyone in the world of cultivation knew. Zhao Hai knew about this from the space. He didn't think that the world of cultivation would place such importance on his equipment. 5 days wasn't a long time, especially for cultivators. After 5 days passed, Zhao Hai came out of the refining room. When he came out of the refining room, Li Zongdao immediately greeted him. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, how was it?" Li Zongdao already knew what Zhao Hai was refining. Kong Miao had already told them about it. It was also Kong Miao who arranged for the two of them to guard the refining room. Zhao Hai looked at Li Zongdao and smiled faintly, "It's done. Rest assured." Hearing Zhao Hai, Li Zongdao let out a long breath. At this time, a person suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw Grandmaster Su Ning, he quickly gave a salute and said, "Zhao Hai has seen Grandmaster Su Ning." Su Ning nodded casually. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How was it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Fortunately, I didn't fail. It's done." Then he took out a scanner and handed it over to Su Ning. Su Ning looked at the scanner and couldn't help but be amazed. The scanner was really beautiful. It was round and palm-sized. There was a crystal screen in front of it. The screen could clearly show the surrounding terrain. The range was about 10,000 meters. Now, there was only the terrain on the screen and nothing else. The weapon's body was silvery white and very beautiful. Su Ning looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you sure?" Zhao Hai smiled and nodded, "Grandmaster can rest assured, there won't be any problems. However, this scanner has a shortcoming. It can only be used for a year. Moreover, it can only detect the Su race. Other realms wouldn't be able to detect them." Su Ning stared, then he knit his brows and said, "What's going on? Why can it only be used for a year?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Grandmaster, in addition to the materials that I asked for, there's also something else that's the key to finding the Su race. It's an unknown metal that evaporates very quickly. If it's exposed to the air, a fist-sized piece of this metal would evaporate in less than a day. I obtained this metal by accident. Later on, I discovered that when the Su race approached the metal, it would flash red. Therefore, I used this principle to make this device. This device is sealed and only contains a little bit of the metal. But even so, it can only be stored for about a year. As long as the metal evaporates, this device would turn into a piece of scrap iron. Other than being able to display the surrounding terrain, it has no other use." Su Ning stared and said, "Oh? There's such a thing? Do you have more of this metal? I want to take it back and study it to see if I can find it. If I can find it, then we can mass-produce this scanner." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. Then he took out a large glass bottle. This bottle was completely sealed without any openings. Inside the bottle, there was only a small amount of liquid metal. It wasn't even as big as a fingernail. Zhao Hai gently shook the bottle. The liquid metal inside flowed like water. It didn't touch the bottle at all. Zhao Hai looked at Su Ning and said, Grandmaster, I'm a person who likes to collect strange things. I inadvertently obtained this thing from a soft gold mine in the Six Realms battlefield. It was enough to fill a bottle. But later on, I discovered that this thing evaporates very quickly even in a glass bottle. I tried a lot of other things and found that the evaporation speed in a glass bottle was very slow. In the end, I had no choice but to seal the bottle. Besides its evaporation speed, this metal also has another characteristic. It can be dissolved into other metals. Once it's dissolved, it would become the same as the other metal. The only exception is 100-year ironwood. As long as you drip this thing on the 100-year ironwood and then seal it with glass, it can be preserved for a long time. I used this principle to make this device. Now, besides making the device, there's only a small amount left. If Grandmaster wants it, you can have it. But Grandmaster, you must not let it come into contact with the air. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this thing will disappear in the blink of an eye. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Grandmaster, I'm a person who likes to collect strange things. When Su Ning heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but look at the drop of liquid metal inside the bottle. However, he still received it and placed it in his spatial equipment. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, All right, let's go. Zhao Hai nodded and then flew out with Su Ning. Just as the group left Zhao Hai's cave, they discovered that Kong Miao and the others were already outside. Zhao Hai quickly gave Kong Miao a salute. Kong Miao waved his hand and said, How is it? Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Su Ning arrived in front of Kong Miao and handed the device over to him. At the same time, he told Kong Miao about the device's lifespan as well as the large glass bottle. When Kong Miao heard Su Ning, he couldn't help but knit his brows. Then he turned to Su Ning and said, Grandmaster, take this thing with you and immediately go to the headquarters. Have the people there investigate and see if they can find this thing. Also, have them search the soft gold mine and see if they can find it. Su Ning nodded, then he turned around and left. Kong Miao carefully looked at the device before he turned to Zhao Hai and said, What about the others? Zhao Hai took out a spatial bag and said, They're all here. I only made a total of 112 of them. Kong Miao took the spatial bag and looked inside. Then he nodded and said, Good, very good. Zhao Hai, you've made a great contribution this time. I've decided that you'll follow me for a while. You don't need to come back to the beginner's area. How about it? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, It's my honor to be able to work for Grandmaster. Kong Miao laughed, then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, Good, very good. I've already received orders from above. We'll follow your plan. Let's deal with the Sioux race first and then talk to them. Now, we'll head out. You three, come with me. Kong Miao waved his hand and threw the spatial bag to Yuan Ding and said, Take these instruments and have them form teams of 10 people. All severed soul experts should move separately. Each severed soul expert cannot bring more than 5 people. Each transcending tribulation expert cannot have less than 10 people. Once you're assigned, immediately set out. Don't break off contact with each other. Also, leave some people behind to guard the area. We can't let the other party take advantage of this loophole. We still haven't dealt with the Sioux race yet, so they're still angry. Yuan Ding nodded, then he turned around. Kong Miao turned to Zhao Hai and smiled faintly as he said, Zhao Hai, I should be older than you. Is it okay if I call you Little Hai? Hearing Kong Miao, Zhao Hai didn't have any reaction. He just smiled and said, It's fine. Calling me Little Hai is more intimate. On the other hand, Li Zongdao was surprised. He knew that Kong Miao was very arrogant. He didn't expect him to be so kind to Zhao Hai. Kong Miao laughed and said, All right, Little Hai, take out your ship. Let's go. Zhao Hai nodded and took out the Hell King's ship. Kong Miao got on the ship and pointed in a direction. Zhao Hai immediately steered the ship towards that direction. Kong Miao stood on the bow of the ship and looked at the surrounding scenery. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Speaking of which, the 10,000 realm battlefield is very good. The spiritual qi here is very rich. It's very suitable for cultivation. You should cultivate here. Sooner or later, you'll be able to transcend your tribulation. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Many thanks for Grandmaster's auspicious words. I've never doubted my ability to transcend my tribulation. Hee hee. Kong Miao turned his head to Zhao Hai. Seeing Zhao Hai's confident expression, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Good. Cultivators need to be confident. I believe that you'll succeed. Moreover, that day isn't too far away." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You made a lot of effort in dealing with the Su race. Moreover, I discovered that you're very strong. You seem to be using a Buddhist cultivation method. Can you tell me what it is? If you can't, then forget it." Zhao Hai knew that Kong Miao was just curious. Because he used the mind discernment technique, he didn't see any hostility from Kong Miao. Therefore, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's nothing that I can't say. What I study is the Arhat's divine technique. It includes the use of artifacts as well as a body cultivation method." Kong Miao knit his brows and said, "Arhat's divine technique? Why doesn't it sound like a Buddhist cultivation method? Buddhist cultivation methods aren't called divine techniques. Instead, they're called scriptures or techniques. I've never heard of a Buddhist cultivation method being called divine techniques." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't know. I obtained a jade slip that didn't have a spiritual seal on it. I discovered that the cultivation method inside was much better than what I learned. Therefore, I practiced according to it. Moreover, there's a trace of innate spiritual qi inside the jade slip. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to learn it so quickly." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Kong Miao couldn't help but stare. This was because Zhao Hai's experience was too similar to his own. Kong Miao couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai with a strange expression. Zhao Hai's expression was very strange. Zhao Hai also noticed Kong Miao's expression. However, he didn't understand what Kong Miao meant. This was because what he said wasn't true. He was just making up a story. When he was on Earth, he wrote novels. Therefore, he could easily tell stories like this. However, what Zhao Hai didn't know was that Kong Miao was the direct beneficiary of this story. It can be said that Kong Miao encountered the same thing as Zhao Hai's story. This was the reason why Kong Miao was able to reach where he is today. Zhao Hai didn't expect that a story he casually made up would make Kong Miao have a good impression of him. People are always interested in people who have the same experience as them. Similarly, it's easier to have a good impression of them. It was for this reason that Kong Miao had a good impression of Zhao Hai. However, Kong Miao naturally wouldn't tell Zhao Hai that he had the same experience. He just looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, "You're really lucky. However, you're not the only lucky person in the world of cultivation. A lot of people have the same opportunity." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, there are a lot of opportunities like this. I'm just a little bit lucky." Kong Miao smiled faintly, then he turned his head and looked forward. In his heart, he wanted Zhao Hai to become his subordinate. Zhao Hai's strength was enough, and he was also very lucky. Having such a person by his side would be very beneficial. Cultivators tend to believe in luck more than other people. This was because they can encounter danger at any time. If you're unlucky, then you'll either die or be injured. If you're lucky, then you'll be able to pass through smoothly and even gain a lot. Because of this, cultivators often liked to associate with people who were lucky. They believed that this would bring them good luck. Kong Miao's luck was very good. However, Kong Miao discovered that he wasn't the only lucky person in this world. Zhao Hai's luck was also very good. If he had Zhao Hai by his side, then he would be even luckier. Of course, Zhao Hai didn't know what Kong Miao was thinking. He was currently observing the movements of the world of cultivation through the space. There was a silver needle in the scanner, so when people went there, the map would naturally be sent to the space. It was precisely because of this that Zhao paid attention to the situation inside the space. Although he believes in Kair's strength, Zhao Hai was still very concerned about the situation inside the space. This was because the space was currently providing services to more than 100 scanners. Although Zhao Hai believed in Kair's strength, he was still very concerned about the situation. Everything inside the space was working normally. For Kair, providing information to more than 100 scanners was very easy. In the past, when Zhao Hai released silver needles, he would release tens of thousands of them, or even hundreds of thousands of them. Even then, there was no problem, not to mention now. Zhao Hai looked at the direction these people were heading and couldn't help but nod. These cultivators were divided into groups of 10 and were heading in the same direction as them. They were almost in a straight line as they moved forward. As long as a Su race person passes through this net, they wouldn't be able to escape. These people weren't very far away. Almost every inch of their path could be checked by the scanners. Zhao Hai also understood why the world of cultivation was doing this. It was because they were heading towards the Su race's base. The Su race were originally a bandit race. Normally, they wouldn't allow others to discover their lair. However, almost everyone knew about the Su race's lair. The Su race didn't intend to hide it from others, but their lair had never been breached before. Zhao Hai and Zhao Hai were both bandits and bandits. Zhao Hai and the others were heading towards the Su race's base, the Octopus Islands. The Octopus Islands were located in the sea. It was composed of a main island and hundreds of small and large islands. The main island and the small islands were shaped like an octopus, hence the name. The reason why the Su race chose the Octopus Islands as their base was because their totem was an octopus. The Su race wouldn't eat octopuses, nor would they kill them. If they find out who killed an octopus, they would definitely retaliate against that person. The Su race didn't eat octopuses, nor would they kill them. If they knew who killed an octopus, then they would definitely retaliate. There were all kinds of environments in the 10,000 realm battlefield. The ocean occupied a large area of the 10,000 realm battlefield. Moreover, the ocean was a very dangerous place. There were frequent energy storms in the ocean. Even immortal experts wouldn't necessarily be able to escape from these energy storms. In addition to the energy storm, there were also dark clouds and poisonous purple mist on the sea. Dark clouds were easy to understand, they were black clouds that looked like it was about to rain. However, this kind of cloud had a special characteristic, it was able to isolate all kinds of energy. As long as you rush into this cloud, it would be difficult to get out. This was because this cloud not only isolated energy, it would also absorb the energy in your body. The purple poisonous mist was a kind of purple mist that appeared from time to time. It contained a very potent poison. Even immortal experts couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't be affected by it. Because of this, the sea was a forbidden area in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Only a few adventurers would venture into the sea. Naturally, only 1 out of 100 people could come back alive from the sea. Although the Octopus Islands were on the sea, they weren't in the deep sea. They were just offshore. There were almost no dark clouds, no energy storms, and no poisonous purple mist. Because of this, the Su race dared to live there. Zhao Hai and the others' current target was the Octopus Islands. Although the Su race were bandits, they still had deep feelings for the Octopus Islands. This time, Zhao Hai and the others didn't hide their whereabouts. With so many people heading towards the Octopus Islands, it would be strange if the Su race didn't notice them. Once they discover the world of cultivation's intentions, they would immediately take action. The biggest possibility was that they would send people to ambush the world of cultivation. This was what Zhao Hai and the others wanted to see. They would use their invisibility cloaks to ambush the world of cultivation. At the same time, the people from the world of cultivation would use their scanners to find the Su race and kill them. With regards to Kong Miao's arrangement, Zhao Hai also made the same choice. After all, what kind of place was the world of cultivation? This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. In the past, the Su race were about the same as the world of cultivation. They might even be stronger. However, after the 2 battles, this situation changed. Zhao Hai and the others received hundreds of Su race members. These Su race members were all transcending tribulation experts. Their fighting strength was extraordinary. It can be said that the previous battle had damaged the Su race's foundation. If the Su race's ambush on the newcomers of the world of cultivation destroyed their foundation, then after the 2 battles, the world of cultivation had cut off an arm of the Su race. This caused the Su race's strength to decrease greatly. In the past, when the Su race was at their peak, they were on equal footing with the world of cultivation. In fact, they were even ahead above them. They were like 2 adults with similar strength. However, one of them was taller and stronger while the other was shorter. But now, the taller one had his arm cut off. This made it impossible for him to be the opponent of the shorter one. At this time, the shorter one didn't need much skill to fight against the taller one. He only needed to walk steadily, step by step. He wouldn't give the taller one chance to retaliate. Then he could easily knock the taller one to the ground. This was the current situation between the world of cultivation and the Sioux race. The Sioux race had lost an arm to Kong Miao and the others. Kong Miao and the others didn't need to use any methods. They only needed to guard their rear and advance steadily. They wouldn't give the Sioux race any chance to attack. This way, they would be able to kill their way to the Octopus Islands. Even if they couldn't kill their way to the Octopus Islands, they would still be able to force the Sioux race into a decisive battle. This time, the world of cultivation didn't want to destroy the Sioux race. Otherwise, they wouldn't know who was behind the Sioux race. What they wanted to do was to make the Sioux race feel pain and fear. This way, the Sioux race would obediently reveal the mastermind behind the scenes. Seeing that Zhao Hai hadn't spoken for a while, Kong Miao couldn't help but curiously turn his head to look at Zhao Hai. He discovered that Zhao Hai was like an old monk in meditation. His eyes were half closed and his expression revealed a trace of solemnity. Zhao Hai also noticed Kong Miao looking at him. He immediately opened his eyes. Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're quite diligent. What's wrong? Are you tired from piloting the ship?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, I'm not tired. I'm just feeling the situation around me. Now that we're brazenly heading towards the Octopus Islands, the Sioux race wouldn't be able to sit still. They would definitely attack us. I just want to know how the others are doing." Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai with appreciation and said, "Don't worry, there'll be no problem." At this time, Kong Miao looked at the scanner in his hand, then he smiled and said, "Good guys, they're here already." Zhao Hai had already discovered the two Sioux race people. These two actually dared to attack the Hell King's ship. They really didn't know how to write the word death. Zhao Hai didn't know what the Sioux race were thinking. Instead of attacking the others, they chose to attack Zhao Hai's group. The reason why Zhao Hai said this was because he discovered that the other groups weren't attacked by the Sioux race. It was only Zhao Hai's group that was attacked. Moreover, two Sioux race people came at once. Zhao Hai looked at the scanner, then he coldly snorted and said, "They don't know life from death." Then he made his move. Kong Miao waved his hand and said, "You drive the ship. Leave these two to me." After he said that, Kong Miao threw the 10,000 transformation staff. The staff turned into two large axes and went straight towards the two Sioux race people. The two Sioux race people discovered that they were discovered by Kong Miao. They let out a strange cry and immediately released their stealth. Their artifacts flew towards the two large axes. However, these two were transcending tribulation experts. How could they be a match for Kong Miao, who was at the severed soul stage? Moreover, Kong Miao was using the 10,000 transformation staff. The two large axes slashed through the two Sioux race people's artifacts. They didn't stop for a moment before they were beheaded. Then Kong Miao waved his hand and retrieved the 10,000 transformation staff. On the other hand, Zhao Hai wasn't polite. He directly turned the two Sioux race people into undead and received them. The reason why Kong Miao rushed to make a move was because he wanted to see if Zhao Hai's scanner was effective. Facts have proven that Zhao Hai's scanner was very effective. There wasn't a single error. As for Zhao Hai receiving the two Sioux race people's corpses, Kong Miao didn't care. He knew that Zhao Hai was a dark mage. Zhao Hai would collect corpses and turn them into undead. In the Six Realms battlefield, it was because of this that Zhao Hai was given the nickname Hell King. This was also because he used a large number of undead in his battle against Huang Daoran. Thinking of this, Kong Miao couldn't help but curiously ask Zhao Hai, how many undead do you have right now? I heard that when you fought with your teacher, you used a lot of undead. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I have a lot, but they aren't very strong. If I put them in the 10,000 realm battlefield, they wouldn't be of much use. Because of this, I don't use undead anymore. I'm collecting the corpses of the Sioux race people so that I can study them. Kong Miao stared and said, Study them? Study the corpses? What's there to study about the corpses? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I just want to study the Sioux race's whiskers and see how they can control artifacts. If we can find the origin, then we might be able to make something that can help us control artifacts in the future. If we can make something out of it, then it would be very important for us. Most importantly, if we can use the Sioux race's whiskers to increase the number of artifacts we can control, then the Sioux race would be exterminated. That would be our revenge. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I'm afraid that the Sioux race would be exterminated. When Kong Miao and Li Zongdao heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but shiver. Then they looked at Zhao Hai as if they were looking at a ghost. Indeed, in the world of cultivation, seeing a ghost wasn't a big deal. There were even ghost cultivators in the world of cultivation. Even if the two saw a ghost, they wouldn't have the same expression as when they saw Zhao Hai. Kong Miao and Li Zongdao knew about Zhao Hai's information. They also knew that Zhao Hai had a large number of undead. Zhao Hai was also a dark mage. Dark mages weren't only famous among mages, they were also famous in the world of cultivation. Even the ghost cultivators of the demon realm weren't as famous as dark mages. This was because ghost cultivators and dark mages generally used a small number of corpses and then refined them into powerful zombies to help them fight. They also used ghosts and refined them into artifacts before releasing them to attack the enemy. They weren't like dark mages who kept a large number of undead. To put it bluntly, these undead were just skeletons and corpses. In Kong Miao and Li Zongdao's impression, dark mages were people who wore thick black robes and held skulls on their staffs. They were thin and commanded countless skeletons and zombies. They had cold and gloomy expressions on their faces. On the other hand, Zhao Hai wasn't like this. Although he was also dressed in black, his clothes were well-fitting. His temperament wasn't cold nor gloomy. Instead, he gave people a warm feeling. People liked him and wanted to be with him. They even forgot that he was a dark mage. But after hearing Zhao Hai's words, Kong Miao and Li Zongdao suddenly remembered that Zhao Hai was also a dark mage. Moreover, he was a very powerful one. Some people said that he had tens of thousands of undead in his hands. If these people were killed by Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai could be considered a homicidal maniac. What surprised them the most was Zhao Hai's plan. Zhao Hai's plan was too terrifying. If the people in the 10,000 realm battlefield knew that the Sioux race's whiskers could be used to control more artifacts, then the Sioux race's fate of extinction would be unavoidable. Zhao Hai's plan was terrifying. If the people in the 10,000 realm battlefield knew that the whiskers on the heads of the Sioux race could be used to control more artifacts, then the Sioux race's fate of extinction would be unavoidable. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, the Sioux race weren't the most powerful people. And with their bandit nature, the Sioux race didn't have many friends. However, they weren't weak, so nobody dared to provoke them. But in the 10,000 realm battlefield, everyone wanted to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger would they be able to obtain more treasures. Only by becoming stronger would they have a higher status. Only by becoming stronger would they be able to live longer. In order to achieve this goal, they were willing to do anything. Controlling 5 artifacts and controlling 10 artifacts were completely different. This can be seen from the battle between the world of cultivation and the Sioux race. The two sides didn't have a lot of people, but their strength was about the same. However, the Sioux race had more artifacts than the world of cultivation. Because of this, the world of cultivation was always at a disadvantage. If it wasn't for Zhao Hai's sudden appearance, then the world of cultivation would be in danger. Even if this didn't happen, people from all realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield were very interested in how to improve their strength. They wouldn't let go of any task that could improve their strength. The reason why the Sioux race were able to live freely in the past was because of their strength. Secondly, they didn't have many things that could attract people to attack them. The Sioux race relied on robbing for a living. But there were a lot of things that they couldn't rob. And even if they did, the Sioux race would immediately dispose of them. Because of this, they didn't have a lot of materials, ores, and the like. Although they did have a lot of artifacts, these artifacts weren't very useful to the people of the 10,000 realm battlefield. Because of this, nobody dared to attack the Sioux race. However, if the Sioux race had something that could increase their strength, then as long as they obtained it, their strength would increase by a level. This temptation was too big for the people of the 10,000 realm battlefield. At that time, the Sioux race would no longer be the Sioux race, but Tang Seng's meat. Everyone would want to take a bite out of it. If the Sioux race were incomparably strong in the 10,000 realm battlefield, then nobody would be able to defeat them. but unfortunately, they weren't. There were a lot of experts who could deal with the Sioux race. When the time comes, the entire 10,000 realm battlefield would hunt down the Sioux race. It would be strange if the Sioux race didn't get exterminated. One shouldn't underestimate the strength of high-grade realms. As long as they were willing, the Sioux race would certainly be exterminated. Even the Sioux race's plane would be wiped out. Compared to the Sioux race's plan of killing newcomers, Zhao Hai's plan was truly worthy of being called a plan of extermination. With this, the Sioux race would become the target of scorn. Everyone would want to beat them up. Thinking of this, the way Kong Miao and Li Zongdao looked at Zhao Hai changed. Although Zhao Hai was still smiling, the two couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. It was too terrifying. Zhao Hai looked at the two, then he smiled faintly and said, "There's no such thing as reasoning in the 10,000 realm battlefield. We've already offended the Sioux race this time. In order to find the culprit, we can let the Sioux race go. However, the Sioux race will definitely remember this enmity in their hearts. When they have the opportunity, they will definitely come and deal with us. For the safety of the world of cultivation, the Sioux race cannot be left alive. Even if I can't research how to increase the number of artifacts we can control, I can still say that I can refine them. Naturally, I can't say that right now." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You can't say that right now." Kong Miao let out a long breath as he looked deeply at Zhao Hai. He had already listed Zhao Hai as a person that he couldn't afford to offend. It was funny that a severed soul expert like him would treat a nascent soul expert as someone that he couldn't afford to offend. Even if he said this, nobody would believe him. However, Kong Miao really did this. The more time he spent with Zhao Hai, the more Kong Miao found that he couldn't see through Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was like a mystery. No matter how you try to guess, you wouldn't be able to guess what kind of person he was. Normally, he looked very bright and warm. But once he faced an enemy, he would become very terrifying. He wouldn't give his enemy any chance. Once you become his enemy, there were only two possibilities. One was that you would die, and the other was that he would die. If Zhao Hai was just an ordinary nascent soul expert, then Kong Miao wouldn't have taken him seriously. For Kong Miao, an ordinary nascent soul expert wasn't a threat to him. His strength was far superior to those people. Even if those people had many tricks up their sleeves, it would still be impossible for them to deal with him. As the saying goes, in the face of absolute strength, schemes and tricks were just child's play. However, Zhao Hai wasn't an ordinary nascent soul expert. His strength was formidable. Even if he had the 10,000 transformation staff, Kong Miao wasn't sure if he could kill Zhao Hai. In this case, Kong Miao had no choice but to pay attention to Zhao Hai. Moreover, he didn't want to offend Zhao Hai. Li Zongdao's thoughts were similar to Kong Miao's. Although Li Zongdao was a forthright person, he wasn't a fool. He was very clear about Zhao Hai's strength. And with Zhao Hai's character, he naturally wouldn't want to offend Zhao Hai. However, he wasn't too worried. After all, he and Zhao Hai were now good friends. Zhao Hai had no reason to deal with him. Zhao looked at their expressions. He knew what they were thinking, but he didn't care. This was the effect he wanted. If the two had a trace of fear in their hearts, then it would be more advantageous for him. While the group was talking, Zhao Hai noticed that the other teams were also being attacked by the Sioux race. The intensity of the attacks wasn't very strong. And with the scanners of the world of cultivation, the Sioux race weren't able to succeed. Although the Sioux race didn't succeed, Zhao Hai was still vigilant. They were still very far away from the Octopus Islands, but the Sioux race had already begun their attack. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. It seems like the Sioux race was really desperate. Kong Miao didn't know what Zhao Hai was thinking. He discovered that Zhao Hai was standing there like an old monk. This made him very confused, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he turned his attention back to the scanners. At this time, a messenger flying sword arrived in front of him. Kong Miao took the flying sword and scanned it with his spiritual force. He immediately knew what was going on. This was a message from one of the teams from the world of cultivation. They were also attacked by the Sioux race. But because of the scanners, the Sioux race were able to escape after suffering a small loss. Kong Miao looked at the contents of the jade sword and didn't find anything special. Then he released the jade sword. Before long, more jade swords flew towards Kong Miao one after another. Kong Miao looked at them and found that their contents were roughly the same. This situation was already within his expectations, so he wasn't surprised. Li Zongdao stood by Kong Miao's side and watched him busy. To be honest, Li Zongdao was envious. Busyness represented power. Li Zongdao wasn't busy, but nobody would listen to him. To be honest, ever since he entered the 10,000 realm battlefield, Li Zongdao felt a sense of loss. In the world of cultivation, he was the pride of the heavens. Wherever he went, people would follow him. When he returned to the profound clear sect, he was the idol of the sect's core disciples. But after entering the 10,000 realm battlefield, Li Zongdao found that everything was gone. He didn't have any followers. In the outside world, he was a proud son of heaven. But here, he was nothing more than a weed that anyone could step on. Li Zongdao believed that if he didn't come with Zhao Hai, then he would have already died. For the first time, Li Zongdao discovered that there were so many experts in this world. It made his scalp tingle. However, Li Zongdao was an open-minded person. He quickly figured out that once he came to the 10,000 realm battlefield, he would have to give up everything he had in the world of cultivation. His status and honor in the world of cultivation had nothing to do with the 10,000 realm battlefield. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, he was just a newcomer. Although Zhao Hai's mentality has been adjusted, he still couldn't help but feel jealous when he saw how busy Kong Miao was. Strictly speaking, Kong Miao was of the same generation as him. Looking at Kong Miao, he was already commanding several thousand people in the 10,000 realm battlefield. What about Zhao Hai? An ordinary rookie that couldn't be any more ordinary. The difference was huge. Thinking of this, Li Zongdao couldn't help but clench his fist. He secretly vowed that one day, he would be like Kong Miao and command several thousand people in battle. Li Zongdao's reaction was noticed by Zhao Hai. He could understand Li Zongdao's mood. After all, Li Zongdao had told him about Kong Miao before. Zhao Hai wasn't just paying attention to the world of cultivation's troops. In fact, he had already released silver needles. These needles had only one target, the Octopus Islands. This time, Zhao Hai's ultimate goal was the Octopus Islands. Even if they couldn't slaughter the Octopus Islands, they could still force the Sioux race to fight against them. Because he was clear about this, Zhao Hai sent the flying silver coins ahead of time. His goal was to see how many ambushes the Sioux race had set up along the way. Needless to say, Zhao Hai was able to find a lot of Sioux race people. Most of them were lying in ambush on the road. Moreover, they were in stealth mode. Naturally, these Sioux race people didn't expect Zhao Hai to have something like a scanner. Although there were a lot of Sioux race people lying in ambush along the way, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. Although the world of cultivation's frontline was stretched out, they were still in contact with each other. As long as one side was attacked, the others would immediately rush over to help. Even if they couldn't help, they would still be alerted in advance so that they could gather together to deal with the enemy. The Sioux race wanted to use the majority of the world of cultivation's forces to attack and eliminate the world of cultivation's squads. However, the world of cultivation's teams were able to discover the ambush ahead of time and immediately ran away. If the Sioux race wanted to chase after them, they would have to reveal themselves. This made it impossible for them to ambush them. Originally, Zhao Hai thought that nothing would happen. But then he discovered that besides the Sioux race, there were other people lying in ambush. These people weren't the same as the Sioux race. The Sioux race didn't look like humans, but these people weren't. They were wearing black cultivator robes as well as masks that could block divine sense. Moreover, they were all gathered together, numbering about 1,000 people. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. These people were blocking the world of cultivation's path. It was clear that they didn't have good intentions. Moreover, they couldn't be considered an ambush, they were more like blatant robbers. Zhao Hai didn't underestimate the other party because of this. On the contrary, he attached great importance to them. The fact that they dared to block the world of cultivation's path meant that they were confident. They believed that they could stop the world of cultivation. And although the other side only had 1,000 people, they were standing there in a strict formation. Zhao had been paying attention to them for a long time through the space, but these people didn't make a single sound. Moreover, these people were emitting a murderous aura. At first glance, one could see that they weren't easy to deal with. Zhao Hai said to Laura and the others, Laura, the space has collected some information about the 10,000 realm battlefield. Can you find out which realm these people are from? Laura looked at the screen and shook her head, I can't find out. Brother Hai, there's too little information. Moreover, these people are obviously trying to hide their identities. Therefore, they're wearing the same clothes and masks. Although there are some realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield that prefer to wear black clothes and masks, it's impossible for them to be these people. This is because the style of their masks and the style of their clothes are wrong. It's impossible to find out their identities. Zhao Hai nodded and said, let's analyze their fighting strength. Laura nodded, then Lizzie and the others got busy. What Zhao Hai said about analyzing combat strength wasn't just random nonsense. He used the universal analyzer to design a machine that could analyze the enemy's combat strength based on their body's energy, murderous aura, temperament, and other things. This machine was completely intelligent. Of course, the results of the calculations might not be accurate, so it could only be used as a reference. Laura and the others were busy for some time. Then they looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, I'm afraid things aren't going well. The universal scanner said that these people's fighting strength is very high. If we move forward in a straight line, we might suffer a big loss if we encounter them. Zhao Hai nodded, then he withdrew his spiritual force from the space. At the same time, his eyes opened. Actually, he didn't need to do this when he was communicating with Laura and the others. The reason why he did this was just out of habit. At the same time, he discovered that Kong Miao didn't know what to say. In order to avoid awkwardness, Zhao Hai pretended to be meditating like a monk. However, he couldn't do that now. This was related to the world of cultivation. As soon as Zhao Hai opened his eyes, he immediately went to Kong Miao's side and said, Brother, there's a new discovery. Kong Miao stared, he looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. He didn't know what Zhao Hai discovered. So he asked, what did you find? Zhao Hai replied, about 4 hours ahead, there are people blocking the road. Kong Miao frowned, this was because he understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai said blocking the road, not ambush. Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai and said, blocking the road? Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, blocking the road. There are about 1,000 people, but they aren't from the Su race. These people are wearing black clothes and masks on their faces. The masks can block spiritual force, so I can't see their faces. Moreover, these people are very strong. The undead that I sent to scout the road have already been eliminated by them. Kong Miao frowned and said, strong? About 1,000 people? Are they reinforcements that the Su race invited from other places? Are there people from other realms that are willing to help the Su race? Zhao Hai's eyes suddenly lit up, he looked at Kong Miao and said, Grandmaster, there are people who are willing to help the Su race. Did you forget who the Su race are working for? It's very likely that it's a high-grade realm. That high-grade realm wouldn't just stand by and watch the Su race get eliminated. Otherwise, if this matter were to be exposed in the future, the influence of that high-grade realm would be huge. Kong Miao understood what Zhao Hai meant. This was just like the Void Temple. The Void Temple had a lot of small forces under them. These small forces were dependent on the Void Temple for survival. If the Void Temple couldn't handle things themselves, then they would hand it over to these small forces. If an accident were to happen to these small forces, then the Void Temple would have to rescue them. Otherwise, the hearts of these small forces would be exposed. Once these people's hearts were exposed, then it would be hard to lead the team. Kong Miao nodded and said, that makes sense. If it's really people from that high-grade realm, then we're in trouble. Kong Miao knew that with their current strength, they simply weren't an opponent of that high-grade realm. Moreover, they didn't dare to fight against that high-grade realm. Zhao Hai looked at Kong Miao and said, no, Grandmaster, this is an opportunity for us. With these people joining us, the Su race would dare to make a move against us. However, these people can't reveal their identities right now. Otherwise, it would cause a war between two high-grade realms. Therefore, we can act as if we don't know anything. As long as we defeat these people, I'm sure that the Su race would reveal their identities to us. Kong Miao knit his brows and said, I'm afraid that wouldn't be appropriate. If we go against that high-grade realm, then they wouldn't let us off. Zhao Hai shook his head, then he looked at Kong Miao and said, Grandmaster, even if we don't go against them, they still wouldn't let us off. Rather than that, we might as well go against them. At the same time, we can show our intentions to the higher-ups. Grandmaster, how about this? Let's gather our troops first. Then you can send a letter to the higher-ups. Kong Miao nodded. He also felt that Zhao Hai's proposal was good. The other side had 1,000 people waiting in front of them. If they rushed forward in a straight line, then they would certainly suffer a big loss. Moreover, this matter was related to a high-grade realm. They should ask for the higher-ups' opinion. Kong Miao immediately took out a jade sword and sent his spiritual force inside. Before long, he finished writing a letter and then released the jade sword. This jade sword was meant for the higher-ups of the world of cultivation. Then Kong Miao took out another jade sword. This jade sword was meant for the teams that came to attack the Su race. After releasing the jade sword, Kong Miao turned to Zhao Hai and said, Let's stop here and wait for them. Zhao Hai nodded, then he stopped the Hell King's ship. Kong Miao just stood there quietly. Before long, people from the world of cultivation arrived one after another. Kong Miao explained the situation to them before Zhao Hai arranged for them to rest on the ship. After about 2 hours, all the teams arrived on the ship. However, Kong Miao didn't order the ship to move forward. He had Zhao Hai stay here. This was because he was waiting for a reply from the higher-ups. Fortunately, the jade sword was very fast. It only took about 4 hours for Kong Miao to receive a reply. After looking through the contents, Kong Miao turned to Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, go full speed ahead. Zhao Hai understood what Kong Miao meant. It seems like the higher-ups have accepted his proposal to deal with the people from the world of cultivation. He immediately nodded and drove the Hell King's ship forward at full speed. When Kong Miao sent the letter to the higher-ups, he already included Zhao Hai's proposal. Naturally, the higher-ups thought that Zhao Hai's proposal was reasonable. Therefore, they agreed to Zhao Hai's plan. In fact, Kong Miao also thought that Zhao Hai's words were reasonable. In a battle between high-grade realms, the most important thing for small realms was to choose a side first. Even if you choose the wrong side, even if the high-grade realm loses, it wouldn't necessarily be destroyed. High-grade realms weren't simple existences, they wouldn't be easily destroyed. As long as the high-grade realm wasn't destroyed, then the small realms wouldn't necessarily have any problems. If you don't choose a side in advance, then you might offend both sides. When the time comes, even if you don't choose a side, you wouldn't have a good time. Naturally, the higher-ups also thought about this. Therefore, they decided to choose a side in advance. At this point, they simply didn't have a choice. The other party had already started to attack them. Moreover, they still didn't know the identity of the other party. If the other party revealed their identity, then they would have a choice. But at this point, they didn't know which realm the other party belonged to. Even if they wanted to surrender, they couldn't find a way. Because of this, they only had one choice left. Zhao Hai steered the ship forward while paying close attention to the group of masked men. One must know that 4 hours had already passed. According to their original speed, the two sides should have already engaged in battle. But now that they had just set off, the other side might have made some changes in these 4 hours. Zhao Hai didn't know what to do. However, it was clear that Zhao Hai underestimated the patience of the masked people. While Zhao Hai and the others stood there for a long time, the masked people didn't move either. They looked like lifeless statues as they stood there quietly. However, Zhao Hai knew that these people were alive. It's just that they were strong and patient. Not long after they set off, the space discovered that the Su race had reported the situation to the masked people. However, the masked people still didn't move. Seeing this, Zhao Hai understood that the masked people were the main targets this time. The Su race were now spies. But this was also good. In any case, their target had changed from the Su race to the masked people. Looking at the masked people, it was clear that the masked people didn't put them in their eyes. This was even better. After arranging everyone, Kong Miao appeared at the bow of the ship. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, how is it? Are there any undead monitoring that place? What's the situation?" Kong Miao discovered that he was paying more and more attention to Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai was always able to surprise him. Just like this time, if Zhao Hai didn't discover it in advance, then Kong Miao wouldn't have known what was going on. Zhao Hai nodded and said, there are still a few. However, they can only monitor the periphery. There aren't any changes there. However, a few Sioux race people have already sent a message to them. I'm afraid they already know about the changes here. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Kong Miao knit his brows, then he nodded and said, if they know, then they know. Continue monitoring them. If there are any changes, then tell me. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I don't think there will be any changes. Those people are certainly arrogant. They don't necessarily look down on us. How could they change? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Kong Miao stared for a moment. Then he laughed and said, right, those people are arrogant. There won't be any changes. Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai and said, but arrogant people generally have real skills. This is especially true in the 10,000 realm battlefield. I'm afraid this time will be a hard battle. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I have a method. If Grandmaster agrees, then we can try it. Kong Miao looked at Zhao Hai and asked, what method? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'll use undead. I have a lot of undead in my hands, a lot of them are beast-type undead. When I fought with my master, they were equipped with magic cannons. I haven't dismantled them yet, but I can ask Grandmaster to give me some high-level crystals. The crystals that I used before were a bit too low, so the magic cannons wouldn't be able to display their power. Moreover, I still have a lot of Darking Thunders. I can also release some humanoid undead and have them control the Darking Thunders to deal with those people. Although they wouldn't be able to help much, they would still be able to create some chaos on the outside. This way, the pressure on us would be reduced a lot. Hearing Zhao Hai, Kong Miao nodded and said, all right, that's a good idea. I can give you some crystals. But how many undead do you have? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, a lot. Kong Miao nodded and said, all right, then I'll go look for them to collect crystals. You wait here. Then he turned around and left. At this point, Kong Miao felt that he was appreciating Zhao Hai more and more. Not only because of his strength, but also because of his ability to grasp people's hearts. Before long, Kong Miao returned with a space bag in his hand. He handed the bag over to Zhao Hai and said, I only have this much, you can use it first. Zhao Hai took the space bag and looked at it. Then he nodded and received it. This time, Kong Miao gave Zhao Hai a lot of crystals. Moreover, all of them were high-grade crystals. Actually, Zhao Hai didn't need these things at all. This was because most of the crystals produced by the space were high-grade. It was just that Zhao Hai had the mentality of not taking advantage of the situation. The reason why Zhao Hai released his undead was for the sake of the world of cultivation. This battle was too important for the world of cultivation. They couldn't afford to lose. Because of this, Zhao Hai had no choice but to release his undead. At the same time, Zhao Hai wanted to show his strength to Kong Miao and the others. Kong Miao and the others had only heard about Zhao Hai's undead, but they hadn't seen them before. Today, Zhao Hai would let them have a good look. 4 hours wasn't a long time for a cultivator. In a blink of an eye, Zhao Hai and the others saw the people blocking their path. The people who were resting in their cabins also came out. When they were about a kilometer away from these people, Zhao Hai stopped the Hell King's ship. The people on the other side looked like wooden sculptures. However, the murderous aura that they exuded made it clear that they weren't people to be trifled with. As soon as Zhao Hai stopped the Hell King's ship, Kong Miao cupped his fist and said, everyone, I'm Kong Miao from the world of cultivation. May I know why you're blocking our path? The eyes of the other masked men could be seen through their masks. They were staring at Kong Miao as if they were looking at a dead man. Kong Miao felt uncomfortable being stared at. His expression sank as he said, everyone, let's not lie in front of people. Do you want to help the Sioux race? The people on the other side didn't speak. At this time, Zhao Hai walked to Kong Miao's side and said, Grandmaster, there are a lot of people from the Sioux race surrounding us. If we let them surround us, it would be troublesome. Hearing Zhao Hai, Kong Miao's expression couldn't help but change. Then he coldly snorted and said, you want to eat us up? But I'm afraid you don't have that big of an appetite. After he said that, Kong Miao waved his hand as the people from the world of cultivation took out their artifacts. The people on the other side didn't make a sound, but at the same time, they took out their magic tools. When Zhao saw the magic tools that they took out, he couldn't help but be surprised. This was because the magic tools that they took out were actually the same style. They were all more than 3 meters long, blood-red glaives. Seeing this, Kong Miao couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. His eyesight wasn't low. He could see that the glaives weren't ordinary artifacts. Moreover, the glaives were filled with murderous aura. It was clear that they were vicious weapons. Such weapons were already considered high-grade artifacts in the world of cultivation. They were very difficult to obtain. But these people took out 1,000 of them. This showed how powerful the forces behind these people were. The other cultivators were also taken aback. Next, their faces turned somewhat ugly to behold. They were all old foxes. It was only natural for them to understand what it meant for these cultivators to bring out their weapons. At this time, the leader of the group waved his hand. About 30 people walked out from the group. Then one of them waved his hand as 3 behemoths appeared in front of him. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that these 3 behemoths weren't any smaller than the Hell King's ship. However, their style was different. One could see that the Hell King's ship was a ship. On the other hand, the things that the 3 people took out were 3 carriages. They were not ordinary carriages, but 3 bronze carriages. The 3 carriages were emitting a green light unique to bronze. These were 3 4-wheeled carriages with carriages. Moreover, each carriage had 8 bronze horses pulling it. In front of the carriages sat a bronze driver. The wheels had a huge spear-like device to protect the wheels. What made Zhao feel strange was that the bronze chariot's horses could actually move. Each of the 8 horses' hooves were flying, raising their heads and neighing, just like real horses. The driver of the carriages was holding 2 bronze reins that could actually move. The 3 carriages in front of these people looked like ancient war gods that just came out of their graves. At this time, the 30 masked people got into the carriages. Naturally, they were here to control the 3 carriages. Seeing this, Zhao Hai didn't understand what they were trying to do. It seems like the other party wanted to use these 3 bronze carriages to deal with the Hell King's ship and the pagoda. Seeing this, Kong Miao's expression turned ugly. It must be known that bronze carriages were very famous in the 10,000 realm battlefield. This didn't mean that these bronze carriages were exclusive to the 10,000 realm battlefield. In fact, these bronze carriages weren't exclusive to the 10,000 realm battlefield. Many great sects had these bronze carriages. These carriages also had a nice name, the 8 Xian Imperial Chariots. They were very common large combat artifacts in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Although bronze carriages weren't rare in the 10,000 realm battlefield, very few of them were actually used in battle. This was because these things were very troublesome to operate. They weren't ordinary artifacts, but rather machine-like artifacts. These bronze horses were made using machine-like methods. However, in the eyes of cultivators, machines weren't called machines. Instead, they were called puppetry techniques, a type of magic. The principle behind the puppet mechanism technique was similar to that of the various magical mechanisms of the machine formation. They both used various components and spirit arrays to assemble a machine or a puppet beast to help people in battle. This 8 Xian Imperial Chariot was a mechanism artifact. Because it was a machine-like artifact, it needed a lot of people to operate it at the same time. In order to ensure the combat effectiveness of each carriage, at least 10 people were needed to operate it. Because the 8 Xian Imperial Chariots were used to fight in the 10,000 realm battlefield, there weren't many of them left in the battlefield. Moreover, they were rarely used. It was said that only the most powerful realms would have a few 8 Xian Imperial Chariots in the 10,000 realm battlefield. But this time, the other party actually took out 3 8 Xian Imperial Chariots. This was enough to show their strength. The forces behind these people were formidable. Thinking of this, Kong Miao turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what do you think? Those guys want to use the 8 Xian Imperial Chariots to deal with your 2 large artifacts. Can you stop them?" Zhao Hai's complexion was pale. However, he wasn't afraid, he was angry. He didn't expect the other party to be ruthless towards the cultivation realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so well prepared. Looking at Zhao Hai's expression, Kong Miao thought that Zhao Hai wasn't confident. He immediately said, "If you're not confident, then forget it. We don't need to think of a way." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "If they want to play, then I'll play with them. Grandmaster, you can rest assured, these 3 chariots belong to me." After he said that, Zhao Hai gave a shout as 4 musical instruments appeared around the Hell King's ship, followed by the 12 metal beasts. When these artifacts first appeared, they weren't very big. But as soon as they appeared, they immediately grew in size until they were almost as big as the Hell King's ship. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as an overwhelming amount of undead appeared around the Hell King's ship. These undead were arranged in a huge cube formation. Each formation was made up of at least 100,000 undead. Zhao Hai released nearly 10 million undead. Kong Miao and the others stared blankly at Zhao Hai's actions. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to have such means. The 12 metal beasts weren't any smaller than the 8 Cyan imperial chariots. Additionally, there were 4 sets of musical instruments. When they were placed around the Hell King's ship, it was a frightening sight. What was even more shocking was the tens of millions of undead creatures. They were all clad in armor and stood there motionlessly. However, their strict formation and ice-cold killing intent made the temperature of the scene subconsciously drop by a few degrees. This time, Zhao Hai was truly angry. The world of cultivation was his root, he couldn't just let the world of cultivation perish like this. The other party had deliberately planned to deal with them. Naturally, Zhao Hai was enraged. Therefore, he released a lot of undead, as well as the metal beasts and the 4 musical instruments. Seeing this, Kong Miao's eyes lit up. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, you deal with the 3 Cyan imperial chariots. Everyone else, attack." After he said that, Kong Miao flew out of the Hell King's ship. In his opinion, since Zhao Hai was commanding so many artifacts, he wouldn't be able to attack with them. Zhao Hai also had this idea. The 3 large artifacts that the other party released were enough for him to deal with for a while. Now, he really didn't have the ability to attack with Kong Miao and the others. Seeing this, the others understood what Kong Miao meant. So they flew out of the Hell King's ship and attacked the other party. Zhao Hai wasn't polite. The 4 large musical instruments began to play. Waves of sound attacks were sent towards the 3 Cyan imperial chariots. At the same time, the 12 metal beasts also moved and rushed towards the chariots. Zhao Hai also drove the Hell King's ship towards the 3 Cyan imperial chariots. On the other hand, the undead were no longer under Zhao Hai's control. Zhao Hai handed them over to Lizzie and the others. Lizzie and the others commanded the undead to help Kong Miao and the others attack the masked people. The masked people were actually more shocked than Kong Miao and the others. They had already investigated Zhao Hai before, so they knew about his strength. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to be hiding his strength. This time, he released so many artifacts. Moreover, he even made them bigger. This made them startled. But at this time, Kong Miao and the others had already attacked. Naturally, the masked people also had to meet them. This time, Kong Miao and the others discovered that there was a big gap between them and the other party. Although the other party's weapons looked simple, their attack power was extraordinary. They were able to suppress the masked people for a while. Just as the masked people were about to kill the world of cultivation's cultivators, a walnut-sized iron ball suddenly flew towards them. The masked people stared. This was because they recognized that these iron balls were profounding thunders. The reason why they were stunned wasn't because of the power of the profounding thunders. On the contrary, they were stunned because there were actually people using profounding thunders in the 10,000 realm battlefield. This was beyond their expectations. Profounding thunders could be regarded as a powerful weapon among ordinary cultivators. After all, thunders were very lethal. But what kind of place was the 10,000 realm battlefield? This was a place where the top experts of more than 30,000 realms fought each other. Even if they weren't prepared, they wouldn't be harmed by the profounding thunders. It can be said that profounding thunders were useless in the 10,000 realm battlefield. But just as the masked people were stunned, the profounding thunders exploded. A loud bang was heard followed by screams. The profounding thunders exploded at the same time. There was almost no second sound. Those masked men had overlooked a fact, which was that when something reached a certain amount, its destructive power would be very great, especially the mysterious thunder, which had a very strong offensive power. If a profounding thunders exploded next to them, they wouldn't be injured. But what if 100, 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 profounding thunders exploded next to them? The lethality of the profounding thunders increased with each generation. Naturally, ordinary profounding thunders couldn't do this. Ordinary profounding thunders were triggered. They wouldn't explode unless they encountered something. However, Zhao Hai's profounding thunders were remote-controlled. Without the user's command, the profounding thunders wouldn't explode. Even if it was an artifact, it wouldn't explode. Additionally, the undead obeyed Lizzie's orders. Because of this, the profounding thunders that blotted out the sky exploded at the same time. The power of the explosion caused the masked people to suffer a huge loss. More than 50 people were killed on the spot. More than 30 people were injured. Nearly 100 masked people were forced to withdraw from the battle. The other masked men were also surprised. They didn't think that the might of the profounding lightning would be this great. One of the masked men waved his hand, and immediately, some of the masked men were sent out to meet the undead. The masked men suddenly discovered that although the undead weren't very strong individually, they were actually united. Moreover, the masked men also discovered that the weapons used by the undead were all magic artifacts. What was even more terrifying was that these magic artifacts were all made from magic artifacts. They were very similar to the scarlet glaives that the masked men used. However, they weren't as advanced as the weapons used by the masked men. Besides artifacts, the undead also used a large number of magic cannons and profounding thunders. The magic cannons were firing in unison. Naturally, the masked people wouldn't care if it was just 1 or 2 magic cannons. However, the undead were firing 10,000 magic cannons at once. Even transcending tribulation experts would have to be careful when dealing with such an attack. The masked people quickly discovered that the undead were very difficult to deal with. At this point, they couldn't focus all of their attention on the world of cultivation. They had no choice but to divide themselves into 2 groups. One group consisted of 300 masked people dealing with the undead. Even if they couldn't kill the undead, they couldn't let the undead disturb the battle between the other masked people and Kong Miao. On the other hand, the other group of 600 people continued to fight against Kong Miao's group. Although these 600 people were very strong and had the upper hand, it was impossible for them to kill the world of cultivation's cultivators on a large scale. However, the masked people weren't discouraged. On the contrary, they were burning with anger. They wanted to tear the undead into 10,000 pieces. The reason why the masked people were so confident was because they had reinforcements. The Sioux race were currently rushing towards them. As long as the Sioux race arrived, they would be able to deal with the undead from behind. When that time comes, the undead would be attacked from both inside and outside. It would be impossible for the masked people to not lose. The masked people could see that the undead weren't very strong individually. They relied on their numbers. If they were attacked from both sides, then their formation would be in chaos. As long as their formation is in chaos, the undead would no longer be a threat. Therefore, the masked people only needed to maintain the status quo and wait for the Sioux race to arrive. Then they would win. However, it was clear that the masked people underestimated Zhao Hai's strength. If it was before, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to release the 12 metal beasts. But after gaining faith power, Zhao Hai didn't need to spend any spiritual chi to control the metal beasts. Moreover, the strength of the metal beasts had increased a lot. With the 12 metal beasts, the Hell King's ship, and the 4 musical instruments, dealing with 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots wasn't difficult. If it weren't for the 10 transcending tribulation experts in each chariot, then the 3 chariots would have already been torn to pieces by Zhao Hai and the others. At the same time, the masked people also underestimated the number of undead Zhao Hai had. 10 million undead? This wasn't even a fraction of the undead in Zhao Hai's space. At this point, the space didn't only have the original undead. Because of the fusion between the space and the heart, the undead from the underworld had also entered the space. At this point, Zhao Hai didn't know how many undead there were in the space. In any case, Zhao Hai knew that the number of undead in the space was more than the total number of undead in the world of cultivation. This was a terrifying number, but nobody knew about it. At this point, Zhao Hai released 10 million undead to deal with the masked people. The rest of the undead had yet to be moved. If he released a few more undead, then it would be enough to stop the attack of the Sioux race. Naturally, it was impossible for the masked people to know about this. They were still waiting for the Sioux race to return and help them deal with the undead. The masked people thought that at their level, they wouldn't be able to win with numbers. But after this matter, they discovered that they were wrong. Sometimes, when numbers reach a certain level of success, it would be very terrifying. Zhao Hai didn't have the time to think about these things. He discovered that the 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots were very difficult to deal with. This was especially true with the 10 transcending tribulation experts controlling them. The 3 chariots were like tanks as they rampaged through the battlefield. For the time being, Zhao Hai didn't know how to deal with them. However, now that he had basically figured out the attacking methods of these 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots, the next step would be much easier. Speaking of which, the attacks of these large ritual artifacts were really monotonous. This was because the ritual artifacts were too large, and they couldn't perform all kinds of nimble movements like small ritual artifacts. However, the large ritual artifacts had the advantage of being large. Every attack was as powerful as a thunderbolt. This was the so-called "a heavy sword has no edge, and great craftsmanship is useless," comparing the dexterity of a large spiritual artifact with that of a small spiritual artifact was simply courting death. It was just like how a small tank couldn't compete with a sports car in drifting, but if a sports car collided with a tank, then the sports car would definitely be crushed by the tank. The attacks of the 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots were actually similar. Their impact was very strong. Even if they collided with one of the 12 metal beasts, the 12 metal beasts wouldn't be their opponent. However, their attacks were only at this level. Now that Zhao Hai knew about them, he naturally had a way to deal with them. Under normal circumstances, the 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots would move together. They would line up in a row and charge forward. Their charge was like a thunderbolt that swept through everything in its path. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that the 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots seemed to have an energy connection. If Zhao Hai only attacked the chariot on the left, then the energy of the other 2 chariots would converge on the chariot on the left. This made it very difficult for Zhao Hai to deal with the chariot on the left. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy to deal with them one by one. After testing the 8 Cyan Imperial chariots, Zhao Hai also thought of a way to deal with them. The 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots once again lined up in a row with 24 bronze horses. Each of them had their heads held high, ready to charge at any time. Zhao Hai snorted, then he had the sound waves from the 4 instruments attack the chariot on the left. At the same time, he had the 12 metal beasts and the Hell King's ship attack the chariot on the left. However, the other party didn't seem to care as it continued to charge forward. Zhao Hai also let out a roar as the 12 metal beasts and the Hell King's ship all rushed towards the chariot on the left. A series of explosions were heard. However, Zhao Hai's attack didn't have any effect. The other party had already concentrated their energy on the chariot on the left. Zhao Hai's attack didn't manage to damage the chariot. However, Zhao Hai wasn't ready to give up. He still focused all of his energy on the chariot as he took the initiative to rush towards it. The other party also understood Zhao Hai's intention. Zhao Hai wanted to attack one of the chariots with all of his strength. This way, their strength would decrease. At the same time, Zhao Hai could use this opportunity to destroy the other 2 chariots. However, the masked people weren't worried. They knew that the 8 Cyan Imperial chariots weren't that easy to destroy. If the 8 Cyan Imperial chariots were really that useless, then they would have been eliminated a long time ago. The masked men didn't care, they were still in formation as they went forward to meet Zhao Hai. After another round of collision, Zhao Hai was still unable to do anything. However, Zhao Hai seemed to be angry, he was still in formation as he rushed towards the carriage. The other side was also fighting back just like before. The 2 sides seemed to have reached an agreement. They would use this method to see which side would be defeated first. It must be said that Zhao Hai suffered a loss. He was 1 against 30, so naturally he couldn't outlast the other party. However, one shouldn't forget that Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship, his 4 musical instruments, and his 12 metal beasts all had faith power. Moreover, in order to increase the offensive power of these artifacts, Zhao Hai added the Yin-Yang Pawn to his other artifacts. This allowed his artifacts to become more powerful. It was because of this that he was able to attack the 8 Xian Imperial chariots again and again. After attacking more than a dozen times, Zhao Hai knew that it was about time. Once again, the two sides were in formation. Zhao Hai concentrated all of his strength and aimed at the 8 Xian Imperial chariot on the left as he launched an attack. The other side also charged towards him. Both sides seemed to be used to this method of attack. For both sides, this was a meaningless clash since they couldn't do anything to each other. To be honest, the masked men were very depressed. They thought that they could easily deal with Zhao Hai with the 3 8 Xian Imperial chariots. They didn't expect that Zhao Hai would be able to fight evenly with them. They didn't know why Zhao Hai was able to fight with them for so long. However, they didn't have time to think about it. They only wanted to delay Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai turned around to deal with the others, then it would be a disaster. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Just when they were about 100 meters away from the collision, the masked men in the 3 8 Xian Imperial chariots suddenly discovered that Zhao Hai and his large artifacts had disappeared. The masked men were startled. Then they discovered that Zhao Hai had suddenly appeared on their right. Both sides were still 100 meters away from each other, but Zhao Hai had moved from the left to the right. When the masked man saw Zhao Hai on the right, he couldn't help but panic. The 8 Xian Imperial chariots were connected by energy. Before, Zhao Hai had been attacking the left side. After a dozen rounds of attacks, the masked man had shifted all of his attention and energy to the left. At this time, the right side of the chariot was almost defenseless. If the right side was attacked, then it would be a disaster for them. If it was an ordinary attack, then it would be fine. After all, it would take time for small artifacts to destroy a large artifact. However, Zhao Hai was using large artifacts. Now that he had concentrated his attack on the right side, it would be like a tea table for them. With a bang, the two sides collided once again. The masked men quickly discovered that they were in for a tragedy this time. This was because Zhao Hai didn't choose the rightmost 8 Xian Imperial chariot, but the junction between the rightmost 8 Xian Imperial chariot and the centermost 8 Xian Imperial chariot. This was like two armies clashing. The masked men were attacking Zhao Hai from 3 different directions. Their strength was concentrated on the left side of the formation. The right and center formations were just for show. Previously, Zhao Hai had concentrated all his strength on the left side. This caused the masked men to think that Zhao Hai would attack them from the left side. But they didn't expect that Zhao would suddenly concentrate all his power to attack their right side. Moreover, he was attacking from the middle of the 2 phalanxes. It was like a person holding 2 knives and passing through the middle of 2 people, and the people on both sides of him would be cut. The bang just now wasn't caused by Zhao Hai's attack. Instead, it was the 8 Xian Imperial chariots on the right and center that were destroyed by Zhao Hai's attack. The masked men in the 2 8 Xian Imperial chariots let out miserable groans. They were seriously injured. As for the leftmost 8 Xian Imperial chariot, because it lost the support of the other 2 chariots, its strength was greatly reduced. How could Zhao Hai let go of this opportunity? While the masked men were still in a panic, he commanded the 4 instruments, the 12 beasts, and the Hell King's ship to rush towards the leftmost 8 Xian Imperial chariot. The masked men didn't expect Zhao Hai to rush back this quickly. It was obvious that they weren't prepared. And with their minds in a panic, Zhao Hai's full-strength attack caused the 8 Xian Imperial chariot to be seriously injured. The people inside the chariot were also injured. The 3 8 Xian Imperial chariots suffered varying degrees of damage. They were almost unusable. But at this time, Zhao Hai didn't let them go. Zhao Hai waved his hand as countless flying swords flew towards the 3 8 Xian Imperial chariots. The masked men discovered that the 8 Xian Imperial chariots were now useless. If they stayed inside, then they would be waiting for death in their coffins. Thinking of this, the masked men immediately flew out of the 8 Xian Imperial chariots. As soon as they came out, they were greeted by an overwhelming number of flying swords. Although the masked men were injured, they weren't weak. They immediately took out their blood-red glaives and guarded the door. Zhao Hai looked at them and coldly snorted, "Stars return, 10,000 transformations, yin and yang, qi." Along with Zhao Hai's words, the 12 metal beasts faced the sky and roared. Then their bodies slowly disappeared. At the same time, Zhao Hai's 10,000 swords began to gather star qi. The surroundings seemed to have turned into a universe with countless planets and meteorites floating around. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai. When the 30 masked men saw the situation around them, their complexions couldn't help but change. Then the 30 of them gathered together. 10 of them were in charge of defense while the others gathered their glaives and rushed forward. It seems like they wanted to rush out of the sword formation. However, their movements were already too late. Zhao Hai's 10,000 transformation sword formation was already at full strength. Moreover, the 12 metal beasts were already integrated into the sword formation. It was already impossible for the masked men to escape. Zhao Hai looked at the masked men and coldly snorted. Then he waved his hand and received the 3 damaged 8 Cyan Imperial chariots into the space. Not even a single piece of them was left behind. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to take the 3 8 Cyan Imperial chariots into the space was because he wanted to obtain the materials needed to make the chariots. Also, he wanted to repair the chariots so that he could use them. At the same time, he wanted to see if the chariots could be integrated into his liquid silver staff. After the 3 8 Cyan Imperial chariots were received into the space, Zhao Hai didn't need to take care of them anymore. The rest can be handed over to Kair. What Zhao Hai needed to do now was to trap the 30 masked men inside the sword formation. Before long, the 30 masked men discovered that they couldn't break out of the sword formation. This was because they couldn't see any swords inside the sword formation. They were surrounded by planets and asteroids, but there were no swords in sight. This was the first time that they encountered a sword formation like this. At this time, a beast roar was suddenly heard. Then 12 ferocious beasts suddenly appeared around the masked men and rushed towards them. The 30 masked men stared. Then they immediately formed a formation and attacked the beasts. However, the beasts seemed to be unkillable. No matter how they were attacked, the wounds would heal in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, the masked men didn't dare to underestimate the strength of the beasts. Although the beasts looked ordinary, their attacks weren't ordinary. The masked men were currently injured. If they were to be scratched by the beasts, then they would be finished. The 30 masked men quickly discovered that they were trapped. This was because they couldn't break out. Seeing this, the 30 masked men couldn't help but feel depressed. At this point, they could only guard the entrance and hope that the people outside would come and save them. However, Zhao Hai didn't give them such an opportunity. Zhao Hai strengthened his attacks. In an instant, the pressure on the masked men increased. At this time, the Su race returned. The Su race had been monitoring Zhao Hai and the others from the outside. Although they had a plan, the Su race were still far away from the battlefield. This was because the Su race were afraid of being discovered by the world of cultivation. At the same time, the masked men didn't want the Su race to get too close to them. Because of this, it took a while for the Su race to return. The Su race thought that the masked men had already beaten the world of cultivation into a sorry state. They only needed to reap some benefits. However, they quickly discovered that they were wrong. This was because as soon as they returned, they were already surrounded by countless undead. There were tens of millions of undead surrounding them. Although the Su race were very strong, they only had 1,000 people at most. On the other hand, there were tens of millions of undead surrounding them. Although the undead weren't very strong, they were very good at using magic cannons and profounding lightning. Additionally, the undead could accurately pinpoint the Su race's position. This caused the Su race to fall into a passive situation. At this time, the 30 masked men trapped by Zhao Hai couldn't hold on any longer. They were already injured, but they suppressed their injuries. They wanted to hold on until they were rescued. However, they quickly discovered that this was impossible. Zhao Hai's attacks were too fierce. Although they were only defending, this kind of high-intensity attack accelerated their injuries. Moreover, it made their injuries even more serious. One by one, the masked men were killed and turned into Zhao Hai's undead. However, Zhao Hai didn't release them to fight against the enemy. Doing so would be too eye-catching. Moreover, after the formation of the myriad star transformation sword formation, it would become a relatively independent existence. If these undead were to join in, then it would only affect the formation. This would cause the sword formation's power to decrease. The 10,000 star transformation sword formation strength lay in its ability to continuously absorb star power and then transform it into attack power. The longer you stay inside the formation, the more you would suffer. This was because the formation would absorb more star power, making it more powerful. Although the 10,000 realm battlefield was a relatively independent space, it was still a part of the universe. The universe itself was composed of countless planets. No matter where it was, the 10,000 star transformation sword formation could absorb star power. Before long, only 10 of the 30 masked men were left. Moreover, these 10 people were heavily injured. It seems like they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. On the other hand, the other masked men didn't have time to care about the situation here. The largest group of masked men were entangled by Kong Miao and the others. They simply couldn't leave. Kong Miao and the others' fighting strength was beyond the masked men's imagination. Up until now, not only were they unable to do anything to Kong Miao and the others, they were also entangled by Kong Miao and the others. Moreover, Kong Miao and the others were slowly gaining back their advantage. Previously, Kong Miao and the others weren't used to the way these masked men attacked. Their attacks were fierce, almost like a violent storm. This kind of fighting style made Kong Miao and the others feel very uncomfortable. Fortunately, the undead made it so that the masked men had no choice but to separate some of them. This allowed Kong Miao and the others to slowly get used to the enemy's attacks. Zhao Hai calmly watched as the last masked man died in the sword formation. This was within his expectations. These masked men gave Zhao Hai a strange feeling. They didn't seem to have any other artifacts other than their glaives. This made Zhao Hai puzzled. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, Zhao Hai had never heard of people using only one artifact. Aside from a few sword cultivators, everyone wanted to use more artifacts. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai proposed using multiple artifacts to deal with the Su race. But these masked men only used one artifact. This was very strange. What made Zhao Hai feel even more strange was that these masked men weren't familiar with their weapons. Although the glaives were able to display amazing strength in their hands, Zhao Hai could see that the masked men weren't very suited to using glaives. If a cultivator only used one weapon, then they wouldn't choose a weapon that wasn't suitable for them. Since these masked men only used glaives and not other artifacts, this showed that they were hiding something. Coupled with the fact that these people were wearing masks, Zhao understood that the glaives they were using were only temporary. They didn't use other magic tools because they were afraid of exposing their identity. It seemed like the other party had a unique way of using magic tools. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so worried. Zhao Hai didn't think that Zhao Hai would be able to use magic tools, but he didn't think that the other party would be so worried. After discovering this, Zhao Hai asked the masked men he received into the space and finally got an answer. The masked men who attacked them were actually people from the 100 Treasures realm, one of the most famous high-grade realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield. The 100 Treasures realm was one of the top high-grade realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield. The reason why they were called this wasn't because they had a lot of treasures. In fact, the 100 Treasures realm referred to the fact that they could use a lot of artifacts. The 100 Treasures realm was different from other high-grade realms. The artifacts used by other high-grade realms were generally as big as possible. Even if they weren't big, they would still make their artifacts similar to ordinary weapons. At the same time, they would also have formations that amplify their artifacts. On the other hand, the 100 Treasures realm was the opposite. Their artifacts were as small as possible. Even the formations added to their artifacts could make them smaller. It was hard to say how many artifacts the 100 Treasures realm could control. In any case, a transcending tribulation expert wouldn't have a problem controlling hundreds of artifacts. Their artifacts were generally small. Lancet-throwing knives, caltrops, darts, flying needles, and other small artifacts were their favorites. The 100 Treasures realm was also one of the most difficult realms to deal with in the 10,000 realm battlefield. This was because they had a lot of artifacts. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to adapt to these small artifacts. Additionally, the 100 Treasures realm had special formations that could be added to small artifacts. For example, flying needles. These small artifacts only had one characteristic, and that was armor breaking. The so-called armor breaking formation was to break the opponent's defenses. It didn't matter if the opponent was using a defensive artifact or a spiritual chi barrier. This armor breaking formation was very effective. This was the most troublesome aspect of the 100 Treasures realm. If ordinary cultivators were ordinary warriors, then the 100 Treasures realm could be called experts in concealment. Their artifacts were generally silent. Because of these characteristics, these people didn't dare use other artifacts. This was because the 100 Treasures realm's artifacts were very special. Once they used their artifacts, it was very likely that they would be recognized. Because of this, the 100 Treasures realm made more than 1,000 blood-red glaives for this operation. Aside from the glaives, they weren't allowed to use any other artifacts. Because they didn't have any other artifacts, even if they were forced into a dead end by Xianxia, they could only use glaives. The reason why the 100 Treasures realm chose glaives was because glaives were heavy weapons. Their usage was completely different from concealed weapons. Because of this, even if the people from the 100 Treasures realm told them that they were from the 100 Treasures realm, nobody would believe them. This was also the reason why the glaives were made blood-red. In the cultivation world, cultivators who consider themselves to be from the righteous path wouldn't use blood-red weapons. This was because blood-red weapons gave off a strong murderous aura. At a glance, one would know that these weapons weren't used by good people. Generally, only devil cultivators would use them. Although the 100 Treasures realm wasn't a good person, they were at least labeled as righteous. Therefore, they used blood-red weapons in order to prevent others from guessing their identity. Originally, the people from the 100 Treasures realm thought that they were foolproof. Even if someone died, their identity wouldn't be discovered. However, they didn't expect Xianxia to turn people into undead. Moreover, after turning them into undead, they would retain their memories. It can be said that the 100 Treasures realm suffered a double loss this time. After knowing the identity of these people, Xianxia no longer held back. He immediately commanded the 12 metal beasts and the 4 musical instruments to attack the 100 Treasures realm cultivators who were fighting with the undead. With Xianxia's participation, the 100 Treasures realm cultivators became more dangerous. Xianxia was very strong, and with the addition of his large artifacts, the 100 Treasures realm cultivators were thrown into chaos after several attacks. At the same time, the undead also killed a lot of 100 Treasures realm cultivators. As a result, the small group of 100 Treasures realm cultivators couldn't keep an eye on them. They began to slowly retreat towards the large group of 100 Treasures realm cultivators. They planned to work together to deal with this situation. Xianxia didn't stop them. He wanted them to retreat to the large group. This way, the undead could cooperate with Kong Miao and the others to deal with the 100 Treasures realm cultivators. Xianxia wasn't worried about the Su race in the periphery. Tens of millions of undead were enough to make the Su race suffer. If things go wrong, then the Su race would die today. The ones commanding the undead were Margaret and Megan. Although the 2 girls were very obedient to Xianxia, they were still very crazy when it came to commanding the army. Before this, Kong Miao and the other 100 Treasures realm cultivators were locked in battle. Neither side had the energy to pay attention to other things. Therefore, they didn't know about the situation between Xianxia and the 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots. They also didn't know about the 300 people who were dealing with the undead. Both sides were completely engrossed in their battle. In their eyes, there was only the enemy. They even forgot about other battles. At this time, the 100 Treasures realm cultivators joined the battle. This caused the 2 sides to recover. However, their first reaction was somewhat strange. When the 100 Treasures realm cultivators joined the battle, Kong Miao and the others immediately defended with all their strength. On the other hand, the 100 Treasures realm cultivators didn't take the opportunity to attack. Instead, they allowed the 100 Treasures realm cultivators to join the battle. Then the 2 sides noticed the situation outside the battlefield. They discovered that Xianxia was using his large artifacts to kill his way over. At the same time, the 8 Cyan Imperial chariots of the 100 Treasures realm had already disappeared. At the same time, Zhao Hai's undead were also rushing over. From the looks of it, the number of undead hasn't decreased at all. Seeing this, both sides stared. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Both sides weren't fools. As soon as they saw the situation, they knew what happened. Zhao Hai was actually able to deal with 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots. This was something that no one could have imagined. Although Zhao Hai released a lot of large artifacts and the 12 metal beasts were treated as large artifacts, no one thought that Zhao Hai could defeat the 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots. In their opinion, Zhao Hai controlling the large artifacts to stall the 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots was already a great achievement. After all, the 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots had 30 transcending tribulation experts. These were transcending tribulation experts. They weren't cabbages that could be found on the street, nor were they pigs. Even if there were 30 pigs, it would still take some time to kill them all. Now that the 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots had disappeared, although they didn't know what happened to the people inside, looking at Zhao Hai's lively appearance, it was clear that he had dealt with the 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots. One person against 30, a nascent soul stage cultivator against a transcending tribulation expert, and he actually won. What's going on? Can someone explain? How did Zhao Hai do it? Where did the 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots go? What about the people inside the chariots? All of this was a mystery in everyone's mind. But they didn't think too much about it. This was because Zhao Hai had arrived. Zhao Hai didn't care too much as he commanded the 4 musical instruments and the 12 metal beasts to attack the 100 Treasures Realms army. The 100 Treasures Realms army reacted and immediately sent a large number of people to resist Zhao Hai's attack. At this time, Kong Miao and the others recovered. Everyone roared in excitement as they began to attack the 100 Treasures Realms army. At this time, the 100 Treasures Realms army couldn't resist. Large artifacts were very useful in group battles. Zhao Hai's attack was very powerful. Although the 100 Treasures Realm managed to block Zhao Hai's attack, they also sent out a large number of people. At the same time, the undead didn't give up on this opportunity and continued to attack the 100 Treasures Realms army. This caused the 100 Treasures Realms army to be distracted. Only a small number of people were sent to deal with Kong Miao and the others. Kong Miao and the others were already used to the 100 Treasures Realms attack. Now that the 100 Treasures Realm only sent a small number of people to deal with them, it was naturally easier for them to deal with it. They already had the upper hand. The 100 Treasures Realm had no way to fight back. The people from the 100 Treasures Realm became anxious. They were confident before because they thought that the 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots would be enough to deal with Zhao Hai. Then they would use their large artifacts to deal with the world of cultivation. With their strength, they would be able to deal with the people from the world of cultivation. But now, they discovered that the situation had changed. The 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots weren't able to do anything. Instead, Zhao Hai brought his large artifacts over. In this kind of group battle, large artifacts were a powerful weapon. In order to deal with the impact of large artifacts, a lot of people needed to work together. The reason why the Su race lost so quickly and miserably was because of their large artifacts. Now, it seems like the Su race were about to make the same mistake as the Su race. At the same time, the people from the 100 Treasures Realm understood why Zhao Hai was able to destroy the 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots. They experienced how powerful Zhao Hai's large artifacts were. In each of Zhao's large artifacts, there was a yin-yang pond. The yin-yang pond provided energy for the artifacts. As the space leveled up, the yin-yang pond became more and more powerful. With the yin-yang pond providing energy for the artifacts would be able to use them to their fullest potential. Originally, aside from the Hell King's ship, Zhao Hai's large artifacts didn't have yin-yang ponds. However, when Zhao Hai used the pagoda last time, he discovered that it consumed a lot of spiritual qi. Moreover, the pagoda's offensive strength couldn't compare to the Hell King's ship. In the beginning, Zhao Hai didn't understand what was going on. But after careful analysis, he discovered that the problem was the yin-yang pond. To be honest, as Zhao Hai's strength increased, he thought that the yin-yang pond wouldn't be of much use to him. It wasn't until the last time he used the pagoda that Zhao Hai understood the importance of the yin-yang pond. Because of this, Zhao Hai immediately corrected his previous thoughts. he began to pay attention to the Yinyang Pond. This time, he used the Yinyang Pond and the pagoda, the Hell King's ship, the 4 musical instruments, and the 12 metal beasts. With the Yinyang Pond providing energy to the artifacts, he could use less spiritual qi to control them. Zhao Hai was now thinking if he could use the Yinyang Pond and all of his artifacts in the future. If that was the case, then it would be a lot easier. However, he was still thinking about it. He didn't have the time to analyze it with the universal scanner. At this time, good news came from the space. The 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots had been repaired. Moreover, the universal scanner was able to analyze the manufacturing method of the chariots as well as the materials used inside them. For Zhao Hai, this was a great help. Zhao Hai now had more than a dozen types of ore in the space. Among these ore veins, there were some that were quite precious. Another thing that made Zhao Hai happy was that the 8 Cyan Imperial chariots could now be integrated into liquid silver. With Zhao Hai's increase in rank and the addition of faith power, Zhao Hai could now integrate other materials into liquid silver at any time. The more materials that were integrated into liquid silver, the more power it could display. This was definitely a heaven-defying ability. Although Zhao Hai was very happy, he didn't have the 8 Cyan Imperial chariot immediately merge with liquid silver. It would take some time for the chariot to merge with liquid silver. During the process of merging, liquid silver wouldn't be able to be used. Now that they were in battle, if liquid silver couldn't be used, then Zhao Hai would lose all of his weapons. Naturally, he wouldn't do this. In any case, the 8 Cyan Imperial chariot wouldn't run away. It wouldn't be too late to merge with the chariot after the battle. The battle continued, but the people from the 100 Treasures realm were already in despair. They discovered that it was impossible for them to leave this place alive. Now that Zhao Hai was using large artifacts to attack their defensive line, the 100 Treasures realm had no choice but to send a lot of people to block Zhao Hai. At the same time, Kong Miao and the others weren't to be trifled with. Their attacks were getting sharper and sharper. With the addition of the undead, the people from the 100 Treasures realm couldn't ignore the undead. They discovered that with the undead present, it would be very difficult for them to escape. The individual strength of the undead was indeed bad. They were only at the foundation establishment stage. But with so many undead gathered together, they were able to attack and defend well. This was unusual. Even with their strength, it would take a lot of effort for them to escape. But Zhao Hai and Kong Miao wouldn't just watch as they rushed out. As long as the undead entangle them, then they would be finished. At this point, the people from the 100 Treasures realm were no longer counting on the Sioux race. The fact that the Sioux race still hadn't arrived showed that there was a problem. Either the Sioux race were stopped or they didn't want to come. From the current situation, the former was more likely. The people from the 100 Treasures realm had a good understanding of the Sioux race. They were a race that bullied the weak and feared the strong. The 100 Treasures realm was much stronger than the Sioux race. Because of this, the Sioux race would rather offend the world of cultivation than the 100 Treasures realm. If the Sioux race weren't stopped and didn't ask for help, then the people from the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't let them off. Because of this, it wasn't that the Sioux race didn't come to help, but that they simply couldn't. After getting this result, the people from the 100 Treasures realm fell into despair. However, this also aroused their ruthlessness. This was because before they came, the higher-ups of the 100 Treasures realm had already given them a death order. If this operation fails, then they wouldn't be able to go back. They would be punished if they go back. And since they had no hope of escaping, the people from the 100 Treasures realm began to go all out. Seeing this, Zhao Hai immediately took back the 4 instruments. To be honest, he didn't add any faith power into the sound wave attacks. In other words, the 4 instruments were just for show. They were no different from ordinary sound waves. It was almost impossible for them to pose a threat to the people from the 100 Treasures realm. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't use faith power was because he was afraid that the people from the 100 Treasures realm would see through it. The 100 Treasures realm was a high-grade realm with countless cultivation methods. They were much stronger compared to the world of cultivation. Zhao Hai was afraid that if he used faith power in front of these people, the people from the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't think of destroying the world of cultivation. Instead, they would think of breaking through and bringing news back to the 100 Treasures realm. Once news of Zhao Hai using faith power spread, he would have endless worries. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't use faith power. With Zhao Hai's current strength, even if he didn't use faith power, he was still a terrifying expert. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't use faith power. Now wasn't the time to go all out, so there was no need for that. After taking back the 4 instruments, Zhao Hai released a large number of flying swords to coordinate with the living weapons. This caused the people from the 100 Treasures realm to have a headache. Before, they only needed to deal with Zhao Hai's large artifacts. Now they also needed to deal with the flying swords. What was going on? It was as if Zhang Fei was waving his snake spear and throwing out embroidery needles. It was a combination of Zhang Fei and Invincible East. Facing Zhao Hai, the people from the 100 Treasures realm couldn't help but cry. They can see that the most threatening person from the world of cultivation wasn't the famous Zhao Hai, but Zhao Hai. But even if they knew, they couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai was still standing on the Hell King's ship. However, the ship wasn't participating in the attack. Only the 12 metal beasts and the flying swords were attacking. If they want to kill Zhao Hai, they would first have to repel the 12 metal beasts and then deal with Zhao Hai's flying swords. After that, they would have to destroy the Hell King's ship. Feudal resistance, the people from the 100 Treasures realm suddenly thought of this sentence. But when they thought of this sentence, they couldn't help but feel sad. Who were they? They were people from the 100 Treasures realm. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, there were only a few high-grade realms that were respected. Ordinary people would kneel and beg for mercy as soon as they saw them take out their artifacts. They were the ones who watched others struggle in vain. When did it become their turn to struggle? Although they were sad, they still had to fight. If they really surrendered, then the people from the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't let them off. Even their families and sects would be affected. Cultivators were ruthless, but they were also very emotional. Every cultivator had something that they couldn't let go of. Only demonic cultivators could let go of everything. In fact, even demonic cultivators couldn't let go of most of their emotions. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite to these people. As long as they continued to resist, his attack wouldn't stop. At the same time, Zhao Hai's attack became even more fierce. What Zhao Hai did right now was to raise the morale of the 100 Treasures realm. He was able to destroy 3 Cyan Imperial chariots by himself. This was a huge boost to the morale of the 100 Treasures realm. Their battle also attracted a lot of attention. However, these people only saw the Sioux race fighting the undead outside. They didn't see the situation inside. Because of this, nobody knew how Zhao Hai and the others were doing. However, Zhao Hai was aware of the situation outside. He knew that this situation couldn't continue for too long. Otherwise, the 100 Treasures realm might send reinforcements. The reason why the 100 Treasures realm sent 1,000 people to deal with Zhao Hai and the others was because they believed that they would win. If this wasn't the case, then the 100 Treasures realm would have sent more people. The situation of the 100 Treasures realm was different from the world of cultivation and the Sioux race. The world of cultivation and the Sioux race were mid-tier forces. Sending 1,000 transcending tribulation experts was already very impressive. On the other hand, the 100 Treasures realm wasn't afraid of sending 1,000 transcending tribulation experts. This was the difference between a high-grade realm and a low-grade realm. The 100 Treasures realm only sent so many people this time. Besides being confident in dealing with the world of cultivation, there was also another reason. They didn't want to have a direct confrontation with the major force behind the world of cultivation. If they send too many people, then it would be easy for them to expose themselves. Therefore, they didn't send a lot of people this time. However, if the 100 Treasures realm knew that their people were being besieged and were about to die, then the 100 Treasures realm would desperately try to save them. The world of cultivation wouldn't be able to stop them. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai immediately commanded the metal beasts to strengthen their attacks. At the same time, the attacks of the flying swords, the Hell King's ship, and the pagoda were also strengthened. The people from the 100 Treasures realm continued to die, but they still persisted. However, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. About 500 people from the 100 Treasures realm have already been killed by the world of cultivation. With less than 500 people left, it was impossible for these people to stop the world of cultivation's attack. All they could do was to survive for a bit longer. What surprised Zhao Hai was that none of the people from the 100 Treasures realm surrendered. Even if they knew that they would die and that they had no hope of winning, they still continued to resist. As time passed, more and more people from the 100 Treasures realm died. Soon, only about 100 people from the 100 Treasures realm were left. All of them were injured, they no longer had any hope. When the leader of the 100 Treasures realm saw this, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a sad expression. He suddenly shouted as he turned his glaive and stabbed himself in the throat. He actually committed suicide. For a cultivator, suicide was almost impossible. Their lifespan was very long. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't give up on their lives. Some cultivators would rather give up on their family and everything they had than give up on their own life. However, these cultivators didn't hesitate to do it. For Zhao Hai and the others, this was unexpected. Before Zhao Hai and the others could react, the other cultivators also turned their glaives and committed suicide. Looking at these cultivators, the expressions of Kong Miao and the others couldn't help but change. It was understandable for a cultivator to be this stubborn. But this many cultivators would rather commit suicide than surrender. This was a very remarkable thing. However, Zhao Hai wasn't polite. He immediately waved his hand and received the 100 Treasures realm's undead into the space. Then he flew to Kong Miao's side and said, "Grandmaster, I've figured it out. These people are from the 100 Treasures realm." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Kong Miao's expression couldn't help but change. He knew that the 100 Treasures realm wasn't easy to deal with. However, he also knew that it was impossible for Zhao Hai to lie about this matter. Kong Miao turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Are you sure?" Kong Miao didn't want this matter to be true, so he asked this question. Zhao nodded. "I can be sure that I turned them into undead. Some of them used a special method to preserve their memories. I got information from those people, so I can't be wrong." Kong Miao's expression finally changed. The thing that he didn't want to happen the most had happened. Zhao Hai looked at Kong Miao and said, "Grandmaster, my undead are currently blocking the Su race. I think we should deal with the Su race first. Then we should immediately send a letter to the higher-ups and tell them who we are dealing with. This way, they'll be able to prepare in advance." Kong Miao nodded, then he looked at Kong Miao and said, "Don't worry." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Kong Miao immediately nodded and said, "Right. What we need to do now is to tell the higher-ups who are dealing with us. Otherwise, the world of cultivation might really be out of luck. Take your people and deal with the Su race. I'll send a letter to the higher-ups." Su Wuzuan felt that the situation wasn't good. He was a high-ranking member of the Su race, so he knew that the 100 Treasures realm wanted to deal with the world of cultivation. It was precisely because of this that he understood why the higher-ups had to deal with the world of cultivation. This was because the 100 Treasures realm wasn't an existence that they could afford to offend. For example, a transcending tribulation expert from the 100 Treasures realm could deal with 2 or 3 transcending tribulation experts from the Su race. The world of cultivation could deal with even more transcending tribulation experts. Because of this, the Su race had no choice but to deal with Zhao Hai. They would rather fight the world of cultivation to the death than offend the 100 Treasures realm. Unfortunately, the 2 times they tried to deal with the world of cultivation, they were defeated by the world of cultivation. Moreover, they suffered heavy losses. The 100 Treasures realm was very dissatisfied with the Su race, so they sent a 1,000-person team to help them deal with the world of cultivation. The Su race was only responsible for gathering information about the world of cultivation as well as ambushing them. Once the world of cultivation and the 100 Treasures realm make a move, the Su race would ambush the world of cultivation from behind. When the time comes, the world of cultivation's people would surely die. This was originally a perfect plan. Originally, Su Wuzuan was worried about the world of cultivation's large artifacts. However, the people from the 100 Treasures realm told him not to worry about them. Naturally, he wouldn't say anything. But who would have thought that when the world of cultivation and the 100 Treasures realm clashed, they would be stopped by the undead when they wanted to launch a sneak attack? Su Wuzuan had only heard about the undead, but he had never seen them before. He knew that the undead were very weak and weren't worth mentioning at all. But once they reach a certain number, Su Wuzuan wouldn't be able to deal with them. Su Wuzuan was already a severed soul expert. He didn't even look at Foundation establishment cultivators. For him, Foundation establishment cultivators were like ants. They weren't worthy of his attention at all. But now, he discovered that he was wrong. When tens of millions of Foundation establishment cultivators lined up in a neat formation and attacked them, Su Wuzuan found the situation terrifying. It was impossible for the Su race to kill the other party. In fact, even escaping was a problem. What made Su Wuzuan even more afraid was that the other party only used a few undead to deal with them. What would happen if more undead were used to deal with the 100 Treasures realm? It must be known that the other party didn't only have undead, they also had more than 1,000 transcending tribulation experts. Su Wuzuan's undead. They could only wait until the world of's cultivation appeared SSSS race. Or's right. Su Wuzuan T ants soon. Naturally, Su Wuzuan hoped that the latter would happen. But even after a long time, the number of undead surrounding them didn't decrease. Even their strength didn't decrease. This made Su Wuzuan's heart feel even more intense. While Su Wuzuan didn't know what to do, the undead surrounding them suddenly opened up a path for a large ship to sail through. Upon seeing the ship, Su Wuzuan's heart sank. Naturally, he recognized this ship. It was Zhao Hai's ship. Now that this ship appeared, it meant that the 100 Treasures realm had been dealt with. Seeing this, Su Wuzuan knew that he was finished. The 100 Treasures realm wouldn't let the people from the world of cultivation go. This was because the people from the 100 Treasures realm died to help the world of cultivation. For high-grade realms, there was no need to show mercy. The 100 Treasures realm would certainly use this as an excuse to slaughter them. At this time, the person on the opposite ship said, "Su race, listen up. We've dealt with the people behind you. We know who they are. You should be clear about the current situation. Those people won't let you go, nor will they let us go. Our two realms have no chance of winning against them. For you, for us, and for our two realms to survive, we only have one method. You must cooperate with us." Zhao Hai's expression changed. He didn't say anything, but he didn't say anything. The Su race people stared. They didn't understand what the world of cultivation meant. But at the same time, they discovered that the undead's attack had stopped. The Su race didn't attack, they just lined up in a neat formation as they looked at the ship. Then a voice came from the ship, "Su race, you should know how strong and unreasonable the people behind you are. This time, they lost nearly 1,000 people while helping you. In this case, do you think that they would let you go? They won't let you go. If the world of cultivation is destroyed, the Su race won't be any better. We know that the Su race has nothing to do with those people. It's only because of fear that you became their henchmen. With the world of cultivation's current strength, it's possible for us to defeat you. However, if we do that, you'll die faster. Because of this, I hope that we can cooperate. The world of cultivation also has people behind us. As long as we report this situation to them, those people above us wouldn't just sit idly by. When the time comes, our two realms would join forces and become a force that can't be underestimated. I hope that the Su race can consider this carefully." Upon hearing this, Su Wuzuan stared. Naturally, he didn't expect the other party to say this. However, he had to recognize that what the other party said was reasonable. This time, the Su race was doomed. This was because the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't let them go. On the other hand, the world of cultivation's situation wasn't any better. If the 100 Treasures realm wanted to deal with them, then the world of cultivation would be destroyed as well. But if the two sides cooperate, then the situation would be different. The Su race and the world of cultivation were both mid-grade. If the two sides cooperate, then their combined strength would be at the mid-grade level. Although there was still a gap between the mid-grade level and the high-grade level, they would still have some chips if they cooperate. Even if the 100 Treasures realm wanted to make a move on them, they would still need to think twice before doing so. If they split up, then both realms would be destroyed. If they cooperate, then they would still have a chance to survive. Now that the Su race was faced with a choice, what would they choose? Su Wuzuan was tempted. This was because the other party made it very clear that if they split up, then it would be the same as being destroyed. Unfortunately, Su Wuzuan didn't have the final say in the Su race. If it was Su Wuzuan, then he would have agreed to the other party's proposal. Just as Su Wuzuan was about to speak, the other party suddenly said, "Su Race, your leader is Su Wuzuan, right? I ask your excellency to inform your people about the situation here. This matter isn't something that can be decided by 1 or 2 people. We will give you 6 hours. I believe that the higher-ups of the Su race will send a message by then. If you don't give us a reply in 6 hours, then we won't be polite. The time will start now." Hearing this, Su Wuzuan didn't say anything and immediately took out a jade sword message to inform the higher-ups of the Su race about the situation. Then he released the jade sword message. Su Wuzuan didn't notice that the Hell King's ship also released a jade sword message. Turning back time to the battle between Zhao Hai and the 100 Treasures realm, Kong Miao wrote down the situation on a jade sword message and released it. Just as he was about to attack the Su race, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped Kong Miao and said, "Grandmaster, we're no longer dealing with the Su race." Kong Miao stared. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what do you mean?" Zhao Hai replied, "Grandmaster, we already know that the ones who are dealing with us this time are the 100 Treasures realm. And the 100 Treasures realm won't let us off. Similarly, the 100 Treasures realm won't let the Su race off. The enmity between us and the Su race was formed because of the 100 Treasures realm. Now that both sides are in danger of being annihilated by the 100 Treasures realm, we might be able to cooperate with the Su race. If we cooperate with the Su race, then the strength of our 2 realms would be equivalent to a high-grade realm. At that time, even if the 100 Treasures realm wants to deal with us, they would have to think twice." Kong Miao nodded. He was very supportive of Zhao Hai's proposal. They were now on the same starting line as the Su race. However, Kong Miao was still worried. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What if the other party doesn't agree?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It doesn't matter if they don't agree. They are now surrounded by the undead. Moreover, we've already told them that if we make them feel that there's no chance of survival, then they would naturally go all out against us. But if we give them hope, then they wouldn't go all out against us. This way, even if they don't agree, it would be much easier for us to deal with them. With the Su race's bandit nature, even if the higher-ups don't agree, there would still be a lot of people who would surrender. When that time comes, it would be much easier for us to deal with them." Hearing Zhao Hai, Kong Miao's eyes couldn't help but shine. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "All right, then I'll leave this matter to you. Zhao Hai, you're the one who proposed this. It's most suitable for you to talk to the Su race. You don't need to worry about anything. I've already agreed to this. If you can convince the Su race to cooperate with us, then you would have made a great contribution to the world of cultivation. When the time comes, not only would nobody blame you, they would even reward you." It was precisely because of Kong Miao's approval that Zhao Hai was able to negotiate with the Su race. This kind of negotiation was very easy for Zhao Hai. He analyzed the Su race's weaknesses clearly, causing the Su race to lower their guard to a minimum. Seeing Zhao Hai's negotiation style, Kong Miao felt that handing the negotiation over to Zhao Hai was the right decision. Compared to Zhao Hai, his negotiation skills weren't worth mentioning. Seeing the Su race send a jade sword message, Kong Miao immediately did the same. After releasing the jade sword message, Kong Miao turned to Zhao Hai and said, "If the Su race agrees to cooperate, then what do we do? Do we release the Su race?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "How could that be possible? Since we're cooperating, then we should invite the Su race to the world of cultivation's base. I think that after receiving your letter, the higher-ups would begin to gather their forces. They might even abandon their bases and concentrate on one base to defend. Let's invite the Su race over. At the same time, we'll have the Su race gather in our base. Our opponents this time aren't ordinary people." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're right." Hearing Zhao Hai, Kong Miao didn't know what to say. He felt that Zhao Hai was too shameless. How could he do such a thing? Zhao Hai didn't care. He turned to Kong Miao and said, "Grandmaster, let's go back first. I need to rest and take back all of my artifacts. Naturally, I won't be taking the undead. But rest." Assured, "I won't be resting for long." Hearing Zhao Hai, Kong Miao nervously asked, "What's going on? Are you all right?" Zhao Hai shook his head, then he smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while. Actually, Zhao Hai didn't need to rest at all. He just needed to integrate the 8 cyan imperial chariots into liquid silver. He didn't know if the Su race would agree to his proposal. If the Su race didn't agree and went all out, then Zhao Hai would have a few more cards in his hand. Although the 3 8 cyan imperial chariots had been repaired, they weren't integrated into liquid silver. Because of this, the 3 chariots didn't have a Yinyang pond installed. If Zhao Hai wanted to use the chariots, then he would need to provide energy to the chariots. With Zhao Hai's strength, providing energy for 2 8 cyan imperial chariots, not to mention 3 chariots. Zhao Hai also discovered that the Yinyang pond couldn't be installed wherever he wanted. If he wanted to make a weapon for someone else, then he wouldn't be able to install the Yinyang pond. The Yinyang pond could only be placed in a spatial device or liquid silver staff. However, Zhao Hai wasn't disappointed. He didn't want others to know about the Yinyang pond. Naturally, it would be best if he could only use it for himself. Although the Yinyang pond couldn't be installed in the weapons, Zhao Hai didn't care. Undead generally didn't rely on single combat to defeat their opponents, they relied on numbers. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't need it right now. There were a lot of transcending tribulation experts in the space. These undead were the Su race and the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai asked the cultivators of the 100 Treasures realm about how to operate their artifacts. However, they didn't know about the important formations. They were only combatants. If they needed weapons, then the 100 Treasures realm would make them. However, it was impossible for them to know about the core of the weapons. Naturally, this referred to the weapons that they used before, not the glaives that they used this time. To be honest, the glaives that they used this time were very good weapons. However, they didn't have the ability to break through armor. This ability was the most important part of the Su race's weapons. These people didn't know about armor-breaking formations, so they didn't know what kind of artifacts they used. Because of this, Zhao Hai couldn't figure out the secrets of the 100 Treasures realm. However, this didn't affect Zhao Hai. What Zhao Hai was doing right now was refining the glaives into weapons that the 100 Treasures realm could use. Although these weapons didn't have the 100 Treasures realm's unique artifacts, there were still some unique artifacts. For example, the vibrating formations that could break through armor. These vibrating formations were used by Zhao Hai the most. Almost all of the weapons were equipped with vibrating formations. These weapons were very powerful in both offense and defense. On the other hand, the undead of the 100 Treasures realm might be weakened after using vibrating formations. However, they were still a lot stronger than when they used the glaives. Because of these two things, Zhao Hai wanted to rest for a while. Naturally, Kong Miao didn't know about Zhao Hai's intentions, but he still agreed. Moreover, he took the initiative to tell the others about Zhao Hai's situation. Naturally, these people didn't object. Zhao Hai's strength was obvious to everyone. And because everyone knew about Zhao Hai's strength, no one objected to Zhao Hai's actions. The Su race looked at the world of Cultivation's ships as they slowly retreated. The undead sealed the entrance once again. This made the Su race puzzled. At the same time, they felt uneasy. They didn't know why the world of Cultivation did this. Did the world of Cultivation want to attack ahead of time? The Su race were on guard, guarding against the world of Cultivation's attacks. However, the undead didn't attack. They just stood there like statues. After the Hell King's ship retreated, it disappeared in an instant. At the same time, a lot of beast-shaped undead appeared around Zhao Hai. All the cultivators from the world of Cultivation could sit on these beast-shaped undead. Not only could they stand on them, they could even roll around and sleep on them. This was because these undead beast-shaped undead were very large. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. The undead beast-shaped undead that he summoned was none other than Alien. When Alien closed its mouth, Kong Miao and the others couldn't use their spiritual force to check Zhao Hai's situation. Seeing Zhao Hai's situation, the others also wanted to enter the undead's belly. The undead agreed. When the people from the world of Cultivation entered the undead's belly, they discovered that there was a small room inside. This made them very happy. They felt that staying inside the undead's belly was much more comfortable than staying inside the Hell King's ship. Although the Hell King's ship was very big, Zhao Hai only gave Kong Miao and the others individual rooms in order to not be too shocking. Everyone else stayed in the ship's cabin. Although the area was very big, the result still wasn't satisfactory. This was because cultivators didn't want others to see them cultivating. Even if they were just meditating, they didn't want others to see them. Now that they had these undead, they had their own independent space. This was equivalent to a small cave residence. They could do whatever they want inside. Naturally, this made them very satisfied. This was also Zhao Hai's arrangement. These undead were selected by him and had been modified. Otherwise, ordinary undead wouldn't have this kind of space inside them. This time, Zhao Hai only brought emotion into Alien's body. Li Zhongdao was already arranged by Zhao Hai to cultivate inside another undead. As soon as Zhao and emotion entered the undead's body, they immediately entered the space. He had to personally see liquid silver fusing with his own eyes before he felt relieved. After entering the space, Zhao Hai immediately fused liquid silver with the 8 cyan imperial chariots. As long as the 3 chariots fuse with liquid silver, the chariot's strength would increase once again. The reason why the 8 cyan imperial chariots' battle prowess was increased was because of liquid silver. Liquid silver's biggest characteristic was the space's bestowment of the demonic staff. It was indestructible. Almost no power could damage the demonic staff. This was because the space and the outside world didn't use the same kind of laws. The laws of the outside world didn't apply to the space, so the demonic staff was indestructible. The 8 cyan imperial chariots were destroyed by Zhao Hai before. Thinking about it, if the 8 cyan imperial chariots were indestructible, then their fighting strength would increase a lot. The second reason was the Yinyang Pond. In the past, the 8 cyan imperial chariots' attack power depended on the number of people controlling it. For example, a foundation establishment cultivator wouldn't be able to control an 8 cyan imperial chariot. On the other hand, a transcending tribulation expert could control an 8 cyan imperial chariot. 10 transcending tribulation experts could also control an 8 cyan imperial chariot. A 10-person 8 cyan imperial chariot could easily defeat a single-person 8 cyan imperial chariot. This was another weakness of the 8 cyan imperial chariot. However, as long as the 3 8 cyan jade chariots fused with liquid silver, the 8 cyan imperial chariots would be able to use the Yinyang pool. At that time, the Yinyang pool would provide the 8 cyan imperial chariots with an endless supply of energy. In the past, the 8 cyan imperial chariots were very complicated to operate. Even if a transcending tribulation expert could operate the chariots, they wouldn't be able to use the chariot's abilities. After all, the 8 cyan imperial chariot was a machine-like artifact. It needed a person to operate it. But as long as the chariots fuse with liquid silver, this wouldn't be a problem. Kair would use the machine field's computer technology to modify the 8 cyan imperial chariots. With this, the 8 cyan imperial chariots would be much easier to operate. As long as Zhao Hai gave an order, the chariots would be controlled. Most importantly, Zhao Hai and the others can now make some changes to the 8 cyan imperial chariot. Although the 8 cyan imperial chariot's momentum wasn't weak, its lethality wasn't very good. Zhao Hai can make some changes to the chariot's exterior in order to increase its lethality. Kair was already prepared. Seeing Zhao Hai come in, she immediately went forward to greet him. Zhao Hai followed Kair to the 8 cyan imperial chariot. After carefully examining the chariot's appearance and interior, he turned his head to Kair and said, "Let's begin." Kair nodded, then she waved her hand as a silver liquid surrounded the 8 cyan imperial chariot. Zhao Hai looked at the situation, then he turned to Kair and said, "How long will it take?" Kair calculated and said, "About 2 hours." Zhao Hai nodded, then he led Kair and emotion into the villa. Inside the villa, Zhao Hai had mega range for emotion to eat. Then he sat beside Laura and the others. At this time, Laura and the others were very busy. Laura was dealing with the 100 Treasures Realms undead. She needed to record the 100 Treasures Realms cultivation methods so that she can use them in the future. At this time, Lizzie and the others were still controlling the undead to surround the Sioux race. At the same time, they also needed to monitor Zhao Hai and the others. Although Zhao Hai and the others were very good to him, Zhao Hai was still in the limelight. They had to be careful. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's arrangement this time was very clever. Although it seems like he was doing this for the sake of the Sioux race, It also isolated them from each other. Until now, Kong Miao and the others haven't contacted anyone else. They were all sitting in their own rooms, meditating. Looking at the situation, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It seems like these guys have taken a liking to the undead. Do you want to give them one undead each?" Laura smiled and said, "If you really give it to them, then they might not necessarily accept it. After all, these undead are your things. They might be afraid that you'll use them to scheme against them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai smiled and nodded, "Right. In the world of cultivation, people are always scheming against each other. Nobody would easily trust others. Forget it, there's no need to send them off." Zhao Hai smiled and nodded. Laura smiled faintly, then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, the 100 Treasures Realm's method of controlling their artifacts is indeed unique. You should learn it when you have time. Perhaps it would be beneficial to the stellar sword formation." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Let's wait until we're done." "Do you think the Sioux race would agree to form an alliance with the world of cultivation to deal with the 100 Treasures Realm?" Laura smiled and said, "I think so. The Sioux race aren't stupid. This time, they caused the 100 Treasures Realm to lose 1,000 people. With the 100 Treasures Realm's tyrannical nature, they would definitely be angry with them. Instead of sitting and waiting for death, they might as well go all out. As long as they win, they would be able to continue plundering in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Otherwise, they would be exterminated." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I also believe that they would agree. But this time, the 100 Treasures Realm has been angered. I'm afraid they've already received the news and would send people to deal with the world of cultivation and the Sioux race. I hope that the people behind the world of cultivation would stick up for them. Otherwise, the world of cultivation would be in trouble this time." Laura smiled faintly and said, "Those people will definitely stick up for the world of cultivation. This is because they are natural enemies with the 100 Treasures Realm. They have been fighting each other for tens of thousands of years. It's just that they stopped fighting in the past 2 days. Now that the 100 Treasures Realm has made the first move, the other party would naturally retaliate." When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but stare. He looked at Laura and said, "Is that so? How do you know who's behind the world of cultivation?" "I still don't know." Laura smiled faintly and said, "You're the only one who doesn't know. How could the people from the 100 Treasures Realm not know? The two realms have been fighting for a long time. It can be said that they know each other very well. Naturally, they would know who their enemy is." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Which high-grade realm is the 100 Treasures Realm's biggest enemy? How come I've never heard of it before?" Laura smiled and said, "Actually, there are some clues. But even if they know about it, they wouldn't reveal it. After all, the biggest enemy of the 100 Treasures Realm is the Giant Spirit Realm." Hearing Laura say that it was the Giant Spirit Realm, Zhao Hai nodded. It was possible that the Giant Spirit Realm and the 100 Treasures Realm didn't get along. This was because the cultivation methods of the Giant Spirit Realm and the 100 Treasures Realm were completely different. They were almost two extremes. The reason why the Giant Spirit Realm was called the Giant Spirit Realm was because the people of the Giant Spirit Realm were very tall. Naturally, they weren't very tall. The average height of a person from the Giant Spirit Realm was 2 meters tall, but very few of them were taller than 2 meters. However, this height was enough to be called tall. Ordinary cultivators weren't this tall. In addition to their tall stature, the people of the Giant Spirit Realm had another characteristic, which was that the cultivation techniques they practiced were all based on strength, and the magic artifacts they used were all based on strength. In the eyes of the people of the Giant Spirit Realm, only big and heavy things were good. Their weapons were all heavy weapons. Moreover, the Giant Spirit Realm had the most large artifacts among all the realms. The Giant Spirit Realm was big while the 100 Treasures Realm was small. These two extreme cultivation methods caused the people of the two realms to be at odds with each other. Large and small battles were almost always stopped. It was only recently that the two sides calmed down a bit. But now, it seems like the 100 Treasures Realm was about to start a dispute again. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So it's the Giant Spirit Realm. This is interesting. The Giant Spirit Realm is also a high-grade realm. The same goes for the 100 Treasures Realm. I didn't expect the world of cultivation to be under the protection of the Giant Spirit Realm. Laura smiled and said, the world of cultivation can only be considered a mid-grade realm. They're still considered a low-grade realm. The giant spirit realm protects them, but they wouldn't let them speak about it. In the eyes of the giant spirit realm, protecting a mid-grade realm is a bit shameful. But this time, it's different. This time, it's the 100 Treasures realm who came to provoke them. If the giant spirit realm knows about this, they wouldn't just sit idly by. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, then I'll have the opportunity to get in touch with these high-grade realms. I just don't know how strong they are. The people from the 100 Treasures realm are indeed strong. Let's wait for their weapons to be made before we see how strong they are. Laura smiled and said, Brother Hai, I think it's best to use this time to familiarize yourself with the 100 Treasures realm's method of controlling their artifacts. It's very good. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, there's no need to worry. There are a lot of things to do right now. It's not too late to learn after I'm done. Laura didn't try to persuade Zhao Hai. She knew that Zhao Hai already had a plan. It must be said that Zhao Hai might be able to get along well with the people from the giant spirit realm. This was because Zhao Hai studied a Buddhist technique that specialized in strength. It was called the demon subjugation technique. The strength gained from this technique wasn't just for show. Moreover, after this incident, Zhao Hai should be able to make a name for himself. Moreover, he would become famous for his ability to control large artifacts. Perhaps the giant spirit realm would like him even more. The giant spirit realm itself was a very powerful race. Moreover, they also liked strong men. The stronger a person's strength, the more they would be welcomed by the giant spirit realm. Because of this, the giant spirit realm was known as a powerful race in the 10,000 realm battlefield. After knowing who was behind the world of cultivation, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Before, he was afraid that the people behind the world of cultivation wouldn't care about them. But if it was the giant spirit realm, then there wouldn't be a problem. Zhao Hai also observed the situation in the machine field. Fortunately, Yale too was now under the protection of the machine field. Everything was going smoothly. The same was true for the pirate paradise. The Cross-Sword Pirate Group was still the strongest pirate group there. Their momentum was even bigger than before. The reason why the Cross-Sword Pirate Group had such power was because of the undead. A lot of the undead had learned how to operate mechas. And with the addition of the undead, the Cross-Sword Pirate Group's strength had increased by 2 levels. As a result, the Cross-Sword Pirate Group's might was even greater than before. After dealing with some matters in Yale 2 and the Cross-Sword Pirate Group, Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others came out of the villa. At this time, the Sioux race were still being watched by the undead. They didn't make any moves, nor did they dare to. The undead were enough to take their lives. Now that the world of cultivation was involved, the Sioux race didn't even have the thought of running away. They also discovered that their concealment technique couldn't be hidden from the undead. This concealment technique was their biggest trump card. Now that their trump card was gone, they naturally didn't dare to act recklessly. Zhao Hai went outside and saw that the 3/8 cyan imperial chariots had disappeared. In their place was a bronze staff. Upon seeing the staff, Zhao Hai knew that it was liquid silver. However, he didn't expect liquid silver to be bronze in color. Zhao Hai waved his hand and the staff appeared in his hand. He didn't find anything different about the staff. But when he waved his hand, an 8 cyan imperial chariot appeared in front of him. The 8 cyan imperial chariot looked more powerful than before. Moreover, its color was lighter than before. The body of the chariot was shining brightly. One could see that it wasn't an ordinary chariot at a glance. Zhao Hai nodded. Although liquid silver's complexion changed, he didn't care. Even if Zhao Hai and the others knew about it, they wouldn't be able to do anything. To be honest, with Zhao Hai's current strength, he didn't fear Kong Miao and the others. After resting for a while inside the space, Zhao Hai came out of the space and returned to Alien. Then Zhao Hai said, "Contact Grandmaster Kong Miao." Zhao Hai's words weren't nonsense. All of his undead were equipped with a communication system. As long as he gave the order, a hologram would appear in front of him. As long as the other party connected, he would be able to see them through the hologram. It was very convenient. Kong Miao was currently sitting inside an undead's room. The room wasn't very big, only about 10 square meters. There was nothing inside, it was just an ordinary room. However, Kong Miao was very satisfied with it. Sitting inside the room, Kong Miao thought about what happened today and discovered that Zhao Hai had a lot to do with it. If it weren't for Zhao Hai, then they would have died today. At the same time, Kong Miao had a new understanding of Zhao Hai's strength. Not to mention the fact that Zhao Hai was able to deal with 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots, just the undead alone was enough to give him a headache. Kong Miao had already noticed that the undead were advancing and retreating. Even if he had the 10,000 transformation staff, it would still be very difficult for him to kill them. The key point was that there were too many undead. With the help of the undead, Zhao Hai shouldn't have any problem dealing with them. After thinking about this, and Miao couldn't help but feel discouraged. He couldn't understand how Zhao Hai's strength improved so quickly. At this time, a beeping sound was suddenly heard from the room. Kong Miao stared, he didn't know what was going on. At this time, a mechanical female voice was heard, "Mr. Zhao Hai is requesting to speak with you. Would you like to connect?" Then a hologram appeared in front of him. However, there was nothing on the hologram at this time. Kong Miao was puzzled as he looked at the hologram. He didn't know how to use it. However, he was also a smart person, so he tried, "Connect." Just as his voice fell, Zhao Hai's image appeared on the hologram. Kong Miao looked and saw Zhao Hai sitting in a room similar to his. He was looking at Kong Miao with a smile on his face. Seeing Kong Miao appear on the hologram, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Grandmaster, I hope you're well. Do you want to return to the Hell King's ship or do you want to stay here for a while?" When Kong Miao heard this, he quickly waved his hand and said, "Let's just stay here." "Little Hai, I didn't think that the undead would have such a thing." "What's wrong? Can I use this thing to contact anyone?" Zhao smiled. "Of course, I blame myself for not making it clear before. With this thing, you can contact anyone you want. As long as you say the name, you can contact that person. Of course, that person must be inside the undead space. Outside of the undead space, you won't be able to contact them." Zhao smiled. "Of course, that person must be inside the undead space." Kong Miao nodded and said, "Alright, this thing is very convenient. I don't think you need to release the Hell King's ship. Everyone seems to like staying here. Have you rested?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm fine. But Grandmaster, I have to tell you that I destroyed the 3/8 Cyan Imperial chariots of the 100 Treasures realm. Now that I've integrated the chariots into my artifact, you won't blame me, right?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm fine. But Grandmaster, I need to tell you something." Kong Miao stared and said, "Integrated into your artifact? How?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "When I was making my artifact, I had a fusion method that allows me to fuse other artifacts into my artifact. This was Senior Leng Wuyang's brilliant idea. Now that I've destroyed the 8 Cyan Imperial chariot, I can fuse them into my artifact. Later on, I can use the 8 Cyan Imperial chariot with my artifact." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's right." Kong Miao sighed and said, "Senior Leng Wuyang is truly a peerless genius. He can even make such an artifact. Alright, it's fine if you integrate them. You've made a great contribution this time. It doesn't matter if you want something." Zhao Hai nodded happily. The reason why he told Kong Miao about this was so that he could use the 8 Cyan Imperial chariots in the future. Now that he told Kong Miao about it, Kong Miao wouldn't be surprised when he uses the 8 Cyan Imperial chariots in the future. Saying it now was much better than explaining it later. The two chatted for a while before Zhao Hai's expression suddenly changed. He turned to Kong Miao and said, "Grandmaster, the Sioux race has replied. Do you want to take a look?" Hearing Zhao Hai, Kong Miao couldn't help but stare. However, he waved his hand and said, "There's no need to rush. Let's wait for the reply first. Once the reply arrives, it wouldn't be too late for us to go see the Sioux race." When Zhao Hai heard this, he felt that this was reasonable. He nodded and said, "Alright, Grandmaster, I won't bother you anymore. If you want to look for someone, just tell me their name. I should be able to get in touch with them." Kong Miao nodded. After receiving the message, Kong Miao couldn't help but sigh. These undead were really good. At this point, Kong Miao couldn't help but be jealous of Zhao Hai. However, Jiao Hai immediately used his undead to contact Su Ning and the other severed soul experts. He also told them that the Su race had replied and told them to pay attention. If the Su race made any moves, they didn't have to be polite. Just as he finished contacting Su Ning and the others, Kong Miao felt his mind move. He knew that his flying messenger sword had returned. He immediately had his undead open its mouth and a jade sword message flew in. After receiving the jade sword message, Kong Miao probed it with his spiritual force. He immediately contacted Su Ning and the others before contacting Jiao Hai. Jiao Hai already knew what Kong Miao was doing, so he was just listening to him. However, Jiao Hai still turned on his screen and looked at Kong Miao as he said, "Grandmaster, are you looking for me?" Kong Miao nodded and said, "Prepare yourself. We're going to see the Su race. The higher-ups have already said that they can cooperate with the Su race. They can even make some concessions. However, the Su race must move to the World of Cultivation's headquarters and fight alongside them." The World of Cultivation was a medium-sized force in the 10,000 realm battlefield. They had several camps. Among them, Jiao Hai's camp was the smallest. There were also several camps for the elders. Among these camps, the most important one was the World of Cultivation's headquarters. This headquarters was located in an abandoned mine in the 10,000 realm battlefield. This mine used to produce nephrite and chalcedony. But after the nephrite and chalcedony were dug out, the mine was abandoned. It took the World of Cultivation 100 years to complete the construction. That place also became the most important stronghold of the World of Cultivation. Not only were there more than 20 severed soul experts guarding the stronghold all year round, there was also a defensive formation. In addition to the defensive formation, there were also countless other formations. Even an immortal expert wouldn't be able to break through. Most importantly, the strongholds had large transmission formations that led directly to the World of Cultivation. If necessary, they could send everyone back to the 10,000 realm battlefield as quickly as possible. As long as there's a situation in the 10,000 realm battlefield, the people in the other strongholds would destroy the transmission formations in their strongholds as quickly as possible. Then they would use the transmission formations to return to the headquarters. If the headquarters couldn't be defended, then they would use the transmission formations to return to the World of Cultivation. At the same time, they would use their artifacts to destroy the transmission formations in the headquarters and other strongholds. However, the World of Cultivation generally wouldn't use the headquarters. They also wouldn't withdraw their people to the headquarters. This was because the losses would be too great. But this time, they had no choice but to do so. This was because their opponent this time was the 100 Treasures realm, a high-grade realm. If the 100 Treasures realm wanted to deal with them, then they wouldn't be safe even if they hid in the headquarters. Fortunately, the World of Cultivation had people behind them. And if they couldn't do anything, they could just retreat to the World of Cultivation. Because of this, they weren't scared away. This time, the higher-ups wanted the Su race to move to the headquarters. This request was somewhat excessive. The Su race didn't necessarily trust the World of Cultivation. After all, the two sides were enemies before. Jiao Hai and the World of Cultivation weren't the same. Jiao Hai nodded. However, Jiao Hai believed that the Su race would agree. The Su race had already lost several hundred people. And now, nearly 1,000 people were trapped by Jiao Hai. If the Su race didn't agree, then these 1,000 people wouldn't be able to return. It must be known that these people were all transcending tribulation experts. If they died here, then the Su race's foundation would be greatly damaged. In the future, they would be reduced to a low-grade or low-grade realm. Once the Su race was reduced to a lower or lower realm, then the Su race would be finished. The Su race had always been bandits and had offended a lot of people. However, they were very careful and only offended small realms. These small realms weren't very strong, so the Su race didn't need to worry about offending them. Offending them wasn't a big deal. But once they were weakened, they would be like the people they offended before. At that time, they would be dead. At that time, the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't even need to deal with them. Their previous enemies would be enough to eliminate them. Additionally, the 100 Treasures realm lost 1,000 people because of them. They certainly wouldn't let them off. And unlike the World of Cultivation, the Su race didn't have anyone backing them. In this case, the Sioux race could only cooperate with the world of cultivation. Perhaps they might even be willing to cooperate with the world of cultivation. Because of the Sioux race's bad reputation, it was impossible to find someone to back them up. If they cooperated with the world of cultivation, then it would be tantamount to finding a free backer. This was very important for the Sioux race. Kong Miao and the others came out of the undead space and arrived at the center of the encirclement. Su Wuzuan was anxiously pacing back and forth. Seeing Kong Miao and the others come out, Su Wuzuan immediately greeted them. He stopped 100 meters in front of Kong Miao and the others as he said, Su Wuzuan has seen Grandmaster Kong Miao. Grandmaster, I've received orders from my race. From today onwards, the Sioux race is willing to form an alliance with the world of cultivation to resist the 100 Treasures realm. Hearing Su Wuzuan, Kong Miao knew that they really wanted to form an alliance. When Zhao Hai negotiated with the Sioux race, he only mentioned the people behind them, not the other realms. Now that Su Wuzuan mentioned the 100 Treasures realm, it was equivalent to surrendering to the world of cultivation. Kong Miao nodded and said, alright, your decision is correct. But if you want to form an alliance with us, then there's a condition. The Sioux race's main force must leave the Octopus Islands and enter the world of cultivation's headquarters. Naturally, we've already sent word to the people behind us. They should be able to send people to help us. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, your decision is correct. Hearing Kong Miao, Su Wuzuan couldn't help but knit his brows. The Sioux race had already given Su Wuzuan an order. It would be best if they could form an alliance with the world of cultivation in the shortest time possible. Even if the world of cultivation asks for something, they should agree to it. However, Su Wuzuan found it difficult to accept Kong Miao's request. Su Wuzuan was an orthodox member of the Sioux race. The Sioux race were bandits, but bandits had one thing in common. They valued their base very much. Aside from robbing, they generally wouldn't leave their base. Now that the world of cultivation wanted them to leave their base, Su Wuzuan couldn't accept it. Zhao Hai looked at Su Wuzuan, then he turned his head to Zhao Hai. Looking at Su Wuzuan's expression, Kong Miao nodded. He knew that when it came to negotiations, he was far worse than Zhao Hai. Letting Zhao Hai speak would make it easier for Su Wuzuan and the others to accept this condition. Zhao Hai looked at Su Wuzuan, then he coughed lightly and gave Su Wuzuan a salute as he said, I have seen Mr. Su Wuzuan. This one is Zhao Hai. Su Wuzuan was thinking about how to refuse Zhao Hai's condition when he was interrupted by Zhao Hai. Although Su Wuzuan was annoyed, he didn't dare show it. At this time, he was a fish on the chopping block. Moreover, he wasn't a stranger to Zhao Hai. He knew that the reason why the Sioux race failed was because of Zhao Hai's appearance. The 100 Treasures realm's failure might also have something to do with Zhao Hai. Facing such a person, Su Wuzuan didn't dare neglect him. He quickly returned the salute and said, I don't dare. I've seen Mr. Zhao Hai. If the outside world knew that a severed soul expert would return a salute to a nascent soul expert, they wouldn't be able to believe it. But this really happened. Moreover, Su Wuzuan did it as if it was natural. Zhao Hai quickly replied, I don't dare. Mr. Su Wuzuan is too polite. From what I can see, you don't want to accept Grandmaster Kong Miao's condition. I know that your excellency doesn't want to leave the Octopus Islands because that place is the headquarters of the Sioux race. However, your excellency should also understand that the world of cultivation's headquarters is also very important to us. If the Sioux race enters our headquarters, then you would know everything about it. Because of this, strictly speaking, the benefits and disadvantages of inviting the Sioux race to our headquarters would be equal to the world of cultivation's benefits. Zhao Hai nodded and said, the world of cultivation's headquarters is also very important to us. If the Sioux race enters the world of cultivation's headquarters, then you would know everything about it. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Su Wuzuan couldn't help but fall into contemplation. He never thought about this before. But after thinking about it, Zhao Hai was right. Take the Sioux race for example, the Octopus Islands weren't a place that just anyone could enter. Aside from the Sioux race, no one was allowed to enter the islands. Otherwise, they would be killed on the spot. Zhao Hai looked at Su Wuzuan and said, right now, you and I have a common enemy. If we're separated, then we'll be defeated one by one. But if we stay together, then we'll be able to hold on for some time. What do you think? Su Wuzuan nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You and I have a common enemy. If we're separated, then we'll be defeated one by one." End of chapter 1435. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.